In the realm of the immortal mystics, amidst the vast expanse of the Azure domain, before the grand hall of the sect's leader, Master, please allow me to explain. The upheaval of the beast within the secret realm was truly not my fault. Gu Hanxiu knelt before a middle-aged woman clad in a flowing white gown reminiscent of ancient times, his face etched with urgency as he attempted to clarify his predicament. Yet, before his words could fully escape his lips, a heavy slap resounded against his cheek. Smack! The sharp sound echoed throughout the hall, causing Gu Hanxiu to tremble as he lifted his gaze, disbelief etched across his features as he looked upon his revered master. Before him stood Gu Qingyin, adorned in her ethereal white attire, her celestial beauty marred by an expression of frost and disappointment. Her cool, exquisite eyes glimmering with disdain. She shook her head, her tone cutting as she chided Gu Hanxiu. Hanxiu, must you persist in your obstinacy and refusal to learn from your mistakes? Previously, your reckless antics merely brought trouble upon your senior brother. But in this instance within the secret realm, you dared to provoke the beast for the sake of those treasures, igniting a beast tide? Do you comprehend the extent of your actions that have left countless disciples grievously injured, some even on the brink of death within that realm? Feeling the searing pain on his cheek, Gu Hanxiu struggled to suppress the fury and indignation swelling within him. Yearning to defend himself, yet interrupted by the derisive voices of other disciples and elders within the hall. Gu Hanxiu truly is something. If it weren't for our senior brother's gallant intervention, we would all be doomed. Indeed. At this point, how can he still lack remorse? Disregarding danger, he ventured deep into the beast forest in search of fortune, and yet he dragged us all down with him. As Gu Hanxiu absorbed the scathing rebukes from his master, Gu Qingyin, and the assembly, an inferno of anger and resentment ignited in his eyes. He raised his head, casting a helpless glance at Elder Yin Mingxue standing to the left, along with his 3 senior sisters. Yet, within their gazes, there was not a trace of compassion or empathy, only disdain and distance. They used to care for me dearly. But how long ago was that? I can scarcely recall. Gu Hanxiu numbly pondered within the recesses of his mind. Suddenly, a wave of excruciating pain surged through his skull, rending his heart apart. Observing the contorted, pained figure of Gu Hanxiu struggling at her feet, Gu Qingjin's eyes momentarily flickered with concern before that sentiment swiftly dissipated. Surely, this wayward disciple was merely feigning distress to evade accountability, as the congregation within the hall suspected. Elder Yin Mingxue frowned slightly, her tone laced with impatience. Hanxiu, cease your pretense. Even if you feign illness, you cannot escape your responsibilities. Junior brother, best to admit your fault quickly, advised his 3rd senior sister, Xiaoling Yu, as she maneuvered her wheelchair closer to him, echoing the sentiment. At that moment, Gu Hanxiu found himself rendered speechless, a torrent of memories laced with hatred, anger, resentment, and injustice flashing through his mind. After a brief interval, realization dawned upon him. He had once been a denizen of Blue Star, who perished from a late-night binge, only to be reincarnated into this fantastical world of cultivation. However, in stark contrast to those fortunate individuals who were born into powerful families or had formidable protectors, his fate seemed most woeful. He had been reborn in the heart of the beast forest, nearly consumed by the very beasts themselves. Fortuitously, he was discovered and raised by his current master, the leader of the Azure sect. Thus far, the tale had retained a semblance of fortune, yet all changed upon the arrival of the fated child, Yi Mu. From that moment, everything took a turn for the worse. Masters, elders, and senior sisters alike were rendered foolish by the halo surrounding that destined child. The latter incessantly framed him or sowed discord. The rationale was almost comedic. Because he practiced the eternal guardian of the dragon technique, he was forbidden from engaging with women. Witnessing himself surrounded and adored by beautiful senior sisters incited his jealousy. In his first life, he bore the brunt of blame, faced betrayal from his peers, and met a tragic demise within the sect. In the second life, he remained cautious from the outset, venturing nowhere, yet still inexplicably found himself scapegoated, ultimately facing punishment at the hands of his senior sisters and master. In the 3rd through 6th lives, he endeavored to flee the sect, sought refuge in another, and even allied with the sect's enemies to resist the sect and the fated child, Yi Mu. However, devoid of a powerful family background, system, or any advantageous circumstances, no matter how he struggled, the outcome remained grim. By the seventh life, he had resolved to abandon all hope. During an excursion to hunt demons, upon encountering the near-death demon emperor, he required no prompting, he willingly offered his blood and power, ultimately becoming a mere husk. In his final moments, he even kissed the demon emperor, whispering faintly, "Even the ruthless, bloodthirsty, and indifferent demon emperor is far superior to those wretched harlots." And thus, he met his end once more. After processing the memories that flooded his mind, he slowly rose to his feet, his gaze icy as it settled upon the fated child, Yi Mu, standing beside his senior sisters. His path towards betrayal and isolation had commenced due to Yi Mu's machinations within the secret realm. The beast tide was ignited by Yi Mu's thievery of the transformative spiritual herbs. He had merely been the scapegoat encountered along the way. Startled by Gu Hanqi's cold, detached stare infused with boundless hatred, Yi Mu quickly regained composure and feigned concern, stating, "Ahem, I still believe in junior brother Hanqiu the beast tide may have been a mere coincidence." Upon hearing his seemingly supportive yet subtly provocative words, the assembly's expressions darkened with anger. They retorted in unison, "Senior brother Yi Mu, do not speak on his behalf. Indeed, it is his fault otherwise. How could you have been injured by the beasts? Senior brother Yi Mu is truly magnanimous, if only junior brother Hanqiu possessed even a fraction of your grace." Observing the insincere, hypocritical smile upon Yi Mu's face, amidst the derision from the congregation, Gu Hanqiu could not help but clench his fists, an overwhelming tide of hatred and fury surging within him. He gradually closed his eyes, shrouding his gaze filled with vengeance and ire. As he contemplated his course of action, a cold, melodious mechanical voice resonated within his mind. Ding dong, a tragic, nine-life reincarnated character has been detected with a profound sense of hatred. The villainous revenge system has been automatically bound. Including Blue Star, this is the ninth life, and only now do I encounter a system. Gu Hanqiu snapped back to reality, silently mocking in his mind before attempting to communicate with it. "System, what use are you?" The system fell momentarily silent, disregarding his slightly sardonic remark, patiently explaining, "To clarify, this system does not torment, coerce, punish, harm, or deceive the host. It is, in fact, a benevolent system. The host may gain system points for actions related to revenge and villainy, or for altering their destiny's course, which can be exchanged for system rewards or to enhance one's strength. Upon encountering special plot points or locations, temporary choice rewards may also be triggered. Ah, I see. It seems that in this life, I shall ensure they pay with blood for their transgressions." As Gu Hanqiu absorbed the system's explanation, he contemplated deeply. For instance, at this critical juncture, the host is presented with a temporary choice. Choice 1. Fervently explain oneself, retracing old paths, with a reward, a random 10 celestial-grade elixirs. Choice 2. First extract the spiritual bone gifted by that foolish master and sever ties with her. Then proactively request entry into the sect's most treacherous, forbidden ground prison of Beast Mountain. Yet resolutely deny any involvement in instigating the beast tide. Reward: Nirvana Bloodbone, a premier physique from ancient times, capable of rapid restoration of bodily harm, with vitality as boundless as the ocean and bones as unyielding as stone. The system's cool, melodious voice echoed once more in Gu Hanqi's mind. "I choose option 2." Upon hearing this, Gu Hanqiu responded with intent. Then, he gradually rose, retrieving the celestial horizontal blade bestowed upon him by his second senior sister, Lu Xuanyan, and before the eyes of his master and the assembly, plunged it into his own chest. Chapter 2. I return this bone to you. You and I shall sever our master-disciple relationship. Gu Qingyin and Yin Mingxue gazed at his frenzied actions, yet they did not immediately intervene. Even Long Siyue and the other 3 senior sisters merely shifted their feet slightly, silently observing. What is Hanqiu Shidi attempting? Self-harm for atonement? Surely not. It must be a ruse for sympathy. The onlookers exchanged astonished whispers. Yi Mu, on the other hand, smirked wryly and, with feigned benevolence, stood his ground to counsel. Hanqiu Shidi, why put yourself through such anguish? I have never held. However, before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Gu Honshu's cold and indifferent retort. Silence. Spare me your hypocritical and loathsome facade. Upon hearing this, Gu Qingyin's brow furrowed, and she was about to scold him when she noticed Gu Honshu suddenly twist the handle of his blade with force. In an instant, vivid crimson blood gushed from the hilt, saturating his pristine white robes and the seemingly pure ground of the sect. Since you do not trust me, master, I shall willingly accept punishment by entering the forbidden grounds of the sect, prison of demonic beasts. This bone is returned to you. Henceforth, we shall terminate our master-disciple relationship. Gu Honshu gritted his teeth, his eyes nearly bursting with rage as he addressed Gu Qingyin. He bore the excruciating pain of the bone being severed by the blade, gradually withdrew the weapon, reached into his chest, and extracted the still warm, blood-soaked bone, tossing it with disdain towards Gu Qingyin in a daze. Gu Qingyin trembled as she extended her hand to receive the bone. Feeling the viscous blood in her palm and inhaling the heavy scent of iron in the air, a sudden wave of guilt and heartache surged within her. Could it be that I was truly in the wrong? But I only wished for his well-being, that I never intended to force him into severing our bond. She pondered silently, momentarily unable to meet Gu Honshu's gaze, which was filled with unprecedented loathing. In no way. Honshu Shidi is serious? Could it be that he truly has been wronged? Yet how could he dare to utter such words of severing our master-disciple relationship to the sect leader? Moreover, prison of demonic beasts is the most terrifying and perilous forbidden ground of the sect. Those who enter face near certain death. The crowd within the hall was left utterly shocked upon hearing Gu Honshu's declaration, murmuring amongst themselves. Meanwhile, the fated one, Yi Mu, cursed darkly in his heart. Serves you right. Who told you to enjoy the affection of the master and sisters before? Now, I need not intervene again. Shidi, how could you be so disrespectful to your master? Furthermore, even if you act out of spite and self-harm, or even sever ties with your master, Bai does not absolve you of the fact that you incited the beast tide, nearly leading the sect's disciples to their doom. Second sister Lu Xuanyan, seeing this, admonished Gu Honshu with an expression of fury. Gu Honshu cast her a cold glance, flinging the bloodied celestial blade at her feet, and replied icily, "Do not call me Shidi any longer. You do not deserve it." At this, he paused slightly, then pointed towards a male disciple clad in gray robes in the corner, speaking with a calm demeanor. "The beast tide was not caused by me. He was nearby at the time and should know that my words ring true." The gray-clad disciple's pupils constricted in an instant, hurriedly shaking his head in denial. "I wasn't there. I didn't. That I never saw Honshu Shidi at this point." He could never admit to his prior knowledge. "Honshu, even if you feel aggrieved, you must not slander your fellow disciples," Yi Mu asserted with righteous indignation. Seeing the other scoundrels preparing to babble once more, Gu Honshu's eyes narrowed slightly, and he spoke in a chilling tone. "This is the truth. Believe it or not, it is up to you." With that, he did not spare a glance at Gu Qingyin or the earlier senior sisters. Dragging his weak and weary body out of the sect's great hall, Gu Qingyin clutched the bloodied bone in her hand, as if struck by some profound blow, standing frozen in place. Meanwhile, Lu Xuanyan, observing Gu Honshu's frail figure stagger out of the sect's hall, instinctively bent down to retrieve the now-stained celestial blade. Outside the sect's great hall, the previously clear sky suddenly darkened with dense clouds, and a light rain began to fall. The cold raindrops cascaded from above, soaking Gu Honshu's blood-drenched robes and his handsome face, marred by hatred. A sharp pain in his chest accompanied a wave of dizziness, causing him to stumble and fall to the ground, the mud adding further taint to his already crimson robes. "Just wait, I will eventually destroy you and this sect." Gu Honshu gritted his teeth, his gaze shadowed as he thought to himself. Suddenly, the rain ceased. No, a paper umbrella sheltered his head. Gu Honshu looked up in surprise, and a face, half beautiful and half damaged, came into view. Recalling the memories that flashed through his mind, he recognized the identity of the person before him. She was a nameless yet exceptionally talented outer sect disciple, rejected by the inner sect due to her bizarre appearance. Known as Half-Face Maiden. Once, in an attempt to curry favor with the senior sisters, he had snatched herbs from her, but later, he had secretly aided her. That Half-Face Maiden. "What brings you here?" Gu Honshu, suppressing the pain in his chest, asked with a tone of confusion. "That I just left my quarters in the disciples' residence and heard about the events in the hall." You need not take such measures. I possess the spirit-perceiving eyes. And I can testify on your behalf, that half-faced maiden replied calmly, extending her fair and delicate hand toward Gu Honshu. His pupils trembled slightly, and a touch of gratitude welled up within him, eyeing the memories of his previous lives. He had only a mediocre relationship with this half-faced maiden, yet because he had occasionally sent her herbs that the senior sisters looked down upon, he had earned her goodwill, though not to the extent of self-sacrifice. She was the only one in this vast sect who had not ridiculed him in his time of ostracism. Thank you. But it is unnecessary. Gu Honshu did not take her delicate hand, but instead, gritting his teeth against the pain in his chest, staggered to his feet. Why? Half-faced maiden withdrew her hand. Her expression puzzled that if they do not believe even me, who has accompanied them for over a decade, how could they possibly believe you, an outsider with your spirit-perceiving eyes? Gu Honshu's face turned pale as he forced a bitter smile, a mocking curve gracing his lips, eyeing his narrow phoenix eyes. There was nothing but scorn and loathing for that foolish master and his senior sisters. In his previous life, he had tried every possible means, including leveraging the nameless maiden's spirit-perceiving eyes for testimony. The result was that those foolish fated ones and senior sisters had turned the tables on him, accusing him of having illicit relations with half-faced maiden and using her to fabricate evidence, damaging her reputation while sharing in his own misfortune. Watching Gu Honshu stagger away into the distance, half-faced maiden refrained from urging him further, her mind echoing with his words filled with derision and hatred. Meanwhile, Gu Qingyin, Yan Mingxue, and the others emerged from the great hall, noticing the absence of Gu Honshu. Confusion flickered across their faces. Mingxue, do you think Honshu would really venture to the sect's forbidden ground, prison of demonic beasts? Gu Qingyin furrowed her delicate brows, inquiring of Yan Mingxue. How could that be, sect leader? You worry too much. He is likely just playing on your indulgence, performing a mere act of self-inflicted suffering to at this moment. He is probably in the bamboo grove behind your residence, eagerly awaiting your return to forgive him. Yan Mingxue waved her hand dismissively, responding nonchalantly. This rebellious disciple publicly severed ties with me and proposed to enter the forbidden grounds. If he wishes to go, let him be. How could I possibly forgive him? Gu Qingyin's gaze sharpened, her delicate hands clenched tightly, her face resembling frost. That moment, a sect steward rushed toward them from a distance, his expression frantic as he shouted, "Sect leader, trouble is afoot." Gu Honshu that he truly has gone to the sect's forbidden ground. Chapter 3. Gu Honshu has truly gone to the forbidden ground of the sect? What did you say? He really has gone to the forbidden ground, prison of demonic beasts. Gu Qingyin's eyes widened in shock as she questioned the sect steward. Even Yan Mingxue stood frozen in disbelief. Yes, sect leader, Gu Honshu, dragging his injured body, insisted on entering the forbidden ground, he even said. The sect steward hesitated, pausing briefly, contemplating whether to reveal the exact words. What else did he say? Did he plead for his master to forgive him? Gu Qingyin furrowed her brow, the guilt that had surged earlier dissipating once more. Of course, it must be a ploy devised by that rebellious disciple. Hurry, speak up. Do not withhold any information. Yan Mingxue queried the sect steward with a serious demeanor. The steward gritted his teeth, thinking to himself, what the hell? It's not like it's me saying it. What do I have to fear? Thus, he trembled as he spoke. I, Gu Honshu, would rather perish within the forbidden grounds of the sect than remain a hapless disciple under the command of that big-breasted, brainless fool, my former master, Gu Qingyin. As the words of the sect's steward fell, both Gu Qingyin and Yan Mingxue were taken aback. Once Gu Qingyin regained her composure, she cast a glance at the ground, which was completely invisible to her, and her complexion shifted from pale to crimson in an instant. With an expression of fury, she exclaimed, "This damned rebellious disciple dares to insult me so brazenly. Very well, I shall confront him directly and see if he truly possesses the audacity to step into Qiu Yao Xianshan." With that, she disregarded Yan Mingxue and the sect steward, her figure swiftly soaring toward the ominous mount. Yan Mingxue observed Gu Qingyin's swaying figure and muttered to herself in a peculiar tone. What Honshu said seems to hold a semblance of truth. The sect steward cleared his throat and continued. Gu Honshu also mentioned that you and his 3 former senior sisters are not faring much better. Yan Mingxue, at that very moment, within the forbidden grounds of the sect, beneath the outer slopes of Qiu Yao Xianshan, Gu Hanqiu traversed past several elders and stewards responsible for guarding the area, taking deliberate steps toward the ominous depths of the mountains, which exuded a malevolent aura. Ding dong. The host has completed a temporary selection. Rewards may be claimed at any time. The system's cool and melodious voice echoed in his mind. I shall set it aside for now. There is no rush to claim it, Gu Hanqiu mentally responded. With so many elders and stewards present, should his injuries heal spontaneously, or if he were to conjure bizarre bones from thin air? He would find it quite difficult to explain. Suddenly, just as he was about to step beyond the array laid out at the foot of the mountain and enter the realm of Qiu Yaoxian Shan, a middle-aged woman clad in a flowing white gown swiftly descended from the distance, landing beside him in the blink of an eye. Without even glancing at her, Gu Hanqiu continued forward. You rebellious disciple. Do you truly wish to enter and seek your own demise? Gu Qingyin exclaimed, rushing to grasp his hand, blocking his path, her face contorted with anger. Get away from me. I have severed our master-disciple relationship. What right do you have to obstruct me? Gu Hanqiu retorted coldly, shaking off her grasp, and with a mocking gaze, he countered. Did you not despise and distance yourself from me daily? If I were to perish within, you ought to rejoice, should you not? And no, that's not it. Gu Qingyin found herself momentarily speechless by his words, laden with resentment and fury, struggling to explain herself yet at a loss for words. After much contemplation, she uttered a series of absurd statements that only served to amuse Gu Hanqiu. Hanqiu, I never intended to punish you so severely. If you were to kneel and plead for my forgiveness now, I could return that piece of to you. Furthermore, as long as you promise not to err in the future, I shall not sever our relationship, and I could even spare you from punishment within the sect's forbidden grounds. Upon hearing this, Gu Hanqiu let out a derisive laugh, his face twisted in disgust as he replied, Keep your feigned sympathy to yourself. Even if I were to be devoured by the mountain's beasts and turned to dung, I would never again be your disciple. Gu Qingyin, witnessing her once dependable and affectionate disciple now regard her with the eyes of an adversary, uttering such cold and unfeeling words, Gu Qingyin trembled slightly. An inexplicable pain surging within her heart that it felt as though something once beautiful had been torn asunder and destroyed by her own hands. Only when Gu Hanqiu's gaunt and solitary figure stepped into the depths of the mountains, vanishing from her sight amidst the harsh winds and rain, did she come to her senses as if awakening from a dream. The humiliation of being insulted by her disciple and the faint stirrings of sorrow flooded her heart, filling her with a tumult of emotions. Could it be that I have truly wronged Hanqiu? Gu Qingyin murmured to herself, her mind replaying the image of Gu Hanqiu in the hall, pale yet resolute, asserting that he had not caused the beast tide. Yet at that moment, she had not trusted him in the slightest. Hanqiu had mentioned that the gray-clad disciple was near him within the secret realm. Hadn't he? Could it be that the gray-clad disciple was the one who spoke falsely? Gu Qingyin seemed to have realized something. Hastily flying toward the disciple's quarters, her heart grew heavier. It felt as if a great stone pressed upon her chest. Stealing her breath away, was it guilt, or simply a desire to mask her inner self-reproach? Even she herself could not discern. Chapter 4. It turns out, I truly misunderstood him. That big-breasted, brainless fool of a former master has finally departed. Gu Hanqiu looked back over his shoulder, feeling a sense of relief. The night enveloped the majestic, towering mountains, shadows as dense as ink gradually obscuring the path behind him. Once assured that Gu Qingyin had not followed, he casually found a rock to lean against and sat down. The pain from his chest wound surged, waves of agony washing over him. Nearly clouding his consciousness, he quickly steeled himself against the dizziness that threatened to overwhelm him and claimed the system's temporary selection reward. Ding! The Nirvana Bloodbone has been dispensed and has seamlessly fused with the host's body. The system's cool and melodious voice resonated in his mind at that moment. An extraordinary power surged through his limbs, and the gaping wound in his chest, illuminated by the silvery moonlight, was instantaneously healed, leaving no trace of a scar. Gu Hanqiu lifted his robe and scanned the blood-colored bone faintly emanating light from his chest, then raised his hand to slowly clench and release it, feeling a robust vitality coursing within him. This system's Nirvana Bloodbone was indeed nothing short of miraculous, Gu Hanqiu murmured to himself, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. With the system at his disposal, he no longer cared whether he could reach the pinnacle in this lifetime. However, he was determined to make that foolish master, The elders, the senior sisters, and the destined child. Yi Mu, wish for death. Ling Qi, flaying, drowning in a pig cage, lighting the sky lanterns. He. Detection indicates that the host's thoughts are gradually becoming malevolent. With a fervent desire for revenge, the system graciously bestows the transcendent demonic technique Evil Emperor's Celestial Demon Record. Note, this technique has no upgrade threshold, starting at a level surpassing Imperial grade. With its power determined by the host's own strength, the system's cool and melodious voice resonated once more, infused with a sense of human-like satisfaction. After searching through countless worlds for many years, it had finally found a pure-hearted individual, intent on vengeance, who sought to obliterate those foolish women, rather than those weak-minded, wishy-washy sycophants. Truly a formidable technique. Ji Yuhanqiu gazed at the ancient black book that materialized before him. Unable to suppress the hatred boiling within, his expression morphing into an excited grin. In the tranquil forest, the occasional cries of demonic birds echoed, sending chills down his spine. Subsequently, he opened the ancient book and sat cross-legged on the ground to cultivate. With the system's assistance, the obscure ancient script and various mantras became remarkably simple. In no time, he mastered this extraordinarily powerful demonic technique. Since the rank exceeded Imperial grade, it bore none of the detrimental effects or mental erosion associated with inferior techniques. Roar. Suddenly, a deep, beastly roar resonated from the distant, shadowy forest, reverberating through the silent mountains with striking clarity. The inner region of Qiu Yaoxianshan was home to many high-level demonic beasts, and even the outer regions were roamed by lower-tiered beasts. Ji Yuhanqiu murmured to himself, contemplating whether he should remain here to cultivate. The winds howled through the mountains, rustling the trees, creating a whispering sound. After all, the demonic technique he now practiced thrived in such ominous locales. Rest assured, host, even if you are still but a fledgling, having cultivated the Evil Emperor's Celestial Demon Record, as long as you do not encounter Heavenly Realm beasts or the 10 ancient demonic beasts, self-preservation will be as easy as child's play. The system appeared to sense Gu Hanqiu's concerns, explaining patiently that so? Then there's no issue, Gu Hanqiu replied, casting aside his worries as he strode forward. Today, he would indulge himself to the fullest. Under the hazy moonlight, his figure appeared solitary yet resolute. Meanwhile, Gu Qingyin had also found the earlier gray-clad disciple within the disciple quarters. Sect Master, do you require my assistance? The gray-clad disciple felt a sense of unease at Gu Qingyin's stern expression. I ask you, during the turmoil of the beast tide within the secret realm, were you near Hanqiu, and did you witness the events that transpired? Gu Qingyin inquired, each word heavy with gravity. The gray-clad disciple's pupils dilated in shock. He had not anticipated that Gu Qingyin would seek him out for answers after the fact. This moment, Gu Hanqiu had already publicly dug his own grave and entered the forbidden grounds of the sect to face punishment if he were to speak the truth. With this thought, he took a deep breath, suppressing the tension and unease within him, and resolutely denied, Sect Master, I have never seen junior brother Hanqiu within the secret realm. Upon hearing this, Gu Qingyin furrowed her brows slightly. Should I trust Hanqiu? Or should I trust him? After years of companionship with a disciple for over a decade and a stranger, she hesitated for a long time, until the earlier words of Gu Hanqiu, filled with determination and a look of disdain, flashed through her mind. She finally awakened to the reality. Her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly as she asked sharply, I shall ask you one last time. Have you truly seen Hanqiu within the secret realm? The gray-clad disciple felt the profound pressure emanating from Gu Qingyin and was utterly flustered. However, he also understood that he absolutely could not admit to it, perhaps by firmly sticking to his words. He might just manage to muddle through, returning to the sect master. Within the secret realm, I did not see junior brother Hanqiu. He gritted his teeth and slowly responded, his hands and feet trembling uncontrollably. Seeing his expression no longer as steadfast and composed as before, Gu Qingyin's heart began to suspect. She reached out and grasped his forehead, employing a soul-searching technique to probe deeper. This is over. If I had known that I should not have lied. But why is Gu Hanqiu so favored and cherished by the sect master, the elders, and those 3 senior sisters? The gray-clad disciple, feeling his memories being relentlessly pried into by Gu Qingyin, silently contemplated with a face ashen as death. However, if Gu Hanqiu were to know his thoughts, he would undoubtedly give him a couple of sharp reprimands. Cherished. How absurd. Do you even hear yourself? As the soul-searching technique continued, scenes of the gray-clad disciples' memories within the secret realm flashed through Gu Qingyin's mind. Before long, she spotted Gu Hanqiu's silhouette among those images. He was seen gathering a recently discovered spiritual fruit at the outskirts of the beast forest. Having never ventured deep into the forest, coincidentally, the gray-clad disciple had discovered him not far away. Just as the gray-clad disciple was preparing to leave, he noticed a dark tide of beasts rushing towards Gu Hanqiu from afar. Those beasts, with their crimson eyes and ferocious expressions, roared as the ground trembled beneath their heavy hooves, cracking the earth to eye in the scene. Upon noticing the beast tide, Gu Hanqiu was taken aback and hurriedly fled. Meanwhile, the gray-clad disciple also swiftly departed, managing to avoid becoming a target of those beasts after the soul-searching technique concluded. Gu Qingyin did not immediately release her grasp on the gray-clad disciple's forehead. Instead, she tightened her grip as if she intended to crush him in her fury. Sect Master, please spare me, the gray-clad disciple pleaded in terror. Feeling the excruciating pain radiating from his head, spare you? The beast tide was clearly not caused by Hanqiu. Tio witnessed the truth and willfully conceal it as one thing. But after being pointed out by Hanqiu and questioned by me, how dare you still refuse to admit it? Gu Qingyin scolded, her face cold as frost, with deep guilt and self-reproach swelling within her. A master. She had forced her own disciple to sever ties due to a misunderstanding that it was truly foolish. After taking several deep breaths of the icy air, Gu Qingyin fixed her gaze on the gray-clad disciple, her expression ominously dark, as if a storm were brewing. She spoke again, her voice as frigid as ice, laden with unmasked rage. Then why did you deliberately conceal the truth? Could it be that there is someone behind the scenes directing you? The gray-clad disciple's face turned pale as paper, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. His eyes filled with fear and anguish, unable to meet Gu Qingyin's gaze, stammering as he replied, I was just a bit envious of junior brother Hanqiu. Why does he deserve your affection and that of the senior sisters? Upon hearing this, Gu Qingyin could no longer suppress the rising fury within her, her palm instinctively tightening, ultimately crushing the gray-clad disciple's skull, even as blood flowed down her hands, staining her white dress. She merely lowered her head, biting her lips tightly, murmuring to herself, so it turns out, I truly wronged him. Yet whether her decisive action was for the sake of avenging her disciple or to alleviate her own guilt remained a mystery. Chapter 5. As an ancient beast, why am I being chased by a human? At this moment, Gu Hanqiu had arrived at the inner region of the prison of beasts. The sky above was shrouded in dense, malevolent clouds, and the cold wind howled past, carrying a hint of bloodlust. Surrounding him were various ferocious beasts, all converging upon him, as if ready to erupt in bloodshed at any moment. Gu Hanqiu's expression grew serious upon witnessing this, and he swiftly activated his technique. The evil emperor's demon record the technique exuded an aura of sinister and profound power. The beasts that had previously bared their teeth and roared at him suddenly recoiled in fear, as if confronted by a terrifying entity, either prostrating themselves or fleeing in all directions, no longer daring to display hostility. This technique is indeed strange and marvelous. With my cultivation at the first level of the martial sovereign realm, I can actually intimidate beasts that are 1 or 2 realms higher than myself, Gu Hanqiu murmured to himself, then prepared to find a place with the densest malevolent energy to sit and cultivate. Suddenly, a cool and melodious voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Detecting 2 ancient beasts in the current scene, namely, one of the top 10 beasts, Xiang Lu, and the nine-tailed fox. The host's subsequent actions may alter the course of future events. Triggering a temporary choice quest. Choice 1. Find them and use the demonic power from the evil emperor's demon record to enslave them as your evil beast pets. Note: they are already severely injured and have lost their original demonic power. The host currently has an 88% chance of success in enslavement. Failure may provoke them, leading to immediate demise. Reward: Demon Abyss Blade Technique and Demon Abyss Soul Blade Template. The template can merge with the host. Evolving infinitely. It is indeed a fine weapon for murder, theft, and framing others. Choice 2. To play it safe, bypass them and proceed to enslave slightly lower grade but stronger beasts. Reward: increase in cultivation by 1 minor realm. After hearing this, Gu Hanqiu hesitated for a moment before making his decision. I choose 1, he said calmly. then focused his spiritual sense, spreading it in all directions to search for the traces of the nine-tailed fox and Xiang Lu. Although he could wait until he grew stronger to enslave the ancient beasts, system rewards are not guaranteed every time. As time passed, Gu Hanqiu's spiritual sense brushed over numerous beasts within the mountain, leaving no trace behind. Thanks to the aura of intimidation emanating from his technique, he was unafraid of any potential backlash from the beast spirits. At that moment, beneath a distant waterfall at the edge of a cliff, two grotesque beasts were engaged in a fierce battle over territory and the surrounding dense and pure demonic energy. One beast had a fox-like face with crimson fur and 9 bushy tails, while the other resembled a snake with 9 human-like heads, its skin a dark blue-green, and its claws as sharp as hooks. The wounds and blood streaming from their bodies added a sinister aura to their already furious expressions. Water cascaded from above like a silver ribbon, continuously washing over their wounds. The coolness of the water provided slight relief from their pain, but could not quell the fury within their hearts. Beneath the misty veil of the waterfall, the two beasts darted back and forth like the wind, seemingly intent on tearing the very heavens apart. Just as they were about to settle their score and determine life and death, they sensed the profound and sinister aura emanating from Gu Hanqiu's spiritual sense. Howl. The cunning and vicious gaze of the nine-tailed fox shifted as it howled at Xiang Lu in front of it. Foolish snake, a human has entered. Hurry and eat him. Don't compete with me for territory. Roar. One of Xiang Lu's dragon heads shook, releasing a low, furious growl. Wretched fox, I am Xiang Lu, not a snake. And while I may be handsome, I am not foolish. That human is quite strange. Why don't you go eat him? As they bickered, Gu Hanqiu, from a distance, pinpointed their location through his spiritual sense and swiftly approached. Howl. The cunning face of the nine-tailed fox displayed a hint of surprise and trepidation as it impatiently howled at Xiang Lu. Stop arguing. That human is coming towards us. Roar. What is there to fear? As an ancient beast, why should I fear a mere human? Xiang Lu attempted to maintain its composure, dismissively roaring. However, as Gu Hanqiu drew nearer, eventually appearing before them, the nine-tailed fox immediately turned tail and fled. Abandoning its lair without a second thought, it was clever enough to prioritize its escape, waiting for the situation to unfold if Xiang Lu and that human were to engage in a fierce battle. Both would likely suffer. Wait, why is it following me in my escape? Just a moment ago, did it not say, as an ancient demon beast, why would I fear a mere human? The nine-tailed fox gazed in astonishment at Xiang Lu, who was swiftly writhing away like a serpent. A roar escaped its lips. What are you staring at? Among ancient demon beasts, there exists an age-old adage. Recognizing the wise in their circumstances is a mark of intelligence. May I borrow it just this once? The 9 heads of Xiang Lu displayed a hint of embarrassment as it bellowed. Do not flee. I have no intention of devouring you. Gu Hanqiu, while employing his agile techniques to pursue them, helplessly shouted. Howl. Roar. Nine-tailed fox and Xiang Lu. I trust you as far as I can throw you. Human cultivators are the most cunning. Thus, a dramatically absurd scene unfolded within the confines of the prison demon Shin Mountain. 2 ancient demon beasts, stripped of their primordial power and grievously injured, were being chased by an exceedingly feeble human cultivator. The demon beasts they passed were all left agape in astonishment. Are these truly the 2 magnificent, imposing and unparalleled demon beasts they once knew? The nine-tailed fox glanced back at the relentlessly pursuing Gu Hanqiu, its eyes brimming with a mix of anger and helplessness, howling. Evil human cultivator, could you cease your pursuit? I am a female fox, and my fur is quite exquisite. Consuming me would bring you illness, and keeping me would lead to shedding. As Xiang Lu felt the pain from its wounds being tugged, it gritted its teeth and echoed, roar, 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 roar. Evil human cultivator, my 9 dragon heads are as hard as iron. You cannot gnaw through them. My serpentine body is filled with potent poison from heaven and earth. Consuming me would lead to your demise. Gu Hanqiu's eyelids twitched slightly as he impatiently retorted, You ancient demon beasts, can't you just transform and speak human language instead of howling like this? The 2 demon beasts, momentarily halting their swift escape, found themselves crashing to the ground without the chance to ease their energy, bound in slumber for thousands of years, and having not encountered human cultivators for so long. They had forgotten that they could speak human language. They hurriedly scrambled to their feet, attempting to explain in human tongue, Only after Gu Hanqiu repeatedly assured them that he would not consume them or act as an agent of justice did they finally exhale a sigh of relief, albeit with lingering trepidation. However, as fate would have it, an unexpected twist was about to unfold. Seizing the opportunity when they relaxed their guard, Gu Hanqiu placed his palm atop their heads. Instantly, the peculiar energy contained within the evil emperor's demon records surged into their bodies. Howl, roar, the eyes of the nine-tailed fox and Xiang Lu contracted sharply, their bodies beginning to wriggle slightly as they emitted beastly curses. You wicked human cultivator, how dare you deceive, how dare you launch a sneak attack on us? Two ancient demon beasts who are gravely wounded. How can you lack basic decency? Chapter 6 Gu Qingyin. Is this what it feels like to be disbelieved? Do not struggle. Obediently become my wicked beast pet. I in the future, when I slay the sect and the family of the destined child, I shall take you along to feast on human blood. Gu Hanqiu's heart surged with hatred, and he could no longer suppress a sinister grin. His twisted visage resembling that of an ancient demon. As time passed slowly, the struggles of the nine-tailed fox and Xiang Lu gradually waned, until an extraordinarily peculiar black mark materialized upon their foreheads. Their souls and demonic consciousness enslaved by Gu Hanqiu's technique, they finally ceased their resistance, obediently lying at his feet and gently rubbing their heads against his legs to demonstrate their loyalty. Ding dong, the host has completed a temporary task. Rewards, Demon Abyss Blade Technique and the Demon Abyss Soul Blade Embryo have been distributed. The system's cool and melodious voice echoed in Gu Hanqiu's mind. With a mere thought, he retrieved a pitch-black blade embryo exuding demonic energy from the system's backpack. After merging it with himself through his cultivation technique, he sat cross-legged on the ground, absorbing the dense and formidable wicked aura surrounding the waterfall to cultivate. Meanwhile, at Kangmen, within the Grand Hall, Gu Qingyin once again summoned the elders and a multitude of disciples to convene in the hall. Sectmaster, have you called us here for some pressing matter? One elder inquired, his expression tinged with confusion. That I have summoned you all to clear the name of my disciple. Gu Hanqiu. Gu Qingyin, seated in the sect master's position, spoke with a serious demeanor, her voice crisp and melodious, akin to a celestial song, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. As her words fell, the crowd erupted in an uproar. What? To clear Gu Hanqiu's name? This suggests that the beast-tied riot within the spatial secret realm is indeed suspicious. They murmured amongst themselves, but Gu Hanqiu had previously severed ties, digging up his own bones, hadn't he? Yet he never admitted to the deed, did he? The disciples of the sect buzzed with speculation, while the destined child, Yi Mu, furrowed his brow, his fists unconsciously clenching beneath his sleeves. Master, we understand your concern for Hanqiu, but you cannot be so biased. Long Siyue expressed her grievances. Lu Xuanyin also stepped forward, indignation painted across her features. Master, could it be that Hanqiu deliberately feigned injury to reach the base of prison demon Xian Mountain, only to evoke your sympathy and plead for mercy, leading you to favor him? Hanqiu always resorts to such tactics, exploiting our emotions. It's simply outrageous. Xiao Lingyu, seated in a wheelchair, appeared fragile as a delicate butterfly, as if a gentle breeze could topple her. Her voice was faint as a whisper, imbued with a hint of helplessness. The disciples below echoed their complaints. Even if Hanqiu is your disciple, Master, he has repeatedly erred, deceived everyone, disrespected you publicly, and even feigned injury. You cannot simply forgive him so easily. Indeed, he might currently be hiding behind the formations at the base of prison demon Xian Mountain. Not having entered at all, Gu Qingyin felt deeply stifled and infuriated by their incessant complaints and slander. Subsequently, she raised her palm and slammed it against the armrest of her seat, declaring in a deep voice, "This sect master has stated that Hanqiu is innocent. Do you not understand human language?" As her voice echoed, the disciples below fell into a state of shock. Their eyes widened, mouths agape, faces etched with disbelief. Some disciples even instinctively took a step back. Clearly taken aback by Gu Qingyin's fury, the hall descended into an eerie silence, save for Gu Qingyin's voice reverberating in the air. Long Siyue and the others exchanged glances, then sighed quietly, pondering. Master is being excessively partial toward Hanqiu. No, it should be that Gu Hanqiu is merely adept at manipulating emotions and feigning injury to deceive. How could he deceive Master into publicly lying and covering for his mistakes? Just then, A frantic steward rushed into the hall, his expression fraught with urgency as he reported to Gu Qingyin and the other elders. Sect Master, esteemed elders, upon my return from outside, I discovered a disciple from our sect, clad in gray, whose head had been crushed amidst a pile of shattered stones and weeds outside the sect's walls. This individual was the one Gu Hanxiu had identified in the hall that day. As his words fell, the elders in the hall could no longer remain seated, rising in unison to urge Gu Qingyin, Sect Master, please do not continue to favor Gu Hanxiu. Indeed, it is possible that this disciple harbored resentment for failing to defend him and was subsequently murdered by him. Even if you insist on your bias, at the very least, you should investigate further. Upon hearing this, Gu Qingyin's delicate brows furrowed, a flicker of anger igniting in her icy gaze as she stood and retorted furiously, that disciple was killed by me and has nothing to do with Hanxiu. I sought him out to inquire about the secret realm, yet he dared to conceal the truth. In a fit of rage, I crushed his head after discovering Hanxiu's innocence through my soul-searching technique. The crowd, witnessing Gu Qingyin's agitated demeanor, lowered their heads, unwilling to meet her gaze, yet their hearts were filled with discontent, particularly Lu Xiyue and the other two women, as well as Elder Yan Mingxue, were profoundly disappointed. Murmuring silently, summoning the elders and disciples for a meeting in an attempt to favor and clarify is one thing, but to privately confront that sect disciple and coerce him, resorting to soul-searching techniques to torment his spirit, ultimately crushing his head. It's all that damned Gu Hanxiu's fault. Resorting to feigned injury has driven Master to such a state of distress that she has lost her senses. However, they were oblivious to the fact that this degree of madness was merely the beginning. Soon, they would find themselves spiraling into a state of madness even greater than Gu Qingyin's, observing the peculiar gazes directed toward her. Gu Qingyin, despite her naivety, realized that they did not believe her words at all. She had articulated her thoughts so clearly, yet these dim-witted individuals remained unconvinced. A wave of inexplicable frustration surged within her, prompting her to publicly unleash her magical prowess as she furiously rebuked the elders. What are you staring at? Hurry and bring Hanxiu out from the prison Demon Mountain. I, the sect master, declare that he has been wronged. He is indeed innocent. Do you understand? After bellowing a few times, Gu Qingyin felt an immense sense of relief, the nameless ire dissipating significantly. Yet, recalling how the aloof Hanxiu had insulted her as a foolish woman and declared he would never be her disciple again. Her fists clenched tightly, striking the armrest of her seat with fervor, her complexion alternating between crimson and pallid. The unknowing observer, it might seem as though she had been subjected to some form of humiliation. I am not a foolish woman. My esteemed master merely misunderstood Hanxiu on occasion. I am quite clever. By speaking up for him now, surely no one will dare to bully him again. Right. Gu Qingyin stood frozen in place, lost in her own fantasies, her delicate lips curving into a stunning smile. Ye Mu, witnessing his admired master in such a state, felt an overwhelming darkness envelop his expression, his fury erupting like a volcano. He suspected that Gu Qingyin had been tainted by Hanxiu, hence her irrational favoritism. However, when Lu Xiyue and the others glanced over, he instantly reverted to his familiar facade of kindness and deceit. It's over. The sect master has truly lost her mind. Not only did she lose her composure in public, but she also unleashed her magical powers to frighten us. It's all that Hanxiu's fault. He truly is the wicked disciple. The elders silently criticized in their hearts, reluctantly rising to exit the hall, flying towards the prison Demon Mountain. Chapter 7. Hanxiu, commanding ancient beasts to dominate the lords. At this moment, within the inner region of the prison Demon Mountain, beneath a certain waterfall, Hanxiu stood beneath the cascading waters, unbuttoned shirt, allowing the frigid torrent to wash away the murky impurities expelled from his body through his cultivation. Meanwhile, the originally rivalrous nine-tailed fox and Xiang Lu now coexisted harmoniously, appearing exceedingly obedient. Exhaling, Hanxiu opened his eyes, slowly releasing a breath of turbid air, after absorbing a vast amount of demonic energy through the evil emperor's demonic record. His magical power had multiplied exponentially. Even his long-stagnant cultivation realm had surged several levels at once, reaching the 5th layer of the Law Master realm. Such power is utterly intoxicating. I have never felt so invigorated. It is as if I am reborn. Han Xiu closed his eyes, spreading his arms wide to embrace the universe, silently savoring the overwhelming sinister power within him. However, with a mere thought, the once formidable magic dissipated instantaneously, perfectly transforming into the righteous magical energy, leaving no trace behind. Truly, it is deserving of its reputation as a transcendent technique. Filled with both variety and defiance, the faint smile crept upon Han Xiu's lips, his heart brimming with satisfaction. My master is indeed unfathomable, possessing such a powerful and defiant technique. Utterly wicked, surely. In the future, you will sweep across both human and demon realms, standing atop the pinnacle of existence. The nine-tailed fox approached Han Xiu, affectionately nudging its furry head against his leg, its demeanor filled with admiration as it praised him. Simultaneously, its fox-like eyes could not help but glance at Han Xiu's well-defined abdominal muscles and the perfect lines of his arms. My master is both powerful and handsome, far surpassing those worthless fox demons who pursued me thousands of years ago. I wholeheartedly agree. My master is not only mysterious in his abilities, but also cunningly devious. And his appearance is strikingly handsome. Xiang Lu slithered beside Han Xiu, using its 9 heads to push the nine-tailed fox into the water, then humbly complimented him with a sincere expression. You are complimenting me, right? Han Xiu's eyelids twitched slightly as he replied with a tone of resignation. Simultaneously, he vaguely sensed that the two ancient beasts were regarding him with a somewhat peculiar gazes. System, is the technique you provided stable? Why do I feel as though their gazes towards me are strange? Han Xiu inquired mentally. Rest assured, the technique provided by this system is absolutely stable. Those enslaved by the evil emperor's demonic record will remain bound by its power, even if their physical bodies perish, leaving only their souls or consciousness. The system patiently explained. That's a relief. Han Xiu exhaled softly. He genuinely feared that once these ancient beasts recovered from their injuries and regained their primal demonic power, they might break free from their restraints and turn against him. The nine-tailed fox leaped from the pond, shaking its head and body to dry off, then angrily lunged at Xiang Lu. That damned 9-headed snake dared to push it, and then rushed to curry favor with the master? Roar! Xiang Lu looked at the 9-tailed fox, whose fur was a disheveled mess, and laughed heartily, clutching its stomach. Cease at once. Han Xiu spoke with a flat expression, his deep voice seemingly imbued with a certain magic. The 9-tailed fox and Xiang Lu, poised to resume their quarrel, suddenly froze as if a pause button had been pressed, obediently crouching in place, avoiding Han Xiu's gaze, resembling misbehaving children awaiting punishment. From now on, without my command, you are not permitted to engage in private disputes, Han Xiu commanded unequivocally. Those who are enslaved by the evil emperor's demonic record, whether they be humans or beasts, retain their original souls and consciousness. Thus they will not lose their potential for growth or their own thoughts and emotions. Yes, master, we understand our mistakes. The 9-tailed fox and Xiang Lu spoke in unison, their words filled with unwavering respect and loyalty. Earlier, you mentioned that you were defeated by those powerful cultivators in the upper realm and fled to this world, only to be suppressed by the elders of the Kangman sect on this mountain. You lost your primal demonic power and were weakened day and night by the formations within the mountain, which is why you became so feeble that I have some healing elixirs and herbs here. Take them. Han Xiu retrieved several elixirs and herbs from his storage ring, offering them to the 9-tailed fox and Xiang Lu. Thank you, master. The 9-tailed fox and Xiang Lu expressed their gratitude respectfully, then swallowed the elixirs and herbs without a hint of concern for indigestion. Meanwhile, the 2 elders from the Kangman sect had arrived at the foot of the prisoned demon mountain. Sighed, I truly do not understand what kind of sorcery that brat Han Xiu has bewitched the sect master with, allowing her to be so protective of him. One rotund elder murmured in confusion. What are you doing? Oh, stop complaining and let us find Han Xiu and bring him back. After all, this is a forbidden area of the sect. We cannot linger here, the other shorter elder reminded with a tone of resignation. Fine, I understand. But why can't I sense that brat's aura? Odd. It seems as though his magical energy has vanished into thin air. The 2 furrowed their brows, their faces filled with perplexity. Suddenly, they seemed to recall something, simultaneously glancing towards the inner area of the mountain, isolated by the spirit-extinguishing formation. Let us say, is it possible that the brat truly ventured inside the mountain? The shorter elder instinctively swallowed hard, his voice trembling as he spoke. Damn, that brat is actually serious? The rotund elder cursed, his disdain for Han Xiao deepening further. Tio bear the brunt of punishment himself. He has dragged us into this mess. Truly infuriating. After much hesitation, they ultimately resolved to search within. After all, if it is merely the outer area, with their strength they could handle it easily, as long as they do not encounter beasts of too high a rank. With anxious hearts, they crossed the formation and entered the mountain. However, if all goes as expected, an unexpected incident is about to unfold. The nine-tailed fox, and Xiang Lu, within the inner region of the prison demon mountain, instantly detected the two human cultivators with their formidable beastly senses. Master, two humans of the third layer of the Law Master realm have intruded into the mountain. The nine-tailed fox promptly reported to Han Xiao. Although they were currently injured and weakened, they did not wish to pursue in their feeble condition, as long as the intruders did not step into the inner region. But what if they were here to harm the master? Third layer of the Law Master realm. That should be the two weakest elders of the sect. With your current strength, could you eliminate them? Han Xiao inquired slowly. We could. It would likely require considerable effort. The nine-tailed fox nodded, somewhat troubled, heavily injured, having lost their primal demonic power, their realms drastically reduced, and with the top-tier monster suppression formation in the mountain. They were at a significant disadvantage. The strength they could currently exert was comparable to that of the intruding human cultivators. What if we include other beasts? A cruel and sadistic smile crept upon Han Xiao's lips. Master, that would be absolutely magnificent. Even if we only consider the peripheral worthless demonic beasts, as long as the opponent is beneath the Void Law realm. If I do not beat the filth out of them, I shall deem them as clean, Xiang Lu exclaimed, shaking his 9 dragon heads with exuberance. My current strength is too weak. I can only intimidate those peripheral beasts, unable to enslave them. However, with your 2 noble bloodlines suppressing them, you should be able to command them. Jiyu Han Xiao chuckled as he patted the heads of the nine-tailed fox and Xiang Lu, then swiftly led them to the outer region. Upon sensing the terrifying aura emanating from the evil emperor's demonic record and the 2 ancient beasts, the demonic creatures in the surrounding areas trembled in fear, prostrating themselves on the ground, their bodies quaking with trepidation, not daring to breathe. Roar! Xiang Lu instinctively opened his dragon mouth, preparing to roar, yet was struck on the head by the nine-tailed fox's tail, causing the breath he had been holding to be swallowed back down. What are you roaring for? Does it make you seem more powerful? Don't be foolish and alert the enemy, the nine-tailed fox admonished in a hushed tone. Then commanded the multitude of prostrating beasts, rise and follow this esteemed one to eliminate the 2 intruding humans. Howl. The demonic beasts responded with a low howl, nodding in agreement, and tremblingly rose from the ground, trailing behind the nine-tailed fox and Xiang Lu towards the direction of the 2 elders. As for Gu Hanxiu, he was not blinded by hatred to follow along. Should the enemy discover him, it would pose a problem if they summoned a message talisman to relay information back to their sect. Thus, he chose a clean rock to sit upon, resembling a behind-the-scenes boss, quietly awaiting the triumphant return of those working beasts. Chapter 8. What is it like to be surrounded by demonic beasts? Why do I feel that it is a bit too quiet around here? The short elder surveyed the dim and eerie night, listening to the rustling sounds of the wind stirring the grass and trees, his voice trembling as he inquired, not be paranoid. Those demonic beasts are probably just occupied elsewhere. The portly elder feigned calmness and began to complain. That damned little Gu Hanxiu. Where on earth has he run off to? I can't find him anywhere. The short elder echoed in response. Should we not just return? I feel uneasy lingering in this wretched place, as if something unclean is watching us. Indeed, let us head back. If the sect leader inquires, we shall say we found nothing. The portly elder nodded in agreement. Yet, the moment they turned around, their faces drained of color from fright. They found themselves confronted by a beast with a fox-like face and 9 tails that had mysteriously appeared behind them. Its enormous fox eyes glared at them, radiating a murderous aura. 9-tailed fox. The 2 elders exclaimed in shock, their expressions reflecting disbelief as they sensed the overwhelming malevolent energy emanating from the 9-tailed fox. They dared not confront it, and hurriedly turned to flee. However, they collided with a cold, hard serpentine body, and upon looking up, their pupils constricted in terror. Before them stood Xiang Lu, with 9 dragon heads and a serpent-like body, equally gazing at them with killing intent. as if poised to strike at any moment. The short elder and the portly elder, unable to fathom why these formidable beasts from the inner region had appeared in the periphery, hastily drew their magical treasures, preparing to fight and flee. Yet in the next moment, countless furious roars filled the air from all directions, shattering the last remnants of hope in their hearts. Roar, the demonic beasts in the outer region, under the command of the nine-tailed fox and Xiang Lu, had already laid an ambush around them. Pairs of crimson and shadowy beast eyes slowly opened, appearing piercingly bright in the dim night. How could this happen? The short elder gazed in horror at the countless demonic beasts surrounding them, muttering in disbelief. Meanwhile, the portly elder seemed to have already foreseen his impending doom, collapsing in fright upon the ground. Dante, come closer, I will fight you to the death. The short elder gritted his teeth, trembling as he brandished a black law hammer, attempting to fend off the advancing beasts, after slaying several beasts of the law and passage realms. He was pierced through the body by Xiang Lu's dragon head, blood splattering the ground. The portly elder met a similar fate, having his neck bitten off by the nine-tailed fox, leaving behind a headless corpse lying pitifully in a pool of blood. Howl! The nine-tailed fox spat the severed head to the ground, turning to the gathered beasts and roaring. Do not eat. Stay put and wait for your master's commands. Meanwhile, Gu Hanxiu, who had been meditating on the rock, quickly flew over after receiving the mental communication from the nine-tailed fox and Xiang Lu. Upon witnessing the two elders slain on the ground, bloodied and lifeless, memories of his past life surged within him, being betrayed and falsely accused. Publicly whipped after his mentor turned against him, but a tide of rage and hatred welled up within him as he slowly approached the two corpses, forcefully tearing off one of their arms and beginning to gnaw on it. However, after just one bite, a wave of nausea surged in his chest. Ugh, this is truly repulsive. That Gu Hanxiu spat out the bloodied morsel, abandoning the thought of consuming their flesh and drinking their blood. Tossing the severed arm towards the waiting beasts, speaking in a calm tone, "Go ahead. Roar." The demonic beasts excitedly low-growled, scrambling to their feet and lunging towards the corpses and severed arm. Even the nine-tailed fox and Xiang Lu lowered their status to join the feast. After they had satisfied their hunger, Gu Hanxiu instructed them to disperse, while he gathered several precious herbs from the vicinity to disguise the scene. At this moment, within the sect's hall, Ji Yuqingyin sat in the seat of the sect leader, awaiting in silence. However, her initially calm demeanor began to grow restless and imbalanced with the prolonged wait, giving rise to a hint of irritation. It's merely a matter of finding someone. Why have they not returned yet? Gu Qingyin furrowed her delicate brows, murmuring in confusion. Sect leader, I suspect Gu Hanxiu is most likely hiding in some corner, afraid of being punished and deliberately avoiding return. Yan Mingxue said, her eyes filled with disdain. In her view, despite her master's leniency towards Gu Hanxiu, his failure to return with the elders was nothing short of deliberate evasion and ingratitude. Indeed, master, with the cultivation levels of those two elders in the law realm, they should have returned by now. It must be that Hanxiu. Long Siwa impatiently chimed in, but before she could finish, she was interrupted by a sharp cry from another elder. Sect leader, it's bad. The life tokens of those two elders have shattered. The elder responsible for overseeing the life tokens reported anxiously to Gu Qingyin, who sat high in the sect leader's seat. What? Their life tokens shattered. Upon hearing this, Gu Qingyin's expression changed drastically. Even the elders and disciples in the hall gasped in shock, their eyes widening as they whispered, those two elders are strong practitioners of the law realm. How could they suddenly die? Who knows, if it weren't for the task of bringing Gu Hanxiu back, they would not have. Shoo, keep your voice down. The sect leader has fallen into a frenzy due to his ploy of self-harm. Then, as if recalling something, Gu Qingyin quickly inquired of the elder, what about Hanxiu? Has his life token shattered as well? Let me check. The elder hurriedly produced a pile of various life tokens, levitating them in the air, and began to examine each one with his magical awareness. After a long while, he wiped the sweat from his forehead with his sleeve, his lips moving silently. Ji Yuqingyin, observing his strange behavior, felt her heart leap into her throat, mustering all her strength to rise from her seat, anxiously asking, "What's wrong? Could it be that Hanxiu's life token also shattered?" Chapter 9. Using protective charms and emotions to secretly harm a former master? No, I cannot find Hanxiu's life token. It seems you never made one for him. The elder stammered in response. As the words fell, The hall fell into an eerie silence. The previously chattering disciples all widened their eyes involuntarily, turning their gazes towards Gu Qingyin, who looked utterly bewildered, her eyes filled with confusion. No, it's impossible. How could I not have made a life token for Hanxiu? Gu Qingyin shook her head in disbelief, her figure flashing as she instantly appeared beside the elder, extending her delicate hand to search through the pile of life tokens. Yet, no matter how she searched, she could not find the life token belonging to Gu Hanxiu. She only found 3 tokens made of high-tier materials and 1 crafted from supreme materials. The illustrious disciples include the eldest, Long Siyue, the second, Lu Xuanyan, the third, Xiaolingyu, and the favored disciple Yi Mu, whom she nurtures as the future young master of the Zhongmin. To my astonishment, I truly neglected to create a life plate for Hanxiu. Gu Qingyin appeared to have suffered a profound shock, standing in a daze as if struck by an unseen force. Observing this, Yi Mu felt a surge of smug satisfaction and approached her with feigned sympathy, saying, "Master, you need not grieve excessively. Perhaps it is merely that Hanxiu caused you worry in the past, and you forgot in the moment." However, Gu Qingyin paid him no mind, lost in her own thoughts. That wretched boy, what kind of enchantment has he cast upon Master? Noticing Gu Qingyin's disregard, Yi Mu, filled with embarrassment, scratched the ground with his toes while seething with resentment. Suddenly, Gu Qingyin seemed to recall something, her tone fervent as she muttered to herself, "I believe I once gifted Hanxiu a protective talisman." Inscribed with a positioning spell, she hastily channeled her spiritual energy to sense it, and indeed discovered a faint connection between the talisman and her own power. Watching Gu Qingyin rush out of the hall in search of Gu Hanxiu, Long Siyue and the others could not help but express their jealousy with murmurs. So, Master did not create a life plate for that rascal Gu Hanxiu, but instead bestowed upon him a precious protective talisman. Indeed, he has been fortunate, but shouldn't such a talisman be given to senior brother Yi Mu? At the foot of the Qiuyoxian mountain, the elders responsible for guarding and controlling the array widened their eyes in astonishment when they saw Gu Qingyin flying into the mountain with an anxious expression, speculating, what on earth has that rascal Gu Hanxiu done? First, 2 elders sought him out, and now even the sect master has entered the mountain personally to find him. Who knows? It is likely that he has committed some grave mistake that provoked the sect master's wrath, prompting her to come and drag him out for punishment. Yet Gu Qingyin remained oblivious to their thoughts, her singular focus intent on locating Gu Hanxiu, that occasionally misunderstood disciple with a hint of mischievousness. Meanwhile, the obedient 9-tailed fox, lying gracefully at Gu Hanxiu's feet in meditation, opened its crimson eyes once more. With a solemn expression, it reported to Gu Hanxiu, "Master, another human cultivator has intruded, possessing strength considerably superior to the previous 2 worthless humans. Likely at the 3rd level of the Void Law Realm." Gu Hanxiu furrowed his brow slightly, resting his chin in thought for a moment before impatiently exclaiming, "Could it be that Gu Qingyin, that fool, has come looking for me? I mean, seriously, does she have some sort of mental affliction? Even after I've been punished like this, does she still wish to bother me? Master, what shall we do?" Xiang Lu inquired respectfully. For her, who had been enchanted, any command from Gu Hanxiu was a matter of life or death. She would follow it without hesitation. Let us search the inner perimeter for any formidable demonic beasts of the Void Law Realm. Gu Hanxiu instructed slowly, retrieving a protective talisman intricately stitched with threads and spiritual herbs. This talisman was crafted long ago by Gu Qingyin, though he could not recall the exact time that it bore the spell she once condensed. Allowing for location sensing that he was uncertain if Gu Qingyin had perceived his presence in the inner perimeter, yet he had devised a nefarious plot and excuse. The 9-tailed fox and Xiang Lu trembled involuntarily as they observed the cold smile curling at Gu Hanxiu's lips. Fortunately, we have become mere playthings for our master. Otherwise, should he fixate on us, our fate would surely be more tragic. As they silently rejoiced, they led Gu Hanxiu to the cave of a formidable demonic beast resembling a bull at the pinnacle of the Void Law Realm. Although the beast was displeased to find its territory invaded by other demonic beasts and humans, it refrained from acting out violently, for both Gu Hanxiu and his companions possessed something that instilled great fear in it. Gu Hanxiu raised his hand, nonchalantly tossing the protective talisman, which Gu Qingyin had once lovingly crafted for him, beside the bull-like beast's cave, By utilizing the talisman and manipulating emotions, he intended to lure his former master into this location, then use the Void Law Realm demonic beast to covertly harm her. Such a despicable and heartless scheme did not evoke an ounce of guilt within Gu Hanqiu. All that resided in him was an abyss of hatred and fury. Chapter 10. The near-death experience of Gu Qingyin. As Gu Qingyin stepped into the mountain, a wave of unease began to rise within her heart. Suddenly, she appeared to grasp something, swiftly racing in a particular direction. Moments later, she arrived at the site of the gruesome demise of the two sect elders. Below, the ground was stained crimson, littered with scattered pieces of flesh, and the air was thick with the pungent scent of blood. Surrounding her were remnants of demonic energy, a testament to a fierce battle that had previously erupted, the culprits undoubtedly being the demonic beasts from the mountain's outer perimeter. How strange! These demonic beasts are usually restricted by the array, unable to replenish their energy, and yet they would collectively rise to slaughter the elders. Gu Qingyin furrowed her delicate brows, murmuring in confusion. Suddenly, her gaze fell upon a few grass leaves on the ground, soaked in blood. These are the leaves of the demon Xian bloodgrass and the heavenly law dragon grass. Gu Qingyin gently waved her hand, drawing the blood-soaked leaves toward her with her spiritual power. It seems they must have invaded the territory of those demonic beasts to steal herbs, which led to their brutal slaughter. What utter fools, seeking their own demise. I sent them in to find someone, not to seek fortune. That Gu Qingyin scolded herself, her unease intensifying. Upon sensing the protective talisman's position suddenly shift into the inner perimeter, her pupils constricted, and she dashed toward it like a bolt of lightning. Deep down, she already suspected Gu Hanqiu's fate, yet she dared not entertain the thought. Whether Gu Hanqiu had willingly entered the inner perimeter or had been dragged in by the demonic beasts, the chances of survival were nearly non-existent. Hanqiu, if you truly have perished, I shall first avenge you, then compensate for my debts to the other disciples and Yi Mu. Gu Qingyin murmured to herself. The scenery around her rapidly receded, the howling cold wind tousling her hair, yet it could not dispel the agitation and anxiety within her heart. As the resonance of the spell inscribed upon the talisman grew stronger, she took a deep breath, channeling all her spiritual energy, preparing for an explosive surge. Soon after, she arrived before a deep, dark cave, where a thick, malevolent demonic energy wafted from the entrance, and a familiar yet foreign protective talisman lay quietly on the ground before the cave. That is, Hanqiu's protective talisman. Gu Qingyin's pupils abruptly contracted as she approached the cave, bending down to pick up the talisman, now covered in dust and grass fragments. Memories of her companionship with the young Gu Hanqiu in the bamboo forest, teaching him cultivation and stitching the talisman for him, flooded her mind. Gu Qingyin's chest heaved violently as she exhaled shakily, drawing forth a razor-sharp spiritual sword and unleashing a devastating sword light toward the cave. Roar! Upon sensing the breach of its cave, the bull-like demonic beast erupted in an enraged roar, charging out with crimson eyes fixed upon Gu Qingyin, proclaiming, "Human, I have committed no transgressions against you." Yet, however, before it could finish its words, Gu Qingyin swung her sword again, cutting through its interruption. Her ruthlessness and determination were unclear, whether born from sorrow over her disciple's demise or a mere desire to unleash her fury. Perhaps this bull-like demonic beast was a reflection of the once innocent Gu Hanqiu. "How dare you provoke me?" the bull-like demonic beast bellowed, unleashing its demonic power as it charged at Gu Qingyin. The tremendous commotion soon attracted the attention of other demonic beasts in the inner perimeter. Some beasts, adhering to the none of my business mentality, watched from the shadows. Others, incensed by Gu Qingyin's audacious and arrogant demeanor, rushed to her aid. Clutching her spiritual sword, Gu Qingyin fought valiantly, the sword light flashing as she sought to fend off wave after wave of ferocious attacks from the demonic beasts. Her movements were agile, dodging left and right. Yet the relentless assaults proved overwhelming. Caught off guard, one of her arms was slashed by a demonic beast, blood flowing freely. Although these beasts bore lingering injuries from past encounters and were limited by the Qiuyoxian Mountains array, they were still formidable in numbers, and Gu Qingyin quickly found herself in a perilous situation. Her once pristine white dress was now drenched in blood, her breath growing increasingly labored. "You vile creatures! Not only have you harmed my sect's elders, but you have also ruthlessly devoured my disciple," Gu Qingyin declared with a heart full of rage. I shall annihilate you all, suppressing the excruciating pain coursing through her body. She unleashed her profound and formidable magical techniques, her entire being radiating with brilliant light. Beams of luminescence transformed into sharp blades that shot towards the monstrous beasts, seizing the opportunity while they evaded the radiant onslaught. She deftly maneuvered through the throng of ethereal beast entities, carving a bloody path as she fled into the distance. Remarkably, she had survived. Her fate was indeed a fortunate one, concealed behind a massive rock in the distance. Gu Hanxiu observed the disheveled retreat of Gu Qingyin with an indifferent expression, slowly murmuring to himself. He then turned to his companions, the nine-tailed fox and the serpent-like Xiang Lu, and spoke in a grave tone. Little fox. Little Lu, follow her and see if you can take advantage of her injuries to eliminate her. Yes, master. However, it seems that a multitude of human cultivators at the enlightenment stage have suddenly intruded into the mountains. The nine-tailed fox reported with a serious tone. Enlightenment stage cultivators? It appears that the elders from the sect have ventured into the mountains. Gu Hanxiu furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before instructing the nine-tailed fox and Xiang Lu. Never mind. You two should remain within the inner perimeter for now. I will come to see you again later. Yes, master. The nine-tailed fox and Xiang Lu replied respectfully, watching as Gu Hanxiu soared away from the inner area. Having lost the chance to ambush Gu Qingyin, Gu Hanxiu had no choice but to return to the outer region. Upon sensing several powerful auras approaching his direction, he did not deliberately evade them. Rather, he manipulated a few weaker beasts using the evil emperor's demonic record to rush towards him, feigning a scenario of being pursued by the beasts, thus allowing himself to be discovered. Gu Hanxiu. So it is you here. We have been searching high and low for you. An elder remarked with an unfriendly countenance as he observed Gu Hanxiu being chased by the beasts. If it were possible, he would relish the sight of Gu Hanxiu being slain by those creatures. Had it not been for Gu Hanxiu's recklessness in entering the forbidden area, they would not have had to come personally to search for him. Another elder, though wishing to let Gu Hanxiu suffer a bit before rescuing him, realized that Gu Qingyin was also within the mountains. Should they encounter each other, it could result in a significant reprimand. With this thought, he unleashed his magical power, advancing to slay the beasts pursuing Gu Hanxiu, and simultaneously retrieved a communication artifact to contact Gu Qingyin. Sect Master, we have located Gu Hanxiu. What? He is still alive. Gu Qingyin's eyes were fixed on the communication artifact, and upon seeing Gu Hanxiu appear somewhat disheveled yet unharmed, the tension that had been coiled in her heart finally began to dissipate. Subsequently, her figure dashed forth like a whirlwind towards the location of the elder and Gu Hanxiu. Before long, she arrived before Gu Hanxiu and the assembly of elders. Sect Master, your injuries. The elders gazed at Gu Qingyin, whose hair was tousled, aura waning, and white gown stained with blood and dirt, their faces etched with shock. Coughed that I am fine. You all should first bury the remains of those two elders in the outer area. I will take Hanxiu back. Gu Qingyin coughed painfully, slowly instructing. Understood, Sect Master. The elders bowed in acknowledgement, casting one last venomous glance at Gu Hanxiu, their disdain and animosity towards him intensifying. The latter, however, remained unfazed and turned to leave. Hanxiu, you are unscathed. That is truly wonderful. Gu Qingyin hurried towards Gu Hanxiu with heavy steps, eager to embrace him, only to be rudely brushed aside by him. Gu Qingyin's body froze abruptly, her eyes filled with confusion and disbelief. She gazed at Gu Hanxiu, seemingly unable to fathom why he would shy away from her embrace. After all, not long ago, he had delighted in being held by her. Had he grown distant with age? Stop pretending. You must be delighted to see me in distress, right? Gu Hanxiu said with a hint of scorn and revulsion in his eyes, his tone cold towards Gu Qingyin. She assumed it was simply that he felt misunderstood and was still sulking. So she hurried to explain. Hanxiu, I did not intend to slap you earlier, nor did I mean to ignore your punishment in the forbidden area, but I later searched the memories of that gray-clad disciple and discovered you had been wronged. So what? Gu Hanxiu asked expressionlessly. So, I came personally to bring you out. But how could your protective talisman end up at the beast's cave in the inner area? Gu Qingyin queried, perplexed, as she extended the talisman towards him. Gu Hanxiu received the talisman and, before her very eyes, casually tossed it aside, responding frostily, I do not covet it, hence I discarded it. Is there an issue with that? Gu Qingyin was taken aback. Watching as Gu Hanxiu discarded the protective talisman she had painstakingly crafted as if it were refuse, memories of him as a child nestled in her lap, pleading for a talisman flickered through her mind. And her heart ached with profound sorrow that as she regained her composure, a wave of anger washed over her, and she chastised Gu Hanxiu. Hanxiu, setting aside the facts, even if I previously misjudged you. You cannot publicly sever ties with me and recklessly enter the forbidden area. Do you not realize that 2 elders perished because of you, and I have been gravely injured due to you? What more do you want? Upon hearing this, Gu Hanxiu could not suppress a derisive laugh, retorting sarcastically, You can disregard the facts, yet I cannot sever ties with you. The elders died because of me. I have not even laid eyes on them. Ji Yuqingyin's gaze shifted away in anger and guilt. After all, she believed that those elders had merely acted impulsively, dying while attempting to seize herbs from the beasts, and had never sought Gu Hanxiu out. Seeing her guilt-ridden silence, Gu Hanxiu's anger swelled. Memories of anguish and hatred from his past life surged in his mind as he gripped Gu Qingyin's shoulders. His expression twisted in rage as he shouted, The elders' deaths are my fault. My injuries are also my fault. Everything is blamed on me. Have you always relished placing blame upon me? I have tried to explain. Yet did you ever listen? If you had not inherently doubted me and placed unjust accusations upon me, how could I have been driven to voluntarily enter the forbidden area for punishment? In the end, that all of this has become my sole fault. Staring at her disciple, whose voice was hoarse from shouting and whose eyes were filled with deep loathing, Gu Qingyin stood in a daze. Allowing Gu Hanxiu's fingers to dig into her shoulders, her lips trembled as she struggled to articulate a response, yet she found no words to express, even as her disciple raged and reprimanded her. She could scarcely summon any ire. Eventually, Gu Hanxiu released her shoulders and turned away without a backward glance. Have I truly erred? Hanxiu was once misunderstood and punished by me. Was it truly this painful? Gu Qingyin pondered silently, picking up the talisman that had fallen in the distance, trailing behind Gu Hanxiu with her head bowed, stumbling towards the exit of the forbidden area like a child who had erred and would never be forgiven. The frigid wind howled through the air, a cascade of withered autumn leaves, laden with endless solitude and sorrow, fell upon her shoulders. Not long after, Gu Hanxiu and Gu Qingyin emerged from the mountains. The elder responsible for the operation of the formation, upon seeing Gu Qingyin's injuries and her despondent expression, was taken aback. Sect Master, your injuries. One elder hastened to Gu Qingyin, concern etched upon his face. It is nothing. Ji Yuqingyin stifled the pain within her body, waving her hand, her voice hoarse. Another elder, noticing Gu Hanxiu, who appeared unscathed yet walked ahead without concern for Gu Qingyin, approached with a displeased expression and questioned, Gu Hanxiu, your master has sustained serious injuries while risking her life to save you. Why are you so cold and unfeeling, not even offering her support? However, Gu Hanxiu did not spare him a glance, ignoring him as he continued forward. Risking her life? Wasn't he that a scenario I orchestrated myself? He thought silently, his hatred only intensifying. Ji Yuqingyin felt a pang of pain in her heart at this sight. Yet, upon seeing Gu Hanxiu exit the confines of the imprisoned Beast Mountain, she hastily followed behind. As Gu Hanxiu noticed Gu Qingyin trailing him, a surge of anger welled within him. Had he not been unable to overpower her, he would have truly wanted to slap her. Hanxiu, let us return to the bamboo forest at the rear mountain. Ji Yuqingyin grasped Gu Hanxiu's arm, only to be roughly shaken off by him. Get away. I have already severed our master-disciple bond. I will never return to that wretched place. Gu Qingyin was momentarily stunned. His heartless and cold words pierced her like a sharp blade point. 2 lines of tears streamed down her cheeks, blurring her vision. It was only after Gu Hanxiu's figure vanished from sight that she finally came to her senses, muttering to herself in a daze, Why, just because that I once misunderstood you? She could not comprehend, nor would she ever understand. Shortly after, she absent-mindedly flew back to the bamboo forest at the rear mountain, gazing upon the verdant bamboo grove and the familiar yet comforting bamboo cottage not far away. The dried tear stains at the corners of her eyes gradually moistened once more. At that moment, 2 graceful figures swiftly approached from a distance. It was Long Xiyue and Lu Xuanyan. Upon seeing the tears on Gu Qingyin's face and her blood-soaked white dress, Lu Xuanyan's expression turned anxious and concerned as she inquired, Master, what has happened to you? See you, Sun Yan. I am fine. I simply wish to be alone for a while. Gu Qingyin replied in a low, hoarse voice, before turning to walk towards the bamboo cottage. Due to the different passage of time, she still harbored some feelings for Gu Hanqiu that it was all that detestable fellow Gu Hanqiu's fault. If it were not for him, how could Master have been injured? Long Xiyue clenched her fists in anger, preparing to leave, but was stopped by Lu Xuanyan. Senior sister, why waste your time seeking him out? If he suffers outside, he will naturally come running back. Upon hearing this, Long Xiyue nodded. That is true. I shall teach him a lesson when he returns. For now, let us go comfort Master. With that, she and Lu Xuanyan walked towards the bamboo cottage. Creak. Upon hearing the sound of the bamboo door being pushed open, Gu Qingyi's eyes brightened momentarily, and she quickly turned to look, but her expression dimmed again upon seeing that it was Long Xiyue and Lu Xuanyan. Observing her master's sorrowful demeanor, Long Xiyue could not help but ask, Master, could it be that junior brother Hanqiu was indeed wronged earlier? Gu Qingyin responded in a subdued tone, perhaps having grown accustomed to Gu Hanqiu's submissive nature. She had seemingly stopped believing in him for quite some time. It is nothing. In the past, even if I misunderstood him, he would sulk for a while, but then we would reconcile as before. Severing the master-disciple relationship must have been just a moment of anger. Gu Qingyin silently reassured herself. However, in the subsequent 3 days, Gu Hanqiu did not step foot into the bamboo grove at Siu. Sun Yan, could you go find Hanqiu? And perhaps offer him an apology. Gu Qingyin said slowly, her face filled with worry that Gu Hanqiu had not even returned to the bamboo grove they shared. She was in a state of panic. Humph, I have no desire to find him. Is it not just a single misunderstanding? As a man, how can he be so narrow-minded? Lu Xuanyan retorted angrily. After all, in the past, when conflicts arose, Gu Hanqiu would never have treated them and Master so coldly. Nor would he have forced them to seek him out. Long Xiyue's brows furrowed slightly, her lips pressed together. Though she did not voice her thoughts, the reluctance on her face was unmistakable. What has he stopped listening to Master as well? Gu Qingyin, observing her 2 beloved disciples, felt a twinge of displeasure, raising her voice slightly. Though she wished to go herself, she feared Gu Hanqiu would greet her with indifference. All right, disciples, just do as you are told. Lu Xuanyan pouted, reluctantly departing the bamboo cottage with Long Xiyue, heading towards the dwelling of Gu Hanqiu. Siu. Where are you 2 headed? A melodious voice, akin to a celestial melody, rang out. Long Xiyue and Lu Xuanyan turned in unison to see Yan Mingxue, clad in a delicate white floral gown, gently pushing the wheelchair of Xie Lingyu, approaching them with bright smiles. It is Sister Mingxue and Lingyu. We were just about to seek out Gu Hanqiu. Long Xiyue replied with a smile. Humph, we initially had no intention of going. It is Master who dotes on that fellow Gu Hanqiu too much, insisting that we find him. Lu Xuanyan scoffed, her brow furrowed, displaying her unwillingness. In that case, let us go together. We are rather bored anyway, Yan Mingxue said with interest, pushing Xie Lingyu's wheelchair as they made their way toward Gu Hanqiu's residence. However, upon reaching the dwelling and pushing the door open, they were taken aback. Gu Hanqiu was in the midst of tidying up his belongings, pulling out a fitted soft armor, a tome of formation symbols, and a collection of alchemical potions, among other items. Upon sensing the arrival of Long Xiyue and the others, Gu Hanqiu turned to face them with the items in his arms. Junior brother Hanqiu, what are you doing? Xie Lingyu's voice was soft and gentle, like a whispering breeze, laced with curiosity. These items are returned to you. Keep your distance from me in the future. Gu Hanqiu disdainfully tossed the items towards them, his gaze as cold as ice, rendering it difficult to meet his eyes. When did insects dare to interject? Long Xiyue and the other 3 girls were momentarily stunned, their faces etched with disbelief as they stared at the indifferent Gu Hanqiu. This was no longer the junior brother who used to follow them around, playfully teasing them. I have returned your belongings. Now get out. Gu Hanqiu snapped, his brows furrowing slightly as he glared at them with barely concealed fury. We came with good intentions to apologize, and this is your attitude. Long Xiyue's face flushed with anger, her brows knitting tightly as she glared at Gu Hanqiu. Lu Xuanyan, more direct, reached for her sword at her waist, preparing to teach Gu Hanqiu a lesson. Seeing this, Gu Hanqiu's eyes narrowed, the icy gaze now tinged with an unspoken threat. If that foolish girl dared to strike first, even if he could not kill her within the sect, he would at least break an arm or a leg. Threatening intent. Hanqiu, does he wish to kill me? Lu Xuanyan's pupils constricted in shock and anger upon sensing the murderous intent in Gu Hanqiu's eyes. As a sword cultivator, she possessed an acute sense of such threats and would not easily mistake it. Yet, as they shared a master-disciple bond, how could it come to this, as the conflict escalated? Yan Mingxue quickly stepped forward to mediate. Hanqiu, although the chaos within the secret realm was not your doing, we misunderstood you earlier, but your master has cleared your name and even risked herself to seek you out when you were injured. Mingxue and the others have come to apologize as well that you ought to calm down now, right? Unable to suppress a chuckle, Gu Hanqiu's expression morphed into one of manic madness, akin to a demon risen from the depths of hell. What had is there to laugh about? Yan Mingxue clenched her delicate fists, her face flushed with indignation. Gu Hanqiu did not elaborate further. Suppressing the hatred within, he regained his composure and replied in a detached tone. Leave. Lu Xuanyan, brimming with anger, wanted to argue back, but was held back by Xie Lingyu, who softly urged, Sister Xuanyan, let us step outside for now. Humph, if you wish for us to leave, then let us go. Who would want to stay here and endure your wrath? Lu Xuanyan shot a glance at Xie Lingyu, coldly huffing at Gu Hanqiu before turning to push Xie Lingyu's wheelchair out of the room. Seeing this, Yan Mingxue had no choice but to follow suit, departing alongside Long Xiyue. Listening to the loud bang of the door slamming shut behind them, Lu Xuanyan couldn't help but mutter in frustration. We came with good intentions to apologize. And yet he chased us away. What a tyrant. Cough. Coughed. It seems that junior brother Hanqiu has changed. He has become cold, irritable, and fierce, Xie Lingyu remarked, taking in the cool air. Her expression pained. Today's Gu Hanqiu was a far cry from the gentle and considerate junior brother she remembered. Long Xiyue, however, remained silent. Her gaze fixed on the soft armor that Gu Hanqiu had tossed to her. It was pristine, without a trace of wear, as if it had been lovingly maintained and cherished. Yan Mingxue paid little mind, carelessly tossing the alchemical potions Gu Hanqiu had returned into a corner of her storage compartment. After such a commotion with Gu Hanqiu, she lost the desire to continue her leisurely stroll with Xie Lingyu and promptly flew back to her own residence. Long Xiyue and the other three returned to the bamboo grove in dejection. 3 days later, when they returned to visit Gu Hanqiu, they found that he had already vacated the dwelling. What? You say he has moved? To the disciples' dormitory? Lu Xuanyan's face was filled with disbelief as she listened to the words of a white-clad disciple. Indeed, junior brother Hanqiu is currently registering at the elder's office in the disciples' dormitory. The white-clad disciple patiently replied. Watching Lu Xuanyan and the others fly towards the dormitory, he scratched his head in confusion. How strange. Why would Gu Hanqiu leave the cloud platform to stay at the dormitory? At that moment, before the disciples' dormitory, the blazing sun cast dappled shadows on the ground. You have completed the registration. You may now reside here, the elder in charge of the dormitory said slowly. His yellowish, murky eyes darted back and forth, scanning the surroundings of Gu Hanqiu with a piercing gaze. His brows knitted tightly, deepening the furrows of his face, exuding an air of profound confusion. Gu Hanqiu responded with a tone devoid of emotion and entered the disciples' courtyard. Upon his arrival, the inner courtyard disciples were filled with bewilderment at the sight of him, yet this did not hinder their animosity towards him. However, Gu Hanqiu paid them no heed and proceeded directly to his chamber. Was it not the case that this fellow had once again provoked the ire of the sect master, resulting in the confiscation of his residence at Yuntai? He deserved it. Having caused the tragic demise of 2 elders and inflicted injury on the sect master, the seizure of his abode was merely a fitting consequence. The disciples whispered among themselves. Suddenly, 4 enchanting figures entered through the doorway, none other than Long Xiyue and her companions, observing them heading towards Gu Hanqiu's room. The disciples were simultaneously astonished and envious, hastening to follow. These foolish women are truly relentless. I've moved to the disciples' courtyard. How could they come looking for me again? Sensing the presence of Long Xiyue and the others through his spiritual awareness, Gu Hanqiu frowned slightly, cursing inwardly at Gu Hanqiu. Come out this instant, Lu Xuanyan called out with an air of spoiled defiance, raising her long, graceful leg to kick the door. However, the door was not locked, as it swung open under her force. She lost her balance and fell in a split before Gu Hanqiu. Fortunately, wearing dark trousers, she avoided any embarrassing exposure, though the impact was still quite uncomfortable. Are you unwell? Gu Hanqiu asked her with a blank expression. Yuta, you are the one who is unwell. We have come to inquire why you moved out of Yuntai. That residence was bestowed upon you by our master, rich in spiritual energy, incomparable to the disciples' courtyard. Lu Xuanyan replied, rising from the ground and rubbing her leg, her face flushed with indignation. Rich in spiritual energy? I have no need for it. I have severed my master-disciple relationship with her, thus I shall no longer reside there. Gu Hanxiu replied coldly, casting a glance at her and the others behind her, harshly admonishing, "This is my room. If you have no business here, you may leave." Upon hearing this, Long Siue and her companions were about to respond when the disciples from the inner courtyard stepped forward. Accusing him first, Gu Hanxiu, what is this attitude? Even if Sister Siue and the others sought you out, it is unacceptable for you to be so cold and violent. Gu Hanxiu's eyes narrowed slightly. Showing no leniency towards these foolish birds that he raised his hand, unleashing a powerful wave of spiritual force. The inner courtyard disciples, sensing the terrifying power emanating from that wave, were instantly taken aback, hastily channeling their own spiritual energy in a futile attempt to defend themselves. However, their efforts were akin to fragile paper, easily shredded. Then, that wave of energy ruthlessly struck them. With a series of dull thuds as they spat blood, they were sent flying like kites with severed strings. Their bodies tracing tragic arcs through the air. Ji Hanxiu crossed his arms, slowly walking to a fallen outer courtyard disciple, lifting his dust-laden foot and pressing it firmly on the disciple's head. Sneering, when did insects gain the audacity to interject? Chapter 14. The Child of Destiny, Yi Mu, actually has affections for Long Yang. Long Siue and her companions gazed at the fallen disciples beneath Gu Hanxiu's foot, their faces etched with shock. When did Gu Hanxiu become so formidable? As the Child of Destiny Yi Mu rushed in, seeing the groaning disciples sprawled on the floor, he quickly entered the room. Feigning righteousness as he admonished Gu Hanxiu, "Junior brother, even if Master has confiscated your residence, you cannot vent your anger on others. Leave. My actions are not for you to critique," Gu Hanxiu replied, slowly clenching his fists. The sound of cracking knuckles echoing ominously. Observing that Gu Hanxiu offered him no respect, Yi Mu's anger flared. Yet, to maintain his facade of righteousness in front of others, he continued to approach Gu Hanxiu. Gathering his spiritual energy, apologize to these disciples, and I shall forgive your disrespect. You protect them so fervently? Are they your father? Or do you have affections for Long Yang? Gu Hanxiu remarked with a mocking smile at Yi Mu's hypocritical demeanor. In his previous life, he recalled how Yi Mu excelled at feigning virtue in public while scheming behind the scenes. Truly a lowly scoundrel. Yi Mu, infuriated, glanced at the peculiar expressions on Long Siue and the others' faces. And in a fit of rage, he unleashed a palm strike towards Gu Hanxiu. This strike, fueled by his wrath, radiated a brilliant white light, exuding an intimidating aura that he intended to make Gu Hanxiu pay a price. To teach him a lesson, however, Gu Hanxiu remained unperturbed, raising his palm to meet Yi Mu's attack. Upon their palms colliding, a resounding crash echoed through the room, accompanied by a terrifying wave of spiritual energy. In the astonished gaze of Long Siue and the inner courtyard disciples, Yi Mu was forced to stagger backward several steps, struggling to maintain his balance. In stark contrast, Gu Hanxiu stood undisturbed, calmly brushing off the dust from his clothing as if it were nothing more than trivial specks. "Since when did you reach the 5th level of the spiritual mastery realm?" Yi Mu steadied himself, astonished by the power emanating from Gu Hanxiu. He distinctly remembered that the other had only been at the 1st level of the spiritual mastery realm. Gu Hanxiu smirked, his expression dripping with disdain. "While you indulge in your affections for Long Yang, perhaps you should reconsider your priorities, given your current state." "You." Yi Mu was once again enraged, his face alternating between green and red. Yet he hesitated to strike that Gu Hanxiu's behavior was exceedingly peculiar. Even if the latter had reached the 5th level of the spiritual mastery realm, Yi Mu, being at the 9th level, should have easily overwhelmed him without exerting full force. Long Siue and her companions exchanged astonished glances, their expressions shifting between awe and disbelief. They were both shocked by Gu Hanxiu's ability to repel Yi Mu, who was significantly stronger than him, and intrigued by Gu Hanxiu's insinuation about Yi Mu's secret affections. "Sister, he is spouting nonsense. I do not doubt why." Yi Mu shot Gu Hanxiu an angry glare, then hastily attempted to explain to Long Siue and the others. However, to their eyes, he appeared increasingly suspicious. With brother's strength, he should easily crush that fellow Gu Hanqiu. Yet, after their exchange, not only was he pushed back several steps, but he also refrained from further retaliation. Now he is flustered, desperately trying to explain. Could it be that brother truly has those disgusting affections for Long Yang? Lu Xuanyin and the others pondered silently, instinctively taking a step back. This subtle movement did not escape Yi Mu's notice. His face reddened with indignation, yet he found himself at a loss for words. After all, due to his cultivation method prohibiting interactions with women before attaining invincibility, he had avoided living in the bamboo groves of the back mountain and had not maintained close contact with Long Xiyue and her companions, spending his days among a group of rough men to uphold his hypocritical persona. What are you doing? Private duels are strictly prohibited in the disciples' courtyard. A sharp reprimand echoed from outside the door. Everyone turned to see the elder responsible for managing the disciples' courtyard storming into the room. His face a mask of anger as he surveyed the scene. Elder, Gu Hanqiu not only insulted us verbally, but also recklessly assaulted us. You must take action. An outer courtyard disciple staggered to his feet, passionately appealing to the elder Ta. A group of you barged into my room, and I cannot even defend myself. Gu Hanqiu retorted, arms crossed, his expression dripping with scorn. That in that case, you will all face punishment. The elder's gaze turned cold as he spoke sternly. Very well. Then I shall willingly join them in facing punishment at the prisoner demon Suanshan, Gu Hanqiu replied without a hint of emotion. The elder's expression froze. Recalling the earlier fury of Gu Qingyin in the hall, he hesitated. Considering the chaos that had ensued following Gu Hanqiu's entry into the secret realm, he abandoned the idea of punishment. After all, the sect master had sustained grave injuries rescuing him. Sending him back into peril would be utterly absurd. The inner courtyard disciples, witnessing Gu Hanqiu's willingness to risk re-entering the sect's forbidden grounds rather than allow them to suffer alone, lowered their heads, no longer daring to engage this madman in further conversation. Let this matter pass for now. Should you disturb us again without cause, I shall not be lenient. The elder, feigning ferocity, uttered a stern warning before turning to leave. At this juncture, Long Xiyue and the other three ladies felt it inappropriate to further entangle themselves with Gu Hanqiu and prepared to depart. However, upon witnessing Yi Mu once again instinctively mingling with the inner court disciples as they exited together, the noble image of Yi Mu that had once graced their hearts became tinged with a shade of disdain. Upon returning to the bamboo grove, they could no longer contain themselves and promptly reported the matter to Gu Qingyin. Gu Hanqiu has even rejected the dwelling bestowed upon him by his master. He truly does not wish to be his disciple anymore, and Yi Mu that has he truly formed an affinity with Long Yang. After listening to the accounts of Long Xiyue and the others, Gu Qingyin's eyes widened in disbelief. One disciple, incorrigibly mischievous, often erring and throwing tantrums after being misunderstood, severed the master-disciple bond, while another disciple, though broad-minded and of upright character, harbored an affinity with Long Yang. Let it all be destroyed. She was utterly exhausted. Chapter 15. What she spoke, indeed, was utter nonsense. The following morning, Gu Hanqiu slowly rose from his bed, and after a brief wash, he steadily stepped out of his room. He paid no heed to the fearful and hostile gazes of the disciples in the courtyard, striding directly out of the disciple quarters. With the absence of those bothersome women, his spirits soared. Observing the disciples of the sect flocking towards the alchemy hall, he suddenly recalled that today was the day for collecting elixirs. In the past, he had always received his elixirs from Yan Mingxue. Although the pills she provided were of little efficacy, their high grade had led him to hoard them, reluctant to consume them in memories from previous lives. He and his sister had coexisted harmoniously. However, after a dispute with Yi Mu, the latter had feigned an apology, offering him a pill laced with slow-acting poison. After falling victim to the poison, he endured sleepless nights, exposing Yi Mu's vile nature, only to be seen by Yan Mingxue as a petty individual, deliberately slandering others. Meanwhile, the detestable Yi Mu not only achieved his insidious aims, but also hypocritically garnered a reputation for being magnanimous. With these thoughts in mind, he chose not to visit Yan Mingxue, but instead headed towards the alchemy hall. He felt no guilt in exploiting the resources of the sect, for after all, it was destined for destruction. However, as he approached the alchemy hall, he noticed a crowd of onlookers gathered at the entrance, accompanied by unabashed mockery and scorn emanating from within. The snow spirit pill is gone. Come back next month. We have already stated, do not take advantage of your status as a sect disciple to expect handouts daily. If you cannot obtain elixirs, perhaps you should reflect on your own actions. Have you put in earnest effort for the sect over these years? Have you earned the qualifications for promotion to the inner court? Is that too much to ask? Gu Hanxiu pushed through the crowd of onlookers and looked ahead, only to see Ban Yinnu with her head bowed, silently enduring the reprimands of 3 stewards from the alchemy hall. That moment, Ban Yinnu was filled with a deep sense of anger and grievance. She had already been deliberately deprived of her elixirs for several months. Yet they mocked her with such crude words. She had consistently worked diligently for the sect, undertaking various arduous tasks, and her talent had long been sufficient for her promotion to the inner court. Was it because of her plain appearance that they sought to belittle all her efforts, treating her as a lowly inferior? Ban Yinnu clenched her fists, her fingertips digging into her palms. Before she weakly released them, she was merely an outer court disciple at the 5th stage of the law consolidation realm. Even when faced with injustice, she could only swallow her anger. The 3 stewards watched her furious yet helpless demeanor, their smiles growing ever more smug. Just as Ban Yinnu turned to leave, a warm, sturdy hand grasped her arm. She struggled momentarily, but could not break free. Lifting her gaze, she was met not with a mocking smile, but with a face she did not expect. That it was you. She gazed at Gu Hanxiu, slightly taken aback. The latter returned her look with a casual, gentle smile, but then his expression abruptly turned cold, and he questioned the 3 stewards of the alchemy hall. You claim the snow spirit pill is gone. Yet last month, you seemed to say the same to her, did you not? However, after she left, many disciples of the sect received the snow spirit pill. How do you explain that? One of the stewards turned beet red, defensively retorting, that must be a misunderstanding on your part. Puda, do you truly think that a practitioner at the law control realm would misinterpret something? Do you believe this is the realm of floor tiles? Gu Hanxiu could not help but chuckle, his expression laced with contempt. Meanwhile, Ban Yinnu stared at him in a daze, perplexed. This 4th junior brother, taken in and taught by the sect master, when did he start paying such attention to me? Even the matter of my elixir collection is known to him. You speak falsehoods. Regardless, there is nothing to be had. Another steward angrily pointed at Gu Hanxiu, but unable to articulate a rebuttal, merely turned their face aside, unwilling to argue further on this topic. Nothing to be had. Is that so? Then step aside. You 3 foolish dogs do not obstruct our path. We will enter ourselves. Gu Hanxiu suppressed his mocking smile, his tone flat yet unyielding. Ban Yinnu, upon hearing the steward insulted as 3 foolish dogs, could not help but break into a faint smile. However, this smile appeared exceedingly offensive to the 3 stewards. You ugly creature, what are you laughing at? The female steward barked at Ban Yinnu with a fierce tone, stabbed by the malicious words that struck deep into her heart. Ban Yinnu's smile instantly froze, her clear, watery eyes dimming slightly, and she even dared not look at Gu Hanxiu's face anymore. Her gaze revealed profound self-doubt and helplessness, as if she had lost all sense of dignity and confidence. You lowly, blind woman, dare to utter another word and see what happens. Gu Hanxiu regarded the ugly expression of the female steward, listening to her scornful words. His face darkened like storm clouds, and his internal energy surged like a raging tide, rippling around him. The female steward attempted to say more, but upon sensing Gu Hanxiu's sharp and profound energy, she instinctively retreated several steps. Even the other 2 stewards and the surrounding disciples displayed expressions of shock and fear. The aura of Gu Hanxiu at that moment evoked a deep-seated dread within them. What is the meaning of this? A cool yet authoritative female voice resonated from nearby. The crowd turned to see Gu Qingyin approaching them slowly, followed by the alchemy elder Yan Mingxue. Returning to the sect master, the female steward exclaimed, "We have run out of the snow spirit pill for the outer court disciples. That Ban Yinnu refuses to leave, and Gu Hanxiu is causing a disturbance alongside her." The female steward scampered to Gu Qingyin, elaborately distorting the facts. Upon hearing this, Gu Qingyin furrowed her delicate brows, instinctively preparing to scold and reprimand Gu Hanxiu. However, an image of Gu Hanxiu's furious rebuke and departure flashed across her mind. Setting aside the previous misunderstanding, the past punishments and misinterpretations alone were countless. Hanxiu, perhaps he has been wronged? Gu Qingyin silently pondered, then turned to Gu Hanxiu, softly inquiring, "Hanxiu, is what she said true?" Observing Gu Qingyin's intent to uncover the truth, Gu Hanxiu found himself momentarily at a loss. What is wrong with this woman today? Has her cycle gone awry? Why is she acting so unusually? Gu Hanxiu furrowed his brows slightly, feeling quite puzzled, yet he did not dwell on it too much, instead responding with a tone of mockery. What she said is indeed true. At this juncture, he paused briefly, and then, amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, continued, Indeed, it is utter nonsense. Chapter 16. I have offered you a chance, yet you have never believed. How dare you humiliate me so? The female steward glared angrily at Gu Hanxiu. The latter, however, remained unfazed, speaking in a calm tone to Gu Qingyin. If you do not believe me, you may enter and see for yourself whether there are any snow spirit pills. There is no need for the esteemed sect master to concern herself. We have already counted them. The female steward panicked, her face turning pale, her gaze flickering uncertainly if Gu Qingyin were to truly enter and check. Then her lies would be exposed, and her reputation and status would be gravely affected. Gu Qingyin observed her desperate attempts to cover up, and a suspicion began to form in her heart. She lifted her foot and stepped into the alchemy hall. Did the sect master not almost never believe Gu Hanxiu's arguments before? This is it that all is lost. The female steward nervously scraped her toes against the ground, her heart hanging in suspense. The surrounding disciples of the sect also perked up, preparing for a major revelation. Shortly thereafter, Gu Qingyin emerged from the alchemy hall, holding several large vials filled with snow-white pills, which were indeed the snow spirit pills. How do you explain this? Gu Qingyin raised the vials before the female steward, her tone icy as she inquired. Sect master, we may have made a mistake in our records. Another steward hastily interjected to defend herself. However, such a clumsy lie could not deceive Gu Qingyin. Her gaze grew increasingly frigid as she spoke slowly. If one person misremembers, it can be overlooked, but all three of you have misremembered? Intentionally withholding medicinal pills from sect disciples and concocting lies to tarnish another's reputation. From this day forth, I hereby revoke your positions as stewards of the sect. Master, we. The three stewards attempted to plead their case, but their words were interrupted by Gu Qingyin's voice, which brimmed with fury. Is it that we accept our punishment? They gritted their teeth, responding with a helpless nod, casting venomous glances at Gu Hanxiu and the half-face maiden. Wishing they could rend them to pieces. Gu Qingyin slowly approached the half-face maiden, retrieving the stipulated quantity of Xueling Dan and placing it into her hands. Then, she turned her authoritative gaze toward Gu Hanxiu, as if having performed a commendable deed and yearning for praise. Yet, Gu Hanxiu merely cast her a dispassionate glance. Not enough? Upon witnessing her disciple's emotionless stare, a wave of sorrow and disappointment washed over Gu Qingyin's face. But she quickly composed herself and addressed the three stewards. You have withheld the half-face maiden's medicinal pills for several months. Additionally, you are to pay 3 months' worth of pills from the medicinal hall directly into her hands. Understood. The three stewards nodded, their hearts heavy with indignation. Stripped of their positions, and now forced to pay for 3 months' worth of pills. How were they to survive? However, Gu Hanxiu coldly interjected, still not enough, furrowing her brow in confusion. Gu Qingyin asked, What more do you desire? Gu Hanxiu's gaze lingered for a moment on her voluptuous figure before he collected himself, suppressing 100 thoughts of tormenting her, and pointed at the female steward, declaring, She insulted the half-face maiden earlier. That cannot be overlooked. I want her to kneel before the half-face maiden, proclaiming herself a pig while slapping her own face 10 times, so she remembers her lesson. What? You are being unreasonable. The female steward began to protest, but was silenced by Gu Qingyin's calm yet unyielding response. Do as he says. Yes. The female steward, filled with rage and resentment, gritted her teeth and approached the half-face maiden. Slowly kneeling on the dusty ground, she raised her hand to slap her own face. She muttered through clenched teeth, I am a pig, I am a pig. After the 10th repetition, she attempted to rise. But Gu Hanxiu placed his foot on her leg. Not enough. Slap yourself 10 more times. With fury burning in her eyes, she glared at Gu Hanxiu's indifferent and mocking expression, her teeth nearly grinding to dust. Yet, under Gu Qingyin's imposing authority, she ultimately complied. Not enough, still not enough. With a smirk that hinted at cruelty, Gu Hanxiu, amidst Gu Qingyin's astonished gaze, declared, 10 more times, louder this time. I can't hear you. The onlookers. The female steward, I am a pig, I am a pig. The female steward, her face blank and dazed, continued to slap herself, seemingly numbed by Gu Hanqiu's incessant demands of not enough. Finally, observing the female steward's swollen visage resembling that of a pig, Gu Qingyin intervened to stop the punishment. After dispersing the gathered disciples and appointing 3 new stewards for the medicinal hall, Gu Qingyin hurriedly flew to confront Gu Hanqiu, hesitating for a long moment before asking tremulously, "Hanqiu, do you truly wish to sever ties with me and never return?" Gu Hanqiu frowned slightly, his cold gaze settling on her face, which bore traces of sorrow and desolation. Had he only been betrayed in 1 or 2 lifetimes? Or had Gu Qingyin believed in him at least once during those 7 lives? Perhaps he would have harbored a glimmer of warmth that I offered you a chance, but you never believed that, not even once. Gu Hanqiu's response was devoid of warmth, as he took the half-faced maiden's delicate hand and turned to leave, not sparing her another glance in light of the fact that this foolish Gu Qingyin had just assisted him. He refrained from reprimanding her this time, but to seek his forgiveness, that was a matter for the cycle of reincarnation. After they had walked a distance, the half-faced maiden felt the warmth radiating from his hand and shyly attempted to pull away. However, Gu Hanqiu not only refused to release her hand but tightened his grip, even tracing her palm with his fingertips. "Could you please let go of my hand?" the half-faced maiden softly inquired, a blush blooming on her flawlessly beautiful cheek, while the other half of her face, tinged with self-doubt, turned slightly away to him. "My apologies. I was lost in thought and didn't intend to toy with your hand," Gu Hanqiu stammered awkwardly after regaining his composure. Any woman would find such an explanation hard to believe, but the half-faced maiden accepted it, for she possessed the Luling eye, which could pierce through hearts and discern true emotions. Thus, she could clearly sense that Gu Hanqiu was not lying, but rather was simply curious about her body. "Thank you for this," she said sincerely, suppressing her swirling emotions. "Just a trivial matter. No need for thanks." Gu Hanqiu waved his hand dismissively, speaking casually. After all, this woman was the only one who had believed in him during his previous lives. Moreover, he had developed a twisted sense of sadism. The torment he inflicted on that female steward had excited him greatly. By the way, in a few days, the sect competition will take place, if you don't mind." The half-faced maiden hesitantly lowered her head, offering a bottle of Shui Ling Dan to Gu Hanqiu. Though she had settled her outstanding medicinal pill debt, she feared that Gu Hanqiu, as a disciple of the sect master, might look down upon her. "Not at all. Thank you." Gu Hanqiu accepted the medicine without hesitation, a smile gracing his face as he praised her. Compared to the resource-rich but impoverished Yi Mu, he was far poorer. "Then I shall take my leave." The half-faced maiden's eyes sparkled with delight as she turned to depart, but Gu Hanqiu held her back. "Wait, don't go yet. Come with me to that small grove. I have something intriguing to show you," he said, a hint of mischief dancing in his eyes. The half-faced maiden gasped, her mouth agape in surprise as she cast a curious glance at Gu Hanqiu. Had she not been confident in her Luling eye's perception, she might have thought he was about to make advances on her. A woman cursed with a disfigured appearance, Gu Hanqiu took her soft, fair hand once more and led her into the dark grove nearby. After confirming that no one was around, he produced 3 black-purple flowers and handed them to the half-faced maiden. "This is the king-level poisonous herb. Hey Xin Yuhua," she blinked in recognition of the dangerous flora. "Now, use your magic to sense it closely," Gu Hanqiu urged with a smile. "The lethal poison and corrosive power have all vanished, leaving behind only the pure medicinal essence." "How is this possible?" She raised her delicate hand to cover her astonished face. "These 3 king-level herbs are sufficient for you to advance from the condensing low realm to the," Gu Hanqiu stated, offering no further explanation as he turned to leave without looking back. Her body was peculiar. For now, let them be on good terms in the ensuing days. Gu Hanqiu secluded himself within the sect's Fa Xian Tower, diligently honing his skills. Previously, during his time in the prison of demons, he discovered that Evil Emperor's demon record not only allowed him to enslave demons, emit demonic poison, extract and refine souls, seize bodies, create demon puppets, induce calamities, summon demonic lightning, and devour vitality and blood, but it could also extract and filter the poisonous properties from various toxic substances, or grant immunity to them. The only drawback was time magic pills. He proceeded to gather a significant amount of poisonous herbs, flowers, and insects from the prison of demons, if legitimate cultivation resources couldn't compare to that little pauper Yi Mu. Then he would indulge in some bizarre delicacies. After all, their grades were certainly superior. With this thought in mind, he took a writhing black poisonous insect and, with a twist of its head, stuffed it into his mouth. It exploded with flavor, quite delightful. He then grabbed a handful of black-purple evil herbs, poisonous plants, and demon herbs, shoving them all into his mouth. The potent medicinal essence surged and roiled within him, emitting wisps of black mist from the crown of his head, swirling around him. Meanwhile, his magical energy rapidly soared. It wasn't until the day before the sect competition that he concluded his seclusion and exited the Fa Xian Tower, only to unexpectedly encounter the little pauper Yi Mu around a corner. "Hanxiu, it has been a few days. You've actually broken through to the 7th level of the Law Master realm?" Yi Mu, sensing the profound aura emanating from Gu Hanxiu, briefly displayed a flicker of concealed resentment and wariness, approaching him with a smile. However, Gu Hanxiu merely brushed past him, ignoring him entirely. "How dare he disregard me? Tomorrow's sect competition, that I shall teach you a lesson." Yi Mu observed the receding figure of Gu Hanxiu, accompanied by the scrutinizing gazes of the surrounding disciples, and his expression gradually turned chillingly cold. The following morning, as the grand competition of the sect commenced, disciples from within the sect flocked towards the plaza. The outer stands were already filled with deacons and elders. However, Gu Hanxiu did not take his usual place beside the 4 maidens of Longxue, nor did he sit among other disciples. Instead, he casually chose a secluded spot in a corner of the stands. Due to its remoteness, sunlight scarcely graced him, casting a large shadow that deepened the air of darkness and malevolence that surrounded his icy, indifferent visage. Suddenly, a graceful woman seated herself beside him. It was Ban Yin Nu. "Thank you for the herbs. You are a good person." After a moment of contemplation, Ban Yin Nu shyly directed her gaze at Gu Hanxiu and spoke softly. The latter's eyelid twitched slightly. Rather than being displeased by her clumsy greeting, he responded with a nonchalant expression. "A good person? No, I am merely a heartless executioner." Ban Yin Nu playfully blinked her eyes and unexpectedly agreed. "That's all right. I am not a benevolent person either. Perhaps we could be friends." Upon hearing this, Gu Hanxiu was flooded with painful memories from his past lives. After a lengthy silence, he finally replied with a simple, "Good." Chapter 18. The sect competition, a task of public humiliation. That guy Gu Hanxiu actually went to sit in the corner with that disfigured woman? Wasn't he always with us before? Lu Xuanyin cast a glance at Gu Hanxiu and Ban Yin Nu in the corner of the stands, her tone tinged with indignation. "Forget about him. The competition is about to begin." Xiaoling Yu gently tugged at her sleeve, casually advising Dai Ti that moment. Yi Mu was just about to approach Lu Xuanyin and the others when he was halted by a burly man. "Mu brother, come sit beside me." "Don't be polite." Yi Mu's lips twitched slightly. In order to maintain his facade of benevolence, he nodded in agreement as the participants gathered. The imposing Danayin at the center of the stands rose to deliver a torrent of empty platitudes. Subsequently, the elder in charge of the assessment took to the martial stage, announcing a plethora of competition rules and ranking rewards, thus officially commencing the sect competition, from outer sect disciples to inner sect disciples, and then to those beneath the elders. Round after round. Gu Hanxiu, utterly bored by the competition, merely wished to sleep. As for why he came despite knowing it would be tedious, well, it was because Kangman, being one of the premier powers of the Zhongyu, offered generous rewards to the top 10 in the sect competition, and most importantly, he was eager to take revenge on those foolish senior sisters and that little pauper Yi Mu during the competition. Keek, as if sensing his malicious intent. The system's cool and melodious voice echoed in his ears, detected a scene of the host's past suffering and a plot point, triggering a temporary quest: thoroughly humiliate Longxue and the other 3 senior sisters, as well as the destined son Yi Mu, by forcefully pressing them into the ground and verbally berating them. If you do not make them regret it, it will count as a clean slate. Reward: a secret technique surpassing the imperial tier, the barbaric holy evil seal. Note: the technique can switch between spiritual and magical powers. Upon hearing this, a slight smile crept across Gu Hanxiu's lips as he mused. Not only can I take out my grievances on them, but there's also a reward to be gained. What a delightful stroke of luck. Meanwhile, on the martial stage, Yi Mu inexplicably felt a chill run down his spine, yet he quickly composed himself and dispatched his opponent. The assessment elder, watching Yi Mu defeat a disciple under an elder's tutelage in just 2 moves, nodded in satisfaction and proclaimed loudly, Yi Mu wins. The next contender, Gu Hanxiu versus Gu Santang. Brother Yi Mu is truly impressive. He effortlessly defeated Li Xia. Indeed, compared to that talentless troublemaker Gu Hanxiu, it's like night and day. Do you think Gu Hanxiu stands a chance against Gu Santang? A chance? He'll be dead. The disciples of the sect whispered amongst themselves in animated discussion. Upon hearing his name, Gu Hanxiu slowly rose from his corner and casually strolled onto the martial stage. Hanxiu, if you surrender now. It's not too late, Gu Santang, hands on his hips, scoffed at Gu Hanxiu. He felt both envy and resentment regarding Gu Hanxiu's severed ties with the sect master and Long Siua. You talk too much. Gu Hanxiu replied expressionlessly. How dare you mock me? You have chosen the path to your own demise. Gu Santang's face flushed crimson, and he raised his hand to unleash his technique, conjuring a multitude of blue vines aimed at Gu Hanxiu. Blue abyss entanglement. Watching the incoming weeds, Gu Hanxiu felt no need to even employ his technique. With a mere flick of his hand, a surge of profound power obliterated the vines, which then surged unimpeded towards Gu Santang. Ugh! Gu Santang felt as if he had been struck by a mountain, letting out a twisted scream as he was sent flying off the martial stage, crashing to the ground. Gu Hanxiu wins. The assessment elder, slightly surprised, glanced at Gu Hanxiu and announced slowly. The latter returned to his corner of the stands, his expression unperturbed. In a way, did I just see that correctly? Gu Hanxiu defeated Gu Santang with a single move? A disciple from the sect gaped in disbelief. Yes, could it be he had been concealing his strength all along? Another disciple furrowed his brow, perplexed. Who knows? Regardless, he won't claim the title of champion. That will certainly belong to Brother Yi Mu. A third disciple scoffed, a look of certainty on his face, tinged with disdain. The disciples of the sect buzzed with astonishment. I in the corner of the stands. Ban Yin Nu remarked, you won in 1 move. How impressive. Her tone was calm, yet laced with shyness as she praised Gu Hanxiu. Pure luck, Gu Hanxiu replied indifferently, then leaned back against the wall and closed his eyes to sleep. He remained indifferent to the matches of others, fixated solely on punishing those former senior sisters and the little pauper Yi Mu. Several hours later, the only disciples remaining undefeated were Gu Hanxiu, Yi Mu, Long Siua, Lu Xuanyin, Xialing Yu, Ban Yin Nu, and a talented disciple under an elder. Sister Siua's strength is extraordinary. I am truly inferior. The talented disciple, after his defeat, cupped his hands in admiration towards Long Siua, his face adorned with a flattering smile. Long Siua, upon hearing this, did not pay much heed, but merely replied with 3 words. You flatter me, before turning her gaze to Yi Mu, who appeared composed in the stands. I in her eyes. Only someone of Yi Mu's exceptional talent and strength was worthy of her company. However, her admiration for Yi Mu would soon be thoroughly shattered by Gu Hanxiu's vengeance. Long Siua wins. The next challenger stepped forward. The assessment elder's voice boomed across the plaza. Lu Xuanyin cast a glance at Xialing Yu, who sat beside her in a wheelchair, then slowly rose, preparing to soar towards the martial stage. However, to their astonishment, Gu Hanxiu, who had been peacefully slumbering in the corner, suddenly opened his eyes and leaped onto the martial stage before her. No way. How did Gu Hanxiu get there first? I don't know. Who knows? But you must admit the strength he has displayed today is rather peculiar. No matter how peculiar, he cannot possibly be a match for Sister Siua. The disciples of the sect observed Gu Hanxiu's calm demeanor, filled with shock and confusion. Even if Gu Hanxiu possessed confidence and strength, wouldn't it be wiser to wait for a later match to increase his odds? Yet, they were unaware that Gu Hanxiu's impatience had long since reached its peak, and he could not let any foolish senior sister slip away. Kik. Hanxiu, do you wish to challenge me? Long Siua asked, her expression one of surprise as she regarded Gu Hanxiu. Quit the nonsense. Let us begin. Gu Hanxiu replied coldly, a hint of eager excitement dancing at the corners of his mouth. Seeing Gu Hanxiu's arrogance, Long Siua furrowed her brows lightly, deciding not to hold back any longer as she unleashed her full power towards him. However, just as she was about to close the distance, an overwhelming and pure force erupted from Gu Hanxiu's body. Chapter 19. Gu Hanxiu. How delightful this is. Kik. Caught off guard, she was blasted back several meters. her foot crashing into the martial stage floor, leaving deep cracks in the ground as she barely managed to halt her backward momentum. Sister Siue was knocked back by Gu Hanqiu's power? How is that even possible? Could it be that Sister Siue was intentionally going easy on him? The spectators among the sect disciples were left speechless, their eyes wide with disbelief at the astonishing scene before them. Gu Hanqiu's cultivation has reached the 7th tier of the art of regulation. Moreover, the power he unleashed is even stronger than that of my 8th tier sister. Long Siue's beautiful eyes sparkled with shock and confusion, her expression growing solemn. Before she could even raise her hand to channel her magical technique, Gu Hanqiu charged at her once more, resembling a bolt of black lightning, arriving before her in the blink of an eye. With a resounding slap, a forceful palm struck her face, sending her hurtling backwards for several dozen meters. After a chaotic roll on the ground, she barely managed to steady herself, rising from the earth. Her pristine silk gown was now soiled with dust, rendering her a pitiable sight. Yet, the most conspicuous feature was the glaring red palm print emblazoned across her left cheek. Gu Hanqiu, how dare you humiliate Sister Siue in such a manner? Are you seeking death? A sharp voice of outrage rang out from the spectator stand. Gu Hanqiu merely cast a dispassionate glance at the frantic Lu Xuanyan, reflecting inwardly, do not rush. Soon enough, none shall escape. Upon regaining her composure, Long Siue's delicate visage was instantly etched with fury and embarrassment. As the chief disciple under Gu Qingyin, it was utterly intolerable for her to be struck by a junior of lesser age and cultivation. Without hesitation, she unleashed the ninefold profound dragon fist, charging towards Gu Hanqiu. The dragon-shaped shadows of her fists surged forth with immense power, as if they would shatter the very fabric of space. The onlookers erupted in fervent cheers, exclaiming, Sister Siue, teach that arrogant brat Gu Hanqiu a lesson. Indeed, you graciously let him off, and he dares to slap you. Such audacity is utterly despicable. Listening to their cacophony of taunts, Gu Hanqiu smiled, letting off steam. Today, they would witness firsthand how their admired sisters were pressed down beneath me. With this thought, Gu Hanqiu raised his hand, clenched it into a fist, and struck at the dragon-shaped shadows of Long Siue's fists. Does Hanqiu intend to meet me head-on? A flicker of doubt crossed Long Siue's beautiful eyes. Yet, rather than tempering her strength, she unleashed her fist technique to its utmost limit. Each punch sent forth a gust of wind, fierce and unyielding, as if to rend space itself. Today, she was determined to teach Gu Hanqiu a severe lesson, compelling him to apologize before all. Boom! As Gu Hanqiu's powerful fist collided with Long Siue's lightning-fast punches, a thunderous clash erupted on the martial stage. In an instant, the force resonated outward, creating a whirlwind of dust and debris. Suddenly, a graceful figure was flung from the swirling haze, crashing violently to the hard ground. When the spectators recognized that the figure was Long Siue, they rose in shock, their eyes wide with disbelief. Even the foolish sisters, Xiao Bi and Lu Xuanyan, were stunned, their pupils shaking. They knew of Long Siue's prowess. Aside from Yimu, she was nearly the strongest among all disciples of Kangmin. Yet, how could she, utilizing her most formidable fist technique, be letting off steam? Yes, that it must be that, they silently thought, their dissatisfaction towards Gu Hanqiu intensifying. On the martial stage, Long Siue gazed at the slowly emerging Gu Hanqiu from the swirling dust, inching closer to her, and an unprecedented sense of dread surged within her. Just as she prepared to rise and unleash her magical technique once more, her expression twisted in agony as she suddenly retched, spewing forth blood mixed with fragments of her internal organs. Gu Hanqiu would not let such a splendid opportunity slip away. He swiftly approached her, his fist crashing down upon her ample chest. Long Siue felt as though a great mountain had struck her, causing her to expel another mouthful of blood, collapsing weakly onto the ground. Gu Hanqiu, how dare you? Yimu's expression contorted with rage as he witnessed Long Siue being grievously wounded in such a manner. Yet, before he could utter another word, Gu Hanqiu raised his foot and stomped mercilessly onto Long Siue's chest. Puffed out a spray of blood, tinged with shattered organs, erupted from Long Siue's lips, staining Gu Hanqiu's black attire crimson. The crowd erupted in furious shouts. Gu Hanqiu, Sister Siue intentionally let you win. How can you be so brutal and cruel? Cease at once, you heartless scoundrel. If you dare to harm Sister Siue again, We will not let you off. Listening to their enraged voices, did Gu Hanxiu feel any turmoil within? Indeed, the more they shouted, the more exhilarated he felt. Heaven knows that how much fun he was having now. A cruel smirk crept upon Gu Hanxiu's lips as he relentlessly stomped on Long Siyue's chest. This moment, after suffering 2 devastating blows from Gu Hanxiu, Long Siyue had long since lost the ability to resist. She coughed up fresh blood. Her pleading gaze met Gu Hanxiu's face, filled with excitement and malice, as if to say, "Stop, please don't hit me anymore. Spare me." However, Gu Hanxiu felt no shred of pity for her. Memories of his past life, where misunderstanding led to her personally breaking his limbs and hanging him in the forbidden grounds, surged in his mind. Gu Hanxiu's expression grew increasingly ferocious, the wicked smile upon his lips turning even more sinister. His heavy foot, imbued with the overwhelming power of the evil emperor's heavenly demon record, continued to pound down upon Long Siyue's chest. Gradually, Long Siyue's gaze began to lose focus, her body trembling less and less under the relentless assault. The blood trickling from her lips stained the ground's rocky crevices a deep crimson. "Enough, Hanxiu, what on earth are you doing? She is your senior sister. Do you wish to kill her?" Gu Qingyin, unable to bear the sight any longer, was filled with rage and confusion. She swiftly unleashed her power, binding Gu Hanxiu in place. In a flash, she appeared before him, raising her delicate hand and delivering a sharp slap across his face. Feeling the stinging pain on his cheek, Gu Hanxiu was unfazed. He extended his tongue, savoring the blood oozing from the split on his lip. The malevolent grin on his face grew more frenzied and bizarre, his twisted visage resembling that of a mad demon. He then cast a sidelong glance at Gu Qingyin, his eyes gleaming with an inscrutable light. "My dear master, one day, you too shall be." Chapter 20. I can't be bothered to explain. You are not worthy to hear. Gu Qingyin felt a chill run down her spine under Gu Hanxiu's gaze, as if something terrible were destined to occur in the future. Coming back to her senses, she resolved to revoke Gu Hanxiu's qualification for the duel. After all, no matter the mischief, he could not be allowed to strike with such malice against Long Siyue, the senior sister. With this thought, she slowly addressed Gu Hanxiu. "Hanxiu, your actions this time have truly gone too far. Your qualification for the duel is revoked. Retreat and reflect upon your past." Upon hearing this, Gu Hanxiu furrowed his brow, a deep loathing flashing within him. "So you are this protective? Yet, why did you merely gloss over the time I was nearly killed on the martial stage by that little scoundrel Yi Mu, without even offering me a bottle of healing elixir?" Just as he contemplated how to continue the duel, Lu Xuanyan and Xie Lingyu, the 2 foolish sisters, could no longer restrain themselves and interjected, "Master, how can you be so biased in his favor? Master, he has inflicted such grievous harm upon Sister Siyue. How can you still protect him and allow him to escape through disqualification?" The little scoundrel Yi Mu narrowed his eyes, chiming in, "Indeed, Master, you cannot be so partial. Otherwise, Sister Siyue will be heartbroken. Let me personally teach that brat Hanxiu a lesson on the ways of humanity. Do they really think this foolish woman is protecting me? Your reasoning is truly peculiar. Since you are so eager to step up for a beating, I shall gladly oblige you." Gu Hanxiu mused silently, having no intention of refuting, simply watching Lu Xuanyan and the others perform. Gu Qingyin sighed helplessly and returned to the spectator stand. She realized she could not overly protect Gu Hanxiu. Let Yi Mu and Lu Xuanyan teach him a lesson, so he could suffer a little before apologizing to Siyue. As the duel continued, Lu Xuanyan resolved to take the lead in teaching Gu Hanxiu a lesson. In her view, Long Siyue had nearly been killed due to her intentional leniency and compassion, allowing Gu Hanxiu to sneak an attack. "Sister Xuanyan, please don't go easy on him. Yes, you must incapacitate that brat Hanxiu and avenge Sister Siyue." The disciples and the spectators stand fervently encouraged Lu Xuanyan, casting furious glances at Gu Hanxiu, as if they wished to consume him alive. Gu Hanxiu, watching Xie Lingyu seated in a wheelchair, deftly manipulating various arrays and talismans, felt no sympathy whatsoever. Like a wraith, he swiftly charged towards her. Seeing this, Xie Lingyu calmly pushed the constructed formation towards Gu Hanxiu. As she believed that her array and talismans were sufficient to severely injure Gu Hanxiu, she suddenly witnessed a black dagger materialize in his hand. With a deft flick of his wrist, he manifested a series of exceptionally sharp blade flashes, effortlessly shattering the array and talismans she had so proudly relied upon in the blink of an eye. He was upon her, the blade, gleaming with a chilling light, magnified in her eyes before plunging into her abdomen. Xialing Yu felt an excruciating pain in her belly, her face contorting in agony as she let out a piercing scream. Yet, her cries of torment only fueled Gu Hanqiu's excitement and madness. What did I ask this all it takes for you to crumble? In the memories of the third life that you obliterated my limbs with your array and talismans. A cold smile played on Gu Hanqiu's lips as he tightened his grip on the dagger, twisting it with increasing force. Why? Xialing Yu gazed at the frenzied Gu Hanqiu, struggling against the pain. Her voice trembling as she inquired. The Gu Hanqiu before her was utterly unrecognizable from the fourth junior brother who had once showered her with affection and care. What remained was an abyss of indifference and madness. Gu Hanqiu, cease this at once. Do not harm senior sister Lingyu. How could you be so heartless after all the kindness bestowed upon you by your seniors? Onlookers from the sect, witnessing Xialing Yu's swift defeat, had yet to comprehend the situation when they saw Gu Hanqiu thrust the dagger into her abdomen. How could they endure this? They shouted in anger, their faces etched with concern. Yet, the more they clamored, the more exhilarated Gu Hanqiu felt. He didn't even spare them a glance, instead raising his palm and delivering a resounding slap to Xialing Yu's delicate face, derisively stating, "Why? I can't be bothered to explain to you. You are not worthy of hearing it." Slap. The crisp sound echoed across the martial arena. Xialing Yu felt a stinging pain on her cheek, momentarily rendered speechless, her expression vacant as she stared at Gu Hanqiu, disbelief filling her eyes. However, before she could process the situation, Gu Hanqiu seized her tender neck, lifting her effortlessly from her wheelchair, leaving her dangling in the UGHITS so suffocating. Xialing Yu struggled to breathe. A wave of dizziness washing over her, her brows knitted tightly, her visage twisted in pain. She desperately clawed at Gu Hanqiu's hand, yearning to break free from his grasp. Yet, to Gu Hanqiu, who had cultivated a formidable technique and possessed rebirth bones, her struggles were akin to mere tickling, utterly futile. Her slender legs, stained with blood from her abdominal wound, hung limply, resembling a flower on the verge of wilting in a torrential downpour, evoking sympathy. Yet, that person would never be Gu Hanqiu. I concede. Xialing Yu mustered her strength amidst the pain and humiliation, trembling as she uttered those three words. But as her head drooped, she was rendered unconscious by Gu Hanqiu's vice-like grip, her blood dripping onto the celestial wheelchair he once gifted her. A stark and shocking sight to Gu Hanqiu. What is this? Just because you're injured, you think I won't strike you? Chapter 21 that ARM'd so familiar, as if it were mine? Observing such a dramatic scene, Lu Xuanyan and Yi Mu were utterly taken aback. Had Xialing Yu truly lost? Or been utterly crushed? Surely, they wouldn't allow it to be this one-sided. Upon hearing Xialing Yu concede, Gu Hanqiu had initially planned to inflict further wounds upon her, but upon seeing Gu Qingyin swiftly approach the arena, he reluctantly abandoned that idea, disdainfully tossing Xialing Yu in her direction. "Hanqiu, why did you resort to such brutality?" Gu Qingyin demanded angrily, producing a premium healing pill for Xialing Yu. "Puff, it's a competition. If I don't go all out, should I let her win? If she can't even dodge a casual strike from me, she's truly worthless." Gu Hanqiu chuckled derisively, his expression one of contempt. Gu Qingyin furrowed her brows, her anger intensifying. However, before she could chastise Gu Hanqiu, she was interrupted by Yi Mu and Lu Xuanyan. "Master, please take Lingyu down to heal her. Let me deal with him." "Indeed, Master. This time Hanqiu has truly gone too far. You cannot favor him any longer." Lu Xuanyan, wielding a radiant celestial sword, leaped onto the martial arena. Meanwhile, the diminutive Yi Mu returned to his seat. The blade techniques Gu Hanqiu had displayed appeared chaotic at first glance, yet in reality, even he, a remarkably talented cultivator, found them inscrutable. This Gu Hanqiu is no ordinary foe. Perhaps I should have Xuanyan test him further. I must find an opportunity to cripple Gu Hanqiu and force him to reveal all his secrets. Yi Mu mused silently, his gaze towards Gu Hanqiu growing increasingly ominous. Seeing Lu Xuanyan's furious demeanor, Gu Qingyin decided not to pause the competition, allowing her to proceed to Gu Hanqiu. "You heartless wretch. Today I shall dismember you with my blade." Lu Xuanyan's face was ablaze with rage as she spoke icily to Gu Hanqiu. With that, she drew her sword, unleashing the supreme blade technique, Zhu Xian Qin Yunju. A torrent of razor-sharp blade energy surged forth from her sword, and she charged at Gu Hanqiu with the swiftness of a tempest, showing no mercy. However, what transpired next left her utterly astonished. Gu Hanqiu not only showed no intention of evading, but instead charged towards her with his dagger in hand. What a foolish fool. Could it be he believes that having defeated two lenient seniors, he is now invincible? He dares to confront my blade technique head-on with a mere dagger? Lu Xuanyan thought to herself, her eyes filled with disdain as she envisioned Gu Hanqiu being cleaved apart by her formidable technique. He would deserve it for harming her seniors. With that thought, Lu Xuanyan unleashed her blades to their utmost potential, transforming the martial arena into her personal stage. Puff! Accompanied by a jarring sound, an arm was severed by the blade. Flying into the AIRDAS, it ascended and then fell. Crimson blood gushed forth from the severed limb, splattering onto the dust-laden ground, creating a pool of scarlet. That hand, so familiar. Is it not mine? Lu Xuanyan stood frozen, as if struck by lightning, staring at the severed arm lying not far from her. Chapter 22 Strange. Why do I hear a dog barking? Before she could comprehend the situation, the cold, sharp blade in Gu Hanqiu's hand caught her eye. Sensing the aura of death emanating from the blade, she attempted to conjure a defensive technique, only to have another arm severed, blood gushing from the wound. Ugh! Ah! Lu Xuanyan gazed at the two severed arms on the ground, feeling excruciating pain radiating through her body, collapsing to the ground in a wretched howl. In that moment, thoughts of avenging her seniors and punishing Gu Hanqiu faded from her mind. All she could think about was the unbearable pain. Tears and snot streamed down her once flawless, yet now contorted face, an unpleasant odor wafting towards Gu Hanqiu's nostrils. He raised his hand in disgust, waving it dismissively as he taunted. Aren't you supposed to be a genius with the blade? Why can't you even surpass a novice like me? Even frightened at Tsk. What a worthless wretch. Each cruel word struck Lu Xuanyan's heart like a blade. She felt as if she had been dealt a devastating blow. Her face flushed with shame as she pulled her soiled legs together, her delicate frame trembling uncontrollably from the pain. Despite this, she slowly raised her tear-streaked face, unable to believe that the boy who had once trailed behind her, begging, "Senior sister, Hanqiu wishes to learn blade techniques. Please teach me," was now before her in her memories. No matter how she bullied or toyed with him, he had never grown angry, always expressing, "I want to become a master of blade techniques so that I can protect senior sister Xuanyan." Back then, he had embodied innocence and warmth, but now, all that remained was a figure holding a black dagger, his expression cold, a sly smile gracing his lips, staring at her as though she were an adversary. Gu Hanqiu. Hanqiu, what do you intend to do? An enraged voice echoed as Gu Qingyin rushed onto the martial arena once more. Gu Hanqiu regarded the furious Gu Qingyin with indifference, a sense of dark satisfaction bubbling within him. The angrier she grew, the more pleased he felt. Heh. Mastered, I am in so much pain. With a heart-wrenching wail, Lu Xuanyan finally grasped the gravity of the situation. Ignoring her dignity, she threw herself into Gu Qingyin's embrace, her tears and snot staining the pristine white dress. Don't cry, my dear apprentice. I shall assist you in reattaching your arm, Gu Qingyin murmured softly, offering comfort. Yet, upon catching a whiff of the peculiar odor emanating from Lu Xuanyan, she couldn't help but wrinkle her nose in distaste. Then, gathering the two severed arms, now smeared with blood and ash, she took flight with Lu Xuanyan, leaving behind a few icy and indignant words for Gu Hanqiu. Hanqiu, your actions this time are utterly outrageous. The sect shall no longer provide you with cultivation resources, and all rewards from this competition are hereby revoked. Cancelled? Who cares? Gu Hanqiu scoffed inwardly, dismissing the sect's resources as trifling compared to the rewards bestowed by the system. He was reveling in his current enjoyment. As he observed Gu Qingyin's retreating figure, the elder in charge of the assessment found himself in a quandary. He was uncertain whether to imprison Gu Hanqiu for his transgressions or to allow the competition to continue. Strictly speaking, Gu Hanqiu had not acted egregiously. After all, Long Siyue and Lu Xuanyan had not conceded, and Gu Hanqiu's heavy-handedness was in line with the sect's competitive spirit. That Gu Hanqiu, how dare you treat junior sister Xuanyan in such a manner? This is unforgivable, yelled the diminutive Yi Mu, appearing at the martial arena. his voice laced with fury, though a flicker of apprehension and darkness glimmered in his eyes. As he channeled his energy, a torrent of power surged around him, threatening to engulf the entire martial arena. In stark contrast, Gu Hanqiu stood unfazed amidst the tumultuous energy, his form as steady as a rock, unaffected in the least. He even feigned a look of perplexity, nonchalantly digging at his ear before derisively remarking, "How strange. It seems I hear a dog barking." Chapter 23. The Chosen One. Yi Mu's composure shattered upon hearing Gu Hanqiu's brazen mockery, igniting a fiery rage within him. He unleashed the pinnacle of the Kangman's techniques upon Gu Hanqiu, the overwhelming force tearing through the space around them and fracturing the martial arena itself. Yet, Gu Hanqiu remained unfazed, simply raising his hand to counter Yi Mu's attack without employing any technique. Relying solely on the raw power acquired from his cultivation of the evil emperor's demonic record, this was not a matter of underestimating his opponent. Rather, since Yi Mu had joined the sect, he had not been granted access to superior techniques. Boom! The clash of two formidable forces erupted within the arena, sending waves of energy surging outward. The audience gasped, astonished by the sheer strength Gu Hanqiu displayed. Indeed, this is astonishing. Do you not think that Gu Hanqiu is becoming increasingly ruthless? How could he hold his own against senior brother Yi Mu? Could it be that senior brother has gone easy on him? The disciples in the stands murmured amongst themselves, disbelief etched across their faces. Soon, the two forces collided and dissipated into nothingness, leaving Yi Mu staggering backward, crimson blood trickling from his arms like writhing worms, splattering onto the ground. How is this possible? He is one minor realm beneath me, and I possess the Xiantian battle body. How could he shatter my technique with mere raw power? Yi Mu gasped for breath, his chest ablaze with a fiery heat, his gaze toward Gu Hanqiu filled with incredulity. As he met Gu Hanqiu's bemused expression, a wicked thought surfaced in Gu Hanqiu's mind. Raising his hand once more, he struck at Yi Mu, their palms colliding as powerful energies surged across the arena. Leaning closer to Yi Mu, Gu Hanqiu whispered, "Are you not curious why I am so strong, capable of suppressing you despite the difference in realms?" Yi Mu grit his teeth, pushing back against the overwhelming energy emanating from Gu Hanqiu's palm, his eyes narrowing as he focused on the slightly mocking look on Gu Hanqiu's face. He was eager to hear what this insolent youth had to say. In truth, that my master bestowed upon me a remarkably formidable yet challenging technique long ago. She believed I could not master it, which is why she diverted resources to you. However, upon entering the prison of demonic beasts, I inadvertently succeeded in learning it. That is why my master specifically sought me out within the mountains, to deliberately conceal this from you, merely to keep you as a backup, a pitiful pawn to inherit the sect's leadership. With a smug smile playing on his lips, Gu Hanqiu's words dripped with mockery and derision. Even licking his lips as if savoring some delightful secret, Yi Mu's heart ignited with an uncontainable fury. In his exasperation, he inadvertently allowed his energy to become chaotic during their clash, and with a violent cough, he spewed forth a mouthful of blood. Unable to withstand the overwhelming force, he was sent tumbling several meters, landing face first on the ground. The sudden surge of power from Gu Hanqiu, the bizarre strength of his technique, Gu Qingyin's earlier favoritism toward Gu Hanqiu, and her personal journey to retrieve him from the prison of demonic beasts replayed relentlessly in Yi Mu's mind. The thought that his revered master had imparted such fearsome techniques to Gu Hanqiu while neglecting him, coupled with the realization that she had engaged in forbidden acts with Gu Hanqiu, sent waves of anguish crashing through his consciousness, as if a stampede of wild horses were galloping through his mind. Senior brother Yi Mu has been sent flying by that brat Gu Hanqiu. Surely, this cannot be. After just a few days apart, has senior brother truly become so pathetic? In the stands, two sect disciples exchanged incredulous glances, whispering in hushed tones as they beheld the fallen Yi Mu. Meanwhile, a portly woman with bulging eyes and a face brimming with excess flesh shouted excitedly, "Yi Mu, oh Yi Mu, what are you doing? Do not hesitate to show mercy on account of our brotherhood. If you win, I shall marry you." Upon hearing encouragement from the crowd, Yi Mu turned, momentarily touched, but his expression soured upon seeing the woman's visage, causing him to spit another mouthful of blood in fury. Suddenly, he felt a waning desire to claim victory. Just as he managed to stabilize his chaotic energy, he lifted his gaze, only to find Gu Hanqiu already approaching with his ominous, black glowing blade aimed directly at his groin. What an underhanded attack! How dare he attempt to sever his lifeline? The sheer ruthlessness of this strike was enough to instill terror. In a flurry, Yi Mu hastily retrieved a top-tier sword bestowed upon him by Gu Qingyin. Raising it to protect himself, clang, the sound of metal clashing rang out, with the radiant sword managing to block Gu Hanqiu's dark blade. Yet, cracks began to form along the blade's surface, and as Yi Mu retreated, the sword shattered into countless fragments, leaving him with naught but a bare hilt. Seeing this, Gu Hanqiu couldn't help but burst into laughter, his expression dripping with disdain. Is this the caliber of sword my master has given you? It pales in comparison to the treasure I wield, a blade she personally gifted me. Yi Mu's rage flared once more, his face reddening like a cooked liver, veins bulging from his neck as he bellowed. Shut your mouth. In a fit of anger, he conjured a magical sword using his energy and charged at Gu Hanqiu with ferocity. Gu Hanqiu remained unfazed, calmly raising his demonic blade, engaging in a duel of blade against sword. However, as the battle progressed, Yi Mu soon discovered that Gu Hanqiu's swordplay was remarkably profound and intricate. Each strike deftly evaded his attempts at defense, carving deep gashes into his flesh and deliberately shredding his garments into tatters. Before long, blood stained his chest and limbs. The elder overseeing the assessment furrowed his brow, sensing that Yi Mu was at a disadvantage. Yet, Yi Mu did not concede, and it appeared Gu Hanqiu was withholding his full strength. He could not intervene. But wait, it seemed Gu Hanqiu was deliberately avoiding lethal attacks to circumvent the rules of the competition, systematically tormenting Yi Mu with each calculated strike, akin to a tiger savaging its prey before the kill. Gu Hanqiu, I shall fight you to the bitter end. Yi Mu gritted his teeth, his eyes blazing red. As if a fierce inferno burned deep within his pupils, he summoned every ounce of power from his Xiantian battle body, causing an instantaneous surge of magical energy that seemed to dull the pain from the grievous wounds visible down to the bone on his body. Observing the enraged and powered-up Yi Mu, Gu Hanqiu's lips curled into a slight, mocking smile as he accessed Yi Mu's attribute panel. Yi Mu, hailing from the mortal realm of the Qingshui city in the Qingyun Kingdom, he awakened his Xiantian battle body at the tender age of 9, possessing an exceptionally high innate talent. Subsequently, he ventured alone into the Zhongyu region and was taken under the wing of Gu Qingyin as a disciple, being groomed for future leadership. Status: Child of Destiny. Luck Aura: Golden, Cultivation Realm, 9th level of the Law Master Realm. Technique: Eternal Life and Indestructible Dragon Guard Technique, not to be broken without reaching the peak. If one self-castrates, they will achieve the peak in a day. Techniques: A plethora of heavenly and king-level techniques. Artifacts: An array of heavenly artifacts. Physique: Xiantian battle body. Current experience: Disturbed by Gu Hanqiu's words, his mind began to harbor doubts about Gu Qingyin, mistakenly believing there was an affair between her and Gu Hanqiu, leading to a mental breakdown. Xiantian battle body: I shall see that I will crush every bone in your body, sever your tendons and veins, and see if you can still stand. Gu Hanqiu watched Yi Mu charge at him once more, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes as he wielded the demonic abyss soul blade to carve a dazzling arc in the air, piercing into Yi Mu's limbs, each strike severing bones and tendons. Yet, Yi Mu seemed to have activated some sort of blood enhancement, relying solely on sheer willpower to remain standing. Instead, he unleashed an even greater force, colliding fiercely with Gu Hanqiu. Two overwhelming and terrifying auras erupted on the martial stage, stirring up a tempest of magical energy. With a sharp, ear-piercing tearing sound, amidst the bewildered gazes of the crowd, Yi Mu had unexpectedly torn his garments. Chapter 24. The sect competition concludes. Yi Mu faints. The onlookers stared in shock at the sight of the embroidered needle, their eyes wide with disbelief. Even Yi Mu himself was momentarily stunned, and upon regaining his senses, his face shifted from pale to flushed, his expression contorted, as if he wished to tear Gu Hanqiu apart. Ding dong, the host has continuously inflicted humiliation and injury upon his former senior sister and the Child of Destiny during the sect competition, causing their mental breakdown. The temporary task reward Wild Holy Evil Seal has been issued and automatically integrated into the host's body and memory. The system's cool and pleasant voice echoed in Gu Hanqiu's ears. After processing the flood of memories and the strange sensations coursing through his body, he resolved to swiftly conclude this farce. Thus, he surged forward with all his might towards Yi Mu. unleashing an incredibly profound, yet overwhelmingly powerful Phantom Seal, since the system had integrated this transcendent Imperial-level technique into his body and memory. He successfully executed the wild Holy Evil Seal relying solely on his instinct. What a terrifying technique. Could it be that it was secretly taught to him by the master? Secretly imparted techniques, secretly taught swordsmanship. Even the treasured blade. And now even techniques? Why does the master treat him so favorably? As Yi Mu sensed the terrifying Phantom Seal approaching, his heart surged with rage in a moment of desperation. He crossed his arms in front of his chest, attempting to block Gu Hanqiu's attack. However, he severely underestimated the power of the wild Holy Evil Seal. The instant the Phantom Seal struck his arms, they contorted and fractured, blood and flesh flying. And then he was sent hurtling off the martial stage like a cannonball. The disciples in the stands seemed frozen in shock, none daring to catch Yi Mu's falling body, watching helplessly as he crashed down like a lifeless dog before them. After a long pause, a sect disciple finally reacted, draping a black robe over Yi Mu to conceal the small, embroidered needle. The assessment elder flew to Gu Hanqiu, his expression grim, and questioned sharply, "Gu Hanqiu, why did you strike so ruthlessly against your fellow disciple?" "But how can this be blamed on me? Who knew that when it came down to it, he would be as useless as that needle?" Gu Hanqiu chuckled mockingly, his face brimming with derision. As Yi Mu helped to his feet, regained a modicum of consciousness, he overheard Gu Hanqiu's unabashed taunts, coupled with the memory of his own humiliating appearance before the crowd. Anger surged within him, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood, splattering it across the faces of the nearby disciples, before rolling his eyes and fainting once more. A few disciples, feeling the sticky and foul-smelling blood on their faces, were overwhelmed with nausea, thinking, "Had we known, we wouldn't have helped. How outrageous. At this point, you still dare to speak so audaciously. I shall punish you to the forbidden area, the toxic mist forest, for 7 days." The assessment elder, red-faced with fury, pointed at Gu Hanqiu. Yet, Gu Hanqiu shrugged nonchalantly, replying indifferently, "Let it be." With that, he leaped off the martial stage, heading towards the forbidden area. Ban Yan, seeing this, quickly flew to his side, grasped his hand, and swiftly shoved a vial containing a detoxification pill into his sleeve. Gu Hanqiu paused slightly, a warm current unexpectedly flooding his previously cold and vengeful heart. He gently patted Ban Yan's head, offering her a reassuring glance before departing the square with an air of nonchalance. Watching Gu Hanqiu's retreating figure, the sect disciples finally came to their senses, their faces filled with astonishment as they murmured, "I feel as though Gu Hanqiu has become increasingly ruthless." Yes, I think so too. He now resembles a merciless killing machine. He managed to single-handedly defeat senior sister Siyue, and even the senior brother Yi Mu. Could it be that it wasn't senior sister Siyue who let him win, but rather that the sect master secretly bestowed favors upon Gu Hanqiu? That makes sense. Let us observe further. Upon Gu Hanqiu's arrival at one of the sect's forbidden areas, the toxic mist forest, the elder guarding the area rubbed his eyes in disbelief, staring at Gu Hanqiu as he approached. Confused, he asked, "Did you not just enter the prison Demon Mountain a few days ago?" Gu Hanqiu responded with a neutral and proceeded into the forbidden area without sparing the elder a glance. After all, in this sect, apart from Ban Yan, everyone else had caused him harm, and he had little desire to engage with those he deemed deadly. "Tsh, what authority does the elder in charge of guarding the forbidden area have?" He spat disdainfully to Gu Hanqiu, who repeatedly made mistakes without change. He felt he was unworthy of the sect masters and Elder Yan's favoritism. Meanwhile, after being supported back to his quarters by an elder, Yi Mu slowly regained consciousness. The memories from before his fainting surged back. His expression turned furious, and he bolted upright in bed, shouting to the heavens, "Ugh!" Just then, he abruptly halted his outburst, his contorted visage freezing, for he suddenly noticed a scruffy man sitting beside his bed, a finger in his nose, who had accompanied him back, Elder Su Tiantao. Glancing at Yi Mu's twisted expression, Su Tiantao picked at his toenails and then extracted a black, sweat-stinking pill from under his armpit, seizing the moment when Yi Mu was distracted to shove it into his mouth. Yi Mu was overwhelmed by an intense urge to vomit. He immediately spat out the disgusting pill with a look of revulsion. Yi Mu, don't spit it out. That is something I've cherished for a long time. Su Tian now continued picking his nose, but was abruptly cut off by Yi Mu's furious shout, "Get out." Just get out. Thus, he had no choice but to leave the room in resignation. Damn Gu Hanqiu. Damn that scruffy man. You all have a path to death. Yi Mu clenched his teeth, thinking bitterly, and then, dragging his weak and feeble body, he stumbled out of his quarters, heading towards the cloud platform where Gu Qingyin was temporarily handling affairs. Regarding what Gu Hanqiu had said on the martial stage earlier, that he needed to confront Gu Qingyin directly. However, once a seed of doubt is planted in one's heart, the truth becomes less significant. Chapter 25. A moment of slip? Accidental injury? Yi Mu, what brings you here, and how did you sustain such severe injuries? Gu Qingyin gazed at Yi Mu, who burst through the door, her face filled with confusion. However, Yi Mu, in a fit of agitation, retorted with a sarcastic tone, Master, the reason I am so gravely injured, I fear, is due to your doing. Upon hearing this, Gu Qingyin furrowed her brows slightly. Her expression tinged with displeasure. What do you mean by that? What do you mean it is due to me? Master, please do not continue to conceal the truth. If it were not for you teaching Gu Hanqiu that incredibly formidable technique and skill in secret, I would not have suffered such grievous injuries. Recalling the humiliation he suffered at the martial arts arena at the hands of Gu Hanqiu, and the embarrassing revelation of his embroidered needle, Yi Mu clenched his fists tightly, his voice laden with dissatisfaction as he indignantly questioned, what cultivation techniques or skills? My master has not taught Gu Hanqiu anything in a long time. Gu Qingyin replied slowly. Her expression tranquil. However, her nonchalant explanation did little to placate Yi Mu. Instead, it fueled his anger further as he pressed on vehemently, I do not believe it. Gu Hanqiu asserted time and again on the martial arts stage that all those abilities were bestowed upon him by you. If it were not for you, he could never have grown so powerful in such a short span of time. Yi Mu completely disregarded the increasingly frosty demeanor of Gu Qingyin and continued. He even claimed that you had submitted to him within the confines of the prison of demonic beasts. That I wish to inquire. Is that truly the case? Silence. Gu Qingyin could no longer contain herself. Slamming her hands down on the table, the calmness in her eyes was instantly replaced by a flicker of rage as she coldly admonished, do you believe everything others say? Return to the cloud platform and reflect on your actions for 7 days. Yi Mu was about to voice another objection, but upon seeing the flush of anger and indignation on Gu Qingyin's face, he swallowed his words. Then, as though resolved to a certain fate, he slowly turned to leave him. It was evident that Gu Qingyin must have had some ambiguous relationship with Gu Hanqiu. Even if that were not the case, it was close enough. Otherwise, why would she be so fierce with him? Sighing, Gu Qingyin watched his retreating figure with a sense of helplessness and disappointment. She never anticipated that Yi Mu, whom she had meticulously nurtured as a candidate for the future leader of their sect, would be outdone by her often overlooked fourth disciple, Gu Hanqiu. What was even more surprising was that Yi Mu harbored such distrust towards her. After regaining her composure, she gradually exited the cloud platform, flying toward the disciples' courtyard where Gu Hanqiu resided. She was eager to ask him why he had spun such lies and even slandered her by claiming she had submitted to him. What an audacious and utterly reckless disciple. However, upon learning that Gu Hanqiu had been punished and sent into the Forbidden Mist Forest, she hurriedly made her way to the forbidden area. This very action only deepened Yi Mu's anger and suspicions. Damn Gu Hanqiu, just wait. One day, I shall make you wish you were never born. The mere thought of his esteemed master, whom he revered and admired, willingly submitting to another ignited a volcanic fury within him, one that refused to subside. As he seethed in his quarters, Gu Qingyin had also entered the mist forest. What a strange woman! Why has she come looking for me again? Could it be that she believes I acted too harshly at the martial arts arena and has come to punish me? Gu Hanqiu furrowed his brow as he observed Gu Qingyin approaching, his mind racing with thoughts. He considered turning away and finding another spot to hide, but Gu Qingyin swiftly blocked his path. What is the meaning of this, esteemed sect leader? Gu Hanqiu inquired, maintaining a composed demeanor. Hanqiu, I wish to pose a few questions to you. Gu Qingyin began, her face as cold as frost. First question, why did you resort to such brutality against Siyue and the others, as well as Yi Mu? Second question, why did you weave those lies about Yi Mu and falsely claim that I had submitted to you? A most heinous act? Gu Hanqiu fell silent for a moment before breaking into a mocking smile, his expression laced with mischief as he replied, during the sect competition, I merely made an accidental misstep that resulted in injuring Long Siyue and her companions. As for the lies I told Yimu, it was merely a jest. Who would have thought he would take it seriously? Is it that he trusts me more than you? Upon hearing this, Gu Qingyin's icy demeanor ignited into a blazing fury as she grasped Gu Hanqiu's shoulder, her voice sharp as she interrogated. Su, I nearly lost her life at your hands. Xuanyan had his arms severed, and Lingyu was stabbed and rendered unconscious. You dare to say that you merely misstepped? Furthermore, how could you so carelessly fabricate lies to sow discord between me and Yimu? Gu Hanqiu clenched his fists, resisting the urge to strike her in the chest, and impatiently shrugged off her grip, responding with indifference. I cannot be bothered to explain. You are unworthy of hearing it. Punish me as you see fit. Gu Qingyin was taken aback by his audacity. Caught off guard, she found herself pushed to the ground. Once she regained her composure, she furiously exclaimed, I had intended to take you out, but since you are so unrepentant, then you shall remain in this forbidden area for a month. With that, she adjusted her collar and stormed away, her face a mask of anger. After her departure, a wicked smirk curled at the corners of Gu Hanqiu's lips as he mused. Stay here for a month? Well, there are perks to this place. He then gathered his thoughts and gradually settled onto the ground, channeling the evil emperor's demonic record, absorbing the toxic miasma of the forest as his aura rapidly escalated. Chapter 26. Memory Scene. Why is it Gu Hanqiu? In the bamboo forest behind the mountain, within a bamboo house, Long Siyue, Lu Xuanyan, and Xialing Yu gradually awakened. After consuming some top-tier healing pills and elixirs, their internal injuries began to heal, but the scars of their emotional trauma lingered like grotesque reminders in their hearts. Cough, cough. Long Siyue rubbed her swollen, deformed area, her face contorted in pain as she trembled and murmured, Why did Hanqiu treat me so harshly? Why? Lu Xuanyan, fists clenched, pounded the wall behind her, tears still glistening in her eyes, as she vehemently cursed, He is nothing but a heartless scoundrel. I shall never forgive him. With her movements, crimson blood began to seep from her severed arm, painting a poignant scene. Xialing Yu observed her distraught and furious seniors, instinctively touching the faintly aching scar on her abdomen. She said nothing and slowly wheeled herself out of the bamboo house. Just as she intended to seek solace from her senior brother Yimu, the once clear sky suddenly turned overcast, unleashing a relentless cold rain. Having been frail since childhood and suffering from a congenital disability, she could hardly withstand the chill. Thus, she altered her course, dragging her rain-soaked body and straining to propel the wheelchair that Gu Hanqiu had once made for her, making her way to the cloud platform where she usually resided. Cough, cough. She shut the door and windows of the cloud platform, her complexion pale as she began to cough. If only Hanqiu were here. No, what am I thinking? Clearly he had been so harsh to me during the sect competition. Why am I still thinking of him? Xialing Yu lowered her head, her mind a whirlpool of thoughts. She reminisced about the times when Gu Hanqiu would stick by her side, silently protecting her. On hot days, he would shield her from the sun. On rainy days, he would shelter her from the rain. When she was still in her mortal body and not yet in the realm of cultivation, unable to fast or purify herself, he was the one who assisted her daily in cleansing and purging. When did our relationship begin to deteriorate? Xialing Yu shook her head, inexplicably pulling out the array book that Gu Hanqiu had previously given her, and began to read. Just then, an unexpected event occurred. The sky outside the cloud platform roared with thunder, dark clouds rolling like a thick curtain, blocking out all light. As Xialing Yu flipped through the pages of the book, an irresistible force suddenly emanated from the pages. Her very soul was forcibly extracted from her body, drawn into the book. When she regained consciousness and surveyed her surroundings, she found herself no longer in the cloud platform, but back in the bamboo forest behind the mountain. Looking down, she realized that her entire being. No, her soul had assumed a transparent form, her slender legs no longer bound to the wheelchair, able to move freely. She gazed at the familiar bamboo house in the distance, suppressing her confusion about her current predicament as she walked slowly toward it. Pushing open the bamboo door, she beheld a young boy intently focused on a table, tinkering with various celestial wood materials to construct a delicate wheelchair. Hanqiu. Xialing Yu's lips moved slightly, but the sound seemed to resonate only within her own ears. As she reached out to touch Gu Hanqiu's youthful and delicate face, her hand passed straight through him. Unable to make contact. Could it be that this is Hanqiu's memory? Xialing Yu withdrew her hand, contemplating silently. Then, she witnessed Gu Hanqiu, despite his fatigue, working tirelessly for 7 days and nights, devoted to crafting a wheelchair for her, who had once been incomplete. Watching the young Gu Hanxiu care for her, as though she were his own sister, even while their master and other senior sisters were preoccupied with their training and neglecting her needs. Xialing Yu felt a sudden warmth swell within her heart. Suddenly, the surroundings shifted rapidly, the once vibrant colors fading into a dull, lifeless gray. When the scene around her restored itself, she realized she found herself in the very forest where she had narrowly escaped death in her childhood. Back then, while crafting runes and forming arrays, she had inadvertently activated a teleportation array, and upon regaining consciousness, she had found herself in a forest outside the sect. Subsequently, she had been most unfortunate to encounter a formidable tiger-like demon beast. After exhausting all her runes, she ultimately succumbed to unconsciousness. "And no, don't come closer, don't eat me," that a voice filled with helplessness and terror suddenly pierced the air, instantly capturing Xialing Yu's attention. She lifted her gaze to the front and beheld a young girl clad in a green gauze dress. Dragging her immobile legs, her face ashen as she desperately crawled backward, mud and rainwater had soiled her skirt. Before her, a black demon tiger was fixated on her tender, fragile form. The tiger's gaping maw opened slightly, foul saliva dripping from its sharp fangs onto the ground, revealing its excitement and greed for its prey. The younger me truly was weak and powerless. Next, my senior brother should appear, slaying that demon tiger, and then carry the young me away from this forest, right? As Xialing Yu pondered silently, she stepped forward slowly, just as her younger self was terrified into unconsciousness by the demon tiger. A figure suddenly shot forth like a sword, swiftly extending a leg to deliver a powerful kick to the body of the demon tiger that was lunging at her younger self, sending it flying several dozen meters away. Upon recognizing the figure's stature and appearance, Xialing Yu's pupils constricted in an instant, her expression frozen as she muttered to herself, "How could it be? How could it be Han Qi, my junior brother?" Chapter 27. I shall kneel before him, begging for his forgiveness. Damn beast, do not harm senior sister Ling Yu. Gu Hanxiu drew forth a long sword, gripping it tightly as he glared furiously at the demon tiger that was charging at him in a frenzy. The tiger approached with great ferocity, stirring up a violent wind. Caught off guard, Gu Hanxiu was struck heavily, his body sent crashing against a tree, pain coursing through him as he spat out a mouthful of crimson blood. He then glanced at the unconscious Xialing Yu on the ground, gritting his teeth against the agony as he slowly rose to engage the demon tiger in a desperate battle. After several exchanges, his body was riddled with wounds, blood staining his tattered garments. How could this happen? In my memories, it was clearly senior brother Yi Mu who saved me and carried me out of the forest back then. Xialing Yu's delicate brows furrowed, her face a mask of confusion. Watching as Gu Hanxiu fought the demon tiger to the point of being drenched in blood, she felt both moved and anxious, yet utterly helpless. Ultimately, Gu Hanxiu found an opening in the demon tiger's defense, plunging his sword into its throat and ending its life. "Senior sister Ling Yu, I will protect you." Gu Hanxiu, battered and bruised, staggered over to the unconscious Xialing Yu, gently lifting her onto his back, and with faltering steps, began to make his way out of the forest. Upon witnessing this, Xialing Yu's soul suppressed her doubts and shock, hastily following behind. However, just as they reached the forest's exit, Gu Hanxiu, exhausted, collapsed to the ground, blood staining the grass beneath them a deep red. "Han Qi, my junior brother." "Han Qi." Xialing Yu rushed forward anxiously, kneeling before Gu Hanxiu, calling out loudly. Yet, no matter how she cried out, it was futile. She could only watch helplessly as the blood continued to flow from Gu Hanxiu's wounds. Suddenly, a figure clad in white swiftly emerged from the forest's edge, none other than the little rascal. "Senior brother Yi Mu." At last, senior brother Yi Mu has arrived. Now both Han Qi and I shall be saved. The anxious expression on Xialing Yu's face gradually faded as she thought joyfully within herself. However, Yi Mu's subsequent actions left her in utter shock and fury. She witnessed Yi Mu using his powers to lift Gu Hanxiu from the ground, his expression dripping with disdain as he mocked. "Humph, since you dared to compete with me for Ling Yu's affection, I shall send you to the demon beast for a hearty meal today." Ha! With that, he flung Gu Hanxiu into a nearby thicket, then turned his lecherous gaze toward the prostrate Xialing Yu. "Unfortunately, the cultivation method I practice cannot break the skin, so I might as well indulge myself a little first." Yi Mu grinned wickedly. preparing to reach toward the lying Xiao Yu. In the past, my senior brother was open-minded, cultured, and affable. How could he be such a treacherous, ruthless, despicable, and lewd person? Xiao Yu, confronted with Yi Mu's true nature, felt as though she had been struck by lightning. Frozen in place as she regained her senses, her admiration and respect for Yi Mu vanished, replaced by profound hatred and disgust, just as she believed her memory self was about to be violated. Yi Mu seemed to sense something, retracting his hand from midair and standing obediently in place, feigning a worried expression as he awaited quietly. Before long, Gu Qingyin and Long Siwa swiftly arrived before them. Meanwhile, Yi Mu successfully appropriated all the credit for battling the demon beast and carrying Xiao Yu to safety, his facade of virtue convincing both Gu Qingyin and Long Siwa, who praised him before taking the unconscious Xiao Yu out of the forest. First, he discarded my junior brother Han Qi deep into the forest, hoping to have him killed by the demon beast. Later, he attempted to violate me, and in the end, he deceived me and my master. Senior brother Yi Mu. No, this beast Yi Mu is truly wicked and treacherous. Xiao Yu's expression twisted with rage as she clenched her jade fist, her chest feeling as if it were crushed by an incredibly heavy stone, rendering her breathless, especially when she contemplated the events that would unfold next. Her previously pale face turned ghostly white. Suddenly, the environment around her shifted dramatically, the memories transitioning once more. Ji Yuhanxiu, having miraculously survived his injuries, crawled back to the sect, yet he was ignored by Gu Qingyin and the other senior sisters, their attention wholly focused on Yi Mu. When Gu Hanxiu found her and recounted how he had saved her from the demon beast, only to have Yi Mu claim the credit and secretly harm him afterward, the self she once was looked at him with disdain, raising her hand to slap Gu Hanxiu, scornfully declaring, "Gu Hanxiu, how could you fabricate lies just to please me? How dare you slander our open-hearted senior brother? You disappoint me greatly. Do not follow me anymore. I despise you." Xiao Yu, witnessing her former self misunderstanding Gu Hanxiu, striking him, hurling insults, and ultimately driving him away. Her expression was a tumult of sorrow and anger, her eyes reddening, lips trembling as she rushed toward the figure of her past self, shouting vehemently, "No, that is not the truth. How can you be so foolish as to trust that scoundrel Yi Mu? Han Qi has been there for you, shielding you from storms, standing by your side all this time. Does that not weigh more than a newcomer like Yi Mu? Xiao Yu, that you are truly a foolish ingrate." She stood before her past self, her expression filled with wrath as she berated her. These words were not only directed at the figure in the memory, but also at herself. Yet, as an observer, she could do nothing to interfere with the recollections unfolding before her, only watch helplessly. Following this, Gu Hanxiu, disheartened, distanced himself from her former self. The scene shifted once more, as under the constant schemes of the despicable Yi Mu, the rifts between Gu Hanxiu, herself, and Long Siwa deepened. Eventually, within the confines of a secret realm, Gu Hanxiu was ensnared by Yi Mu's machinations, and none of them believed Gu Hanxiu. It was unexpected that all along, she had wronged and misunderstood Han Qi. He had cleared the way for her, sheltered her from harm, risking his life to save her, only to be met with her slap and scorned. He had devoted himself to the other senior sisters and her master, yet received not a shred of trust. Only cold eyes and cruelty in return, and no wonder his demeanor had changed recently, becoming so indifferent and ruthless toward them. All of this, they, the foolish senior sisters, deserved. It was the punishment they rightfully earned. Moreover, even her master was a blind fool, pouring all cultivation resources into the treacherous Yi Mu, denying even the high-grade spirit stones to Han Qi. Xiao Yu fell to her knees, her heart pierced by what felt like thousands of sharp knives, each twist causing her immense pain. The scene began to shatter, ultimately dissolving into countless fragments. Her soul broke free from the confines of the pages, returning to her body within the cloud platform. Xiao Yu slowly opened her swollen eyes, gently closing the array book in her hands, her gaze dazed as she looked at her reflection in the ancient mirror beside her. Tears, scalding and abundant, cascaded from the corners of her eyes, tracing a sorrowful path down her cheeks. With eyes brimming with profound regret and guilt, she evoked a sense of pity in all who beheld her. "I am truly despicable. While Han Xiu has treated me with such kindness, I have allowed myself to be blinded by the superficial hypocrisy of Yi Mu, treating Han Xiu in such a manner. Xie Lingyu lamented, her voice filled with anguish and indignation as she spoke to herself. With a swift motion, she struck her own face twice, leaving her delicate, pallid skin slightly bruised and marked with two vivid, stinging imprints. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, she hurriedly pushed open the door, maneuvering her wheelchair away from the cloud platform. I must find Han Xiao at once. I will kneel before him and plead for his forgiveness. Chapter 28. Your trust and feelings are no longer of value to me. Along the narrow path beside the Sex Plaza leading to the disciples' quarters, the bone-chilling winds and incessant cold rain battered against Xie Lingyu's fragile form, rendering her already pale complexion even more ghostly. The crystal-clear droplets cascaded down her cheeks, leaving one to wonder whether they were tears or merely rain. Meanwhile, Gu Hanxiu had emerged prematurely from the poison mist forest. Do not inquire as to the reason. The truth is that every time Danayin approached him to admit fault, he would deliberately mock and belittle her, hoping to extend his punishment and remain in the forbidden area to cultivate and refine the toxic gases. Frustrated, Danayin had ultimately released him early. In my past life, both Yimu and I departed the sect on that fateful afternoon, heading to the nearest Xian city to procure magical items. At that time, I had spent my remaining spirit stones on clothing and low-grade spiritual liquids, while he discovered a divine-grade Buddhist martial arts manual and an unassuming yet rare Buddhist lotus at a stall. Considering the time, it was still just past noon. If I leave the sect now, that I should be able to intercept him and seize the opportunity. Gu Hanxiu mused silently to himself. Just as he was about to stride toward the entrance of the sect, a familiar yet loathsome voice echoed from behind him. Cough, cough. Hanxiu, wait for me. I have something very important to discuss with you. Xie Lingyu coughed as she propelled her wheelchair toward him, her tear-filled eyes gazing up at him. However, he turned away indifferently, intent on leaving. In a moment of desperation, Xie Lingyu grasped his sleeve, her voice trembling as she said, Hanxiu, I discovered the truth from that array book. We have wronged you all along. We had no idea that Yi Mu was truly a beast with a human face. You have been so kind to me since childhood. Yet I never trusted you even a little, instead believing the vile words of that beast and treating you so harshly. As she spoke, she bit her lip, her delicate frame trembling from the cold wind and rain as her emotions churned within her. She sobbed, Hanxiu, can you ever forgive me? Upon hearing her words, Gu Hanxiu's heart remained unfazed, his expression growing even colder and more indifferent. He had thought that Xie Lingyu possessed some critical information to convey, tolerating her incessant rambling for a brief moment. Yet, to learn of mere truths, trivial and inconsequential. Abruptly, he wrenched his sleeve free from her grasp, turning away without a shred of compassion, but Xie Lingyu would not allow him to depart so easily. She clung to his leg, her voice a desperate whisper. I truly understand my mistakes now. I will never treat you that way again. I will make every effort to atone for my errors. To offer you all my feelings and trust that I beg you. Please forgive me. Ji Hanxiu paused in his tracks. Xie Lingyu was momentarily taken aback, but then a glimmer of joy and hope flickered in her tear-stained eyes. Hanxiu, that you still care for me. Just as she anticipated that Gu Hanxiu would gently lift her as he had done before, embracing her with warmth and affection. A vicious kick, propelled by a gust of wind, struck her in the abdomen. Pooh. In agony, she coughed out a mouthful of blood, her frail body and the wheelchair flung several meters away, crashing heavily onto the muddy ground. The very wheelchair that Gu Hanxiu had painstakingly crafted over 7 days and nights. A vessel of their shared memories lay shattered. Your trust and feelings? I have long ceased to value them. Gu Hanxiu cast a detached glance at her, his tone frigid and devoid of any emotion, as if she were merely an inconsequential stranger. Hearing his words, the spark of hope and joy in Xie Lingyu's eyes gradually dimmed, replaced by an overwhelming sorrow that enveloped her in a cold, gray despair. Yet, upon witnessing Gu Hanxiu turn away without a moment's hesitation, she could no longer afford to wallow in her grief. Dragging her immobile legs, she strained to push herself along the ground, struggling to crawl toward Gu Hanxiu. Her alabaster skin and knees were scraped raw by the unforgiving earth and gravel. Her still-healing wound reopened, blood seeping forth and staining her garments crimson. The blood that trickled from her legs left faint, scarlet trails upon the muddy path. Please, do not abandon me. Do not leave me behind. I implore you that I truly understand my errors. Xie Lingyu crawled through the mire. The howling winds, the intensifying rain, and the pain from her injuries were all bearable, for she knew that the grievances and suffering Gu Hanxiu had endured far surpassed her own by 100-fold. Yet, no matter how desperately she crawled, how heart-wrenchingly she pleaded and wept, that cold, indifferent silhouette never paused or turned back to glance at her, and she could not reach out to that figure once more. When denying happened upon her, she had already succumbed to unconsciousness from excessive blood loss and overwhelming sorrow, lying silently in the mud and rain, her expression one of despair. Chapter 29. Arriving at Xian City to seize the opportunity as Gu Hanxiu approached the sect's entrance. He encountered the half-faced woman, who sheltered herself beneath an oil paper umbrella. Upon spotting him, she seemed to have been waiting for him there. She inched the umbrella closer to him, shielding him from the falling rain, and gently inquired, "Are you also preparing to leave the sect to buy something?" "Yes," Gu Hanxiu nodded, refraining from elaborating further. "Oh, you have any spirit stones?" The half-faced woman hesitated for a moment. Her curiosity piqued. Ji Hanxiu remained silent, in his past life. The meager spirit stones he had painstakingly saved had only sufficed to buy a piece of clothing and a bottle of low-grade spiritual liquid. Although he had received assistance from the system in this lifetime, his previous rewards from the sect's competition had been confiscated, leaving him utterly destitute. "To venture out without spirit stones, you do not intend to rob others, do you?" the half-faced woman teased. Shaking her head in disbelief, Ji Hanxiu did not deny it. He indeed intended to rob others. To that end, he had meticulously devised 3 plans. Plan A. If that little rascal Yi Mu had not yet left the sect, and there was ample time, he would disguise himself as Yi Mu and secretly assassinate the disciples exiting the sect. One by one, he would eliminate them, ultimately planting a demonic seed in one disciple and letting him escape. Then, he would seize the spirit stones obtained from their corpses to intercept the opportunity at the stall. Plan B. If the original plot and timeline had shifted, and little rascal Yi Mu had already acquired the opportunity, then he would lay an ambush on Yi Mu's return journey, committing murder and theft. Plan C. If little rascal Yi Mu had already arrived at the Xian City stall but had yet to acquire the opportunity, he would corrupt some disciples from the Kangmen or other sects, causing a ruckus, and take advantage of the chaos to steal the opportunity. Noticing his prolonged silence, the half-faced woman deduced his financial predicament and suggested, "Let us go together. I achieved a commendable rank in the recent sect competition and received a substantial amount of spirit stones." Ji Hanxiu, upon hearing this, did not immediately agree, but instead asked slowly, "Have you seen that little rascal, Yi Mu?" The half-faced woman pondered briefly before pointing toward the northwestern path outside the sect. "He just left in that direction." Indeed, the timeline and plot have shifted slightly. However, since he has only just left the sect, he should not have reached the stalls in Xian City yet. Plan A may be time-constrained. Plan B is risky given the possibility of his fateful halo protecting him, perhaps allowing him to escape with an opportunity or trigger Deny Yin's life-saving measures. Plan C poses too great a risk in the city. Should a hidden strongman intervene, it could easily expose him. Very well, I shall accept this favor. Gu Hanxiu contemplated silently. After weighing the pros and cons, he produced a bundle of high-grade medicinal herbs, carefully refined and free of toxins, and handed them to the half-faced woman. "Consider these herbs a form of payment for your spirit stones later." Before the half-faced woman could respond, Gu Hanxiu seized her delicate hand and pulled her out of the sect, directing their course toward Xian City. That he intended to intercept the opportunity at the stall before Yi Mu could arrive. This was the simplest and least risky decision, especially before he had fully developed his own capabilities. Upon perceiving the urgent emotions of Gu Hanxiu through the ethereal Ling Tong, the half-faced maiden exhibited remarkable obedience, refraining from any struggle. Before long, the two arrived at Xian City. "I have pressing matters to attend to. Let us procure my items first," Gu Hanxiu said, loosening his grip on her hand. The half-faced maiden nodded in agreement, yet an inexplicable sense of melancholy tugged at her heart. If only Xian City were a bit farther from the sect. How wonderful it would be. Shortly thereafter, she observed that Gu Hanxiu seemed quite familiar with the routes of Xian City, though she refrained from inquiring further. Eventually, they arrived at a stall. Ji Hanxiu initially intended to haggle before feigning aimlessness, while purchasing the Buddhist techniques and lotus-related items alongside other trinkets. However, at that moment, the penniless Yi Mu unexpectedly spotted the stall and was hastily approaching from a distance. Seeing this, Gu Hanxiu hesitated no longer. He promptly took out the spirit stones given by the half-faced maiden and purchased everything at the stall. stowing the items in his storage ring before turning to leave. "Wait, Senior Brother Hanshio," Yimu called out urgently. Yet, Gu Hanshio did not even cast a glance in his direction, continuing on with the half-faced maiden as they walked away. "Damn that scoundrel! How dare he ignore me?" Yimu's fists clenched in anger, a tide of hatred swelling within him. However, considering they were in the central area of Xian City and recognizing his own inadequacies against Gu Hanshio, he forced himself to suppress his rage. He swiftly darted in front of Gu Hanshio, adopting an exceedingly insincere smile, and said, "Junior brother, among the assorted items you just purchased, there are some that would greatly benefit me. I am willing to offer a handsome price in exchange. What do you think?" Upon hearing this, a glimmer of veiled mockery flickered in Gu Hanshio's eyes, and a cold, sardonic smile graced his lips as he replied, "Ah, since Senior Brother has taken an interest in my belongings, I shall part with them, as long as you can present sufficiently high-tier cultivation resources in exchange." Of course, that Yimu was momentarily taken aback. A look of shock and confusion washing over his face, he had prepared for Gu Hanshio to refuse, intending to seize the opportunity to either forcibly take the half-faced maiden or coerce him into compliance. Yet, he had readily agreed. Humph, it must be because he fears the master and those sisters, and thus dares not offend me. Yimu's mind raced with assumptions as he retrieved a white jade vial from his storage ring and presented it to Gu Hanshio. After inspecting it, Gu Hanshio unexpectedly uncorked the vial and poured all the elixirs onto the ground. "What are you doing?" Yimu's forced smile faltered. Confusion etched on his features. Gu Hanshio raised his foot and stomped down hard on the spilled elixirs, flattening them into mushy discs, then chuckled. "As a disciple of the sect leader, you have never lacked top-tier cultivation resources. Yet, you dare to offer these low-quality elixirs in exchange for my unparalleled techniques and exquisite celestial lotus?" Yimu's pupils contracted slightly, dread filling his heart. How did he recognize the items at that stall as unparalleled techniques and exquisite celestial lotus? Abandoning his earlier fury, he saw Gu Hanshio preparing to turn away and disregarded how he had identified those treasures. Hastily retrieving a selection of heavenly-grade elixirs and techniques from his storage ring and presenting them to Gu Hanshio. "Junior brother, these elixirs and techniques were bestowed upon me by the Master and Elder Yin. They are far from ordinary." Gu Hanshio halted his steps, accepted the elixirs into his storage ring, and taunted with a smirk. "Those techniques were merely the leftovers from what the Master previously gave me. I have no interest in them whatsoever. Just elixirs alone will not suffice to exchange for my exquisite celestial lotus and unparalleled techniques." These words, Yimu's breath caught in his throat. Jealousy and hatred for Gu Hanshio swelling within him. "Master, why do you always give him the best? Clearly that I am the one worthy of your trust." Yimu seethed internally, yet outwardly, he feigned composure. Presenting Gu Hanshio with a storage ring containing 30,000 heavenly-grade spirit stones. "This ring holds 30,000 heavenly-grade spirit stones. Surely, this is sufficient?" Gu Hanshio accepted it, shook his head, and replied playfully. "Not enough." Yimu's anger ignited. Not push me too far. If we were not in the heart of Xian City, I would have unleashed my power and confronted you." However, Gu Hanshio merely turned to leave with the half-faced maiden, mockingly adding, "I had intended to wait for you to present a couple more treasures before handing over the unparalleled techniques and exquisite celestial lotus." "Wait." Yimu again intercepted Gu Hanshio, pulling out 2 royal-tier herbs he had previously risked much to obtain from the depths of the beast forest in the spatial secret realm. A glimmer of mockery flickered in Gu Hanshio's eyes. Before Yimu could even extend the herbs, he snatched them away. Yimu thought he had been deceived once more, ready to erupt in anger. When Gu Hanshio said, "Since Senior Brother shows such sincerity, I shall grant you the unparalleled techniques and exquisite celestial lotus," Yimu's heart soared with joy, suppressing his ire as he eagerly watched Gu Hanshio retrieve 2 items from his storage ring. However, when Gu Hanshio handed him the items, he was left utterly dumbfounded. In his hands lay a book titled Sunflower Divine Palm, and a herb derisively dubbed the most useless herb, Blue Abyss Grass. Opening the cover, the first page read, "To practice this technique, one must first castrate oneself. You dare to trick me?" Yimu glared at Gu Hanshio, his face flushed with anger, veins bulging on his neck, and his eyes bloodshot with rage. "How dare you, a mere penniless wretch, think you can exchange items with me? You are not worthy." Gu Hanshio, observing Yimu's expression of pent-up rage, felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him. With a mocking demeanor and a tone dripping with derision, he retorted, I will have your life. As Yi Mu gazed upon Gu Hanqiu's disdainful smile, he could no longer contain his fury that he unleashed his power, clenching his fists to strike. Yet, Gu Hanqiu merely raised a hand, effortlessly summoning a terrifying force that slammed into Yi Mu. With a thud, Yi Mu felt a crushing weight strike him, sending him flying backward. Blood gushing from his mouth, collapsing like a lifeless dog upon the ground. He had previously fallen to this very technique during the sex competition, and despite his remarkable resilience and enhanced strength from rigorous training, he was still no match for Gu Hanqiu. Feeling Yi Mu's breakthrough to the 10th layer of the law control realm, Gu Hanqiu remained unperturbed. He himself had advanced 2 realms through the technique of consuming toxins to transform them into power. Achieving the same level. Damn that scoundrel. Yi Mu suddenly lifted his head, fixing a furious glare on Gu Hanqiu, grinding his teeth in a curse. However, just as he attempted to rise, a searing pain coursed through his body. Ugh, he fell back to the ground, spewing blood, the foul mixture of congealed blood and shattered innards choking him as he inadvertently swallowed some. The sensation of nausea surged within him, causing his stomach to churn violently. At that moment, a sharp voice echoed from afar. This is Xian City. Who dares to cause a ruckus here? Kneel and surrender. Upon hearing this, Yi Mu hurriedly turned to look behind him. A Xian City elder, accompanied by a cohort of enforcers, was racing toward them. Realizing the situation, Yi Mu instantly abandoned his intent to attack Gu Hanqiu, opting instead to lie flat on the ground, feigning pain. Though truly suffering, he groaned loudly while hastily producing the Kangman token. Addressing the approaching elder with tearful indignation, "Elder, that rascal over there not only robbed me in broad daylight, but also assaulted me. I am a direct disciple of the Kangman sect leader. I implore you to uphold justice and apprehend that arrogant scoundrel." The half-faced maiden, observing Yi Mu's underhanded behavior, felt a deep sense of disgust flicker in her eyes. She quickly explained to the elder, "Elder, we did not rob him. He attempted to barter, but, upon failing, resorted to violence, which led to his injuries." Hearing this, the elder glanced at the Kangman token in Yi Mu's hand and admonished both the half-faced maiden and Gu Hanqiu. "How dare you argue after assaulting someone? Today, I shall strip you of your cultivation and imprison you in Xian City's dungeon." Seeing this, Yi Mu smirked, a sense of satisfaction swelling within him. Yet, in the next moment, the smile on his face froze. There stood Gu Hanqiu, unfazed and unhurried, retrieving a Kangman token from his bosom. With a calm demeanor, he addressed the law enforcement elder, saying, "I, too, am a direct disciple of the Kangman sect's master. Are you certain you wish to lay hands on me?" The law enforcement elder, witnessing Gu Hanqiu's nonchalant expression and imposing presence, felt his conviction wavered. He promptly raised his hand to halt the advancing enforcers, awkwardly stating, "Since this is a private matter among sect members, we shall refrain from intervening. Remember, do not cause any disturbances in Xuanqing in the future." With that, he swiftly led the enforcers away. Regardless of who was right or wrong, they were all disciples of Kangman, and he chose not to involve himself further. That damned old scoundrel, truly a spineless wretch. Yi Mu seethed with indignation, cursing as he watched the figures of the Xuanqing elder and law enforcement disciples fade into the horizon. When he regained his composure, Gu Hanqiu and the Lady Ban Yin had already departed. He had intended to peruse other stalls in Xuanqing, but suddenly recalled that his storage ring was devoid of spirit stones. Witnessing the opportunity slip away, he found himself empty-handed after investing numerous resources, ultimately left gravely injured. "Damned Gu Hanqiu, wait for me. In time I shall slay you." Fuming with rage and humiliation, Yi Mu dragged his wounded body, limping towards Kangman. Chapter 31. Xialing Yu knelt in anguish outside the door for 7 days, while Gu Hanqiu slumbered soundly within for 7 days. After meandering through Xuanqing and accompanying Ban Yin to purchase some garments and techniques, Gu Hanqiu returned to Kangman with her. "These pills and spirit stones are for you, as a token of gratitude for your earlier generosity," he said, portioning out some of the pills and spirit stones he had received from Yi Mu into a storage ring and handing it to Ban Yin before turning to depart. Understanding his aversion to indebtedness, Ban Yin accepted the offering without refusal and returned to the disciples' quarters for female cultivators in the outer sect. Meanwhile, in the bamboo grove on the back mountain, Within a bamboo house, Xialing Yu slowly awakened after consuming the healing elixir administered by Gu Qingyin. Her pale cheeks bore traces of tears, the remnants of which seemed to narrate the agony and terror she had endured during her unconsciousness. Ling Yu, you have finally awakened. Pray tell, who has dared to inflict such harm upon you within our sect? Gu Qingyin inquired, concern and a veiled murderous intent evident in her tone. That it was as if the moment Xialing Yu uttered a name, Gu Qingyin would immediately seek to exact vengeance upon that individual. The others within the room, including Long Siyue and Yin Mingxue, gathered around, their faces reflecting worry and sympathy. However, when Xialing Yu fully opened her eyes, they were utterly taken aback. Her once clear and vibrant gaze now appeared dull and lifeless, the sparkle within her pupils all but extinguished. She seemed to have suffered some dreadful blow, lost and vacant, as if reduced to a mere puppet. Wasn't Ling Yu's soul-lost condition already cured? How could it suddenly resurface? Could it be Ida Jiuhanxiu? Long Siyue and the others furrowed their brows, deep in contemplation. Years ago, Gu Qingyin had ventured to the lower realms and passed through a village that had been annihilated by demonic cultivators. Xialing Yu, born with a congenital disability, had hidden within an array set by her parents, narrowly escaping death, only to be discovered by Gu Qingyin, who recognized her talent for talisman arrays and brought her back to the sect for nurturing. However, after witnessing her parents' murder at the hands of demonic cultivators, the trauma had left her emotionally and spiritually shattered, suffering from a condition akin to the loss of soul and emotion. That it was only through Gu Hanxiu's companionship and diligent care that she had managed to endure and marginally recover from this affliction. Ling Yu, tell me, that was it Hanxiu who rendered you unconscious? Gu Qingyin asked sternly. Upon hearing Gu Hanxiu's name, the darkness in Xialing Yu's eyes momentarily receded, revealing flickers of color, and she seemed to awaken with sudden clarity. Grasping Gu Qingyin's jade shoulders tightly, her body trembled as she choked out, Master, we have wronged Hanxiu. Gu Qingyin felt the pain radiating from her shoulder and frowned in confusion. What do you mean wronged? What has happened to Hanxiu? Long Siyue, misinterpreting the situation as yet another of Gu Hanxiu's schemes, erupted in anger, exclaiming, that damned scoundrel Gu Hanxiu must have used some wicked sorcery after knocking Ling Yu unconscious. I shall confront him at once. However, her words struck a nerve in Xialing Yu. Her eyes, once filled with sorrow and despair, instantly turned crimson as she unleashed a barrage of powerful talismans and arrays towards Long Siyue. Her voice sharp and filled with fury, I will not allow you to slander Hanxiu, you wretched harlot. Long Siyue was momentarily stunned into silence, forgetting to conjure a defensive barrier. Fortunately, Gu Qingyin intervened just in time to prevent a calamity. Master, believe me, Hanxiu has truly been wronged. Throughout my life, he has always been. The truly despicable and insidious one is that beast Yi Mu. Xialing Yu wailed in Gu Qingyin's embrace, tears streaming down her swollen eyes and cascading down her pale cheeks, evoking profound sympathy. Upon hearing Xialing Yu's earth-shattering declaration, the first reaction of Yin Mingxue and the others was disbelief. Their second reaction was to assume that Gu Hanxiu had undoubtedly employed some form of dark sorcery to manipulate Xialing Yu. Gu Qingyin's brows knitted tighter as she gently placed her delicate hand upon Xialing Yu's forehead, probing her body with her spiritual sense. However, the result revealed that Xialing Yu had not been afflicted by any dark sorcery. In contrast to Long Siyue and the others, Gu Qingyin's trust had slightly faltered after her earlier confrontation with Yi Mu. After a lengthy contemplation, she spoke softly to Xialing Yu. You should rest and recuperate for a few days. Once your state of mind is restored, I will take you to find Hanxiu and inquire further. I refuse. I wish to seek out Hanxiu at once. By the way, where is my wheelchair? Where is my wheelchair? The one Hanxiu gifted me. Speak up. Upon realizing that her cherished wheelchair was missing from the room, Xialing Yu suddenly descended into madness. Her flowing hair, like disheveled willow fluff, cascaded chaotically over her jade shoulders, her countenance transforming into one of profound sorrow, evoking pity from all who beheld her. The wheelchair is broken, and your master has ordered it to be sent to the firewood shed for kindling. When I have the time, I will craft you another. Is that agreeable? Gu Qingyin replied softly. Yet, Xialing Yu's expression twisted into one of rage, and she lunged forward, gripping Gu Qingyin's neck tightly. Her voice, sharp and piercing, approached hysteria as she screamed, I do not want another wheelchair. I want my original one. That was a gift from Hanchio. Return it to me. Return it to me. Ah, Yin Mingxue and the others were startled by this sudden outburst. Rushing forward to pry her away, Jiu Qingyin, disregarding the pain in her neck, acted swiftly to calm Xiaoling's tempestuous emotions, and in a flash, she soared out of the bamboo grove, like a streak of light. She swiftly reached the firewood shed, retrieving the partially burned wooden remnants of the wheelchair from the furnace and hurriedly returning to the bamboo house, gazing at the charred and blackened wood. Xiaolingyu clutched it tightly to her chest. Tears streamed down like a torrential flood, relentlessly falling upon the scorched surface as she sobbed in anguish and despair. The charred wood could never revert to its original state. Much like a person's emotions, once destroyed, could never return to their former glory. The next day, as the inner sect disciples stepped out of their quarters, they were all taken aback. They beheld Xiaolingyu kneeling outside Gu Hanchio's door, fervently bowing her head while weeping and confessing her apologies, uttering phrases such as, "I'm sorry, I realize my mistake, and please forgive me." Those who attempted to approach her were nearly obliterated by her arrayed talismans. In that moment, no one was willing, nor dared, to counsel her. After 3 days and nights of prostration, the door finally swung open. Yet, what awaited her was a basin of icy, bone-chilling water. The frigid water cascaded down her hair, soaking her garments and clinging to her skin, as though countless icy needles were piercing her flesh. Her lips and cheeks turned pale at a visible rate, devoid of color, even taking on a bluish hue. The forehead, bruised and swollen from bowing, throbbed painfully under the cold water's assault. Her vision blurred, and sorrow and helplessness filled her heart. Yet, Gu Hanchio felt no sympathy whatsoever. Instead, he contentedly reclined back in bed, devouring the Buddhist lotus he had procured from the stall while retrieving the Buddhist technique, Great Compassionate Palm. Ding dong, the system notified. The host first intercepted the opportunity of the fated child Yimu, then maintained a cold indifference towards his sister who knelt in repentance, seeking forgiveness. His actions conformed to the requirements of a villain, revenge, and altering one's destiny. System reward. Divine grade palm technique, Great Compassionate Palm. Automatically transformed into a transcendent imperial grade pure technique, Great Might Heavenly Dragon, and has been seamlessly integrated into the host's memory. The system's cool and melodious voice resonated in Gu Hanchio's mind. Upon hearing this, he was invigorated, and before he could marvel at the system's efficiency, his body and memory flawlessly grasped the magical operations of Great Might Heavenly Dragon in the ensuing 4 days. Due to the cultivation technique known as Evil Emperor's Heavenly Demon Record from Thailand's Wanmei, he was able to cultivate even while in slumber. Thus, he remained reclined in bed, immersed in a deep sleep of cultivation. During this time, the heart-rending wails and mournful cries from outside his door did not disturb him nor instill any sense of unease. Instead, they only served to heighten his exhilaration and satisfaction. Indeed, the more desperate Xiaolingyu's pleas became, the more elated he felt. Perhaps he had truly lost his senses. It was not until he had completely absorbed the Buddha lotus and his realm had broken through to the second stage of the law passage that he slowly rose from his bed. Upon opening the door, he found that Xiaolingyu had already departed, leaving behind a pool of blood yet to dry. Chapter 32. I desire to have Yimu lead more than anyone else. In the days that followed, Xiaolingyu would occasionally come to kneel and apologize outside Gu Hanchio's door. However, she never received the response she yearned for. On this particular day, Gu Hanchio was neither meditating in the disciples' quarters nor practicing in any other training grounds, but had instead joined other disciples of the sect at the sect's plaza. The plaza was teeming with people, with disciples from both the inner and outer courts crowding around its periphery. Within the plaza stood the elders of the sect and the esteemed Denayin. According to his memories from a past life, Denayin and the elder from the Kangmen had discovered a secret realm within the Duanhuan mountain. Upon realizing that the secret realm contained great opportunities, they intended to lead the disciples of the sect to explore it today. The fated child Yimu had continuously garnered fortunes within the secret realm, amassing a trove of heavenly materials and opportunities for power, marking a significant turning point in his life. Meanwhile, he had been the target of various schemes from Yimu, nearly losing his life to a beast's claws, and had been unjustly labeled a spy for the demonic sect. Gu Hanchio silently recalled the experiences from his past life, his concealed hand under his sleeve gradually tightening into a fist, now armed with a system and the cultivation technique from Thailand's Wanmei. He was determined that this time, he would not let Yi Mu escape unscathed. Ding! The system's cool, melodious voice echoed in Gu Hanqiu's ears, detecting his intense desire for revenge and the critical turning point in his fate. Triggering a temporary mission to seize or destroy the fortunes of the fated child Yi Mu within the secret realm of Duanhuan Mountain, employing schemes, framing, and deception to implicate him. Reward 1. Demon God Ring, an auxiliary super-imperial artifact that contains a spatial world and the essence of evil demons. Suitable for nurturing demonic beasts. Reward 2. Rare fox demons from ancient times, such as Cheng Huang, Zhu Jiao, Zhuang Zhuang, and others, juvenile stage. Reward 3. 1,000 villain points. The system's cold yet pleasant voice resonated in Gu Hanqiu's ears. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of excitement flashed in his eyes as he began to contemplate some dark and despicable means. Our sect master and other elders have discovered a peculiar secret realm atop Duanhuan Mountain, which may contain numerous heavenly materials and legacies of power, but could also pose lethal dangers. However, you need not worry too much. Our sect master and the elders will be on standby outside the secret realm to assist. Should danger arise, you are to exit the realm swiftly, Danayin stated, standing with arms crossed, his demeanor authoritative. The disciples in the plaza listened intently, their faces alight with excitement, itching to enter the secret realm at once. Master, who will be responsible for leading the disciples once we enter the secret realm? Yanming Xue inquired curiously of Gu Qingyin, standing at the forefront of the crowd. Yi Mu could not help but smirk, exuding an air of self-satisfaction in his eyes. There was no one more suited to lead the expedition than himself, just as Gu Qingyin was about to suggest Yi Mu as the leader. She recalled how he had been thoroughly beaten by Gu Hanqiu during the sect competition. Thus, she fell silent and inexplicably glanced toward Gu Hanqiu, who stood among the crowd. Why is the sect master looking at that brat Gu Hanqiu? Could it be is she contemplating letting Gu Hanqiu lead the expedition? The disciples of the sect, upon witnessing Gu Qingyin's gaze shift toward Gu Hanqiu, were left utterly speechless, their eyes widening in disbelief. Yi Mu observed Gu Qingyin's dazed expression fixed on Gu Hanqiu, and his smile instantly froze, the corners of his mouth slowly drooping, his eyes growing cold and menacing. He was now more convinced than ever that his esteemed master was entangled with Gu Hanqiu. What does that dim-witted woman want from me? Does she intend to have me lead the expedition, only to shift the blame onto me if something goes awry? Noticing Gu Qingyin's scrutinizing gaze, Gu Hanqiu frowned slightly, casting a disdainful glare in her direction. Gu Qingyin met his unmasked gaze, her beautiful eyes quivering slightly, a sudden pang of hurt welling up within her. After a lengthy pause, she took a deep breath and slowly addressed Gu Hanqiu. Hanqiu, would you be willing to lead the disciples in search of opportunities within the secret realm? Upon hearing this, Gu Hanqiu was about to refuse when Yi Mu, unable to contain himself, interjected, Master, Hanqiu's experience and qualifications are insufficient to command respect. He cannot ensure the safety of the disciples in this expedition. That it would be better for me to take the lead. Meanwhile, Yanming Xue and Long Siyue also stepped forward to echo. Given Hanqiu's propensity for causing trouble, he cannot even take care of himself, let alone lead. Indeed, it would be far better for senior brother Yi Mu to take charge. It would be a miracle if that person doesn't cause any chaos. Gu Hanqiu listened to their scornful and resentful remarks, feeling not a single ripple of emotion within. He had no intention of rebutting or debating for a position that, beyond its ostentation, held no practical value and was fraught with complications. In other words, due to the system's task and his carefully laid schemes, he desired far more for Yi Mu to assume the leadership role than anyone else. As for Yanming Xue and the other disciples, once they entered the secret realm, I will eliminate you all. With this thought, Gu Hanqiu found himself not enraged by the antics of Yanming Xue and her companions, but rather, he felt a slight amusement that it seemed that Hanqiu was well aware of his own limitations. Thus the leadership should indeed fall to me, his senior brother, Yi Mu. Seeing that Gu Hanqiu did not contest the suggestion, wore a smug grin. Yet at that moment, 10 powerful runes and several formations surged from the crowd, hurtling towards him. The ferocity of the attack suggested an intent to take his life. He had never anticipated that someone would dare to strike a fellow disciple in broad daylight. Caught off guard, he hastily gathered his magical energy for defense, but still found his clothes torn and tattered, his hair disheveled, and his face resembling that of a charred turtle. Who? Who dares? Show yourself. Yi Mu wiped the soot and blood from his face. His expression filled with fury as he scanned the crowd. However, when he finally discerned the identity of the assailant, he was left frozen in shock. Chapter 33. He must still have feelings for me. Sitting in a wheelchair, Xiaoling Yu retracted her raised jade hand and magical energy, her eyes blazing red as she glared fiercely at Yi Mu. Ling Yu Jr. sister, what are you doing? Yi Mu inquired, his tone rife with confusion and a hint of anger. Indeed, Ling Yu Jr. sister, the one who severely injured you during the sect competition was Gu Hanxiu, not Yi Mu. Surely you have not mistaken him for Gu Hanxiu. Another disciple asked, equally bewildered. Yet, at that moment, it seemed Xiaoling Yu was oblivious to the words of those around her, fixated solely on exacting revenge on Yi Mu in hopes of earning Gu Hanxiu's forgiveness. Damn you, scoundrel! It is all your fault that Hanxiu Jr. brother is suffering. It is all you're doing. Aha! Xiaoling Yu, in a frenzied state, continued to curse at Yi Mu while gathering runes and formations to hurl at him. Stop! Gu Qingyin hastily reprimanded, swiftly positioning herself before Xiaoling Yu to obliterate the runes and formations she had unleashed. Do not obstruct me. I must kill Yi Mu, Xiaoling Yu screeched, her voice piercing as she attempted to direct her magic against Gu Qingyin instead. The latter sighed in resignation, employing her spiritual energy to render Xiaoling Yu unconscious. She found it difficult to punish this inherently flawed disciple who suffered from a dissociative condition. Yi Mu, during this expedition. Do your utmost to avoid being near Ling Yu. She may be experiencing some recent stimuli that have caused her to become somewhat unhinged. Gu Qingyin turned to Yi Mu with a warning. Yi Mu's face flushed crimson, and he cast a shadowy gaze toward Gu Hanxiu. The latter, upon receiving Yi Mu's look, responded with a mocking glimmer in his eyes. Damn Gu Hanxiu. He must have used some form of dark sorcery to manipulate Ling Yu Jr.'s sister. Yi Mu clenched his fists, gritting his teeth in silent fury. Let us proceed with Yi Mu as the leader for this expedition into the secret realm, Gu Qingyin wearily announced to the disciples gathered in the plaza. Before soaring toward Duanwen Mountain alongside Yanming Xue and the other elders, the disciples, seeing this, hastily circumvented Xiaoling Yu and followed the elders out of the sect. During this time, Xiaoling Yu had frequently been found kneeling at Gu Hanxiu's door, begging for forgiveness and attacking anyone who attempted to dissuade her. Today, there was an audacious ambush that injured the sect's esteemed senior brother, Yi Mu, and even attempted to strike against his own master. In their eyes, it seemed that Xiaoling Yu had likely gone mad after being secretly violated by Gu Hanxiu. Gu Hanxiu, what have you done to Sister Ling Yu? Lu Xuanyan rushed before Gu Hanxiu, questioning him with an angry tone. The latter merely cast a disdainful glance in her direction, leaning in to whisper in her ear. Do you not bathe regularly? What? Lu Xuanyan felt the chilling breath against her ear, her delicate brows furrowing in confusion, unable to comprehend Gu Hanxiu's words. How embarrassing. The two icy words pierced Lu Xuanyan's heart like a razor-sharp dagger. The earlier scene of her losing composure after having her arm severed replayed in her mind. Gu Hanxiu, I will kill you. Lu Xuanyan, overwhelmed with shame and rage, shed 2 lines of tears, suddenly drawing her dagger towards Gu Hanxiu, only to find that he had already vanished from her sight. Xuanyan, what did Gu Hanxiu mean? Long Xiyue approached Lu Xuanyan, her tone filled with concern. It's nothing, that we should focus on taking care of Ling Yu first. Lu Xuanyan, feeling guilty, shifted the topic as she walked towards Xiaoling Yu. She did not wish for others to know of her earlier lapse. Xiyue, may I join you? Yi Mu trotted up to Long Xiyue, his face beaming with eagerness. Senior brother Yi, Master has instructed you to lead the team, so you should guide the disciples from the front. Moreover, Ling Yu is currently in a fragile state, and Xuanyan and I must look after her. Long Xiyue apologetically declined, then turned to leave. Upon seeing this, Yi Mu clenched his fists in frustration and anger. With Long Xiyue being so direct, he could no longer shamelessly accompany them. Damn Gu Hanxiu. Once we enter the secret realm, I will find a chance to end you. Yi Mu silently vowed through gritted teeth, hastily flying towards the sect's team. After a considerable time, when the disciples of Kangmin entered the expansive airspace of Duanwen Mountain, they encountered other sect forces from the Cangyu region. Some weaker sects merely cast wary glances at them before making way. However, a sect named Blood Xuanzong had no intention of yielding. They bore some grudges against Kangmin, compounded by a rivalry that made neither side willing to back down. The sect masters and elders of both sides refrained from immediate confrontation, choosing instead to observe in silence that moment. A pale and delicate woman navigating through the crowd in a wheelchair caught the attention of the Blood Xuanzong disciples. Beside her were two equally stunning women with graceful figures. Hanxiu, wait for me. Xialing Yu hurriedly chased after a solitary, slender figure in the distance. Lu Xuanyin and Long Siyue could only sigh helplessly. After awakening, Xialing Yu had been frantically searching for Gu Hanxiu. They couldn't possibly gouge out her eyes, could they? Seeing this, Gu Hanxiu frowned in distaste. Just as he turned to walk away, he was blocked by 7 disciples from Blood Xuanzong. Kid, you really are quite fortunate. One of the Blood Xuanzong disciples, casting a jealous glance at Long Siyue and the others, remarked to Gu Hanxiu. Yet, Gu Hanxiu paid him no heed, brushing past without acknowledging him. As for Long Siyue and the others, they were destined to be eliminated by him sooner or later. Their safety was of no concern to him. Haha, your lover has turned coward, clearly indifferent to your fates. Don't seek his protection. Come to Blood Xuanzong instead. The 7 disciples of Blood Xuanzong sneered, approaching Long Siyue and the others with excitement. Suddenly, they felt a sharp pain in their necks. Instinctively, they reached to touch it, only to find their hands drenched in hot, viscous blood. Why am I suddenly soaring through the sky? The headless figure below looks eerily like me. They pondered in confusion as their consciousness faded along with their heads falling to the ground. Gu Hanxiu sheathed the Demon Abyss Soul Blade, stepping over their corpses with an impassive expression. He had not intended to strike, but how dare these insignificant insects insult him as a mere lover to those foolish women? Hanxiu, that he must still hold me in his heart. Xialing Yu gazed longingly at Gu Hanxiu's departing figure, her beautiful eyes once again shining with hope. Chapter 34. The Secret Realm of Duanhuan Mountain. The mysterious actions of the demonic cultivators. Long Siyu and Lu Xuanyin observed Xialing Yu's distracted demeanor without uttering words to discourage her, outside the vortex of the secret realm atop Duanhuan Mountain. The master of Blood Xuanzong witnessed the scene of Gu Hanxiu slaying 7 disciples and questioned Gu Qingyin with a cold expression. Your Kingman disciples are rather ruthless, aren't they? Gu Qingyin replied in a calm tone. Wasn't it your blood disciples who instigated the trouble first? If you wish to engage in conflict before entering the secret realm, feel free to try. As her words fell, the tense atmosphere thickened, suffocating those present. The master of Blood Xuanzong and the elders beside him glared icily at Gu Qingyin and the Kingman elders, as if a fight could break out at any moment. After a long stare, the master of Blood Xuanzong ultimately refrained from issuing a command for battle. They could overlook some minor skirmishes among their disciples, but to initiate a full-scale conflict at this juncture would be sheer folly. Meanwhile, in a forest within the secret realm of Duanhuan Mountain, a stunningly beautiful woman, with skin as white as snow and clad in a flowing black ancient-style dress, suddenly opened her phoenix-like eyes, gleaming with malevolence and indifference. She was none other than Yilan, the leader of the demonic sect. Sensing the influx of disciples from various sects into the secret realm, she turned to 4 equally exquisite women with devilish beauty and instructed. Mo, Bong, Hong, Yun, I need you to assist me with 2 tasks. The woman named Mo stepped forward respectfully, bowing as she replied, Please, sect leader, give your orders. The first task is to quickly scour the locations I have marked for precious herbs and treasures. The second task is to help me find 2 individuals. Yilan produced 2 portraits and a map with marked locations, handing them to Mo. Find someone. Mo examined the portraits of the 2 men. Her eyes filled with confusion. The names beneath the portraits were accompanied by instructions. If encountered, eliminate by any means, and if encountered, do not harm. Bring them to meet Go. Yilan stated plainly, without elaborating further. Understood, Mo replied, bowing, and together with the 3 stunning women, they swiftly flew in different directions. Following the marked route on the map, they easily located the first opportunity. Mo, look. Those various herbs and flowers growing beside that marshland seem to be of royal quality or higher. The woman named Bong excitedly pointed towards the distant marsh, as if she had discovered an invaluable treasure. Following her lead, the others turned their gazes towards the area. The marsh was enveloped in a faint mist, revealing bizarre plants and flowers within, displaying vibrant colors and emitting an enchanting fragrance. The location marked by the sect leader truly harbors opportunities. But how could the sect leader have such knowledge of this secret realm on her first visit to Tsangyu? The woman named Yun rubbed her eyes in disbelief. The sect leader's methods are unpredictable and enigmatic. It is natural that we do not comprehend, that we must complete our tasks swiftly. Mo reminded as she began to gather the herbs and flowers. The others nodded in agreement, and after collecting the herbs, they quickly proceeded to the next marked location. However, a strange occurrence unfolded. Upon reaching the marked site and encountering an ancient Bodhi tree, they were astonished to find that all the Bodhi fruits had been plucked, leaving only an empty tree behind. Chapter 35. Just entered the secret realm and already encountered the 4 great demon maidens? What's going on? Mo furrowed her delicate brows, confusion etched on her face. Could it be that other righteous sect cultivators stumbled upon this opportunity by accident? Bong inquired. Glancing at him, Mo pondered briefly before shaking her head, stating, "No, the likelihood is too low. They entered the secret realm slightly after us. It is improbable they could find this opportunity ahead of us." As she spoke, her beautiful eyes narrowed, a surge of killing intent rising within her. The greatest possibility is that they are also aware of this opportunity's location and came directly for it. Yun suggested slowly, "Perhaps we should split up and act independently, aiming to gather the treasures within the secret realm before they do." Mo nodded. "Let us proceed with that plan, while also keeping an eye out for the 2 individuals the sect leader seeks." As the echoes of their voices faded, their silhouettes transformed into 4 streaks of darkness, darting swiftly in different directions. That moment, Gu Hanxiu stood by the marsh, gazing at the scattered flower petals and the signs of uprooted herbs nearby. His brow furrowed in profound confusion. Even if Yi Mu, that little rascal, employs a doppelganger to confuse the senses while his main body slips away, he could not possibly have foreseen the locations of these opportunities. Could it be that someone else has predicted the locations of these chances through some secret technique? Or perhaps there is another reincarnator like myself? Nevertheless, he quickly calmed his emotions and soared towards other locations of potential fortune. Upon arriving at a crystal-clear spirit pond, suffused with rich magical energy, he had just shed his dark robe and stepped into the pond when a chilling, mocking voice suddenly pierced the air behind him. To think there's truly a little mouse aware of the opportunity's location. Hearing this, Gu Hanxiu's pupils constricted sharply, sensing an encroaching chill from countless icy frost emanating from behind him. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed his magical power, retreating several dozen meters. Upon discerning the face of his pursuer, he instinctively gasped. Huang Yu, slightly frowning, unconsciously dissipated the magic she had gathered in her hands. After scrutinizing Gu Hanxiu with a playful smile, she queried, "Little no, I should address you as Big Mouse so." "Big Mouse, how did you come to know my identity?" Gu Hanxiu did not respond immediately, instead racing through his mind for an escape plan. The reason was simple. At this juncture in his past lives, she was one of the 4 demonesses by the side of the demon sect's leader, wielding the power of the 10th level of the enlightened law realm. This was not something to be compared with Yan Mingxue, who merely fed pills to the soft elders of the Tsang sect. Excluding the fated ones or the prodigies of the upper realms, the 4 demonesses ranked as T0 level among the enlightened law powerhouses. He had confidence encountering someone just 1 major realm below him. However, the predicament now was that he was nearly 2 major realms beneath her, rendering him utterly powerless. "Big Mouse, have you been rendered speechless?" Huang's lips curled into a dangerously alluring arc as she gracefully approached him. Given the fair appearance of this Big Mouse, she contemplated savoring his slow demise in my memories from previous lives. The demon sect had not yet entered the secret realm at this early stage, and the 4 demonesses were certainly alongside the demon sect leader, who was the former demon emperor. How could she be alone? No. Wait, if she has foreseen the opportunity's location through some secret technique, there may be other demonesses nearby. The optimal strategy now is to employ the evil emperor's celestial demon record to enslave the surrounding beasts to besiege her, ultimately sacrificing the magic abyss soul blade to execute surprising Swallow's burial, thereby buying myself a chance to escape. Moreover, I must alter my original plan, either to rendezvous with the disciples of the Tsang sect or flee the secret realm directly. Gu Hanxiu's brow tightened as he continued to step back. While his strategy was formed, the unfortunate reality was that there was not a single beast in sight. He noticed Huang's patience wearing thin. He reluctantly drew forth the magic abyss soul blade, unleashing several razor-sharp slashes towards her to seize the initiative. Huang sensed the deadly blade energy approaching, her beautiful eyes narrowing slightly as she hastily employed her movement techniques to narrowly evade the onslaught. Big Mouse, your knife is truly sharp. May I borrow it for a moment, dear sister? Huang's gaze lingered on the magic abyss soul blade in Gu Hanqiu's hands, teasingly smiling as a surge of black magic energy emanated from her fingertips, infusing the communication chain on her wrist. You are nearly 2 major realms above me. Do you still need to call for assistance? Upon noticing her subtle actions, Gu Hanqiu's eyelids twitched slightly as he asked, his tone laced with resignation. He, dear sister, is merely flirtatious, not foolish. You are clearly only at the 2nd level of the enlightened law realm, yet your power rivals that of an 8th or 9th level practitioner. And the blade you wield along with your technique is quite formidable indeed. Huang lifted her sleeve to delicately cover her crimson lips, laughing in a manner that made the flowers sway. This 4 demonesses seemed to possess a keen intellect. Gu Hanqiu felt a vain throb on his forehead, silently lamenting in his heart. He understood that Huang's restraint in not unleashing her full power to take his life stemmed not only from her growing interest in him, but primarily from the possibility that other demonesses might already be en route. Regardless of whether he chose to flee or not, the outcome would be the same. Look, there are beasts behind you. Gu Hanqiu feigned terror, pointing behind her while secretly gathering his savage holy evil seal behind his back. Big Mouse, you think such a clumsy lie could fool me? Huang scoffed disdainfully. Yet before she could finish her sentence, several terrifying, magnificent seals imbued with both magical and demonic energies surged towards her. Her expression shifted in shock as she hastily summoned her power to shield herself. Boom! A deafening roar echoed, and the surrounding space and ground were instantly rent with countless deep fissures. Caught off guard, Huang was flung backward at Gu Hanqiu, no longer concealing his capabilities, transformed his internal power into a more potent magical energy, and turned to flee. However, his face abruptly collided with 2 soft bodies, sensing the alluring fragrance and the enigmatic magical aura emanating from them. His expression hardened, and he retreated several dozen meters without a hint of reluctance. Upon recognizing that he had crashed into another demoness named Beng, he was left utterly speechless. Truly, one fears what one does not wish to encounter. Huang, you were actually blown away by an enlightened law realm ant. Could it be that you were so entranced by his appearance that you lost your composure? Beng teased, rubbing her sore spot where she had been struck. Casting a playful grin at the flustered Huang, who struggled to regain her composure. Hearing Beng's taunt, Huang's stunning face flushed crimson, her pride wounded. She decided to put aside her playful demeanor, raising her hand to conjure a powerful and sinister magic technique aimed at Gu Hanqiu. However, Beng seized her wrist, smiling as she interjected. Huang, I was merely teasing you. Why the sudden ire? Hold off on killing him for now. Let's inquire about his origins. Huang, struggling against Beng's grip, gritted her teeth and replied. Let me first torment him a bit to vent my frustrations. Seizing the opportunity during their bickering, Gu Hanqiu prepared to escape, only to find himself caught once more in the embrace of 2 exquisite women. They were Imo and Yun, who had rushed over upon receiving the magical summons. Yun gathered her magical energy in her palm, grasping Gu Hanqiu's neck and lifting him high. Imo then raised her hand to remove the disguised mask from Gu Hanqiu's face. As the mask was lifted, a handsome and strikingly cold visage adorned with sharp brows and bright eyes revealed itself to them. Yun's pupils widened in shock as she quickly dissipated her magical grip. Carefully setting Gu Hanqiu down, Imo's stunning features reflected astonishment, and she gently rubbed his reddened neck with her delicate hand, softly caressing his face as she spoke in a gentle tone tinged with apology. They tend to be rather hands-on. Dear brother Hanqiu, please do not take it to heart. Gu Hanqiu turned his head, shaking off her hand, his gaze filled with wariness and confusion. He could not comprehend how they had foreseen the locations of the heavenly materials and treasures within the secret realm, nor why they knew his identity. Even if they were reincarnators or possessed means to predict opportunity locations, they should not concern themselves with an unknown individual like him, this Big Mouse that turns out to be the person the sect leader is seeking. Indeed, the one sought by the sect leader is truly unlike any ordinary person. Huang gaped in astonishment, her alluring eyes wide with disbelief. Once she regained her composure, she hurriedly picked up Gu Hanqiu's dark robe that had fallen beside the spirit pond, scampering to present it to him. Big brother Hanqiu, dear sister merely wished to play with you earlier. Did I frighten you? Gu Hanxiu accepted the robe and donned it, replying in a flat tone. Though I am uncertain why the illustrious four demonesses would take an interest in a nameless individual like myself. I can relinquish the opportunities of this spirit pond and other locations to you. I will keep your entry into the secret realm a secret, and we can part ways here, if that is acceptable. Mo, with a radiant smile, replied in a tone that brooked no argument. Parting ways is not an option. We are under the sect leader's orders to bring you before her. Bong, Huang, Yun, and the other demonesses simultaneously linked arms with Gu Hanxiu, their charming smiles exuding an enchanting allure as they chimed. Dear brother Hanxiu, do not make it difficult for your sisters, okay? The four aloof demonesses, now behaving with an unexpected intimacy, would surely leave other disciples of the demon sect agape with astonishment. Gu Hanxiu felt the profound and sinister magical aura radiating from them, and could only let out a resigned sigh. Fine, I shall accompany you, but please refrain from any unnecessary touching. Chapter 36. Whatever you desire, I shall procure for you. The four demonesses absorbed the water of the spirit pond using their magical artifacts, and set forth with Gu Hanxiu towards the direction of the demon sect leader. Ylan. In the chilly embrace of autumn, the enigmatic figure known as Sang swiftly guided the solitary Gu Hanxiu through the clouds, her gaze lingering on his ethereal features with a blend of amusement and intrigue. What troubles you? Gu Hanxiu, acutely aware of her fervent stare, felt a shiver race along his arm. Dear brother Hanxiu, you possess an enchanting fragrance. Sang buried her face into his broad, warm chest, inhaling deeply, captivated by the subtle, alluring scent that enveloped him. Just moments ago, she had been a tempest of aggression, yet now she resembled a docile ostrich, though this demeanor was certainly rooted in the command of their master. Is that so? Let us indulge in the scent as well. The trio of the fallen, collapse, and doom, akin to curious children, clung to Gu Hanxiu, inhaling his essence with fervor. It appears that your cultivation technique is even more sinister than that of us and our esteemed master, mused M, momentarily withdrawing her face from Gu Hanxiu's back to tease him with a knowing smirk. His ability to seamlessly blend and harness both magical and demonic energies radiated a pure aura of magic, exuding a deadly allure reminiscent of the arts of the demonic path. Such a technique would be considered utterly extraordinary, even within the demonic realm. Were it not for their master's command, she would have relished the opportunity to sample Gu Hanxiu's sweetness before compelling him to divulge his secrets. Ahem, it's merely mediocre. Gu Hanxiu replied, a touch of embarrassment coloring his voice. The evil emperor's demon record, as the technique of Thailand's Wan Mei, amalgamated a myriad of abilities into one. Despite his efforts to conceal the alluring demonic fragrance that attracted the attention of female practitioners, the four demonesses, with their formidable skills, discerned its presence. Naturally, should they choose to spare his life, he would be more than willing to oblige. No one would refuse free magic. Shortly thereafter, Gu Hanxiu found himself escorted by the four demonesses into an underground cavern within the secret realm. Concerned about potential spies from rival sects among their ranks, M instructed Gu Hanxiu to don a mask that obscured his face. Though spacious, the cavern's subterranean location rendered it shrouded in darkness. Utilizing his cultivation at the second tier of the method realm, Gu Hanxiu could clearly perceive the multitude of demonic cultivators, their forms exuding an aura of malevolence, reminiscent of a gathering of subterranean beings. At the far end of the cavern stood Yilan, the master of the demonic sect, who, upon noticing the arrival of the four demonesses alongside the masked Gu Hanxiu, swiftly approached them. Master, we have successfully gathered the rare materials, and the individual is safely brought as commanded. M reported with a respectful bow. Yilan cast a glance at the masked Gu Hanxiu, suppressing her excitement, and inquired slowly of the four demonesses. How did you come to find him? Sang hesitated momentarily, a hint of awkwardness in her demeanor as she recounted the events leading to their encounter. She conveniently omitted the part where she had referred to Gu Hanxiu as a big rat, to the astonishment of her fellow demonesses and the cultivators present. Yilan unexpectedly returned the rare materials they had previously discovered to Gu Hanxiu, even taking his hand and vanishing from sight before everyone. Could it be that the master truly has a romantic interest in that big rat? Do you think it's because of his striking appearance that it's possible that otherwise the master wouldn't have sent us to find him? Perhaps that he is the master's cauldron, or even a secret child or lover. The four demonesses exchanged incredulous thoughts through their minds, akin to gossiping about a juicy scandal concerning their master. Gu Hanxiu surveyed the peculiar scenery of the shifting space around him. Unperturbed, instead, he silently appraised the figure of the demon emperor from his past life. She was adorned in a black dress with delicate lace, her beauty striking and icy, with brows like distant mountains and piercing eyes as deep as a cold pond. Instilling both allure and reverence, her lips, naturally tinted a deep crimson, resembled the petals of a resplendent rose, curving invitingly. Yilan, without elaborating on her motives for seeking out the nameless Gu Hanxiu, reached out and removed his mask. Gazing upon the sharp features of the man before her, her heart fluttered. Memories surged forth of the time Gu Hanxiu sacrificed himself to save her. He had not only infused her with his blood and magic, but had also stolen her first kiss before his demise. In the past, you saved me at the cost of your life, and I failed to vanquish your enemies. In this life, I have found you ahead of time. I shall fulfill all your wishes, striving to repay you. Yilan's hand caressed Gu Hanxiu's face, lost in thought. Why would the master go to such lengths for a mere unknown? Gu Hanxiu questioned warily. Yilan, shaken from her reverie, blushed deeply, stammering, Do you believe in love at first sight, or enduring affection? Gu Hanxiu raised an eyebrow slightly, but refrained from responding. Yilan fidgeted nervously with her garments, continuing, I once visited the Tsang domain, fortuitously encountering the cultivators and elders of the Tsang sect, and there, amidst the crowd, I discovered you. Captivated by your extraordinary looks and carefree demeanor, I was struck by love at first sight, and my feelings have only deepened since. Realizing her fabricated tale was rather implausible, Yilan shyly inquired, Do you believe me? I do. Gu Hanxiu replied without hesitation. The former demon emperor, even with her powers suppressed within the secret realm, emanated an aura far surpassing that of the ordinary. How could he dare to claim disbelief? Soda, what is your true intention? Gu Hanxiu asked, his expression serious. What if you were to leave the Tsang sect and join my demonic sect? Yilan whispered into his ear. Promising, I guarantee the finest cultivation resources, bricks made of top-quality demonic stones, candies crafted from exquisite demonic pills, soups brewed from rare demonic herbs, and tea infused with the essence of magnificent demonic flowers. As long as you refrain from casting your gaze upon the four demonesses and other male practitioners, whatever you desire, I can provide. Chapter 37. Gu Hanxiu, more sinister than the demonic cultivators. Gu Hanxiu, taken aback, regarded Yilan with astonishment. How could a malevolent, aloof, and ruthless demon emperor fall in love merely from a glance? Such absurdity was hard to believe, yet if she were a beauty infatuated with appearance, then perhaps it was plausible. Moreover, the demonic fragrance emitted from his cultivation of the evil emperor's demon record would undoubtedly be quite alluring to her. However, just when Yilan anticipated his agreement, he shook his head, calmly declining. I appreciate your kind offer, master, and I shall join the demonic sect one day, but not at this moment. Yilan furrowed her brow in confusion, asking, Why not? I have unfinished business in the Tsang sect. Once the time is ripe, I will seek you out, Gu Hanxiu replied thoughtfully. Internally, he had already calculated his objectives and the associated risks. Should I join the demonic sect now and use it to confront that petty Yi Mu? It would likely prompt him to secure support from forces in the Yuan domain. Although the demonic sect is the most formidable faction within the demonic realm, it remains in a state of chaos. And Demon Emperor Yilan has yet to stabilize her domain, making it impossible for her to contend with the Tsang domain in the Yuan domain. Moreover, I shall not easily place my trust in Demon Emperor Yilan. Nor will I leap into an unfamiliar sect while my strength is still feeble. Based on my past experiences, remaining within a known sect allows me to navigate key events along the timeline with minimal risk and maximal reward. Observing Gu Hanxiu's hesitance, Yilan felt a flicker of disappointment, but quickly composed herself, offering gently, If that is the case, I shall not pressure you. Should you require assistance, I am willing to lend my support. With that, she produced a black token inscribed with the character Lan and handed it to Gu Hanxiu. This is a talisman crafted from my life essence, which can be used to contact me, as well as to channel its power for protection. Gu Hanxiu accepted the token, his thoughts swirling. He had not anticipated the Demon Emperor would go to such lengths for him, yet he was not one to shy away from assistance offered freely. With that thought, a wicked smile graced his lips. Master, I indeed have two matters for which I seek your demonic sect's assistance. As Yilan listened to Gu Hanqiu's requests, her eyes widened in shock. She never expected that the one she adored could be even more malevolent than herself. Meanwhile, on the side of the Tsang sect, disciples, led by the petty yet formidable senior brother Yimu, were laboriously scouring the secret realm for opportunities. How infuriating that why is this secret realm so barren? In a state of frustration, Yimu pondered, how can I showcase my prowess before the disciples of the sect, and see you when I am unable to find any superior treasures of heaven and earth? Typically blessed with good fortune, he now found himself surrounded by low-grade herbs, or worse still, desolate swamps and empty Bodhi trees. After entering the secret realm, he turned to glance at the solitary Han Xiu at the back of the group. His fists clenched in anger. There stood Long Siyu and her companions, chattering animatedly around Han Xiu, oblivious to his irritation. Han Xiu, could you give me another hug? Xia Lingyu murmured, her head bowed as she fiddled with the hem of her garment. Timidly addressing Han Xiu, please forgive Lingyu. She hasn't committed any grave offense as a man. Can't you show her some leniency? Long Siyu interjected, Siu is right, and if you dare mention the previous matter again, I shall surely take a knife to you. Lu Sunyan added, why hasn't he my main body returned? I am nearly driven mad by their incessant chatter. Though, it seems my main body intentionally left me here to establish an alibi. Yet, at times, I truly wish to strike them. Han Xiu's doppelganger mused silently, before turning to Xia Lingyu and coldly stating, you are unworthy. Then, glancing at Long Siyu, he retorted, as my senior sister. Do you think you could endure a few slaps from me when I am in a foul mood? Finally, directing his gaze at Lu Sunyan, he taunted, how shameless. Long Siyu and Lu Sunyan pointed at Han Xiu, their outrage rendering them speechless. Meanwhile, Han Xiu's main body chose to ignore the bickering of his doppelganger and the foolishness of Long Siyu and her companions, quietly lurking in the shadows alongside the 4 demon princesses and a host of disciples from the demon sect, stealthily trailing Yimu ahead of them. According to his memories from a past life, the greatest opportunity for Yimu within this secret realm lay in the bones of a divine dragon and a celestial phoenix. The location of this opportunity differed from that of the previous treasures, as it would randomly manifest based on Yimu's current position, almost as if the heavenly path itself was personally feeding him. When I give the command, initiate the poisoning first, then incite a beast tide, and finally, amidst the chaos, strike directly. Han Xiu instructed the 4 demon princesses, his gaze fixated on Yimu and the disciples of the Tsang sect. We never anticipated that we would need to add a step of poisoning. You are even more treacherous than us 4 demon princesses. They teased, Tio, frame your own senior brother, ruthlessly slay your senior sister, and then butcher your fellow sect members? Are they not your comrades and friends? Why resort to such measures? The 4 demon princesses leaned closer, their laughter laced with mischief. Even the disciples of the demon sect behind them felt a shiver of dread, as if a bone-chilling wind had pierced their very souls. Their gazes towards Han Xiu filled with shock and fear. Burdened with deep sins, wicked and cunning, they felt an overwhelming sense of righteousness, believing themselves innocent compared to Han Xiu, mere children still in need of training. Han Xiu offered no further explanation, his excitement manifesting as a sinister smile. After observing for an entire day, 2 brilliant pillars of light erupted into the sky, instantly captivating everyone's attention. Yimu, leading the Tsang sect disciples, felt an inexplicable surge of fortune at the sight of these pillars and swiftly moved towards them. Attack, Han Xiu commanded, his eyes narrowing as he spoke to the 4 demon princesses in a detached tone. Chapter 38, The Framed Son of Destiny. Yimu, the 4 demon princesses nodded, their eyes glinting with cunning amusement. They had awaited this moment for far too long. Their signal, the disciples of the demon sect revealed their vicious smiles. Clutching bottles of a sinister black liquid, the demon corruption venom, this concoction, a top-tier poison crafted in the depths of the demon sect, would permanently erode the flesh upon contact, causing a terrifying decline in one's internal power. Now, they hurled the venom, encased in magical energy, down towards Yimu and the Tsang sect disciples. As the outer layer of magic shattered, a dark purple rain descended upon them, wherever the venom fell. It corroded all in its path, exuding a nauseating stench. Yimu's expression changed as he recognized the demon corruption venom, forcing him to halt his advance and dodge. Some Tsang sect disciples, caught unawares, had their flesh corroded into skeletal remains, wailing in agony. Others hastily cast various defensive spells to shield themselves from the onslaught. At that moment, several forces from the Tsang domain, such as the Blood Abyss sect, the Heavenly Ghost sect, and the Golden Law sect, rushed toward the dazzling pillars of light upon discovering them. Passing through the valley, they caught sight of the purple-black venom coating the ground and the skeletal remains of the Tsang sect disciples, prompting them to chuckle in malicious delight as they prepared to depart without delay. However, the 4 demon princesses lurking in the shadows had no intention of letting them go easily. They immediately unleashed the remaining demon corruption venom upon them. Despicable demon cultists, dare to emerge and fight. The disciples of the 4 sects cursed vehemently. They instantly recognized this as the handiwork of demon cultivators, surmising that the enemy aimed to impede their advance towards the source of the 2 light pillars. This only served to confirm the presence of a monumental opportunity at that location. Yet, just then, the ground trembled beneath the thunderous hooves and furious roars of beasts, interrupting their thoughts. Roars echoed like a volcanic eruption, reverberating through the vast secret realm. The disciples of the 4 sects, no longer concerned with threatening the hidden 4 demon princesses, turned their gazes towards the valley entrance and the sky above. There, they beheld monstrous beasts with crimson eyes and grotesque visages, charging madly from the valley entrance and the heavens, forming a colossal tide of beasts that blotted out the sun, instilling fear in their hearts. Damn it, these demon cultivators are truly insidious. They realized, panic setting in, that we have no time to escape. Quickly, contact the elders and sect leaders. The disciples of the Blood Abyss sect, Heavenly Ghost sect, and Golden Law sect had lost their previous glee at witnessing the Tsang sect's misfortune and scrambled to produce communication devices, seeking assistance from their elders stationed at the entrance of the swirling secret realm. Though the diminutive Yimu possessed the ability to flee to the distant source of the light pillars alone, he, as the leading elder brother of the Tsang sect and the guide for this expedition, could not abandon his fellow disciples. He was determined to assist them to the fullest extent. If only I had known this would happen, I would have bestowed the leadership upon that wretched boy, Han Xiu. Yimu lamented inwardly, regretting his choices. Faced with a dire situation, he realized it would be challenging to extricate himself. Should the disciples suffer heavy casualties, he would undoubtedly be blamed upon returning to the sect. Such selflessness, our elder brother, truly embodies righteousness and noble character. The Tsang sect disciples gazed at Yimu, valiantly fighting against the beasts in front of them, their hearts swelling with warmth. But at that moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. 4 9th-level beasts, controlled by the 4 demon princesses, leapt from the tide, charging towards Yimu with ferocious roars, intent on eliminating this troublesome human cultivator first. Sensing the overwhelming evil energy and terrifying aura emanating from the 4 beasts, Yimu's pupils dilated in alarm that he knew he could not withstand them and prepared to evade. However, when he caught sight of Gu Qingyin and the Tsang sect elders, who had forcibly breached the secret realm's restrictions using secret techniques and elixirs, he could not help but smirk and abandoned his plan to evade. He wagered that Gu Qingyin and the others would surely risk their lives to shatter the space and rescue him. In doing so, his fade of benevolence would only grow more illustrious. Upon witnessing Yimu on the brink of being surrounded by the 4 ferocious beasts, Gu Qingyin and the Tsang sect elders disregarded the chaotic energy within their bodies, stemming from their use of elixirs and techniques, and immediately prepared to shatter the space to save him. Just then, 4 figures enveloped in demonic energy burst forth from the shadows, swiftly positioning themselves in front of Yimu to deflect the terrifying attacks from the 4 beasts. Master Yi, I am to blame for not controlling all the beasts properly, nearly allowing these 4 creatures to harm you. Mo apologized, blocking the beast's assault. The time for your return to the demon sect has come, he added, bowing slightly with a sincere expression. The demise of the beasts was orchestrated through the application of arcane techniques, compelling the frenzied creatures of the beast tide to evade Yimu and surge towards the crowd, where Long Sim Yu and others resided. When it comes to the art of deception and framing, the 4 demonesses excel, without question. You mustn't speak such nonsense. I, Yimu, am the senior disciple of the Kangman. When have I ever become a subordinate of your demonic sect? Upon regaining his composure, Yimu felt his heart clench violently, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow as he angrily admonished the 4 demonesses. Were this a private matter, he would not mind the addition of a formidable sect as an ally. However, with the three other major sects present in the valley alongside Kangman, the appearance of his adversaries to rescue him at such a critical juncture, coupled with their ambiguous remarks, could easily lead others to perceive him as a spy planted within Kangman by the demonic faction. The crowd, noticing the stirs surrounding Yi Mu and hearing the words of the four demonesses, wore expressions of shock and anger as they fixed their gaze upon him. The elders and disciples of Kangman looked at Yi Mu with a mix of confusion and suspicion, yet ultimately chose to trust him after years of witnessing his duplicitous behavior. However, the other sect's elders and disciples were far less forgiving than him. Go by, you despicable scoundrel. How dare you incite the demonic sect to assail us? I never imagined that the esteemed senior disciple of a righteous sect would actually be a spy for the demonic faction. Today, we shall cleanse Kangman by eliminating you, the accursed demonic heir. The elders and disciples of Bloodshin sect, Sky Ghost sect, and Golden Law sect, their faces contorted with rage, charged fiercely towards Yi Mu, shattering the beasts that stood in their way. Chapter 39. Once again tormented, Lu Sun Ya and Jiu Qingyin and the elders of Kangman observed the formidable figures from the three major sects rushing towards Yi Mu, and were just about to intervene when the four demonesses stepped forward to shield him. How dare you show disrespect to our demonic heir? Prepare to perish. Bung feigned indignation, summoning a formidable dark magic technique and launching it at the elders of the three major sections. How despicable! The four demonesses so readily assist you. You truly are a spy for the demonic sect. An elder from Bloodshin sect shouted in fury, directing his ire towards Yi Mu, while deftly evading Bung's magical assault. Please allow me to explain. I am not a spy for the demonic sect. Yi Mu pleaded desperately. Yet, to his dismay, the elders of the three major sects remained unconvinced, and the three demonesses engaged in a fierce struggle before him. He wished to seize the opportunity to flee towards the origin of the distant light pillar, but was intercepted by Mo, who blocked his path. Young master, do not run about recklessly. Danger lurks. Yi Mu, realizing he could neither escape nor explain himself, nor could he hope to defeat them, felt his vision redden with rage. His fist clenched tightly as he glared at Mo. Jiu Qingyin and the other elders of Kangman intended to assist the elders of the three major sects in eliminating the four demonesses, but soon became aware that Long Sim Yu and the others were being besieged by a horde of frenzied beasts, heavily injured and on the verge of collapse, facing imminent devourment. In light of this, they had no choice but to temporarily abandon their assault on the four demonesses and rush to aid Long Sim Yu and the others. The avatar of Gu Hanxiu, observing Yi Mu's predicament and the three fallen sisters at his side, felt a sense of satisfaction. Lu Sun Yin, shielding Xia Lingyu, lay helplessly on the dusty ground. Upon seeing two tiger-shaped beasts charging towards them, she cast aside her dignity and urgently called out to Gu Hanxiu's avatar. Hanxiu, please quickly carry me and Lingyu to safety. I have twisted my leg and exhausted my spiritual energy to this moment. Long Sim Yu stood alone against three beasts, unable to assist, leaving only Gu Hanxiu capable of rescuing them. The latter, upon hearing her plea, unleashed two powerful strikes that sent the nearby beasts flying before approaching them. Hanxiu truly still cares for us. Lu Sun Yin and Xia Lingyu thought silently as they watched Gu Hanxiu approach. However, just as they expected him to gently lift them from the ground and evade the beastly onslaught, Jiu Hanxiu simply stepped over them, coldly retreating to the side to watch the spectacle unfold. Rescue them? What a joke! Were it not for the numerous eyes upon him, he would have delighted in stabbing them a few times, turning them into fruit pies to aid the beasts in digestion. As Lu Sun Yin grasped the situation, shock and anger flooded her, and she shot a furious glare at Gu Hanxiu. She never anticipated such a heartless response, and upon seeing the beasts advance towards herself and Xia Lingyu, she despairingly shut her eyes. Xia Lingyu, as if struck by some profound blow, lay on the ground embracing her paralyzed, mangled legs, weeping inconsolably. She feared death, yet was even more terrified of never receiving Gu Hanxiu's forgiveness again. In the past, he would have risked everything to protect her from the claws of beasts. Boom! Just as the two tiger-shaped beasts were about to sink their fangs into Lu Sun Yin and Xia Lingyu, several powerful magical energies surged forth, sending them flying hundreds of meters away. Lifeless, Gu Qingyin appeared before Lu Sun Yin and Xia Lingyu, helping them to their feet, her expression displeased as she reprimanded Gu Hanxiu's avatar. Hanxiu, They are your senior sisters. How can you stand idly by while they face death? The latter, upon hearing this, bent over, clutching his chest, feigning a grievously injured state. I can barely protect myself. I truly lack the strength to assist them. Gu Qingyin, exasperated, felt her chest heave with rapid, furious breaths, as if about to burst the confines of her clothing. Yet she knew this was not the time for lectures. Hastily opening a spatial portal to allow Lu Sunyin and Gu Hanxiu to escape. You must flee the secret realm at once. I and the sect elders will go to rescue the other disciples. Understood, Master. Lu Sunyin nodded, still shaken, casting a venomous glare at Gu Hanxiu before aiding Xie Lingyu towards the portal. Long Simyu, shielded by the sect elders, also escaped the encirclement of beasts and fled through the spatial exit. Gu Hanxiu's avatar, with nary a blush or a flutter of his heart, approached Gu Qingyin and slipped through the portal. Upon emerging into the outside world, Lu Sunyin swung her sword at Gu Hanxiu's avatar, only to be met with a swift kick to her injured leg. Ah! Lu Sunyin screamed, collapsing to the ground, her weapon snatched away by Gu Hanxiu's avatar. The latter brandished the long blade, its tip poised against her chest, gliding downwards. The sharp sting of the blade and the chilling aura enveloped Lu Sunyin completely. Just as Gu Hanxiu's avatar contemplated whether to slay her or inflict torment first, numerous disciples from the four major sects began emerging from the secret realm. Seeing this, he reluctantly abandoned his plan to torture Lu Sunyin. Instead, lifting his dirt-stained boot and placing it squarely on her face, ruthlessly trampling it while mockingly taunting, "In the future, refrain from howling before me. Otherwise, for every cry, I shall strike you once." Chapter 40. Taking the Dragon Phoenix Bones. Leaving behind a heap of leftover chicken bones. Meanwhile, Gu Hanxiu's true self had arrived at the site of the two radiant pillars. Most of the individuals from the four major sects found themselves ensnared within the valley, beset by the four demonesses and the beast tide, and he encountered little resistance. Occasionally, when he stumbled upon a stray cultivator, he would utilize his earlier transformation into Yi Mu to unleash his magical prowess, intentionally slaying a few while accidentally allowing some to escape. Before him lay two bones enveloped in strands of peculiar light, from which Gu Hanxiu faintly sensed the oppressive aura of the divine dragon and divine phoenix. Taking a deep breath, he closed his eyes, concentrated, and began to channel the evil emperor's celestial demon record. As his intent surged, spiritual energy flooded through his body, following specific meridian pathways. When the energy converged in his palm, he felt a formidable suction emanating from his hand, as if it aimed to devour everything in the vicinity. The dragon bone and phoenix bone were gradually drawn in, transforming into two streams of light that coursed up his arm and into his body, ultimately merging with the Nirvana bloodbone, giving rise to an even more powerful and extraordinary bone structure. Is this the power born from the fusion of the dragon bone, phoenix bone, and Nirvana bloodbone? Truly delightful. Gu Hanxiu reveled in the immense power contained within the bone, as well as the enhancement of his cultivation and magical energy, his face alight with satisfaction. At that moment, the system's cool and melodious voice echoed in his ears. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the temporary mission. Rewards of Demon God Ring, 1,000 villain points, and Ancient Fox Demon Beast have been granted. Upon hearing this, Gu Hanxiu raised an eyebrow in satisfaction, just as he was about to turn and leave. He halted, retrieving a roast chicken from his storage ring. After devouring it, he discarded the leftover bones beneath the residual light of the pillars, crushing them underfoot. He then inscribed a crooked line of text in the dirt with his spiritual energy. Since I have taken your bones and fortune, I shall leave you some of my leftover bone mush as well. Meanwhile, the battle surrounding Yi Mu had reached its climax. The spatial realm of the secret ended on the brink of collapse. The four demonesses and other demonic cultivators simultaneously ceased their attacks, feigning a desire to cover Yi Mu's retreat. Master, elders. Save me. Seeing the four great demonesses approaching to capture him, Yi Mu hurriedly shouted to Gu Qingyin and the elders of the kingmen. Damn those treacherous spies from the demon sect, still putting on an act at such a critical juncture. How infuriating! If it weren't for the imminent collapse of the secret realm, that I would have surely executed you here today. The two elders from the Bloodshin sect and the Tianyu sect glared at Yi Mu with rage, then, forced by circumstance, retreated alongside their disciples from the spatial rift, escaping the secret realm. Meanwhile, Gu Qingyin and the Kangman elders sighed, ultimately choosing to trust Yi Mu. Once the four demonesses saw that their initial task as instructed by Gu Hanqiu and Yi Lan, had been accomplished. They had no intention of remaining to engage in a desperate fight with Gu Qingyin and the others. After exchanging a few disdainful blows, they kicked Yi Mu away with contempt, warning them, "Take good care of our demon sect's young master, or else we shall slaughter your entire sect in the future." With that, their figures flickered and vanished through the spatial rift while Yi Mu crashed heavily to the ground, feeling several of his ribs break from the impact. Yet, he shook off the hand extended by the Kangman elder who tried to assist him, anxiously explaining, "Elder, please let me explain. I am truly wronged. Moreover, the reason they have trapped us in this valley, the target must be those two pillars of light nearby." He then turned to Gu Qingyin, saying, "Master, please exit the secret realm first. I must seek out the opportunity before it shatters." Without giving Gu Qingyin and the others a chance to refuse, he activated a teleportation talisman, transforming into a streak of light and disappearing before their eyes. Upon hearing this, Danayin furrowed her delicate brows. How could she not guess that Yi Mu was afraid she and the Kangman elders would divide the opportunity, hence he chose to venture alone? A sense of disappointment for him grew within her. If it were Hanqiu, this thought surged unbidden in her mind, only to be extinguished in an instant as she turned and left the secret realm with the Kangman elders and the others. What a rich aura of dragon and phoenix that I seem to feel the divine dragon and divine phoenix beckoning to me. Yi Mu's figure appeared at the site where the two pillars of light had emerged, sensing the residual dragon and phoenix energy around him, and he excitedly inhaled the rich aroma of chicken in the air. Wait, chicken aroma? Chapter 41. The Chosen One. Yi Mu, his entire clan annihilated. The saintly mother retreats. Do not resent the brutality you have suffered for 7 lifetimes. You are more lonely than Gu Hanqiu. Kikik. Suddenly, an overwhelming sense of unease surged within Yi Mu, prompting him to swiftly move beneath the remaining glow of the pillars. However, what met his eyes was not the extraordinary dragon and phoenix bones, but a pile of chicken bones mixed with mud. Nearby, a line of crooked characters stood out painfully. "Since you've taken your bone opportunity, I'll just give you the leftover bone mud I've eaten." Yi Mu's pupils constricted, filled with a mix of resentment and frustration, and he roared skyward in fury. "Ah, damn it, don't let me catch you. Or else you'll pay dearly for it, you bastard." At that moment, the secret realm space began to shatter rapidly while Yi Mu could only suppress his anger, retrieve a protective talisman, and escape through the spatial rift. However, what awaited him were the disdainful and furious gazes of disciples from the other 3 sects. Go by. "Damn those demon sect scum. How dare you show your face? Kill him. Avenge our fallen comrades in the secret realm." The ambush by the demon sect in the valley must have been orchestrated by him. That's right. I saw him taking advantage of the chaos to head towards the location of the pillars, slaughtering our sect's cultivators to seize the opportunity. One after another, voices filled with hatred and sharp curses rose, seeing that the disciples of the other 3 sects were about to attack him. Yi Mu quickly darted behind the elders of his own sect. Meanwhile, in a remote town of the Zhangyu region, a horrific massacre was unfolding at the Yi family. Evil black flames enveloped the entire sky and structures of the Yi family. The ground was soaked in thick, sticky red liquid, and along with the icy rain falling from the sky, a nauseating scent of blood permeated the air. Are you demon cultivators targeting our Yi family?" Yi Tianlong trembled as he pointed at the black-clad cultivators mercilessly slaughtering his kin, his hand shaking as he indicated the 4 demonesses approaching him. "Old fool, blame your foolish and incompetent son." With a swift motion, one of the demonesses severed Yi Tianlong's pointing finger. Yi Tianlong felt excruciating pain from his severed finger, collapsing to the ground in agony, crying out, Mu'er will avenge us." The demoness snorted disdainfully, a cruel smile playing on her lips as she said, "Your foolish son is now seen as a spy for the demon sect, a rat scurrying through the streets. What have you done?" Yi Tianlong's pupils constricted as he unleashed his spiritual power towards the 4 demonesses. However, his desperate attack was effortlessly extinguished with a mere breath from one of them. The disparity in power was a chasm he would never be able to cross. Ignoring his terrified and hateful gaze, the demoness beckoned to her fellow demon disciples, who promptly seized several of his fleeing family members. The young boy, resembling Yi Mu, struggled in fear, calling out for his father. Dad, save me. Dad." Beside him, a bloodied and dirt-covered young wife cradled a small girl in her arms, her face filled with despair as she looked at the dismembered Yi Tianlong. Tianlong, as Yi Tianlong witnessed his wife and children fail to escape. His face turned ashen. He immediately knelt before the 4 demonesses, trembling as he pleaded, "Please, spare my wife and children. Just let them go that I will do anything you ask." One of the demonesses kicked him away. Laughing playfully, "My brother said, since we're family, we should all be sliced 1,000 times, so we can reunite in death." She then turned to her companion. "Hong, I think I've grown rather fond of my brother. He truly strikes my fancy." Hong nodded in agreement, but halted the demoness who was about to slaughter Yi Tianlong and his family, saying, "Spare his wife, daughter, and son." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of hope and relief flickered in Yi Tianlong's previously despairing and hateful eyes, his heart slightly easing. Yet, Hong frowned, shaking off Hong's hand. "Hong, do you not understand the principle of eradicating the roots?" The other demoness, who had been watching, inquired. "Hong, when did you become so saintly?" In the world of cultivation, a saintly heart is not to be tolerated. Hong's lips curled into a beautiful arc as she explained with a cruel jest. "Let us imprison Yi Mu's brother, mother, and sister in the demon sect. When my brother comes to the demon sect in the future, let him personally torment his enemy's brother, and further humiliate and defile his enemy's mother and sister. This way my brother should be very happy, and the sect master will reward us handsomely, right?" The other 3 demonesses' eyes sparkled upon hearing Hong's explanation, and they unanimously agreed with her proposal. You demon cultivators are truly despicable beasts." Yi Tianlong roared at the 4 demonesses, his eyes filled with rage. Bong, unperturbed, replied with a sweet smile, "In the realm of cultivation, what distinction is there between good and evil?" She then swung her sword, unleashing a wave of sinister, dark sword energy that reduced Yi Tianlong to 1,000 red fruit slices. The young wife and her small daughter watched helplessly as their husband and father was ruthlessly slain, their fingertips digging deep into their tender palms. The hatred born from this blood-soaked vendetta surged within them like bamboo shoots after the rain. Yet, facing such formidable demonesses, they could not even take their own lives. "Bong, and you bound them, and Yi Mu's brother with magical chains, tossing them to the disciples of the demon sect. Take them back to the demon sect, and keep them well." "Yes, demoness," several disciples of the demon sect replied, bowing as Hong prepared to leave after witnessing the annihilation of the Yi family. She seemed to recall something and paused her steps, murmuring, "It seems Hanqiu asked us to dig out all the earthworms from the Yi family and slice them into threads, to extract the eggs from the old hen that had been raised for 2.5 years, to slap all the dogs in the town, and finally, after Yi Mu returns, to bury them, to dump beast feces on their graves." Why you shook her head, puzzled, mumbling, "What kind of grudge or enmity do Hanqiu and Yi Mu share? They can't possibly be enemies across several lifetimes, can they?" Chapter 42. Yi Mu learns of his family's annihilation. His mental state crumbles. At Kangmen, within the Grand Hall, Yi Mu stood silently beside Gu Hanqiu, his face as dark as water. Without uttering a word, in the depths of the secret realm, he obtained not a single high-grade celestial treasure. Even the fabled dragon and phoenix bones fell into the hands of others before he could grasp them. Ultimately, he was branded as a spy for the demon sect, barely escaping disaster by swearing an oath to the heavens. He always felt that someone was orchestrating these events from the shadows. Ji Yuqinin gazed at her 2 disciples, a hint of sorrow and helplessness etched upon her face. Then, she turned to Yi Mu and spoke slowly. "Yi Mu, as the eldest disciple of the Kangmen and the leader of this expedition into the secret realm, you have not only failed to protect your fellow disciples, but have instead ignited conflicts with the demon sect, nearly tarnishing our sect's reputation by being mistaken for a spy. You are to seclude yourself in the forbidden area, the 7 Sorrows Ice Cliff, for 7 days to reflect on your actions." Yi Mu's eyes widened in disbelief. He never imagined Gu Qingyin would truly punish him. Once he regained his composure, he cast a shadowy glance at Gu Hanqiu, thinking, "Had I known this would happen, I would have let him lead the expedition from the start." Ji Yuqinin then looked towards Gu Hanqiu, her expression as cold as frost, and inquired, "Hanqiu, why did you not come to the aid of your 2 senior sisters in the secret realm?" Gu Hanqiu shot her a glance of indifference and replied apathetically, "I was unable to protect myself, let alone assist others." Lu Xuanyin was incensed. She rushed in front of Gu Hanqiu, intending to grab his sleeve and demand answers, but was immediately intimidated by the chilling gaze he cast upon her. She quickly withdrew her hand, trembling as she turned to Gu Qingyin to report, "Master, Gu Hanqiu insulted me after we exited the secret realm. Insulted? How did I insult you? Gu Hanqiu smirked coldly, a glint of amusement in his tone. You det you. Lu Xuanyan stammered, her body shaking uncontrollably as she instinctively sought refuge in Gu Qingyin's embrace. Sighing, Gu Qingyin addressed Gu Hanqiu. You should also go to the forbidden area for reflection. Without hesitation, he turned and departed. Having cultivated the evil emperor's demonic record of Tai Guowanmei, he found the punishment of entering the forbidden area to be the least of his concerns. Unlike him, Yi Mu, upon entering the Seven Sorrows ice cliff, was nearly frozen stiff by the bone-chilling mist. Though he was the chosen one, he had seldom faced hardship and had never been punished in the forbidden area. Damn Gu Hanqiu, it's all because of you. If you hadn't usurped the Master's affection towards me, would I have ever been punished so unprecedentedly? As Yi Mu raged internally, he retrieved a communication artifact. As a doting brother, he contacted Yi Dadi and Yi Xie almost every day. However, when he infused his spiritual energy into the artifact, the figure that appeared was neither his siblings nor his parents, but one of the four demonesses. He has the young master of the demon sect suddenly reached out for instructions. The demoness, Song, teased with a mocking smile at Yi Mu's bewildered expression. You are a demoness of the sect? How could my sibling's communication artifact be with you? Yi Mu questioned in horror as he regained his senses. Well, just go home and find out, Song replied, pressing her delicate finger to her soft red lips. Her smile radiant, yet laced with malice. Before Yi Mu could voice his outrage, she abruptly severed the connection, deliberately concealing the fact that his siblings were alive but imprisoned within the demon sect's forbidden grounds. No.it can't be, E.my parents and siblings, they must be safe. Yi Mu trembled as he rose from the ground and fled the Seven Sorrows ice cliff. After hastily explaining the situation to the elder guards, he exited Kangmen and hurried towards his remote hometown. Half a day later, upon arriving at his family's territory, he was met not by familiar faces or structures, but by a ground strewn with sticky red fruit pies. The charred remnants of houses emitted a nauseating smell of burnt debris, mingling with the stench of blood in the air, creating an overwhelming sense of discomfort. Yi Mu's face contorted as he knelt in the pool of blood. Retching violently, his palms pressed into the viscous fruit pies, and he felt the unblinking eyes of the deceased beneath his fingertips. Upon using his spiritual sense to scan the surroundings, he discovered not a single survivor. He even found a pile of scattered egg yolks and shredded earthworms amidst the blood. The demon sect, the four demonesses that I, Yi Mu, will ensure your utter destruction in this lifetime. With a hoarse cry, he howled at the heavens, crimson blood streaming from his orifices that it seemed as though the heavens sensed his fury, unleashing an unrelenting cold rain. The raindrops fell from the sky, striking him, yet he felt not a trace of chill. As he wallowed in despair and hatred, Gu Hanqiu reveled in delight. You imprisoned his siblings in the demon sect? Ha! Excellent, excellent. You have done splendidly. Gu Hanqiu sat beneath a massive waterfall in the inner region of the demon-capturing mountain. Laughing maniacally, the dense aura of demons and evil seemed to swirl around him, enhancing his sinister and cold demeanor. My dear brother Hanqiu is truly destined to be a villain, He Jun. Maintaining the communication with Gu Hanqiu through the artifact, teased him with a charming smile, her eyes sparkling with mischief. She found herself somewhat intrigued by this younger boy. Thank you for your unwavering support. Along with our esteemed leader, when the time is ripe, I will assist you in annihilating Tsongmin. Gu Hanqiu gradually calmed his emotions and expressed his gratitude to Tsong, before severing the communication at that moment. The system's cool and melodic voice echoed in his ears once more. Ding! The chosen one Yi Mu has succumbed to despair. The host's actions align with the villain and vengeful persona. System reward, 1,000 villain points. Hearing this, Gu Hanqiu's smile deepened. He then released 6 ancient fox demon beasts from the demon god ring. Awoo. The 6 small foxes, imbued with pure malevolence and demonic energy, gathered around his feet, nuzzling against his pant legs in a display of affection. Just then, the 9-tailed fox and the serpent, Xiang Lu, seemed to sense the presence of the 6 little foxes and swiftly flew from afar. Upon seeing Gu Hanqiu, they respectfully prostrated. Master, you have arrived. Gu Hanqiu nodded, and, cradling the 6 adorable little foxes, approached the 9-tailed fox, stroking her head. Her fur was incredibly warm and soft, exuding a unique fragrance. After spending time with those senior sisters, he now found these demon beasts to possess an exquisite charm. The demon beasts seemed to sense something, their bodies trembling inexplicably as they cautiously glanced at Gu Hanxiu. They couldn't shake the feeling that their master was contemplating something rather inappropriate. Chapter 43. The master learns the truth, her powers rendered null, hair turned white. Meanwhile, upon returning to her bamboo cottage in the bamboo forest behind the mountain, Gu Qingyin retrieved the blood-stained lost spirit bone of Gu Hanxiu from her storage ring, her expression dazed as she murmured, "Have I truly erred, my disciple?" The air was silent, with no one to offer her clarity. Just as she prepared to return the lost spirit bone to her storage ring, an unexpected change occurred. A torrent of memories filled with hatred and anguish surged from the lost spirit bone, invading her mind. Could these be Yi Hanxiu's memories? Gu Qingyin was taken aback as she beheld the vivid memories flashing through her mind. As she focused, she attentively observed the incredibly lifelike memories. She witnessed a young Gu Hanxiu holding her hand, trailing behind her like a biological child. She had patiently accompanied him, teaching him the ways of humanity, cultivation, and techniques that time. Gu Hanxiu was still a child, unable to repay her in any way. Yet he often thoughtfully prepared various delectable teas and dishes for her, or would massage her shoulders and listen to her worries and troubles. However, such idyllic times were fleeting. When Yi Mu arrived at the sect, everything changed. It seemed that she and Long Siyue, among others, were influenced by a peculiar force, beginning to perceive Yi Mu as a paragon among men, gifted with heavenly potential, thus shifting their attention and affection away from Gu Hanxiu. Yi Mu lived up to expectations, showcasing astounding talent in various aspects. While this was not inherently problematic, he later resorted to schemes to frame Gu Hanxiu, seeking to expel him from the bamboo forest. From petty theft of spirit pills and herbs to falsely accusing him as a spy for the demon sect, and she, as his master who had watched him grow, had not believed him in the slightest. Whenever he was wronged or embroiled in conflict with Yi Mu, she would impose severe punishments upon him. Ultimately, this inept and oblivious master truly regarded him as a spy for the demon sect. With ethereal chains piercing through his bones, he was suppressed beneath the icy lake at the base of the Seven Sorrows cold cliff, enduring the relentless torment of extreme cold day and night. When I, along with Long Siyue and others, resolved to visit him, Gu Hanxiu was already on the brink of death. The blood flowing from his wounds had nearly stained the crystalline waters of the ice lake crimson. Witnessing the harrowing image of my beloved disciple suffering in the bone-chilling lake, Gu Qingyin collapsed to her knees, her heart consumed by boundless regret and sorrow. She longed to plunge into the icy waters to rescue Gu Hanxiu, yet found herself powerless to alter the course of events. How could I have been so foolish as to trust that beast Yi Mu? Hanxiu has been so filial to me. Yet I personally confined him in this forbidden place to suffer unto death. I truly deserve to be damned. Gu Qingyin knelt on the frigid ground, her fingertips digging deeply into her palms. Wailing in despair. As her emotions and state of mind shattered, her once solid cultivation began to falter, gradually disintegrating with each frame of the unfolding scene. Yet, she remained oblivious to everything else, wholly absorbed in her remorse and anguish. It was only when the memories imparted by the divine spirit bone faded away that she slowly regained her senses, trembling as she rose and exited the bamboo hut, clutching the divine spirit bone. "Master, what has happened to you?" Long Siyue gazed at Gu Qingyin, whose hair had turned white and whose face bore a tragic expression, her eyes wide with disbelief. However, Gu Qingyin at that moment was utterly indifferent to her. Stumbling forward with her depleted body towards the prison demon Xian Mountain, she was desperate to find Gu Hanxiu and kneel before him, pleading for his forgiveness. Chapter 44. Nurturing bones with one's body. Longing day and night. Within the inner region of prison demon Xian Mountain, after Gu Hanxiu had secured the nine-tailed fox and Xiang Lu in the demon god's ring, he sat down to meditate. Suddenly, he seemed to sense something. Frowning slightly as he turned to look behind him, there stood Gu Qingyin, her hair white as snow, her figure plump, and her garments stained with blood and dust, staggering towards him. Has this foolish woman completely lost her cultivation? Could it be that she has succumbed to madness? Gu Hanxiu pondered, perplexed by the dissipating aura of her spiritual power. Hanxiu, will you forgive your master? Gu Qingyin knelt before Gu Hanxiu, clutching his leg, tears streaming down her face as she begged. Get away. Gu Hanxiu disdainfully shoved her aside, preparing to turn and leave. Hanxiu, I truly realize my mistake. I know you have been wronged by that beast Yi Mu your entire life. Please, forgive me. Gu Qingyin, enduring the pain coursing through her body, scrambled back to him, once more embracing his leg and weeping. If only you would forgive me, I would do anything for you. Upon hearing this, Gu Hanxiu turned to gaze at Gu Qingyin's tear-streaked, exquisite face, his tone laced with mockery as he asked, anything, is it? Gu Qingyin nodded fervently like a chick pecking at grain, a glimmer of hope flashing in her eyes. Yet, in the next moment, a powerful slap struck her face. So, anything, is it? Then kneel properly and take my slaps. I will forgive you when I feel pleased. A wicked smile curled at the corners of Gu Hanxiu's lips as he spoke. Delivering blows to Gu Qingyin's face, he had longed to do this. As for why she had come to such a state, he cared not. When Gu Qingyin realized what was happening, she did not resist. Instead, she dutifully knelt, raising her face marked with handprints, allowing her former disciple to strike her. As long as Gu Hanxiu could forgive her, she would willingly endure his torment. After a quarter of an hour, Gu Hanxiu ceased the slaps, gazing down at her. Hanxiu, have you forgiven me? Gu Qingyin, oblivious to the swelling pain in her cheeks, inquired with hopeful anticipation. Forgive you? Gu Hanxiu sneered coldly, about to draw the soul blade of the abyss to torture Gu Qingyin. When he sensed the arrival of Long Siyue and the elders of the Kangmen, Master, what has happened to you? Long Siyue, upon seeing Gu Qingyin's white hair and bloodied, swollen face, rushed to her side. Concern etched on her features. However, Gu Qingyin shoved her away, continuing to kneel by Gu Hanxiu's feet, choking on her pleas for his forgiveness. Gu Hanxiu, what have you done to Master? Long Siyue, realizing the situation, clenched her fists, her gaze fiercely fixed on Gu Hanxiu. The other Kangmen elders, upon sensing Gu Qingyin's dissipating spiritual power, changed countenance, surrounding Gu Hanxiu with expressions of fury, demanding, Gu Hanxiu, how dare you slay your master? The latter, with a crazed look, chuckled softly. I haven't even left the forbidden area. What does it have to do with me? Gu Qingyin quickly shielded Gu Hanxiu behind her, her face alight with fervor as she spat at Long Siyue and the Kangmen elders. Silence. The matters between this sect leader and Hanxiu are not for you wretched fools to meddle in. As her words fell, the elders of Kangmen and Long Siyue were left in stunned silence. We are wretched fools. If any of you dare to harm Hanxiu, I will fight you to the death. Get lost. All of you, get lost. Gu Qingyin, having lost her powers, resorted to picking up stones from the ground and hurling them at Long Siyue and the Kangmen elders. Her expression akin to Gu Hanxiu's madness. It's over. Another one has gone mad. What kind of dark sorcery has that scoundrel Gu Hanxiu used to manipulate and enslave Ling Yu and Master? Why do both Ling Yu and Master kneel before Gu Hanxiu like a wretched dog, begging for his forgiveness? Long Siyue clenched her fists, her fingertips digging into her palms. The other Kangmen elders used their powers to obliterate the stones thrown by Gu Qingyin, their expressions dark as they glared at Gu Hanxiu. But upon witnessing Gu Qingyin protect him like a mother bear, they could only leave in utter frustration, taking Long Siyue with them. Hanxiu, I have sent them away. You may continue to strike me. Gu Qingyin knelt once more at Gu Hanxiu's feet, submissively presenting her swollen face before him, her demeanor utterly humble. Gu Hanxiu grasped her smooth, snow-white hair, casting a disdainful glance her way before releasing it. His tone indifferent as he stated, You can leave too. I will not forgive you. Upon hearing this, Gu Qingyin's tears flowed freely once more, cascading down her swollen cheeks to her chest. Her lips moved slightly. Yet no sound emerged, and no matter how pitifully she pleaded, no matter how she shed her garments, Gu Hanxiu continued to regard her with cold indifference and disdain. Hanxiu, he is merely angry at the moment. He will forgive me. He surely will. I will return to the bamboo hut to prepare his favorite meals that he loves my cooking the most. Gu Qingyin seemed unable to accept such an outcome. Donning her garments and unsteadily exiting the forbidden area, back in her bamboo hut nestled in the back mountain, she carefully retrieved the still bloody divine spirit bone. Gritting her teeth, she decisively sliced open her chest, even severing a rib within. Then, she implanted the divine spirit bone into her body, unhesitatingly swallowing a multitude of healing pills and spiritual liquids, silently nourishing the bone with her own flesh and blood. I must atone for my sins to gain forgiveness. When I see Hanxiu next, I will return this bone to him. He will surely be delighted. Gu Qingyin gritted her teeth against the excruciating pain of the bone's implantation, whispering madly to herself as she prepared Gu Hanqiu's favorite childhood dishes. Once the meal was ready, she sat at the table alongside the colorless-eyed Xiaoling Yu, eagerly awaiting Gu Hanqiu's return to the bamboo hut. The delayed sincerity fell like winter snow, chilling to the bone. No matter how long they waited, the boy they once knew would never return. Chapter 45. Did Gu Hanqiu steal the clothes of the sect's female disciples? As news of Gu Qingyin's loss of cultivation and descent into madness spread throughout the sect, the venerable ancestor Xianhai was compelled to end his seclusion and take charge of the sect. Meanwhile, the fated child Yi Mu, after burying his parents and kin, returned to the sect. Upon learning of Gu Qingyin's madness, he hurried to the bamboo grove in the back mountain, arriving at the door of the bamboo hut and pushing it open. Oda, why is the table laden with so many dishes? Could it be a welcome feast prepared for my return? Yi Mu, gazing at the fragrant dishes laid out, grinned with a crooked smile. Envisioning a grand homecoming. As Gu Qingyin and Xiaoling Yu heard someone enter, they initially thought it was Gu Hanqiu returning and hurriedly stepped out from the room, excitement evident on their faces. Master, Ling Yu. Yi Mu, upon seeing Gu Qingyin and Xiaoling Yu's gradually darkening expressions, retreated a few trembling steps. Damn beast. Today, I shall cleanse the sect. Gu Qingyin's voice, hoarse from rage, erupted as she seized a kitchen knife and lunged at Yi Mu. Meanwhile, Xiaoling Yu, her colorless eyes flashing with fury, raised her small hands, conjuring powerful formations to strike at Yi Mu. As he beheld them, possessed as if by some malevolent force, frenziedly seeking to take their own lives. Yi Mu did not hesitate for a moment. Scrambling out of the bamboo hut with all haste, they pursued him relentlessly, brandishing their weapons, until he finally escaped the bamboo forest on the back mountain. At which point they ceased their relentless chase. Damn that Gu Hanqiu, what sorcery has he unleashed to transform both my master and junior sister into such ghastly forms? Yi Mu clenched his fists, muttering through gritted teeth. After much contemplation, a brilliant scheme began to take shape in his mind. If he could orchestrate a frame-up, utilizing the ancestors and elders to expel Gu Hanqiu from the sect, then surely his master and junior sister would be restored to their former selves, and he would once again earn their favor. Thus, he clandestinely pilfered the undergarments of the female disciples just before Gu Hanqiu's final day of punishment in the forbidden area, and placed them in Gu Hanqiu's room within the disciples' courtyard. Unbeknownst to him, Gu Hanqiu had long since set up a concealed surveillance formation in that very room, recalling memories from a past life. Attempting to frame me again? Gu Hanqiu observed the array's luminescence as Yi Mu, furtively and stealthily, stuffed a pile of female disciples' garments into his own wardrobe, a mocking smile curving at the corners of his lips. He swiftly exited the forbidden area, returning to the disciples' courtyard at breakneck speed. After securing the garments, he stowed them in his storage ring and stealthily infiltrated the cloud platform where Yi Mu resided, discreetly placing the storage ring beside his bed. Then, he returned to the disciples' courtyard, resuming his cultivation as if nothing had transpired. Meanwhile, Yi Mu remained blissfully unaware that the garments had been switched, fervently rallying a group of female disciples toward the disciples' courtyard. Master brother Yi Mu, you must seek justice for us this time, one exclaimed. Indeed, who would have thought that Gu Hanqiu could be so shameless as to steal our undergarments? Another lamented. How can he, a fellow disciple, be so vastly different from you, master brother Yi Mu? The female disciples expressed with indignation. Why Yi Mu, upon witnessing their fervor, grinned wryly, his speed of flight increasing. Soon, they arrived at the disciples' courtyard where the male disciples resided. Master brother Yi Mu, what is happening here? A male disciple queried, casting a puzzled glance at the elder and the throng of female disciples following behind. Just as Yi Mu was about to respond, a freckled female disciple interjected, our undergarments have been stolen, and it must be the work of Gu Hanqiu. Hence, we have called upon master brother Yi Mu and the elder to seek justice for us. Upon hearing this, the male disciples, intrigued by the unfolding drama, willingly parted to make way for them. Gu Hanqiu, please come out. Yi Mu knocked on Gu Hanqiu's door, speaking slowly, although he yearned to kick it down. He feared the wrath of Gu Hanqiu might unleash a violent reprisal. Gu Hanqiu, feigning ignorance, emerged from his room, his expression calm as he queried, why have you interrupted my meditative retreat? Stop pretending, Gu Hanqiu. Return the stolen garments to us at once. The female disciples exclaimed, their voices laced with indignation, pointing fingers at him. With Yimu and the elder providing protection, they resembled monkeys on Blue Star, shouting and gesticulating with their unsightly faces. Ha! You amuse me, Gu Hanxiu chuckled, bending over in laughter, before turning to Yimu and the female disciples with a mocking tone, from past to present. Whenever something goes missing, you all come running to me, convinced I am the thief? By that logic, if your mother were to go missing one day, would I be the one to blame as well? At his words, the female disciples' faces flushed crimson, their anger boiling as they pointed at Gu Hanxiu, left speechless. The other male disciples, realizing Gu Hanxiu had inadvertently implicated them, began clamoring to search the premises. Gu Hanxiu did not refuse. Instead, he smirked wickedly, stating, searching is permissible, but fairness must prevail. If we are to search, we must search the entire disciples' courtyard. Whoever's room contains the stolen garments shall face the consequences. Yimu was taken aback, but upon regaining composure, he grinned and readily agreed. Indeed, what you say holds merit, Gu Hanxiu. He then instructed the female disciples to conduct separate searches of Gu Hanxiu's and the other disciples' rooms, including their storage rings. Since the crucial items had been hidden within the system space, Gu Hanxiu did not object. However, to everyone's astonishment, no female garments could be found in the rooms or storage rings of the other male disciples or Gu Hanxiu. Damn it! How could this be? I distinctly stuffed the clothes in his room. Yimu furrowed his brow, perplexed. Where could our garments have gone? The female disciples stood in a daze, uncertain of what to do. Gu Hanxiu's lips curled into a taunting smile as he intoned, you have searched the rooms and storage rings, proving our innocence. However, it seems Yimu's room has yet to be searched. Yimu's expression shifted dramatically, an unsettling feeling washing over him. What nonsense is this? Master Brother Yimu is of impeccable character, beyond reproach. There is no need for a search. A male disciple stepped forward, fervently defending Yimu. Is he your father? Why do you defend him so? Gu Hanxiu retorted, slapping him across the face with a sneer. The male disciple, angered and clutching his face, prepared to retaliate, but was halted by the elder of law enforcement. Enough. I trust in Yimu's character. If a search is required, let it be conducted to clear his name. With that, he led the disciples toward Yimu's cloud platform. Yimu clenched his fists, instinctively glancing at Gu Hanxiu, who was wearing a mocking smile. Chapter 46. The Chosen One. Yimu, castrated and reduced to a eunuch. Yimu followed the group of disciples to his cloud platform, anxiety gnawing at his heart. Yan Mingxue and Long Xiyue rushed over, indignantly pointing at Gu Hanxiu. Gu Hanxiu, even if you are wronged, you must not casually slander Master Brother Yimu. Yimu is a person of integrity, broad-minded, and has never engaged in thievery like you. Gu Hanxiu glanced at them expressionlessly, retorting mockingly, wooden words. With that, he kicked Yimu aside and entered the cloud platform first. Enraged, Yimu scrambled to his feet, disregarding his fury, and hurriedly followed the others into the cloud platform, fearing Gu Hanxiu might devise a scheme to frame him. However, after a thorough search of the cloud platform, no women's garments could be found. Yimu sighed with relief, a smug grin spreading across his face. Ha! Gu Hanxiu, as your senior brother, I am pure and unblemished, and would never engage in such sordid acts. There is no need to search further. Is there? Long Xiyue and Yan Mingxue ceased their fruitless search, preparing to interrogate Gu Hanxiu regarding the whereabouts of the garments. Yet, Gu Hanxiu appeared indifferent, continuing to rummage through various drawers and compartments. Shortly thereafter, he extracted a storage ring from beside Yimu's bed, feigning surprise as he held it up before Gu Hanxiu and Long Xiyue, slowly stating, is it not true that this ring has yet to be searched? Could it possibly contain the garments that were stolen from the female disciples? Yimu felt a chill wash over him, hastily retorting, Gu Hanxiu, you are mistaken. That storage ring contains nothing but a box of lost stones and cultivation resources. Gu Hanxiu's lips curled into a sly arc as he infused the storage ring with spiritual energy, causing it to hum. With a tremor, the ring released a cascade of colorful garments, imbued with a feminine fragrance, spilling forth before the astonished crowd. How is this possible? When did he hide those clothes in my storage ring? Yimu's eyes widened in disbelief. Surely he couldn't have anticipated my actions, taking advantage of my absence to execute his scheme? As he gazed upon the garments that belonged to the female disciples, confusion and dread gripped his heart. Just then, Gu Hanxiu summoned the demon Abyss Soulblade, previously steeped in a myriad of poisons, and thrust it into Yi Mu's lower body before anyone could react. To ensure no trace remained, he twisted the blade savagely. A heart-wrenching scream erupted within the room, Yi Mu's face contorted in agony as he collapsed to the ground, clutching his blood-soaked lower half, howling in torment. The excruciating pain radiating from his core surged like a tidal wave, threatening to overwhelm his very consciousness. Master Brother Yi Mu, if you desired the garments, you could have simply asked, why resort to thievery? A freckled female disciple said shyly, twisting her hourglass figure, her tone demure. The other female disciples looked on with concern at Yi Mu, who was rolling on the ground in agony, and began to comfort him. Senior Brother Yi Mu, we understand your pain, but please do not rush. Once you apply some medicine, it should still be usable. Rest assured, Senior Brother Yi Mu, even if you can no longer continue, we will still love you. We will not come to you in your moment of glory, nor will we turn our backs when you are at your lowest. As Yi Mu listened to their incessant chatter, he could no longer contain his fury and spat out a mouthful of blood. Then, gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain, he crawled into the adjacent room, closed the door, and began rummaging through a pile of healing ointments and elixirs. Yan Mingxue knocked lightly on the door, intending to deliver some healing pills she had concocted herself, but was met with a furious roar from within. Get out! All of you, get out! Yan Mingxue furrowed her beautiful brows and turned to Gu Hanxiu, indignantly exclaiming, Hanxiu, he is your senior brother. How can you be so cruel? Long Siua coldly echoed, Hanxiu, do you not realize the grave harm that comes from losing that part? Gu Hanxiu picked up a piece of clothing from the ground and abruptly stuffed it into their mouths, casting a mocking glance at their chests before turning to leave. So concerned for this little rascal, I shall have to castrate them all together another day. The elder of the Kangman sect observed the colorful garments strewn on the floor, stealthily collecting a few to tuck into his ample sleeves. He then flew into the main hall of the sect to report the matter to the elder ancestor, Yun Hai. What? Yi Mu has been castrated? Yun Hai's face turned pale with shock, his eyes widening. The other elders exchanged glances, their minds momentarily paralyzed. Whether it was the revered senior brother of the sect stealing the garments of female disciples, or his subsequent castration, both revelations struck them like a thunderbolt, no less shocking than the earlier accusation of him being a demonic spy, just as they anticipated that the elder ancestor would impose strict punishment on Gu Hanxiu. They were taken aback when he sighed in resignation. Alas, let this matter pass. After all, Yi Mu's actions are indeed disgraceful as long as his life and foundation remain intact. Regarding that part, I shall simply restore it for him later. Indeed, the elders nodded in agreement, their hearts devoid of sympathy for Yi Mu. After all, who could blame him for not sharing any of the stolen garments with them? He deserved his fate. Meanwhile, Yi Mu writhed in agony within his room, the black, foul-smelling blood nearly staining the floor a deep shade of black, evoking a sense of revulsion. Damn it, he had unwittingly coated the blade with a concoction of potent poison. Yi Mu gritted his teeth and roared. No matter how much healing ointment he applied, the rotting wound showed no signs of healing. The part severed by the soul blade of the demon abyss was gradually withering away, ultimately dissolving into a foul, putrid puddle. Watching his last glimmer of hope extinguish before his eyes, Yi Mu's expression twisted in rage as he bellowed, Gu Hanxiu, wait for me. One day, I, Yi Mu, shall flay your skin and crush your bones to dust. At that moment, Yun Hai pushed open the door and entered. Get out. All of you. Get out. Upon hearing the door creak open, Yi Mu clenched his teeth and struggled to rise from the ground, grabbing a nearby chair to hurl it at Yun Hai's head. Thud. A resounding crash echoed through the room. Yun Hai, dazed, touched his forehead, his expression growing increasingly cold, upon realizing he had struck the head of the sect's elder ancestor. Yi Mu's furious demeanor froze, and disregarding the pain shooting through his lower half, he knelt before Yun Hai, trembling as he apologized. Elder ancestor, I did not mean to ask the senior brother of the sect. One must always maintain a calm demeanor. Yun Hai did not hold a grudge against Yi Mu, instead choosing to impart a heartfelt lesson. Yi Mu nodded with a forced smile, inwardly cursing, my brothers are gone. And you speak of calm? Where is your calmness? By the way, where is your brother? Bring him here, and I shall restore him. Yun Hai said slowly. Yi Mu fell silent for a moment before pointing at the foul puddle on the ground. Following his gaze, Yunhai instinctively covered his mouth and nose. Its turned to liquid. How can we restore it? Chapter 47. Lu Xuanyan self-harming. It's over. Another one has gone mad. Long Siyue and Yin Mingxue. Seeing that the sect's elder ancestor did not punish Gu Hanqiu, felt both angered and helpless, and could only return to the bamboo grove on the mountainside to tend to Gu Qingyin and Xie Lingyu. But when they pushed open the bamboo door, they were taken aback. Lu Xuanyan was there, inflicting harm upon herself with the Tang Heng sword that Gu Hanqiu had returned to her, tears streaming down her face as she giggled foolishly. It hurts so much. So this is the pain of Lingqi that he once endured. It's over. Another one has gone mad. Long Siyue thought silently to herself, just as Yin Mingxue was about to step forward to stop Lu Xuanyan's self-harm. She was slashed on the arm by Lu Xuanyan's knife. I'll kill you. I'll kill you all. Hanqiu, he might be happy then. Lu Xuanyan rose slowly from the bed, brandishing the knife towards Yin Mingxue and Long Siyue. Time rewinds to a day prior. While tending to Gu Qingyin and Xie Lingyu, Lu Xuanyan casually toyed with Gu Hanqiu's celestial sword. However, as she played with it, she inadvertently cut her finger on the blade. An intangible memory surged into her mind through the wound. In this memory, she witnessed Gu Hanqiu practicing sword techniques with her, sharing joyful moments together. How I miss those times, she sighed. Unfortunately, ever since senior brother Yimu arrived, Hanqiu seems to have become a different person, Lu Xuanyan murmured to herself. Just then, the memory began to shift, and a wave of sorrow and hatred flooded her heart. The scenes replayed. Gu Qingyin, Yin Mingxue, and the three of them, after Yi Mu joined the sect and Gu Qingyin took him as her disciple, had all, without exception, neglected Gu Hanqiu, surrounding themselves with Yi Mu for training and conversation. If it had merely been that, it would have been bearable, but they even failed to accompany Gu Hanqiu on his birthday or when he needed protection during his breakthroughs. The most outrageous instance was when Gu Hanqiu was bitten by a venomous serpent and sought her out for help, only for her to impatiently throw him out of the bamboo grove, leaving him to suffer the anguish of snake venom. No, that's not it. At the time, I must have thought Hanqiu had the pills that Mingxue made for him. I sent him away. Lu Xuanyan pursed her lips, her expression filled with pain as she spoke to herself. Yet, she was unaware that what Gu Hanqiu had retrieved from his storage ring was not precious pills, but a pile of worthless dregs. How could this be? Why weren't the pills Mingxue gave him properly refined high-grade elixirs, but merely a heap of useless refuse? Lu Xuanyan's expression shifted dramatically, her astonishment palpable. Watching Gu Hanqiu's face turn pale as he fainted from the pain, she was suddenly flooded with deep guilt and remorse. It turned out that it was not Gu Hanqiu who had changed, but rather they had transformed, becoming distant, indifferent, selfish, and heartless. Could it be that this was the moment Hanqiu began to resort to theft and commit evil deeds? Lu Xuanyan suppressed her tumultuous thoughts and continued to observe the memory. Soon, the scene shifted once more. In the vision, Yimu repeatedly stole from others or destroyed their artifacts, stealthily slipping those items into Gu Hanqiu's room. Gu Hanqiu desperately tried to explain, but no one believed him. This is impossible. Senior brother Yimu, he is actually that kind of treacherous villain who frames others. Lu Xuanyan gasped in disbelief, her feelings for Yimu plummeting. However, after Gu Hanqiu confronted him, the frequency and severity of Yimu's schemes against him only escalated. In a certain secret realm, he slaughtered several fellow disciples, seizing opportunities from them, and afterward falsely accused Gu Hanqiu of being a demonic spy. She and her master, along with the others, due to Gu Hanqiu's so-called misdeeds, coupled with Yimu's careless accusations, actually believed Yimu's vile words, branding Gu Hanqiu as a demonic infiltrator, using the celestial sword Gu Hanqiu had received from her. They executed him through Lingqi. As his blood drained, and he lay in the flames conjured by the law enforcement elder. A finely crafted puppet slipped from his clothing and fell to the ground. Lu Xuanyan, trembling with tears streaming down her face, approached, and upon seeing the puppet up close, her pupils constricted in an instant. An overwhelming wave of sorrow and regret engulfing her heart, as 7 streams of thick, crimson blood flowed from her 7 orifices. The puppet, resembling her likeness, slowly turned to ash amidst the flames, mingling with Gu Hanqiu's remains. Crack! The memory shattered, and her consciousness gradually returned to reality. In the chill of autumn, tears streamed down as Lu Xuanyan knelt, her heart a tempest of anguish. Mistress, you were wrong. Truly, You are blind and foolish to have wronged you, leading to your tragic demise within the sect. Why did I have to lose everything before I could grasp the truth? She longed to mend the wounds inflicted upon Gu Hanqiu, yet was at a loss as to how. She yearned to seek forgiveness, but feared the cold rejection that might mirror the fate of Gu Qingyin and Xie Lingyu. In desperation, she grasped the celestial dagger that once accompanied Gu Hanqiu, inflicting pain upon herself with each cut. Each wound summoned a memory of Gu Hanqiu, a bittersweet echo of emotions. Unable to face Gu Hanqiu again, she was ensnared in a cycle of self-inflicted torment. Weeping in regret, time shifted back to the present. Long Siyue and Yin Mingxue, seeking refuge from Lu Xuanyin's erratic slashes, and to spare Gu Qingyin and Xie Lingyu in the next room from distress, had no choice but to flee the bamboo grove on the back mountain. They were bewildered. How could such a harmonious gathering spiral into madness? Upon learning of Lu Xuanyin's breakdown, the disciples of the sect were engulfed in anxiety and sympathy. Yet, Gu Hanqiu remained unfazed, savoring fragrant tea within his abode. He had little interest in the folly of those foolish women. What did it matter? He could always heal them later and then reduce them to madness once more. Ha ha ha. Chapter 48. The emergence of the Cangyu relics in the days that followed. Yimu gradually adjusted to life without his second brother. Furthermore, his cultivation of the eternal guardian dragon technique surged, elevating his prowess to the second tier of the Tongfa realm. He began to adorn himself with eyeshadow and rouge, letting his long hair cascade down to his waist, each smile and frown a portrait of allure. He distanced himself from Long Siyue, Yin Mingxue, and all the female disciples of the sect, gravitating instead towards the male disciples. Senior brother, you smell divine. This was the phrase he heard most frequently. One day, he received word to gather at the sect square, but on his way, he encountered Gu Hanqiu and Ban Yindao. Is that the emasculated senior brother Yimu? After a few days, how have you become so androgynous? Gu Hanqiu mockingly patted his shoulder, then disdainfully wiped his hand, his expression dripping with ridicule that he reveled in the role of the antagonist, leaving no room for retorts. The mockery struck deep, and Yimu's anger flared. His face ablaze. Damn it, shut your mouth, he shrieked, unleashing his power upon Gu Hanqiu. Yet, to his astonishment, Gu Hanqiu effortlessly caught his attack with one hand. An emasculated man is still an emasculated man. Even the hens raised in the sect possess greater strength. Gu Hanqiu waved his hand, dispersing Yimu's magic with a dismissive tone that it was indeed gratifying to sprinkle salt on wounds. I will kill you, Yimu bellowed, his face contorted with rage, launching fierce spells toward Gu Hanqiu and Ban Yin. After relentless bombardment, even shattering the stone path of the sect, he finally looked up only to find emptiness before him. Feeling quite cheerful, are we? Ban Yin tilted her head, curiously regarding Gu Hanqiu. That he raised an eyebrow. Thinking, my former master and senior sister have lost their sanity. My former brother has been emasculated by me. How could I not be happy? He smiled faintly. Should this sect be slaughtered, my joy would know no bounds. With that, he took Ban Yan's hand and made his way to the sect square, where the venerable ancestor Yuan Hai and a host of elders awaited, with disciples arriving in droves, as if a significant event were about to unfold. Ban Yan looked at the calm Gu Hanqiu with confusion, unable to fathom how he had known about the assembly beforehand. Ding! Detecting that the host is approaching a significant destiny node, triggering system task. Intercept all opportunities for the destined child Yimu within the Cangyu relics, and prevent him from befriending the top talents of the Cangyu and Yuanyu realms. Task reward. Heavenly Demon Blood Eyes, 1,000 villain points. The system's cool, melodious voice resonated in Gu Hanqiu's ears after hearing this. He cast a glance at the tardy Yimu, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. The sect's ancestor Yuan Hai, seeing that everyone had gathered, began to speak. The ancient relics of Cangyu and Qizhou have emerged, and the top sects from Cangyu and Yuanyu are converging to seek their fortunes. This time, we must exercise utmost caution, lest we encounter the same disasters as in our previous expedition. The disciples of the Cang sect nodded in agreement, their faces alight with excitement as they followed the elders out of the sect. In their view, with the sect's ancestor Yuan Hai leading, success was guaranteed. Half a day later, upon reaching Qingzhou, the sky and the valley below were filled with disciples and elders from various sections. As time passed, the sky darkened, and a massive rift opened in the heavens that a path of pure, concentrated magic energy spiraled down from the rift, leading directly into the void. Disciples from the Bloodshien sect, Tianyu sect, Jin Fa sect, and others instinctively distanced themselves from the Tsang disciples, disdainfully avoiding them as they stepped onto the magical path, soaring toward the rift, despite Yi Mu's prior oaths and efforts to clear his name. Suspicions from other sects regarding the Tsang sect lingered. Yi Mu, do you wish to join us? Long Siua asked as she flew in front of him in no need. Yi Mu replied coolly after a moment of silence. For some inexplicable reason, he found himself drawn more to the robust figures of men than to the delicate beauty of women. Perhaps it was the countless torments inflicted by Gu Hanqiu that made the embrace of a sturdy man feel more secure. Watching Yi Mu brush past him towards a group of brawny men from the Tsang sect, Long Siua sighed in resignation, with Lu Xuanyin and Xiaolingyu in their mad state, remaining in the back mountain bamboo grove. She had no choice but to embark on the path alone, seeking her fortunes in the rift. Chapter 49. The sky's clear and the rain stops. Yi Mu feels capable once more. Shall we enter? Ban Yin softly suggested to Gu Hanqiu. Indeed, he nodded, retrieving a communication talisman from his storage ring and presenting it to her. This is a rune crafted from my magic. Should you encounter danger, use it to contact me. Understood, Ban Yin replied, carefully accepting and storing it away. Just then, she felt a gaze upon her from behind. Turning, she beheld a woman who bore an uncanny resemblance to herself. No, though strikingly similar, the other woman's face was flawless. As she attempted to scrutinize further, the figure vanished into thin air. What is it? Gu Hanqiu inquired, puzzled. Nothing. Nothing at all. Ban Yin shook her head, taking his hand as they stepped onto the magical path. Soaring into the rift, upon entering, they found themselves enveloped in an atmosphere thick with magic, as though they had crossed into an entirely different realm. The heavens were dim and oppressive, with the occasional eerie bird-like beast flitting by, casting an air of foreboding. I know you have important matters to attend to. Let us part ways, Ban Yin said, taking a deep breath. She wished not to impede his affairs or burden him with her troubles. Very well, take care, Gu Hanqiu nodded, channeling the magical energy he had infused into Yi Mu when he had patted his shoulder, and flew off into the distance. Not long after, he found Yi Mu, who was engaged in animated conversation with several young prodigies. Yi brother, I can see at a glance that you possess extraordinary fortune, unparalleled talent, and great strength. You must be a person of great destiny. A man clad in white robes exclaimed with a smile. Indeed, Yi brother, I share that sentiment. Just from the magic energy radiating from you, I can sense that your prowess has reached the Tongfa realm. Truly a monstrous prodigy. Another man in a blue ancient robe echoed in agreement. But Yi brother, do you wear eyeshadow and rouge? A young woman in an orange dress asked, slightly recoiling in distaste. Young lady, do not speak out of turn, the man in white sharply admonished her. Then, turning to Yi Mu, he apologized with grace. My sister is thoughtless and often speaks without a filter. Please do not take offense. Yi Mu waved his hand dismissively, responding with a soft, alluring tone. No offense taken. Yi Mu, have a broad mind, and will not concern myself with trifles. A man clad in a flowing white robe, his eyes gleaming with a spark of brilliance, continued to engage in conversation with Yi Mu. Brother Yi, my younger sister Jean Linger, and I hail from the Golden Rock territory of the Yuan domain. And this esteemed companion beside me, Xianyu, is from the Xinmu sect of the Yuan domain. We have decided to journey together. How about you lead the way, should we encounter any fortuitous opportunities? We can divide the spoils. Yi Mu, having not encountered such overt flattery in quite some time, felt his previous vexations dissipate as if the clouds had finally parted after months of rain. Unable to suppress a mischievous grin, he exclaimed, "Ha ha! Fear not. With me, Yi Mu, by your side, prosperity shall be your constant companion." Gu Hanqiu observed Yi Mu and the three of them linking arms as they soared into the distance, a subtle smile gracing his lips. In the memories of his seventh life, Yi Mu had thrived on his aura of fortune, consistently encountering opportunities within the relic space, forging alliances with the top-tier scions of the Yuan domain, and expanding his network further. If you wish to ingratiate yourself with them, I shall preemptively seize all the opportunities for myself. Gu Hanqiu's eyes narrowed slightly as he glided through the desolate forest like a specter, hastening towards the treasures of heaven and earth or the relics they were likely to encounter along their path. Chapter 50. Do you not find the water in the pool rather peculiar? Shortly thereafter, Gu Hanxiu, guided by the memories of his past life, arrived at a sacred ground teeming with countless top-tier medicinal herbs and magical fruits, the Xianxian spiritual pool, gazing at the vibrant array of herbs, flowers, and exotic fruits surrounding the pool. He hesitated not for a moment to retrieve a specialized spade for harvesting herbs. He began to excavate with fervor, discarding the gathered treasures into the demon god ring. Upon completion, his gaze shifted towards the pool's clear and pristine waters, which shimmered with a gentle glow, veiled by layers of mist. Truly a splendid bathing pool. He couldn't help but smirk, then released the nine-tailed fox, the Xiang Lu, and 6 other ancient and rare fox spirits from the demon god ring. Master, is there an enemy that requires our intervention? Inquired the nine-tailed fox, prostrating itself before Gu Hanxiu with a respectful tone. Nay, I summoned you to enjoy a bath with me, Gu Hanxiu replied, gesturing towards the magnificent spiritual pool. Bathe, bathe. The Xiang Lu hesitantly responded, its 9 dragon heads emitting wisps of steam, twisting its serpentine body bashfully. At this, Gu Hanxiu furrowed his brow. Whether you wish to bathe or not is of no concern to me. If you do not wish to, return to the demon god ring and stay there. With that, he leaped into the spiritual pool, reveling in the enhancement and refinement of his body and soul by the waters. Do not be angry, master. Allow me to help you wash your back. The Xiang Lu trembled as it jumped into the pool, addressing Gu Hanxiu. You foolish serpent, go aside. If anyone is to assist, it shall be this fox, the nine-tailed fox, eager to bathe with Gu Hanxiu, temporarily suppressed its aversion to water and jumped into the pool, vying for his favor. Even the other 6 adorable ancient foxes joined in, leaping into the water like dumplings. Enough of the frolicking. Hurry and absorb the pure power hidden within the pool's water, Gu Hanxiu admonished them. Though he had arrived at this location ahead of time thanks to his memories, Yi Mu and the others would soon stumble upon it. Understood, master. The nine-tailed fox nodded eagerly, and together with the Xiang Lu and the 6 ancient foxes, they hastened to absorb the energy. A quarter of an hour later, the nine-tailed fox suddenly sensed something. Its crimson eyes widening as it exclaimed, Master, I sense 4 human cultivators approaching us. Gu Hanxiu raised an eyebrow, not pausing to gauge his own newly enhanced powers, and leapt from the pool, stating slowly. The strength contained within the pool's waters is nearly depleted. You should return to the demon god ring for now. Yes, master, the nine-tailed fox replied respectfully, and then, along with the Xiang Lu and the 6 ancient foxes, they transformed into streaks of light and vanished into the demon god ring on Gu Hanxiu's finger. Just as he prepared to depart, a thought struck him, and he hastily retrieved the holy water from the beasts he had gathered on the prisoner demon mountain. Pouring it into the Xianxian spiritual pool, yet feeling unsatisfied, he added a splash of his own, followed by a handful of dark, venomous snakes and insects, casting them all into the pool and using his powers to conceal them at the bottom. Having completed these actions, he left with a sense of fulfillment. Moments after his departure, Yi Mu and the others arrived. Look quickly, it appears there is a sacred ground rich in medicinal herbs ahead. Jean Linger exclaimed with delight, pointing towards the Xianxian spiritual pool. Yi Mu grinned mischievously. I told you. Following me, Yi Mu, guarantees unending fortune. With that, he dashed towards the pool. However, upon discovering that the area was merely littered with intentionally discarded low-tier herbs and signs of rough harvesting, his expression darkened. It seems someone has beaten us to it. Yet, there was no cause for alarm. After all, there remained a spiritual pool nurtured by the essence of heaven and earth. Jin Peng flew up beside Yi Mu, patting him on the shoulder before cunningly leaping into the Xianxian spiritual pool. But as soon as he landed, he was met with an overwhelmingly foul stench. Seeing his sister and Yi Mu preparing to jump in, he hastily waved his hands in protest. Wait, do not jump in. Brother Jin, that is rather ungracious. It was Brother Yi who discovered this opportunity first, and you wish to enjoy it alone. Xianyu, believing Jin Peng sought to monopolize the chance, did not bother to examine the pool closely, and leapt in alongside Yi Mu and Jean Linger. Upon entering the water, Jean Linger wrinkled her delicate nose, her expression turning peculiar as she queried. Strange to you not find this pool has the scent of beastly urine. Chapter 51. The heartbreaking loss of the young lord of the Golden Rock territory. Xian Yu's face turned grave, an ominous premonition stirring within him. Yet Yi Mu remained skeptical. he scooped some of the pool water into his hands, intending to taste it to discern its peculiarities. However, as the pungent flavor assaulted his palate, a wave of nausea surged within him. Instantly, he retched violently. Jean Linger glanced at Yi Mu's vomit in the pool, her fondness for him plummeting as she hastily attempted to escape the fetid waters. Just then, a chilling sensation crawled up her thigh. "Brother Yi, what are you doing touching my leg? You lecher!" Jean Linger instinctively slapped Yi Mu across the face, leaving a large mark on his somewhat effeminate features. "What nonsense are you spouting? When did I touch you?" Yi Mu, feeling the sting on his cheek, raised his hands from the water, indignantly retorting, "Then that must have been you, Xian Yu." Realizing she had struck the wrong person, Jean Linger felt a twinge of embarrassment and swiftly slapped Xian Yu instead. Xian Yu was momentarily stunned, and upon regaining his composure, he too withdrew his hands from the water, his expression filled with indignation. "Who touched you? Perhaps you should take a look in the mirror." With your looks, suddenly, he seemed to sense something, his words trailing off. Jean Linger reached down to her leg, and to her horror, she grasped a black serpent flicking its tongue. She shrieked in terror. Simultaneously, countless venomous snakes and insects concealed at the pool's bottom erupted to the surface, lunging at Yi Mu and the others with wild ferocity. "Damn it, why are there so many venomous creatures in this pool?" Yi Mu clenched his teeth, drawing forth a sword to sever the snakes entwined around him, murmuring coldly, "This is all your fault. If you hadn't led us to this cursed place." Just as Jean Linger was about to chastise Yi Mu, she was interrupted by Jean Peng. "Sister, do not be rude. Brother Yi merely had a stroke of bad luck." With that, he shielded Jean Linger with his powers, urging her to escape the Xian Xian spiritual pool first. However, as he began to disperse the venomous creatures in the water, preparing to leave if nothing went awry, an unexpected calamity was about to unfold. A snake, the size of a bowl, slithered before him like a wraith, its fangs bared, suddenly lunging for him. "Da-da!" His face contorted in agony as he felt a sharp pain in his lower body. Screaming in desperation, veins bulged on his forehead as beads of sweat poured down, splashing into the pool, the once calm gaze now filled with sheer terror. "Brother Jean, I understand your urgency, but please hold on. I will help you remove the snake." Xian Yu swam to his side, grasping the serpent and tugging with all his might, attempting to free Jean Peng from its grasp. However, under the influence of magic, the snake not only refused to release its bite but clamped down even harder. Jean Peng shrieked in agony, lifting the serpent that clung to him, and with a fierce determination, he transformed it into a blade, slicing the snake into pieces to finally escape its grip. However, when he, Jean Peng, emerged from the pool, he had already marked the area hundreds of times that I could simply delete everything recklessly, feeling quite vulnerable after having made 89 changes in half a month. "Still trapped in a dark place. If it were you, you would have at least smashed your phone. I am not exaggerating. Currently, I am a fourth-ring Soul King who has undergone training over 300 times. Upon witnessing this, Xian Yu could not afford to mourn for him. She quickly scrambled out of the pool, fearing she might follow in his footsteps. Meanwhile, Yi Mu cast a gleeful glance at him, feigning concern as he assisted him out of the pool, putting on a remorseful facade as he apologized. "I'm truly sorry. It's all my fault for leading you astray," which resulted in Brother Jean encountering the venomous snake. Jean Peng, panting heavily and enduring the excruciating pain radiating from his lower body, once again employed a secret technique to probe into Yi Mu's fortune. Upon discovering that the opponent still bore the vast golden aura, he forced a smile and said, "This is entirely my own carelessness. How could I blame Brother Yi?" Simultaneously, Gu Hanxiu arrived at the next opportunity in his memory, a cave dwelling containing the remnants of powerful techniques and various magical treasures. With his foresight and overwhelming strength, he effortlessly unraveled the protective formations and stone puppet defenses outside the cave. Observing the dazzling array of magical treasures and tomes within, he disdainfully curled his lip. While those techniques were superior to the foundations of the top-tier sects in the Song domain, compared to the wild, sacred evil seal provided by the system, they were utterly insignificant, not to mention those treasures of high grade, most of which had been eroded by the river of time and possessed limited growth potential. Nevertheless, he still retrieved a storage ring and collected everything within the cave, leaving not even a single feather behind. I eagerly anticipate your expression when, after enduring countless hardships and defeating the formations and puppets, you discover an utterly empty cave. Ha ha ha. With that, he closed the cave entrance once more, and altered the core of the protective formations and stone puppets using his magic. After completing these tasks, he turned and flew deeper into the Vortex Secret Realm. Chapter 52. The Ancient Kunpeng's Blood. The source of spatial laws due to Jinping's painful loss of his companion. He clung to his belief in his secret technique, unwaveringly trusting Yi Mu to lead. Jin Linger and Xin Yu exchanged glances, resigned to follow behind. Rest assured, Brother Jin, Yi Mu will not disappoint you this time, Yi Mu declared with unwavering conviction, feeling a surge of gratitude for Jin Peng's trust. He believed that the fortune he had cultivated since childhood would never abandon him. Well, I'll leave it to you, Brother Yi, Jin Peng said earnestly, looking at Yi Mu. Soon after, they arrived at the cave dwelling where Gu Hanqiu had previously been. Brother Yi, there are powerful protective formations and puppets outside this cave. It must be hiding extraordinary opportunities within, Jin Peng exclaimed excitedly, flattering Yi Mu, thinking to himself, my secret technique is indeed infallible. The other party casually stumbles upon a cave relic left by a powerful being. Brother Jin, you flatter me. Once we discover opportunities, you choose first, Yi Mu replied, struggling to suppress a smirk, hands on his hips as he laughed broadly. Meanwhile, Xin Yu was engulfed by an inexplicable sense of unease, like a dark cloud hovering over her heart. However, seeing Yi Mu and Jin Peng diving into the formation with all their might to break it, she had no choice but to join Jin Linger in assisting them. Half an hour later, due to the manipulations made by that crafty Gu Hanqiu, Xin Yu barely managed to break the formation and puppets after exhausting her life-bound treasure. Why would the owner of this cave design an endlessly operating formation and puppets? Xin Yu cursed through gritted teeth. Do not be upset. Thankfully, we have finally broken the formation and puppets. Otherwise, we would have been trapped in the formation indefinitely. Jinping patted Xin Yu's shoulder, offering reassurance as he felt a lingering dread. Subsequently, he and Yi Mu opened the stone door of the cave, eager to rush inside. However, when they beheld the barren cave, they stood frozen, expressions blank. And no matter how thoroughly they searched, they found not a single hidden passage or mechanism. Why is there nothing? Yi Mu's face contorted in rage as he pounded the stone wall, yelling in frustration. Xin Yu was equally bewildered. Not even a feather in the cave? What had they risked their lives for? Brother Yi, are you even a man? How can you be so inept? Jin Linger scolded Yi Mu with a sharp tone, although she did not understand why her brother trusted Yi Mu so much. After failing twice in a row, she was gradually losing all faith and goodwill toward him. Upon hearing someone rub salt in his wounds, Yi Mu instinctively clenched his fists, his eyes turning bloodshot and filled with fury. Reminiscent of a volcano on the verge of eruption, Jin Linger was startled by his fearsome demeanor and quickly hid behind Jin Peng that moment. Gu Hanqiu had also arrived at the final and most significant opportunity within the relic space, a valley containing the blood and skeletal wings of the ancient Kunpeng, as well as the source of spatial loss. The moment he stepped into the valley, an intangible force of spatial energy surged toward him. Yet, the next moment, it was shattered by the wild, sacred evil seal he unleashed and the blade of light he struck forth. Creating a breach, he entered the valley's center through the spatial gap, heading directly towards the floating luminous orb and the Kunpeng's skeletal wings and blood. The beasts in the valley sensed Gu Hanqiu's intent to seize what they coveted. They gathered, their eyes glowing red as they roared towards the sky, preparing to pounce on him. Faced with these creatures that were not particularly weak but could not threaten his life, Gu Hanqiu could not even be bothered to let the nine-tailed fox and Xiang Lu engage them. Instead, he activated the evil emperor's celestial demon record, casting a cold glance back at them, and spoke with a chilling voice. Wretched beasts, if you do not wish to die, kneel before me at once. His words carried an aura of extreme malevolence that echoed throughout the valley. The beasts, sensing the chilling malice, froze in their menacing expressions, their bodies collapsing as if struck by lightning, groveling on the ground, their mouths trembling as they moaned. Awu. Chapter 53. The three who questioned their existence due to Yi Mu's deceit, seeing that the beasts below dared not advance, Gu Hanqiu finally turned his attention to the Kunpeng blood and skeletal wings before him. Time being of the essence, he did not intend to absorb them just yet, but instead placed them into the demon god ring. However, as he prepared to employ the same tactic to collect the source of spatial laws into the demon god ring, an unexpected change occurred. The once calm and undisturbed source orb erupted violently upon contact with his magical power, swiftly attempting to flee in all directions. Fortunately, Gu Hanqiu erupted with magic in time to capture it. Preventing its escape, it seemed he could only consume it on the spot. Gu Hanqiu observed the orb expanding, as if it might disperse at any moment, his brows furrowing slightly. Ultimately, he utilized his technique to draw it in. Merging it into his body and settling down to prepare for absorption, seconds turned into minutes. The source of spatial laws gradually calmed as it was absorbed by his refined technique, merging completely with him. Once he finished absorbing, an overwhelming and profound force of spatial energy erupted from his body, sweeping through the valley. Hundreds of kilometers away, Yimu was embroiled in a heated argument with Xianyu and Jean Linger. Upon sensing the commotion from afar, he smirked, raising his hand to point toward the direction of the energy explosion, slowly stating, "Just trust me one more time. I promise I will find an extraordinary opportunity this time." Yimu feigned utmost sincerity as he looked at Xianyu and Jean Linger in his heart. He was calculating that how to use Jin Peng and the others as cannon fodder and how to monopolize the power of the laws. Xianyu was about to refuse, but she sensed the powerful aura of Kunping blood emanating from afar. "Forget it, let us trust this little brat one more time, even if we end up with nothing again. He must clear the obstacles first as cannon fodder." Jean Linger remained silent, casting her gaze toward Jin Peng. "Let us trust brother Yi one more time. Such a rich aura of Kunping blood and spatial power. It could not possibly be as empty as the previous sacred land and cave." Jin Peng took a deep breath and slowly said to Jean Linger and Xianyu, "Rest assured, even if the opportunity is snatched away by someone else, we can always kill them and take it back." Yimu placed his hands on his hips, grinning with an air of confidence and unshakable conviction. Subsequently, he activated his movement technique, soaring towards the direction where the spatial power had erupted. Sensing several auras rapidly approaching from afar, Gu Hanqiu concealed the Kunping blood he had significantly amplified with a certain secret technique. He then employed the spatial power he had yet to master, sealing and reinforcing the core area of the valley. Once again, countless beasts of the imperial and common realms, lying prostrate on the ground, were enslaved by arcane techniques, reduced to mere puppets under his control, silently awaiting the arrival of Yimu and his companions. After a while, as Yimu and his group approached the periphery of the valley, an involuntary chill ran down their spines. Surrounding them were beasts with crimson eyes, baring their fangs and crouching low, seemingly poised to attack at any moment. "Brother Yi, this." Xianyu cast a worried glance at Yimu. "Fear not. I possess secret arts capable of taming these beasts. At the very least, I can ensure they do not turn against us." Yimu replied with a crooked smile, strutting forward with an air of arrogance towards the spatial barrier encircling the valley's core. The beasts, as if a pause button had been pressed, remained motionless, lying still like lifelike statues. "Phew." Jin Peng, witnessing the beasts refraining from attacking Yimu, let out a sigh of relief and hurriedly followed along with Jean Linger and Xianyu. Yet, at that moment, a sudden change occurred. Following a mental command from the hidden Gu Hanqiu, the previously still beasts sprang to life, their faces contorted in rage as they lunged at Yimu and his companions. Chapter 54. The vessel of friendship capsizes, paths diverge. Jean Linger, seeing the ferocious expressions on the beasts, quickly dodged aside, her face pale with fear, sharply questioning Yimu. "Ah, Yimu, didn't you say you could control them?" While Jin Peng unleashed powerful spells to repel the beasts charging towards him and Jean Linger, he cast a disapproving glance at Yimu. "Brother Yida, what are you doing?" Alas, Xianyu, visibly irritated, glared at Yimu and shouted, "Damn it, I've tolerated your incompetence long enough. Jean brother still regarded you as a treasure, yet it turns out you are nothing but a pretender." As Yimu listened to their scathing rebukes, his face flushed crimson, filled with confusion. "Damn it, how could this happen? My secret arts should have been able to control these beasts. Their ranks are well within my capability. However, the frenzied beasts, with their crimson eyes and suffused with profound dark energy, offered him little time to ponder, surging towards them like an uncontrollable landslide. What struck fear into Yimu and Jin Peng was that these beasts seemed utterly unafraid of death, willing to fight to the bitter end, even at the cost of their own lives. Though they had the means to escape, they could not bear to abandon the precious Kunping bloodline and the primal laws of space protected within the valley. It was akin to a delicate maiden lying quietly within her abode, only for one to arrive at her doorstep, yet turn away due to insurmountable obstacles. Who could resist such temptation? To hell with it. Let us fight. Jin Peng roared, summoning his life-bound treasure. He then struck his chest, spitting out a mouthful of blood onto the artifact, channeling all his power to fiercely strike down the beasts charging at him. Yi Mu and Xian Yu similarly unleashed their formidable secret arts and techniques, engaging in a fierce battle with the roaring, clawing beasts that in an instant. The valley erupted with a dazzling array of magical energies colliding with the dark, malevolent forces of the beasts, creating powerful shockwaves that left gaping fissures in the ground and surrounding landscape. Ji Yuhan Xiao, concealed within the shadows, observed their desperate struggle against the beasts with immense satisfaction. Half a day later, Yi Mu and his companions were left in tatters, their bodies riddled with gaping wounds that oozed blood. Particularly, Yi Mu's once flowing black hair had been torn out by a beast, leaving him with a bloody scalp. Yet, they were filled with exhilaration, for they had nearly exterminated all the beasts in the valley, with only a layer of spatial barrier remaining to obstruct them. Wonderful. At last, we can obtain boundless opportunities. Yi Mu grinned as he charged towards the spatial barrier, closely followed by Jin Peng and the others, fearful of losing their chance. Boom. The combined force of ancient magic struck the spatial barrier, creating a massive crack. Filled with joy, Yi Mu and his companions rushed through the opening, only to be met with an empty valley. What is happening? How can this be? Where is the Kunpeng blood? Where are the primal laws of space? Where have all these opportunities gone? Yi Mu stood there, stunned as if struck by lightning, his voice filled with despair as he howled at the sky. Brother Yi, I placed my trust in you, yet not only did you fail to help us seize opportunities, but you also led us repeatedly into peril. Jin Peng confronted Yi Mu, his expression filled with anger. Having lost his precious bird and suffered damage to his life-bound treasure in the valley, he no longer trusted the secret art that had once allowed him to glimpse others' fortunes, nor did he wish to maintain camaraderie with the foolish Yi Mu. Brother, stop wasting words with this bald fool. Just kill him. Jin Linger impatiently urged Jin Peng. You're right. We should never have trusted him. Even a dog would have led us better than this useless wretch. Xian Yu added, disdain dripping from his words. Yi Mu endured their mockery, his fists clenched instinctively, his face contorted in rage as he bellowed, silence. Seeing his furious demeanor, Jin Linger continued to mock. What's wrong? Can T handle the truth about your own inadequacy? Yi Mu, utterly provoked, felt the veins on his neck bulging as he charged at Jin Linger, his eyes bloodshot with fury. Dare to harm my sister? I'll ruin you. Sensing Yi Mu's unrestrained power, Jin Peng quickly stepped in front of Jin Linger, unleashing his defensive spells to counter Yi Mu's magical assault. Boom! The clash of magic reverberated throughout the valley, stirring up a cloud of dust and debris. As the dust settled, Jin Peng staggered backward, spitting blood, his aura in disarray. Xian Yu and Jin Linger exchanged shocked glances, filled with trepidation. Then, they joined forces with Jin Peng to besiege Yi Mu, resolute in their intent to eliminate this detestable bald fool. Yet even united, they found themselves unable to overpower Yi Mu. After half an hour of fierce combat, their already grievous injuries worsened, and their magical reserves dwindled to near depletion. Damn it, this little bald fool seems to possess a resilience that grows stronger the longer he fights. We cannot match him. Xian Yu transmitted a thought to Jin Peng using magic. We can't continue this reckless battle, or we'll all perish. Let us give this fool a chance to escape. Jin Peng, resigned, replied, then retreated several hundred meters with Jin Linger, shouting at Yi Mu. This time, I'll spare your miserable life, but next time, do not lead others in search of opportunities, you pathetic wretch. With that, they unleashed their secret arts and sped away into the distance. Yi Mu, wishing to pursue, found himself powerless due to his dwindling magic and could only stand there, seething with rage. Ji Yuhan Xiao, observing from the shadows, smirked with a hint of malice. He employed his techniques to summon all the beasts from other areas. Although he could not control them due to their sheer numbers, this was precisely the outcome he desired. As Yi Mu beheld the approaching tide of beasts, their grotesque forms and crimson eyes, his pupils dilated, and his legs nearly gave way beneath him. He desperately wished this scene was merely an illusion, but the deafening roars of the beasts and the tremors of their pounding hooves on the ground unmistakably confirmed the reality. Damn it! Once he regained his senses, he cursed as he scrambled to his feet, panic-stricken, clutching his head as he fled in utter disarray. Chapter 55. Framed and entrapped, Yi Mu bears the brunt of blame once more. Guhan Xiao paid no heed to Yi Mu, who was being relentlessly assailed by the frenzied beasts, and instead flew towards the direction of Jinping and the others. We finally escaped a calamity. Jinping exhaled deeply, his injuries causing his complexion to pale slightly. He had not anticipated that insufferable bald fool would be so powerful. Once we regroup, we must demand our parents send strong fighters to hunt him down. Jean Linger seethed at Jinping. Xian Yu, about to speak, suddenly sensed something and swiftly turned to look behind. Upon seeing Yi Mu, disguised by Gu Hanxiu's transformation arts, he narrowed his eyes and retreated several hundred meters. Yuda, why have you followed us? Do you wish to perish alongside us? Jinping suppressed his unease, addressing Yi Mu with a threatening tone. You dare to provoke me, Yi Mu? You have signed your own death warrant. In a moment of fury, Gu Hanxiu disguised as Yi Mu seized Jinping by the throat, lifting him high into the air while mockingly taunting. If you are willing to kneel and plead for mercy, I, Yi Mu, might consider sparing your life. As Jinping felt the tightening grip around his throat, he endured the agony and, under Gu Hanxiu's deliberate leniency, managed to send a fragmented distress signal to the elders of Jinyanling. Kangman Yi Mu intends to kill me. Please save me. Simultaneously, Xian Yu directed a plea for help to the external forces of Xianmu sect. However, upon witnessing Gu Hanxiu effortlessly reduce both Jinping and the advancing Jean Linger to a mere pulp with a single strike, he instantly realized the gravity of the situation. That little brat, despite being stronger than us, should not render us completely defenseless. Furthermore, your magical aura is so robust and stable, having just survived a life and death battle. There's no way you could recover so swiftly. Who exactly are you? Xian Yu questioned with a horrified expression directed at the disguised Yi Mu. Clever, but you shall have no opportunity to find out. Gu Hanxiu, masquerading as Yi Mu, replied with a mocking smile. Unleashing a savage, sacred evil seal upon him. In Xian Yu's gaze filled with terror and despair, the phantom seal expanded violently, enveloping him with an irresistible force akin to Mount Tai, crushing him into a puddle of flesh. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. The reward Heavenly Demon Blood Eyes and 1,000 villain points have been granted. The system's cold yet melodious voice echoed in Gu Hanxiu's ears. He shed his disguise, revealing a satisfied smirk, and transformed into a streak of light heading towards the direction of the Kangman disciples. Meanwhile, outside the secret realm, the fate tokens of Peng and Linger shattered. Damn it, who could have done this? A middle-aged man clad in a golden ancient robe bellowed in fury. My lord, the young master sent a distress signal, using secret techniques before his demise claiming that Kangman Yi Mu aims to kill him. An elder with white hair and beard from Jinyanling approached the furious man, trembling as he reported. Kangman Yi Mu, is he not the one rumored to be an agent of the demonic sect? The middle-aged man's eyes turned crimson, emanating a murderous aura. Taking a deep breath, he gritted his teeth and commanded, send a message to all our kin within the secret realm to disperse, search for, and hunt down Kangman Yi Mu. If he escapes the secret realm alive, we shall gather our strongest to assault Kangman. We must flay him alive, strip his tendons, and turn his bones to ash to avenge our dearly departed. Chapter 56. Yi Mu, why is everyone hunting me down? Upon learning of the murder of his disciple, the leader of Xianmu sect was equally infuriated and issued a decree for Yi Mu's assassination. Shortly thereafter, he and the leader of Jinyanling, accompanied by their elders, powerful allies, and disciples, surrounded the disciples of Kangman, shouting angrily, Kangman, that you are exceedingly bold. Your senior brother, in collusion with the demonic sect, dares to slaughter our sons simultaneously. Kangman's ancestor, Yan Hai, sensing the situation spiraling out of control, quickly appeared before the leaders of Xianmu sect and Jinyanling, asking with confusion, Gentlemen, have you perhaps misunderstood something? When did our Kangman senior brother conspire with the demonic sect? And when did he kill your sons? An elder from Xianmu sect stepped forward, rebuking. At this juncture, you Kangman still refuse to acknowledge the truth? Our disciple communicated with spiritual energy before being slain in the relic space, claiming that your Kangman Yi Mu intended to kill him. Several elders from Jinyanling also stepped forward, expressing their indignation. Our young master sent a distress signal before his death, stating that Kangman Yi Mu aimed to kill him. Moreover, we detected an exceedingly sinister demonic aura within the power used to slay them. How do you Kangman explain this? Cold sweat poured down Yunhai's forehead as he felt both shocked and anxious. He hurriedly wiped the sweat from his face with his sleeve, flustered as he attempted to clarify. There must be a misunderstanding. Perhaps someone has framed us. Other elders from Kangman, drenched in sweat, took a deep breath and pleaded for Yi Mu. Indeed, it is possible that someone was traveling with your disciples and the young master, perhaps to seize opportunities and eliminate them, subsequently framing our senior brother. However, the leader of Shinmu sect was in no mood to listen to their explanations. Angrily retorting, "Enough of your nonsense. Witnesses have seen your Kangman senior brother join forces with our disciples, the young master of Jinyan Ling, and his sister to explore opportunities since entering the secret realm. Do you Kangman think everyone else is blind?" The leader of Jinyan Ling waved his sleeve, irate. "Why waste words on them? Elders and disciples, follow me to confront these Kangman." Meanwhile, within the relic space, after departing from the previous valley, Yi Mu encountered members of other sects, only to find them regarding him with astonished and peculiar expressions. Just as he felt perplexed, several furious voices rang out from nearby. "Look, there's Yi Mu. That despicable scoundrel, after harming our disciple, dares to swagger in front of us. Kill him. Avenge our fallen disciple." Yi Mu's pupils constricted as he turned to see a group of disciples from Shinmu sect unleashing their magical powers. Charging towards him with fury, without a moment to ponder, he activated his movement technique and fled with all his might. After half a day of frantic escape from the disciples of Shinmu sect, he encountered members of Jinyan Ling once more and was forced to flee yet again. Wrapping himself in a black cloak from his spatial ring, Yi Mu clenched his fists in frustration, exclaiming soulfully, "Damn it! Why is everyone hunting me down?" Chapter 57. Kangman disciples reject Yi Mu. He loses his refuge. Just then, he sensed the presence of Kangman disciples not far ahead and swiftly concealed himself to approach them, hoping to reunite. When Yan Mingxue and Long Siue saw Yi Mu, they nearly failed to recognize him, but as Yi Mu removed the black cloak, his bloody bald head and eyes, red-rimmed with fury, were revealed, enhancing his already ominous visage. "Why, Yi Mu, senior brother, what has happened to you?" Long Siue instinctively stepped back, covering her mouth in disbelief. "It's nothing. Just encountered a few mishaps," Yi Mu replied, gritting his teeth, his tone laced with frustration. "Yi Mu, did you truly kill the disciple of Shinmu sect and the young master of Jinyan Ling?" Yan Mingxue asked gravely, then continued without waiting for a response. "Do you know that Jinyan Ling and Shinmu sect have already engaged in conflict with us over this? The leader of Shinmu sect and the leader of Jinyan Ling have both issued assassination orders. They are rallying their disciples within the relic space to hunt you down." Upon hearing this, Yi Mu's countenance darkened, his rage boiling as he protested, "I did not kill them. I truly did not." Long Siue sighed helplessly. "The ancestor and the sect elders tried to defend you, but Jinyan Ling and Shinmu sect refused to listen." A few Kangman disciples hesitated momentarily before stepping forward to advise, "Senior brother Yi Mu. Perhaps you should leave Kangman for now? Yes. If you remain here, Shinmu sect and Jinyan Ling will not rest until they have exacted their revenge on our sect." Yi Mu, enraged and humiliated, grabbed their collars, spitting as he shouted, "What did you say? You actually want to expel me from the sect?" The trembling disciples wiped the spit from their faces, stammering, "Senior brother. The sect can no longer provide you refuge. Even if you stay, you cannot escape the wrath of those two top-tier forces from UNU. Why must you remain and implicate us and the sect?" Long Siue and Yan Mingxue exchanged glances. Remaining silent, clearly in agreement with the disciples' words, Yi Mu felt a wave of desolation wash over him, the sense of abandonment seeping into his heart. With a heavy sigh, he released a breath of frustration, forcing out the words, "Fine. I shall leave the sect." With that, he activated his movement technique and vanished before the Kangman disciples. He never anticipated that one day he would be reduced to a state of solitude, compelled to leave his sect with no one to aid him. However, what he remained oblivious to was that his nightmare was only just beginning to at this moment. Gu Hanxiu had not yet reunited with the disciples of the Kangman sect. Instead, upon sensing the presence of demonic cultivators, he found himself in a forest where the forces of the demon realm clashed with certain sects from the origin realm, according to memories from his past life. The demon emperor Yilan was currently leading the 4 great demonesses in hiding, while dispatching prodigies from the demon sect into the secret realm to ally with other forces of the demon realm, all vying for the demon crystal vein discovered deep within this forest. Though the disciples of the demon sect suffered heavy casualties, she ultimately succeeded in seizing the majority of the demon crystal vein, laying a solid foundation for her future unification of the demon realm. "Brother Hanxiu, what captivates you so?" A sultry, enticing female voice, accompanied by a warm breath, caressed Gu Hanqiu's ear. His eyes narrowed slightly, just as he was about to turn and evade. A pair of long, supple jade arms wrapped around his waist. "Brother Hanqiu, why do you hide from your sister?" Chong smiled playfully at him. "When did you discover me?" Gu Hanqiu asked, looking at Chong, who had somehow appeared beside him. His tone devoid of emotion. "Of course." Chong pressed her face against Gu Hanqiu's chest, her nostrils flaring slightly as she took a deep breath of his scent, and with a mesmerizing smile, she continued. "I sensed you the moment you arrived, dear brother Hanqiu, by the aura and fragrance that emanated from you." Gu Hanqiu's eyelids twitched slightly, and he replied, somewhat incredulously, "You are not a dog. How can your sense of smell be so acute?" Chapter 58. Entering the battlefield to assist the demon sect in securing the demon crystal vein. "Ah, Brother Hanqiu actually wishes for me to act like a dog. How absurd." Chong wrapped her arms around Gu Hanqiu's neck, her charm radiating as she pressed her face against his, playfully pouting. Faced with such an exquisite display of allure, even the current Gu Hanqiu found it somewhat difficult to withstand. He turned his gaze towards the brutal battlefield deep within the forest. Shifting the topic, "It seems that your demon sect and the other forces of the demon realm are not in an absolute advantageous position." Chong smiled slightly and teasingly inquired, "What? Does Brother Hanqiu perhaps possess some profound insight?" Gu Hanqiu pondered for a moment before slowly stating, "I have a way to help your demon sect secure the complete demon crystal vein. However, after the deed is done, I must receive my share of the spoils." Upon hearing Gu Hanqiu's calm and confident words, Chong was momentarily taken aback. Then she smiled alluringly. "If Brother Hanqiu can truly accomplish this, I may just offer you a special reward." Gu Hanqiu chose not to continue this frivolous exchange. Donning a fearsome mask to conceal his visage, he shifted his internal energy to the sinister demonic power and charged towards the brutal battlefield deep within the forest. The cultivators of the demon realm and the origin realm initially dismissed the lone figure of Gu Hanqiu as insignificant, until he summoned the nine-tailed fox and Shangliu. Occasionally, Gu Hanqiu would use his powers to aid them in healing, and with the nurturing strength of the demon god ring, their cultivation levels gradually returned to the seventh layer of the enlightenment realm. As both terrifying forces of demonic energy erupted within the forest, everyone suddenly awakened from their stupor, gazing at Gu Hanqiu, the nine-tailed fox, and Shangliu with sheer astonishment. "Brother Hanqiu, truly astonishing," Chong murmured, her expression filled with awe. She then joined the fray, slaughtering the cultivators of the origin realm alongside those two fearsome beasts. "Damn it, how can those two beasts be so powerful?" The cultivators of the origin realm looked panic-stricken as they evaded the attacks from the nine-tailed fox and Shangliu. Those two beasts were like infernal demons, casually whipping their tails or swinging their claws, exuding a terrifying power that instilled fear in their hearts. Gu Hanqiu cast a glance at the cultivators falling one after another into pools of blood. A slight smirk gracing his lips. He silently channeled his powers, controlling and enslaving the deceased cultivators, transforming them into mindless killing puppets, and commanded them to annihilate all except the demonic cultivators. Cursed. What a heinous and depraved sorcery. To so mercilessly manipulate the bodies and souls of the deceased. Does he possess no sense of conscience or justice? The cultivators of the origin realm seethed with rage as they watched their fellow sect members rise once more from the blood, howling and charging towards them. Even the demon cultivators of the demon realm were astonished and relieved by Gu Hanqiu's methods. They were shocked that some among them possessed similar dark abilities, yet none could perfectly enslave and control so many corpses in an instant. And it was even more unfathomable that the power they unleashed was more terrifying than in life. They were relieved that at least he was also a cultivator of the demonic path. For now, they were on the same boat rather than enemies. The tide of battle gradually turned. The forces of the origin realm, unwilling to let the demon realm seize the demon crystal vein filled with dark energy, found themselves suffering increasing casualties under the relentless slaughter of the two great beasts and Gu Hanqiu. The corpses of the fallen cultivators, through Gu Hanqiu's bizarre techniques, rose again from the blood, joining the fray. In this way, their numbers dwindled while those of the enemy multiplied. Who could withstand such a tide? We can no longer fight to the bitter end. Retreat. We must flee the ruins at once. One of the prodigies from the origin realm lamented. Soon, other forces followed suit, ceasing their battle with the demon realm and their fellow sect members, fleeing into the distance. Gu Hanqiu observed this, but did not command the nine-tailed fox and Shangliu to pursue. Instead, he instructed them and the four great demonesses to make their way to the demon crystal vein deep within the forest, preparing to relocate it directly. The other forces of the demon realm, upon witnessing this, surged forward. Demon sect, do you intend to monopolize the demon crystal vein? A disgruntled prodigy from the demon realm challenged Gu Hanxiu and the four great demonesses. However, the very next moment, his head was pierced by the demonic light emitted from Shangliu, his headless corpse crashing to the ground, only to be enslaved by Gu Hanxiu's powers, rising once more in a most eerie manner. As the onlookers witnessed Gu Hanxiu's decisive slaughter, none dared to approach him. Yet, they could not simply relinquish the demon crystal vein before them. Gu Hanxiu raised his hand, and countless corpses he had enslaved stood before the demon crystal vein. Roaring and howling, simultaneously, he signaled to the nine-tailed fox and Shangliu. They understood and unleashed a furious roar, their demonic energy swirling with an evil aura throughout the forest. Moreover, at their deliberate call, beasts concealed throughout the forest were awakened and drawn forth. Standing alongside the countless enslaved corpses, glaring menacingly at the cultivators of the other forces of the demon realm, Gu Hanxiu took in their expressions of terror, anger, and dread, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. His demeanor indifferent as he proclaimed, in the immortal Xian realm, if a piece of demon stone were to fall from the heavens, it would belong to our demon sect. His cold, merciless words were like chilling ice, imbued with an undeniable authority, rendering the cultivators of the other forces of the demon realm incapable of harboring any thoughts of resistance. Chapter 59. A Woman from the Upper Realm? Ultimately, the other demon cultivators chose to concede, turning away in defeat. They could not fathom when the demon sect had allied with a figure like Gu Hanxiu, possessing such exceptional demonic sorcery and terrifying beasts, had they had four great demonesses of unparalleled beauty within their ranks. They would undoubtedly have employed their charms to gain an advantage. Brother, you have accomplished a great feat this time. Chong approached Gu Hanxiu, leaning in close to his ear, teasingly whispering. However, Gu Hanxiu remained unfazed. Pushing her away slightly, his gaze fixed on the demon crystal vein before them. Let us first determine the distribution of the demon crystal vein. I have other matters to attend to. Very well. Very well. Chong not only did not take offense at Gu Hanxiu's lack of romantic interest, but instinctively licked her lips, her thoughts about him growing ever more fervent. The other cultivators of the demon sect watched this scene in astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief. When did the demoness become so accommodating? Moreover, does she regard that lad with the same gaze one would bestow upon a furnace? They pondered silently, sensing that they were about to witness some grand spectacle. Yet Chong paid no mind to their thoughts, effortlessly slicing off a substantial portion of the dark, malevolent demon crystal vein with her demonic power, and unhesitatingly handed it to Gu Hanxiu. He accepted it into the demon god ring and, under Chong's fervent and curious gaze, swiftly departed the forest with the nine-tailed fox and Shangliu. He could not comprehend why the four great demonesses, belonging to the demon sect, would look at him with such hunger. As he suppressed the tumultuous thoughts swirling in his mind and was about to return to his sect, he sensed that the communication talisman meant for Ban Yin Nu had been activated. His gaze sharpened slightly, and he immediately altered his course, hastily flying towards the location of the talisman. Meanwhile, Ban Yin Nu was earnestly pleading with a woman who bore a striking resemblance to herself. I am willing to merge with you and return to your body. Please do not harm him. The woman destroyed the communication talisman in her hand and looked at Ban Yin Nu with an indifferent expression, slowly mocking. You are merely a remnant of my magical essence. Yet you possess feelings that even I do not have. Moreover, what kind of enchantment has that lowly ant cast upon you, making you, as a manifestation of my power, protect him so fiercely? Are you even willing to die rather than activate the talisman to contact him? Ban Yin Nu lightly pressed her red lips together, replying, because he is the only one who does not disdain my appearance and genuinely cares for me. He brings me warmth. The woman scoffed disdainfully. As if struck by an amusing thought, the corners of her mouth curling into a slight arc, she stood silently in place, waiting. Soon after, a masked figure swiftly flew in from afar, stopping before her and Ban Yin Nu. Upon sensing the aura belonging to Gu Hanxiu emanating from the figure, Ban Yin Nu's expression turned anxious as she urged, Hanxiu, flee quickly and do not worry about me. She hails from the upper realm. The upper realm? The Holy Spirit realm? Gu Hanxiu furrowed his brow, desperately searching his mind for information about the figure, yet found himself at a loss in previous lifetimes. He had had little to no entanglement with either Ban Yin Nu or the stunning woman before him who looked almost identical to her. Chapter 60. The price of offering one's soul to be enslaved by me. After exhausting his thoughts in vain, Gu Hanqiu summoned the Demon Abyss Soul Blade into his hand and charged towards the woman. How dare she attack me? Such audacity for an insignificant ant. The woman's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly as she also drew a celestial blade, performing an exquisite sword technique to counter him. However, after their blades clashed several times, her celestial blade began to fracture, ultimately shattering into countless pieces. Yet, she did not seem perturbed. Instead, she retrieved an even higher-tier celestial blade to continue the fight, with a resounding clash of blades. Ban Yin Nu initially worried for Gu Hanqiu's safety, but soon she realized something was amiss. The woman's sword energy and momentum, though fierce, were systematically shattered by Gu Hanqiu's Demon Abyss Soul Blade, failing to inflict even the slightest harm. In contrast, each of Gu Hanqiu's strikes managed to create gashes upon the woman's garments, although she seemed to possess some form of top-tier protective armor. Her attire was becoming increasingly tattered. Damnable ant! How dare you ruin my clothing? A flicker of anger crossed the woman's face, and she ceased competing in swordplay with Gu Hanqiu. Instead, she began to channel her sacred and profound celestial body along with the power of the other shore, intending to forcibly subdue Gu Hanqiu. Yet, to her surprise, it appeared that he also possessed some formidable constitution, capable of converting his internal magical energy into even more powerful demonic force, effortlessly repelling her assault. During this exchange, her garments suffered further damage, and she exclaimed in indignation, "Damnable ant! How dare you? What am I afraid of?" Gu Hanqiu replied with a nonchalant expression, and then suddenly swung his Demon Abyss Soul Blade. The woman's fury reached its peak. She immediately ceased holding back, releasing the seal on her cultivation power. The overwhelming force of her cultivation, reaching the 10th level of the Comprehension Realm, a pinnacle of the upper realm, washed over the space. The immense pressure nearly hindered Gu Hanqiu's ability to channel his demonic energy. Just as he prepared to summon the Nine-Tailed Fox and the Xianglu, the woman produced a divine artifact, the Celestial Mirror. Its vast power surged forth, binding Gu Hanqiu in place. "Ant, if you kneel before me now, lick my feet, and offer your soul to be enslaved by me, I might spare your life." The woman slowly approached Gu Hanqiu, extending her delicate, snow-white foot. "It seems that I have no choice but to use the token given to me by the Demon Emperor." Gu Hanqiu resisted, turning his head away, narrowing his eyes as he silently contemplated his strategy. Just then, Ban Yin Nu suddenly dashed in front of the woman, willingly dispersing her own cultivation power, pleading once more, "I will merge with you. Please do not harm him any further." Gu Hanqiu watched as Ban Yin Nu's form transformed into countless beams of white light, surging into the woman's body, his expression gradually turning as cold as ice. The woman, clearly taken aback by Ban Yin Nu's willingness to sacrifice her own life, was about to speak when Ban Yin Nu's memories and emotions forcibly flooded into her mind. Though not abundant, she indeed felt fragments of Ban Yin Nu's fleeting memories and nascent affections for that ant. "Such mundane feelings shall not disturb my resolve." The woman, with a frostbitten expression, raised the celestial mirror once more, preparing to strike at Gu Hanqiu again. Yet, in the next moment, her soul consciousness inexplicably plunged into an endless darkness. Her eyes rolled back, and she collapsed before Gu Hanqiu. That he furrowed his brows and cautiously probed her with his demonic energy. Upon confirming that she had truly fainted, Gu Hanqiu raised his hand and slapped her several times. "How dare you bully me, forcing Ban Yin Nu to take her own life? Who do you think you are? Damn it. While you're unconscious, I'll reclaim my losses and then some." Chapter 61. Repossessed. Ban Yin Nu seizes control of the body. Gu Hanqiu revealed a devilishly cold smile. That moment, he noticed the woman's delicate hand twitch slightly. "This won't do. If I don't control her in advance, what if she wakes up and unleashes her power against me?" Gu Hanqiu silently mused, then retrieved an assortment of poisons from the Demon God Ring, which he had previously prepared to deal with the minor character Yimud. He pried open the woman's mouth and poured the poisons into her. However, feeling it was still precarious, he activated the demonic seeding technique from the evil emperor's heavenly demon record, implanting the demonic seed into her body. This one sufficed. It's still not stable. Her protective seals, although dormant due to her sleeping soul, might trigger if I were to cut her up or feed her to the Nine-Tailed Fox and the others. Besides, she is, after all, Ban Yin Nu's original body, Ji Yuhan Xiu pondered with a furrowed brow. Just then, a cool, melodious voice from the system echoed in his ears. Host darling, you can place her inside the demon god ring. Only the host can open it with their will. Ji Yuhan Xiu raised an eyebrow, a slight smile curving his lips as thoughts raced through his mind. Trapped in the demon god ring. Now that sounds splendid. I can interrogate her about her origins and how to resurrect Ban Yin Nu. But just then, the woman beneath him suddenly opened her beautiful eyes, looking at him with a hint of confusion. Han Xiu. Why did you come down to keep me company? Gu Han Xiu, hearing the familiar tone, used his magical thoughts to sense her back and forth. Han Xiu, what are you doing? Ban Yin Nu asked in confusion. It seems you've inadvertently taken over. Your soul is now occupying that woman's body, Ji Yuhan Xiu explained to her gravely. What? Ban Yin Nu exclaimed in surprise, pulling out a mirror and discovering that her other side was indeed intact. But this shouldn't be possible. I am merely a remnant of her magical essence, not even a complete soul or a split body. How could I suddenly reverse and occupy her form? Ban Yin Nu murmured in bewilderment. Suddenly, a piercing pain shot through her, and she clutched her chest, violently expelling a mouthful of black poison blood. Seeing this, Gu Han Xiu quickly retrieved some antidote pills from his storage ring and handed them to her. Awkwardly apologizing, I'm sorry, I didn't anticipate that you were still alive. I had put many kinds of poison in her body. Ban Yin Nu slightly twitched her eyelids, shooting him a glare as she accepted the antidote pills and swallowed them. However, the poisons were too varied, and the antidotes were simply insufficient. Ji Yuhan Xiu, seeing this, directly pulled out the chance herbs he had previously plundered from Yi Mu in the ruins, handing them all to Ban Yin Nu. Han Xiu, just how many kinds of poisons have you inflicted upon my original body? Ban Yin Nu asked helplessly as she took the herbs, swallowing and channeling her magical energy to neutralize the residual poison within. It is fortunate that her body possesses an extraordinary strength, allowing her to survive the myriad of poisons that could have claimed her life. Once she has expelled all the toxins from within, she gently inquires, Han Xiu, what should we do now? I have inexplicably lost my original self. Her true identity is that of the young master of the Bianhai Pavilion in the Holy Spirit realm. I am filled with apprehension. Ji Yuhan Xiu reaches out to stroke her head, softly reassuring her. Do not panic. Do not panic. Just wait. The half-faced woman, blushing with a mix of shame and anger, lowers her head and asks, Han Xiu, do you prefer me as I am now, possessing her body, or do you favor the person I once was? Gu Han Xiu's lips twitch slightly, yet he does not fall into the trap of her words. With unwavering conviction, he replies, I like both. After speaking, for the sake of safety, he allows the half-faced woman to reside within the demon god ring while he departs from the ruins, flying towards Kangmen. Upon his return to Kangmen, he is met with a scene of disciples clad in white, stained with blood, and severed limbs scattered about. Even the normally arrogant elders of the sect are gravely injured and in a state of despair. He need not speculate. He knows all too well this calamity is the doing of Yi Mu. Or rather, it is he who bears the blame. He chuckles ominously, filled with a sense of delight. As he returns to the disciples' quarters and begins his seclusion for cultivation. 3 days later, after devouring the essence of the Kunpeng's blood and the remains of its wings, his cultivation level surges once more. Ascending to the 5th stage of the Tongfa realm, that moment, within the grand hall of the sect, the ancestor Yunhai sits in a state of dejection upon the master's seat. Exhaling a deep sigh, Qingyin's cultivation has been utterly destroyed, driven mad and possessed. Almost all of her apprentices have succumbed to madness as well. The sect's senior brother Yi Mu, once groomed by her as the next master, is now entangled in the treachery of the demon sect and the assassination of the heirs of the elite forces in the Yuan domain, even dragging our sect into a siege by Jin Yin and Xinmu sect. Is it truly heaven's will to obliterate Kangmen? The elders and stewards below listen, wishing to offer comfort, yet unsure of how to articulate their thoughts. After all, the events of the past 6 months have been bizarre and unfathomable. After a long silence, Yunhai regains his composure and solemnly asks, who do you believe within the sect is the strongest, the most talented to succeed the next master? Upon hearing this, everyone furrows their brows in contemplation. Who is the strongest? They inadvertently think of Gu Hanxiu. No, absolutely not. They have already offended him gravely due to Yimu. How could they humiliate themselves by seeking his favor? Yet, apart from Gu Hanxiu, and Mu. Others seem to pale significantly in comparison. At that moment, Yan Mingxue steps forward and speaks, Ancestor, I have an extremely suitable candidate. Chapter 62. What? Long Yue has also gone mad? Oh, who is it? Yun Hai asks. His expression filled with anticipation. The other elders and stewards also turn their gazes towards Yan Mingxue, quietly awaiting her response. Long Yue, Yan Mingxue replies slowly, as the senior sister. Her strength surpasses that of Sun Yin and Ling Yu. Most importantly, she is currently in a sound mental state. Yun Hai nods, rising from his seat to fly towards the hall's exit. Then let us go consult with her. Yan Mingxue and the others follow closely behind. However, upon reaching the bamboo forest on the back mountain and stepping into the bamboo house, they are left momentarily stunned. Before them sits Gu Qingyin, her hair stark white and her complexion haggard. Staring blankly out the window at a table laid with exquisite dishes, Lu Xuanyan, disheveled and with her arms marred by countless scars, grips the immortal sword that belongs to Gu Hanqiu, methodically cutting open her still healing wounds. Each slice accompanied by a haunting smile of utter despair. Skelling Yu, paralyzed from the waist down, sits silently in a wheelchair, her eyes devoid of color as she mechanically flips through a tattered book on formations. Seeing this, the onlookers can only sigh in resignation. Once, these stunning women, endowed with extraordinary talents, were the pride of the sect and revered as goddesses by countless male disciples. Who could have imagined they would now be reduced to such a state of madness? At that moment, a clattering sound emerges from the kitchen, as if someone is cooking. Yan Mingxue and the others enter the kitchen to find Long Yue preparing sweet peach blossom pastries at the stove. They rush forward to greet her. Sewa, it is a relief to see you are well. Otherwise, we would not know what to do. By the way, are you planning to make pastries for your junior sisters and us? Long Yue suddenly turns, crushing the peach blossom pastries in her hands into powder, her face contorted with rage as she shouts, You think you deserve to eat what I make? Go eat shit. With that, she violently raises the pot of hot oil, splattering it across the faces of the elders and stewards. Ignoring their cries of pain, she unleashes a barrage of formidable spells towards them. The group scrambles out of the bamboo house in a panic, gasping for breath. Yun Hai and Yan Mingxue had initially intended to persuade her, but upon seeing the terrifying red-veined eyes of Long Yue, they abandoned the thought. This is what you call a sound mental state. Yun Hai scowls at Yan Mingxue. The latter stands frozen in embarrassment, at a loss for words. They may have succumbed to madness. To prevent contagion, you all must avoid contact with them in the future, including you, Mingxue. Yun Hai addresses Yan Mingxue and the elders with a grave expression. Contagion? How could that be? I, Yan Mingxue, will never become like them. Yan Mingxue dismisses with a wave of her hand, her face brimming with confidence as they depart. Long Yue resumes her task, silently crafting the peach blossom pastries that Gu Hanqiu loved most during his childhood. 3 days prior, feeling troubled, she ventured outside the sect to stroll through the city. Upon encountering the pastry shop that she and Gu Hanqiu frequently visited, she decided to indulge in some peach blossom pastries after a long absence. Excuse me, has someone new taken over the making of your peach blossom pastries? They taste so bitter, lacking the sweetness they once had. Long Yue inquires of an elderly woman behind the counter. This pastry has always been made by me. The old woman tastes a piece and finds the flavor unchanged. Just as she contemplates this, she notices Long Yue entered the shop alone. In a moment of clarity, she seems to understand something and, with a hoarse voice, asks, Child, what happened to the boy who used to accompany you to buy peach blossom pastries? Did you not lose him? The old woman's words strike Long Yue like a heavy hammer. She stands there, dazed, before, almost unconsciously, whispering, Can I find him again? The old woman shakes her head, looking at the pastries with a sorrowful tone. You will not be able to find him. Never again. Long Yue exits the shop in a daze. Glancing back at the old woman, who is lost in thought over the pastries, she shakes her head, suppressing her chaotic emotions, and feigns a light-hearted demeanor, saying, I have been taking care of Sun Yin and the others daily. I must have just been affected by their madness. Afterward, she returns to the bamboo house, retrieves the armor that Gu Hanqiu once wore, and, after wiping it down, inexplicably puts it on. Suddenly, a flood of memories, imbued with endless pain and hatred, bursts forth from the armor, flooding her mind. The surrounding scenes begin to shift wildly. When she opens her eyes again, she is astonished to find herself back in the bamboo forest of her childhood. At that moment, her younger self is practicing spells with a pure, innocent boy. Senior sister, Please hit gently. I am afraid it will hurt. All right. Senior sister, are you thirsty? I will fetch you some immortal fruit nectar. Okay. Senior sister, are you tired? Let me massage your shoulders. Observing the tender moments of her childhood with Gu Hanxiu, Long Siyue cannot help but smile nostalgically. The scenes shift again as Gu Hanxiu grows older, and their relationship deepens. One day, they agree to venture into the city to procure magical artifacts and daily necessities for cultivation. They pass a pastry shop. Gu Hanxiu drools in earnest, tugging at Long Siyue's sleeve. Siyue, I want to eat peach blossom pastries. All right, let's go inside. Long Siyue replies with a smile, leading him into the shop. After the elderly woman hands the peach blossom pastries to Gu Hanxiu, she gazes at Long Siyue with a complex expression and says, My dear, cherish the person beside you. Long Siyue, puzzled, glances at the old woman, dismissing her cryptic words without a second thought. After she completed the payment, she took Gu Hanxiu's hand and exited the shop. Long Siyue gazed at the vivid scenes of her past self joyfully wandering the city with Gu Hanxiu, a pang of inexplicable sadness swelling within her heart. Upon their return to the bamboo grove on the back mountain, the images began to shift once more. Yi Mu had entered the sect. Noticing his extraordinary talent and potential, as well as his amiable nature and broad-mindedness, the master decided to focus on cultivating him. Gradually neglecting Gu Hanxiu and directing all resources towards Yi Mu. Strangely, Xin Yin and Ling Yu also began to overlook Gu Hanxiu, turning their attention to Yi Mu. Gradually, even she began to forget Gu Hanxiu, relegating him to the shadows. One day, due to a mishap in her cultivation, her meridians were severed. She required the ice spirit snow lotus from the peak of a snow-capped mountain outside the sect as a medicinal catalyst for Yan Mingxue to refine the sacred healing elixir for her injuries. Yi Mu volunteered to fetch the snow lotus for her, leaving her deeply moved. As Long Siyue watched Yi Mu head towards the snow mountain, she prepared to follow, only to discover that Gu Hanxiu was also stealthily flying towards the snow mountain. Could it be that Hanxiu intended to create trouble again? In her memories, it was Yi Mu who had brought back the ice spirit snow lotus for her, while Hanxiu, in a bid for credit, had fought with Yi Mu on the snow mountain, resulting in an avalanche that buried them both under frost-laden snow. In the end, Yi Mu retrieved the snow lotus for her and selflessly went to rescue Hanxiu despite their past grievances. Long Siyue pondered silently. Yet, when she arrived at the summit of the snow mountain, she beheld Gu Hanxiu, disregarding his safety, plunging deep into the icy cavern, his body ravaged by frost, staggering as he emerged with a white snow lotus clutched in his hands. How could this be? Why is it Hanxiu who has harvested the snow lotus for me? Where is Yi Mu? Long Siyue stood in shock, her heart filled with confusion. Just then, Yi Mu appeared. Seizing the opportunity when Gu Hanxiu was gravely injured, he swiftly snatched the snow lotus from Hanxiu's grasp. Junior brother, allow me, your senior brother, to present this snow lotus to Siyue, he mocked, grinning triumphantly. Naturally, Gu Hanxiu was unwilling to concede, stubbornly advancing despite his injuries to contest it. Their powers clashed. The snow mountain began to crumble. Long Siyue watched in a daze as Yi Mu emerged from the snowdrifts, then flew away towards the sect with a twisted smile, her feelings of loathing and fury toward him surging uncontrollably. The truth was clear, and she knew well what would follow. After Yi Mu distorted the facts, she and the master, along with others, foolishly believed his vile narrative. Consequently, when Gu Hanxiu narrowly escaped Yi Mu's assassination and returned to the sect to report the incident, none of them believed his words. They even mistakenly thought he had nearly harmed Yi Mu in a bid for credit, punishing him harshly for being the first to cry foul, watching the scene where she blissfully consumed the elixir made from the snow lotus. Yet berated Gu Hanxiu mercilessly, she collapsed to her knees in anguish, tears streaming down her cheeks, eating what others had risked their lives to retrieve, while misunderstanding, slandering, and even punishing them. She truly was a heartless beast of a senior sister. Long Siyue silently cursed her own foolishness, her fingertips digging into her palms. Yet, even in her profound pain and regret, the memories continued to shift when she witnessed Gu Hanxiu severing ties with them under Yi Mu's machinations, ultimately being executed and cast aside on the snow mountain as the scapegoat for a calamity that incited public outrage. She completely shattered. Chapter 63. The sect master of Kangman, not worth a dog's regard. Senior sister. A familiar voice pulled Long Siyue back from her reverie. She looked up to see a bloodied and frostbitten young Gu Hanxiu emerging from the snow mountain, staggering towards her. Hanxiu, senior sister will tend to your wounds. Do not worry, I will do everything in my power to save you, Long Siyue exclaimed, her face alight with urgency as she rose. Disregarding the tears streaming down her face, she cautiously embraced Gu Hanqiu. Her voice filled with concern. However, Gu Hanqiu halted her attempt to heal him with her powers and blood, leaning in to whisper coldly into her ear, "Senior sister, I hate you." As those two words fell, Long Siyue's pupils constricted violently, tears flooding down her face, her heart overwhelmed with endless sorrow and guilt. As she knelt before Gu Hanqiu, trembling and raising her head to offer her apologies, she found that the bloodied and frostbitten young Gu Hanqiu had vanished, replaced by the adult Gu Hanqiu, whose expression was indifferent, his eyes cruel and unyielding as cold flames. He looked down upon her with a countenance filled with loathing, as if she were not his former senior sister, but rather an enemy with whom he held a deep-seated grudge. When he raised the long blade in his hand to stab into her chest, the scene shattered violently. Clearly, the subsequent images were mere figments of her imagination. She had lost her mind. Long Siyue. Hanqiu, senior sister was wrong. Please forgive me, will you? After Yinhai and the sect's stewards returned from the bamboo grove on the back mountain to the main hall of the sect, they found themselves once again grappling with indecision. Unlike other sects that selected from the ranks of the talented, they now struggled even to find a promising candidate among the short ones. The reason was simple. Yimu had been forced to leave the sect, Long Siyue and her companions had gone mad, Gu Hanqiu had severed ties with Gu Qingyin and exhibited a vile temperament. And additionally, Gu Hanqiu had secretly conspired with the demonic sect, resulting in the deaths of most of the sect's young talents during the previous expedition into the secret realm. Hence, they were now left with a dearth of promising candidates. What if we have a talk with Gu Hanqiu? At worst, we can offer him a few more elixirs and spirit stones each month. That makes sense. That if he refuses, then he simply does not know what is good for him. The elders of the sect chimed in, and they quickly reached a consensus to approach Gu Hanqiu in his disciples' quarters. When Gu Hanqiu learned of their intentions, he chuckled derisively. Now you remember me? Do you think you are worthy? One of the stewards, upon hearing this, turned crimson and raised a finger to admonish him. Gu Hanqiu, setting aside the facts, does the sect not owe you any gratitude? Does it? Gu Hanqiu's eyes narrowed as he met the steward's gaze. This damned sect had only provided him with 2.5 spirit stones each month since Yimu's arrival, and had not given him any elixirs. Ultimately, those 2.5 spirit stones were insufficient even for his basic needs. At times, when his clothes were torn, he was injured by Yimu. That little miser, under the pretext of practice, he had not even enough spirit stones to buy clothes or healing elixirs. Merely the various menial tasks and arduous duties he was forced to undertake were enough to repay this sect's supposed kindness 100-fold. Furthermore, the so-called position of sect master was merely a grand illusion. Should a suitable candidate arise in the future, he would be cast aside once more. If no suitable candidate emerged, he would merely serve as a puppet sect master. The elder, caught in Gu Hanqiu's frigid and indifferent gaze, retreated several steps, too intimidated to speak. Others sought to persuade him further but were swiftly expelled by Gu Hanqiu, leaving only a mocking remark lingering in the air. The sect master of Kangman? Not worth a dog's regard. Chapter 64. Yimu encounters his childhood sweetheart. Tragedy looms. The next day, Gu Hanqiu prepared to leave the sect and head towards Songyu Xianshou. According to his memories from his previous life, Yimu would coincidentally encounter his childhood sweetheart, Chen Shui, in Xianshou, subsequently coming across numerous fortuitous treasures at various stalls within the city. Ultimately, he would acquire a broken supreme artifact at the Golden Treasure Auction House, as well as the Hongmeng Holy Dew, a miraculous sacred water that originated from ancient times. Although the timeline of this life had shifted somewhat, that Yimu had just evaded the pursuit of several sects in the Yuan domain, and it was likely that he had only just arrived, or perhaps had not even reached Xianzhou. Gu Hanqiu mused silently as he departed the disciples' quarters and walked towards the sect's entrance. At that moment, he suddenly heard several familiar yet loathsome voices calling out from behind him. Hanqiu, Hanqiu, wait for us. Hanqiu. We know we were wrong. Please forgive us. Hanqiu. Senior sister made your favorite peach blossom pastry when you were little. Please try it. Gu Hanqiu turned to see Gu Qingyin, Long Siyue, and others hastily approaching him, kneeling before him with tears in their eyes, their words filled with pleading and humility. Long Siyue, seeing Gu Hanqiu turn around, displayed a flicker of nervousness and hope in her eyes. Scaling Yu, overcome with emotion, even reached out to embrace his leg, pressing her pale, tear-streaked face against him in search of comfort. However, this long-awaited warmth did not last long before Gu Hanqiu interrupted it. With a look of disgust, he lifted his leg and flung Xialing Yu away, showing no concern as her frail body collided with the wall. He then seized the peach blossom pastries that Long Siyue had been holding, discarding them as if they were refuse, allowing the pastries, painstakingly crafted by Long Siyue, to be sullied by the dirt on the ground. Long Siyue, witnessing this, felt her tears burst forth, cascading down her cheeks. She tremulously picked up the peach blossom pastry, now coated in dust and dirt, and, choking back her sobs, implored, "Han Xiu, I am so sorry. I had no idea you disliked peach blossom pastries. I beg of you. Please forgive me. Whatever you desire, both master and I will make it for you." All right. Gu Qingyin and Lu Xuanyan also knelt on the ground, shifting to block his path, their faces etched with sorrow as they lamented, "Han Xiu, from this moment forth, we shall never doubt or harbor suspicion towards you, nor shall we distance ourselves from you. Let us return to the bamboo grove on the back mountain, just like we did when we were children. Please." Han Xiu regarded their pitiful, remorseful expressions, devoid of any compassion. Instead, he coldly kicked them aside, turning his back and walking away without a glance. Only a chilling remark lingered in the air. "I shall never forgive you." And there is no possibility of returning to the past. As they watched his indifferent figure fade from sight, Gu Qingyin and the others felt as though their souls had been snatched away, collapsing to the ground. Half a day later, Han Xiu departed from the sect and arrived at Xianzhou. After expending some villain points, he successfully pinpointed Yimu's location through the system. That moment, Yimu was blissfully unaware of being watched, lost in the joy of unexpectedly encountering his childhood sweetheart. Chenxue.to run into Shuer here. It seems I, Yimu, am not perpetually plagued by misfortune. He mused aloud, donning a flowing black wig. Chen Shui, glancing at him with curiosity, blinked. "Yimu Gij, have you recently encountered some troubling matters?" With a sigh, Yimu recounted all the misfortunes of the past few months, omitting, of course, the incident that rendered him a eunuch. Yimu Gij was even framed as a spy for the demonic sect and the murderer of the heir to the Yuan domain's power. "No wonder you resorted to disguising your appearance," Chen Shui exclaimed, covering her mouth in shock. "That wretched junior brother of mine. He is most likely the chosen one, his strength surging in just a few short months, while my entire clan was annihilated, and I am constantly framed and slandered. Why is he favored by the heavens while I am not?" Yimu clenched his fists, redirecting all his anger and hatred towards Han Xiu. His expression contorted as he howled. However, upon noticing Chen Shui still by his side, he quickly restrained his emotions and led her towards the market stalls in the city. Han Xiu, lurking in the shadows, was at a loss for words, never expecting that Yimu, this favored child of destiny, would regard him as a chosen one. Ding, the system chimed, detecting that the host was at a critical scene and turning point in fate. Triggering a temporary mission, intercept the destined child, Yimu, in Songzhou, and assist him in wooing his childhood sweetheart. Reward, 2,000 villain points. The system's cool, melodious voice echoed in Han Xiu's ears. Upon hearing this, a glint of mockery flickered in his eyes as he fixed his gaze on Yimu and Chen Shui, stealthily following them. Meanwhile, an unsettling feeling surged within Yimu, darkening his expression further. Chen Shui noticed the unfamiliarity in his demeanor, a stark contrast to the spirited boy from their childhood, and silently mused. Yimu Gij seems to have changed from the person he once was. By the way, Shuer, do you happen to have any money on you? Yimu suddenly remembered something, awkwardly inquiring. Previously robbed of spirit stones and elixirs by Han Xiu, and not having returned to the sect, he found himself nearly empty-handed. Noticing Yimu's financial predicament, Chen Shui was not dismayed. Instead, she retrieved a storage ring filled with spirit stones and handed it to him. Yimu checked it with his spiritual sense, shaking his head slightly. "Shuer, these spirit stones are insufficient. Do you have more?" Chen Shui nodded slowly, reassuring him. "Don't worry, Yimu Gij, I will have my clan's guards bring more." She then contacted 3 of her clan's guards stationed nearby. Upon seeing the figure cloaked in black robes, the guards frowned slightly, their expressions unfriendly as they positioned themselves protectively around their young mistress, sharply questioning Yimu. "Who are you? Why are you lurking about? What is your purpose in approaching our young lady?" Chen Shui stepped beside Yimu, introducing him. "This is Yimu, my childhood playmate and sweetheart." The guards gasped in shock upon hearing his name. "You are the one accused of harming the heir of the Yuan domain's leading power?" "Yimu Gij is innocent," Chen Shui hurriedly explained Yimu's plight. However, the guards' hostility did not diminish significantly. Yimu cast them a disdainful glance, leading Chen Shui towards a stall specializing in spirit jade. He intended to impress his childhood sweetheart and the three guards with a spectacular display, as he envisioned the awe on Chen Shui's face when he successfully cut a premium spirit stone. He quickened his pace. Swear, I'll pick the spirit jade, and you provide the spirit stones. If I manage to cut a premium spirit jade, all will belong to you. Yimu crossed his arms, a confident smile playing on his lips. All right, Yimu Gij. Chen Shui nodded shyly in agreement. The three guards exchanged glances, a flicker of jealousy crossing their faces, and they mocked. Do you really think premium spirit jades are so easy to cut? You're just boasting. Don't let our young lady incur losses. Yimu dismissed their taunts with a scoff, focusing intently on selecting the jades. Meanwhile, Gahanshio, having disguised himself, watched silently from the crowd. At that moment, he was more hopeful than anyone that Yimu would indeed cut a premium spirit jade. With instinct and treasure-seeking techniques guiding him, Yimu skillfully avoided several perfect-looking, vibrant, and well-proportioned spirit jades, ultimately selecting two poorly made, ugly, and oddly shaped ones. Everyone but Gahanshio was left dumbfounded, including Chen Shui, who looked at Yimu with a confused expression, as if she were about to speak but held back. You chose the two ugliest and most inferior spirit jades, the stall owner exclaimed in disbelief. Why would you pass up the good ones for these? Are you trying to make the young lady lose money? The guards glared at Yimu in anger. As onlookers gathered to witness the spectacle, they began to mock and jeer. While Yimu stood unfazed, chest puffed out, hands on his hips as he grinned mischievously. Boss, do you dare to wager with me? If these two spirit jades yield a premium one, you'll give us all the jades at your stall. If not, I will pay you 100-fold in spirit stones. As his words echoed, the atmosphere fell into a heavy silence. People regarded him and Chen Shui with incredulous eyes, whispering amongst themselves, what a lovely girl. How did she end up with such a fool? With these two worthless stones, he'd be lucky to cut a mid-grade jade. Chen Shui took a deep breath, her voice resolute. You shall not defame Yimu Gij. I, Chen Shui, believe in his judgment. With that, she placed 10 rings filled with abundant spirit stones on the jade table, challenging the onlookers. A pair of fools, they seem rather kind. The stall owner cast a quizzical glance at Chen Shui and Yimu. His smile as bright as a blooming chrysanthemum. I accept your wager. He then picked up the two wretched stones and began to cut them with magical precision. As the crowd watched with bated breath, shards of dust and debris fell from the surface of the jades, revealing glimmers of translucent silver brilliance. Oh no, did these stones seem to possess hidden depths? This lad has truly stumbled upon some extraordinary luck. Had I known, I would not have wagered with him. The stall owner regretted his decision deeply at that moment. Yimu Gij truly has an eye for gems. Chen Shui praised him with admiration. Haha, you flatter me, Shuer. Yimu grinned triumphantly, then cast a scornful glare at the three guards, as if to mock their ignorance. The guards, red-faced and furious, were at a loss for words. Until .2 foul-smelling lumps of excrement oozed from the two spirit jades. Upon catching the vile odor in the air, Yimu turned to see, frozen in disbelief. Once he regained his composure, he seized the stall owner's collar, lifting him off the stall, his expression furious as he shouted, Where is the premium spirit jade? The one that can significantly enhance cultivation speed. Chapter 66. Just as he ran out of spirit stones, is he about to cause a ruckus again? The crowd gazed upon Yimu, who was seething with impotent rage. Their expressions filled with disdain as they reproached him. Young man, if you cannot bear the loss, you ought not to assault the stall owner. Indeed, that kind soul was merely trying to help you cut the spirit jade. And what did you end up with? A complete disaster. Had I known, I would have let you do it yourself. At this moment, the three guards seized the opportunity to berate Yimu, adding insult to injury. Kid, if you lack the ability, why pretend to be strong? You boasted so much, yet you couldn't even manage to cut out a low-grade spirit jade. Instead, you ended up with 2 piles of filth? You have caused our young lady to lose so many spirit stones. What will you do to compensate? Listening to the crowd's insults and contempt directed at him, Yimu's eyes reddened with fury. His expression twisted in anger. He firmly believed that his instincts and treasure-seeking skills could not be wrong. Thus, it must be this damn stall owner who had tampered with the outcome. Old fool. If you do not hand over those 2 pieces of top-grade spirit jade today, I shall ruin you. Yimu clenched his fists, gritting his teeth as he threatened the stall owner. Among the onlookers, Gu Hanshio observed this scene, a hint of mockery curling at the corners of his mouth. Just as the stall owner was about to slice the spirit jade, he had utilized the power of spatial laws to transfer the 2 pieces of top-grade spirit jade, which were encased in their shells and dirt, into the demon god ring. Subsequently, he had also moved 2 piles of filth left by a demonic dog nearby into the shell of the spirit jade. Ah, Someone is attacking me. Someone can't bear to lose and wants to strike the old man. Where are the law enforcement officers? Help, the stall owner bellowed, his voice hoarse. Chen Shui, witnessing this, hurriedly pulled Yimu aside and whispered, Brother Yimu. Losing is one thing, but don't resort to violence. Our Chen family may not fear the law enforcement team, but this will only bring us more shame. Upon hearing this, Yimu felt a profound sting of betrayal from those he considered close to him. The three guards, wanting to say something, suddenly noticed a group of dozens of law enforcement cultivators from Zhangzhou swiftly approaching from the horizon. Realizing this, they abandoned their mockery of Yimu and hurriedly pulled him and Chen Shui away from the stall in a flurry. Gu Hanqiu, concealed in the shadows, followed suit with a contented expression. He had initially intended to continue sabotaging Yimu, but since Yimu had insisted on showcasing his prowess, leading to Chen Shui's loss of spirit stones, he decided to refrain from targeting other stalls for the time being. That it's all your fault. If it weren't for you, how could Our Lady have lost so many spirit stones? One guard angrily reproached Yimu. It must have been that stall owner who played tricks. I distinctly sensed the aura of top-grade spirit jade. Yimu lowered his head to endure the scolding, offering no rebuttal, although he still wished to purchase some items at other stalls. The public humiliation he had just suffered and the loss inflicted upon Chen Shui weighed heavily on him. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to a nearby martial arts arena. The sign beside it read, Participants, each to pay 100 low-grade spirit stones. The martial champion who defeats the arena host will be rewarded with 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Upon seeing this, Yimu grinned mischievously. Schwer. There's an arena ahead. Can you pledge a treasure? I will win back the spirit stones for you. The three guards, upon hearing this, were infuriated and raised their hands as if to strike Yimu. After causing the young lady to lose all her spirit stones, now he wanted to create further chaos. Chen Shui gazed at Yimu's crooked and unseemly grin, along with the confidence shining in his eyes. After a moment of hesitation, she removed the Tianling Xinyu hairpin from her head. Miss, you mustn't trust this fool any longer. How could someone like him possibly? The three guards protested indignantly to Chen Shui. However, before they could finish, Chen Shui interrupted them. I believe in Brother Yimu. The issue with the spirit jade was merely a matter of bad luck for him. Brother Yimu has been a prodigy in cultivation since childhood. He possesses true skill. Yimu, upon seeing Chen Shui defend him so passionately, felt a wave of emotion swell within him. With a crooked smile, he assured her, Do not worry, victory is assured. With that, he strode confidently toward the martial arts arena. His demeanor bold and resolute. Gu Hanqiu, witnessing this, flashed a mischievous smile and also made his way to the arena to register. Miss, are you willing to pledge this top-grade heavenly artifact hairpin? The arena host asked. Astonished. Will this top-grade heavenly artifact suffice for us both to compete? Chen Shui inquired slowly. Of course, the arena host replied succinctly. Brother Yimu, I shall go first to pave the way for you. Chen Shui said with a smile, winking at Yimu before leaping onto the arena. The daughter of the Chen family's head in Zhangzhou. She had been trained in top-tier techniques since childhood, allowing her to easily defeat several challengers, until she encountered Gu Hanqiu. He was rather handsome, but his taste was questionable. How could he take a liking to that useless fellow? Gu Hanqiu glanced in Yimu's direction, mockingly stating to Chen Shui, You shouldn't speak ill of Brother Yimu. Chen Shui, filled with righteous fury, unleashed her power toward Gu Hanqiu. As she approached him, she raised her long, delicate leg to kick at him. However, sensing the oncoming gale, Gu Hanqiu did not evade. Instead, he effortlessly seized her ankle, dismissing her attack with ease. In the astonished and enraged gaze of the crowd and Yimu, he lifted Chen Shui's ankle, presenting her leg in a most humiliating manner upon the martial arts arena. Let me go. Chen Shui glared at Gu Hanqiu, furious and embarrassed. Upon witnessing his woman being toyed with, Yimu's fury reached a boiling point. You shameless scoundrel. If you do not release Shui this instant, I will make you pay dearly. Gu Hanqiu cast a disdainful glance at Yimu, and rather than releasing Chen Shui, he taunted her with a mocking tone. I will kill you. Yimu was utterly enraged, his expression twisted in fury as he prepared to unleash his power upon the arena and obliterate Gu Hanqiu. However, the arena host intervened. Young man, I understand your urgency, but please, contain yourself. You can only take the stage when it is your turn. Otherwise, you will be disqualified. Reluctantly, Yimu clenched his teeth and simmered down. Chen Shui stood there, momentarily stunned. Her face flushed crimson, her breath turning frenzied. As the esteemed daughter of the Chen family, pure and untarnished, she felt utterly defiled before the eyes of her beloved brother Yimu. Damn you, vile scoundrel. I will kill you. Chen Shui no longer held back and unleashed the strongest technique of the Qin family against Gu Hanqiu. Gu Hanqiu did not evade. Given his superior physique, cultivation, strength, and realm, he chose to face her attack head-on. With a resounding crash, Chen Shui's technique struck Gu Hanqiu's hand, producing a dull thud that stirred up a cloud of dust, just as the crowd expected Gu Hanqiu to be obliterated or at least injured. The dust settled, revealing him standing unscathed, his sleeves devoid of even a speck of dust. Chen Shui, weakened, slumped in his embrace, trembling as if she had just endured a harrowing ordeal. Noticing the shocked and suspicious gaze Yimu cast her way, she panicked, struggling to free herself from Gu Hanqiu's grasp. However, having exhausted her energy by forcibly using her technique, she found herself with no remaining power. Thus, a comically dramatic scene unfolded. Chen Shui squirmed in Gu Hanqiu's arms, resembling a couple playfully bickering at the same time. As she noticed the familiar item in Gu Hanqiu's hand, that she immediately fainted from shame and anger. The outcome is determined. This cultivator is victorious, the arena host declared, pointing at Gu Hanqiu. Meanwhile, he was filled with confusion, unable to comprehend why someone who could so easily achieve victory would resort to such despicable tactics in front of his opponent's partner. Yimu administered a healing pill to Chen Shui, awakening her from her stupor, and furiously ascended the martial arts arena. His expression twisted in rage as he roared at Gu Hanqiu. "You damned scoundrel! I shall tear you limb from limb." Gu Hanqiu, however, merely mocked Yimu. After dispersing his magical power, he vanished in an instant, as though he had never existed. Yet, Gu Hanqiu did not resort to the wild sacred evil seal or the abyssal soul blade. Instead, seizing the moment when Yimu's power was shattered, she delivered a resounding slap to his face. Smack! The crisp sound echoed, and Yimu's face instantly swelled to a vivid red, under the force of Gu Hanqiu's fifth-level magical prowess. He was sent flying, landing in a most undignified manner before Chen Shui. Brother Yimu has been a prodigious talent since childhood, truly possessing remarkable skills. Chen Shui reflected on her earlier words as she gazed at Yimu, who lay defeated and humiliated like a dead dog before her, feeling an overwhelming sense of embarrassment and shame at a guaranteed win. Is this what you meant by a guaranteed win? If you lack the capability, must you embarrass yourself to stand idly by while my lady is trifled with, and yet be incapable of avenging her, is truly pathetic. The three guards, visibly agitated, scoffed at Yimu. They recognized Gu Hanqiu's strength. But that did not deter their mockery of him. Such a useless fellow, even a different dog might have fared better. Hearing their derision and witnessing Chen Shui's profound disappointment, Yimu felt as though his pride was being ground into the dirt. Anger and hatred erupted within him like a volcano. Just as he prepared to unleash his power and charge at Gu Hanqiu on the arena, he was halted by Chen Shui. Losing is losing. After all, Shui was merely touched by him a few times. Creating a scene here would only lead everyone in Xianzhou to know that Shui has lost her innocence. Chen Shui patiently advised, silently adding, "Moreover, Brother Yimu, you are not his match." Upon hearing this, Yimu's face shifted between shades of green and red, the veins on his neck bulging grotesquely. His fist clenched tightly, then weakly relaxed. In the end, he allowed Chen Shui to lead him away. "Esteemed guest, your strength is unfathomable. I shall not compete with you. This storage ring contains 3,000 middle-grade spirit stones. Please accept it." The auction host presented a storage ring to Gu Hanqiu. The latter accepted it with ease, then proceeded in the direction Yimu and the others had departed. "Brother Yimu, Shui no longer possesses spirit stones or sufficient items to use as collateral." Chen Shui reminded Yimu, her expression tinged with helplessness as she looked upon the opulent golden treasure auction house. "Rest assured, Shui, we shall merely observe and not purchase," Yimu vowed with utmost sincerity. However, regarding his promise, not only did the three guards harbor skepticism, but even Chen Shui began to doubt. After Gu Hanqiu once more altered her appearance and attire, she infiltrated the auction house, conveniently seating herself directly behind Yimu. As the auction commenced, item after item of immeasurable value, including pills and treasures, were presented by the auctioneer. Initially, Yimu displayed little interest in the auctioned items, until data blackened. Dusty firewood stick and a vial of murky yellow liquid were placed upon the auction podium. Yimu's eyes widened in astonishment, akin to a dog catching a whiff of something foul. Such an enigmatic aura. These two items were likely remnants of a divine artifact and a miraculous water birthed from the essence of the heavens. Yimu mused internally, then, feeling somewhat guilty, cast a pleading glance towards Chen Shui. "Shui, those two treasures are of utmost importance to me. Could you assist me once more? Chen Shui furrowed her delicate brows, hesitating to respond immediately. Meanwhile, the three guards, filled with indignation, seized Yimu's collar and reprimanded him. You fool! Could you cease your self-serving antics that endanger Our Lady? Is this what you meant by merely observing? At that moment, the auctioneer began the bidding. An extraordinarily mysterious and powerful artifact, along with unknown divine water nurtured by the essence of the heavens. Starting bid point 1,000 middle-grade spirit stones. Upon hearing this, Yimu forcefully pushed aside the three guards obstructing him, rising eagerly to bid 10,000 middle-grade spirit stones. As his words fell, the entire auction hall was enveloped in a profound silence. After what felt like an eternity, the crowd reacted, gazing at Yimu with expressions of disbelief and ridicule. No one dared to bid against him. The auction house claims that the firewood stick and that vial of strange murky liquid are treasures, starting at 1,000 middle-grade spirit stones, and you treat them as treasures to bid on. Afraid someone might outbid you, you directly raise the price tenfold. Truly a case of one daring to sell, while another dares to bid. The crowd silently scoffed. Chen Shui looked at Yimu in utter disbelief. Brother Yimu, why would you bid 10,000 middle-grade spirit stones for those two items? Yimu, seeing no one else bidding, felt a flush of embarrassment cross his features, yet as he sensed the call of the firewood stick, he grinned, reassuringly stating, Fear not, Shui, I have it all under control. The three guards, incensed, thought of striking him, angrily transmitting their thoughts. You have your own head. Just don't expect us to cover for you later. Yimu snorted disdainfully, exhaling a breath of frustration. Refraining from engaging in further argument, he silently envisioned their faces when they realized they had underestimated him. 10,000 middle-grade spirit stones, once 10,000 middle-grade spirit stones, thrice, sold. The auctioneer, wary of Yimu having second thoughts, quickened his cadence. As the gavel fell, Guhanqiu also departed the auction hall, utilizing spatial techniques to stealthily enter the adjacent auction item room. Due to time constraints and a desire to avoid causing too much commotion, she did not intend to tamper with any other auction items, her objective singular as she rummaged through the room. Upon locating the firewood stick and the vial containing the murky liquid, she promptly placed them into her demon god ring. Subsequently, she returned a piece of firewood and a vial containing her holy water to their original positions, then utilized spatial techniques to exit the room. Shortly thereafter, Yimu left the auction hall, ready to claim his auctioned items, only to be intercepted by the steward of the Golden Treasure Auction House. Esteemed guest, you have yet to provide the spirit stones for your bid. Upon hearing this, Yimu suddenly remembered that he possessed not a single spirit stone, stammering in confusion as he struggled to find the right words. The steward's expression darkened, gathering his magical power, and threateningly declared, Esteemed guest, you bid yet do not intend to pay. Do you take my Golden Treasure Auction House for a fool? Chen Shui, witnessing Yimu's predicament, sighed helplessly and produced the Chun family token, imploring the steward, Sir, I am Chen Shui, the daughter of the Chun family head. Might I request a temporary credit for the spirit stones that I will inform my father to send someone with the spirit stones to you? The steward, upon receiving and verifying the token, dissipated his magical power, replying respectfully, Ah, so it is the young lady of the Chun family, then I shall make an exception. He then cast a disdainful glance at Yimu, directly advising Chen Shui, Miss Chen, it would be wise to avoid associating with someone who shows off without the means to back it up, only to drag you down and leave you footing the bill. Chapter 69, The Artifact Firewood Stick and the Heavenly Water. Who are you calling a freeloader? Yimu, enraged by the steward's mockery, glowered at him, demanding an explanation. However, the steward ignored him, leading Chen Shui into the room. So bold, why not pay your own way? Truly a waste of space, consumed by impotent rage. Let us see. What exquisite qualities the items you have caused my lady to lose spirit stones over truly possess. The three guards, their expressions filled with indignation, derisively taunted Yimu before hastily following the steward and Chen Shui into the room where the auction items were kept. Despite your dismissive attitude towards me, I shall prove my worth. Once you experience the power contained within that extraordinary holy water, even if you beg, I shall not share a single drop. Yimu scoffed coldly, then, hands on his hips, swaggered into the room. The steward, adhering to the order of the auction items, retrieved the firewood stick and the vial of murky liquid from the cabinet, placing them on the wooden table before Yimu. This is merely a firewood stick. One guard leaned forward, scrutinizing the blackened stick for a moment, muttering in confusion. A firewood stick. Truly ignorant. Yimu smirked disdainfully, then addressed Chen Shui. Shui, Why not experience for yourself what sets these two treasures apart? As he spoke, his smile broadened, envisioning the moment when Chen Shui and the guards would uncover their secrets and praise him. Chen Shui, upon hearing this, extended her delicate hand, picking up the firewood stick from the table. Examining it closely, however, upon that wooden stick, she not only failed to detect the slightest hint of magical energy, but also found her palms stained black with charred soot. At this sight, a wave of unease washed over Yi Mu, who hurriedly explained, Shuer, this treasure may have fallen into disrepair over the years, exhausting its magical essence. You might want to examine that extraordinary vial of celestial water first. Chen Shui nodded, wiping the soot from her hands before reaching for the jade bottle containing the murky liquid. However, as soon as her fingers brushed against the bottle, they recoiled instantly. It's so hot, Chen Shui exclaimed, feeling the intense heat emanating from the bottle. This reaction, however, sparked a surge of confidence in Yi Mu, who grinned mischievously and said, Hot. That's precisely how it should be. The celestial water contains the purest magical essence condensed from the very forces of heaven and earth. It is precisely this unparalleled purity that results in such a searing temperature. The steward, listening to Yi Mu's grandiloquent explanation, wore a progressively peculiar and astonished expression. He distinctly recalled that the liquid within the jade bottle was supposed to be cool. The three guards, observing Yi Mu's lofty demeanor and Chen Shui's reaction, clenched their fists in frustration, unable to fathom how this wasteful individual could have stumbled upon such a rare treasure as celestial water. Yet, why does it smell rather unpleasant? Chen Shui mused, bringing the bottle to her nose for a sniff. Wrinkling her brow in confusion. Ha ha ha. Shuer, the magical essence between heaven and earth arises from extraordinary places like the celestial dome and the earth's core. Its scent is naturally unconventional, so there's no need for alarm. Just take a small sip. Yi Mu chuckled with confidence. Chapter 70. Childhood sweethearts given an opportunity, you are still useless. Chen Shui, observing Yi Mu's self-satisfied demeanor, hesitated no longer and lifted the jade bottle to take a sip. As Yi Mu prepared to inquire about the flavor, he noticed her face turning a shade of crimson and ashen as she clutched her mouth and chest, collapsing onto the ground. Miss, what is wrong? Could it be that this so-called celestial water is actually poison? One of the guards rushed to assist Chen Shui, his face etched with concern. The other two guards, furious, turned on Yi Mu and shouted, You waste, did you suspect this was poison all along, which is why you let the miss test it? If anything happens to her, we will break your limbs and cast you out of Xinzhou City. Yi Mu felt the sting of pain on his face and, disregarding the guards, quickly snatched the jade bottle from Chen Shui's grasp and drank deeply. However, before he could finish, he retched violently. The taste was all too familiar. Although the flavor had been stronger during his previous encounter in the ruins, he immediately recognized this was. But it shouldn't be. His luck had indeed plummeted in recent months, yet his ability to sense treasures and instincts had rarely failed him. Why had he first stumbled upon a spirit jade containing excrement at a stall in the city, only to misjudge and win? The three guards picked up the jade bottle and sniffed it, their expressions instantly turning more furious. Seizing the opportunity while Yi Mu was distracted, they unleashed their magical power upon him, watching Yi Mu spewing blood as he was sent flying by the force. Chen Shui did not immediately rush to comfort him. The nausea and urge to vomit in her chest lingered, making her feel utterly miserable. Even if the item Yi Mu had acquired turned out to be poison, why did it have to be? She felt as though she was no longer pure. Meanwhile, in a certain room within the city, Gu Hanxiu retrieved a stick resembling a fire poker, radiating intense power, along with a small jade bottle containing primordial holy dew. Yi Mu. Yi Mu, I hope your childhood sweetheart will appreciate my holy water. Gu Hanxiu's lips curled into a hint of mockery as he downed the primordial holy dew. An incomprehensibly profound force instantly washed over him, cleansing and reshaping his meridians in physical form. Although consuming the primordial holy dew was excruciating, he had the Dragon Phoenix Nirvana bone and had previously absorbed the blood of the Kunping, allowing him to endure it with relative ease. Half a day later, as he completely absorbed the primordial holy dew, his cultivation level advanced to the 8th heaven of the law communicating realm, the incomplete supreme artifact. The fire poker was stored within his demon god ring. Upon sensing Yi Mu's location through the system, he chuckled softly, unable to suppress his sarcasm, truly deserving of the title child of misfortune, to be so thoroughly conned. And to bring Yi Mu home, he then spent 1,000 villain points to exchange for a limitless level movement technique, shadow transformation. His figure transformed into countless afterimages as he sped towards the Qin family in Xianzhou. At that moment, Yimu awoke inside a carriage pulled by a wind spirit steed, feeling as if his entire body were being pricked by needles, as though something malevolent had thrust into him. Brother Yimu, Shui will take you back to the family to heal and recuperate for a while, and then... Qin Shui paused, lowering her gaze as a frown formed on her face. She felt a pang of sympathy upon seeing Yimu injured by her guards. Yet lacking any healing elixirs, Brother Yimu, I might be a bit tired lately and not judging things very well. I won't act on my own again. Please forgive me, all right? Yimu said, suppressing the pain within and the frustration in his heart as he offered her comfort. He then raised his hand and gave himself a light slap as a gesture of sincerity. In truth, he was terrified that Qin Shui would abandon him, leaving him unable to grasp onto the Qin family as a means of support. Qin Shui gazed at his swollen face, letting out a helpless sigh. Sigh, Brother Yimu, I shall forgive you. She then, worried about her father and the elders blaming her, instructed the 3 guards outside the carriage. As for the matter of the outstanding spirit stones owed to Jinbao Pavilion, find some excuse to cover it up. Do not let my father and the elders know that it was Brother Yimu who caused this trouble. Upon hearing this, Yimu felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude swell within him. Wiping away a tear, he momentarily lost his composure and said, Shui'er, your kindness I will forever remember. Noticing Qin Shui's puzzled and surprised expression, he awkwardly shifted, his legs crossing as he averted his gaze, hastily explaining, Shui'er, don't mind it. I merely have a slight hoarseness. Qin Shui nodded, not dwelling on it further. Unbeknownst to her, her childhood sweetheart had lost his manhood and hair. Reduced to a state of impotence, upon returning to the family, she was immediately met with her father's stern reprimands, even though the 3 guards and she had concealed Yimu's identity and the incident. Her father, Qin Gang, was still furious about her bringing back an unknown man. He glared at Yimu and said, once you have recovered from your injuries, leave the territory of the Qin family. Yimu clenched his fists in frustration, then relaxed, responding sullenly, very well, I shall comply. He was then led by a servant to a small, cramped room. Meanwhile, Gu Hanxiu had also stealthily infiltrated the premises, concealing his presence in aura. However, he did not approach the elders or Qin Gang's quarters, nor did he immediately act against Yimu and Qin Shui. Instead, he utilized his techniques to surreptitiously ensnare some ordinary clan members as his pawns. The following day, after consuming some healing elixirs, and with the aid of his Xintian battle body, Yimu's injuries healed rapidly. Qin Shui, reluctant to see Yimu leave, invited him to her room that night for a heart-to-heart conversation. Or perhaps something more intimate. As night fell, Yimu paced anxiously within his room, uncertain of how to proceed. Previously, due to his cultivation methods, he had refrained from breaking through until reaching the pinnacle. Now, having been castrated by Gu Hanxiu with the Demon Abyss Soul Knife, even if he wished to break through, it was impossible. Chapter 71, Your Childhood Sweetheart. Sigh. Never mind. I shall rest in my room for the night and seek Shuai in the morning to apologize. I'll just say I accidentally fell asleep. Yimu sighed dejectedly, collapsing onto his bed to alleviate the pent-up frustration and sorrow within him. Gu Hanxiu, hidden in the shadows, cast a glance at him with a slight smirk. Then, concealing his aura and form, made his way towards Qin Shui's room. TSK, your childhood sweetheart has given you an opportunity. And yet you are still useless. If that's the case, allow me to take over for you. With this thought, his mood brightened considerably. After her bath, Qin Shui, clad in a loose, thin pink nightgown, anxiously awaited on her bed. Why hasn't Brother Yimu come yet? Could it be he lacks the courage to see me? She murmured with a hint of longing. The creaking sound of the door opening startled her, and she quickly lay down, turning her back to the entrance, her heart racing with nervousness as footsteps approached. She grasped the sleeves of her nightgown tightly, yet the gaze from behind seemed to slice through her, shamelessly appraising her as if she were merely a plaything rather than someone cherished. She summoned her courage to rise and glance behind her, only to be met not with the face of her older brother Yimu, but with an unfamiliar, handsome visage imbued with a mocking and sinister glint. Who are you? How dare you intrude? Before Qin Shui could finish her words, he swiftly seized her throat, lifting her high from the couch, and replied with a teasing tone, Who I am is of little consequence. What matters is that Yimu is utterly useless. And I shall have the pleasure of testing his limits. He let out a chilling laugh. With a flick of his power, he sealed the room, rendering it soundproof, and then shattered Qin Shui's core. Rendering her abilities null. He leisurely began to untie the bindings of her nightgown, savoring the moment, for he yearned to witness the despair and terror etched upon Yi Mu's childhood companion's face. "Help, someone, please," Chen Shui cried out, her face a mask of horror as she struggled helplessly. Upon realizing her loss of power and inability to resist, she turned to Gu Hanxiu, pleading desperately, "Please, I am still a novice. I beg you, do not defile me." Woo! At her words, Gu Hanxiu licked his lips and, with a maniacal smile, said, "A novice? Ah, you've only fueled my excitement. Fear not, the night is long, and I shall relish every moment of your torment. By dawn, I shall mercifully transform you into a puppet, forcing you to slander Yi Mu, leading to his pursuit by your family and the forces of the Tsang domain and Yuan domain." With that, he tore her nightgown apart and advanced upon her. Tears streamed down Chen Shui's cheeks as she screamed in despair, begging for mercy and struggling. Yet, her pleas only served to heighten Gu Hanxiu's exhilaration. Perhaps he had truly lost his sanity. As the long night waned, the light of dawn slowly crept through the window, illuminating Gu Hanxiu's handsome yet cold and sinister features, rendering the scene grotesquely incongruous. Sensing Yi Mu's presence approaching, he employed his powers to enslave the unconscious Chen Shui. He awaited Yi Mu's arrival in silence, when Yi Mu finally pushed open the door to find the room in disarray. With torn fabric strewn about and Chen Shui's body marred with bruises and marks, his pupils constricted in shock, and he stood frozen in place. Gu Hanxiu emerged from the shadows, sitting beside Chen Shui, and mockingly addressed Yi Mu, "Your childhood companion." Is quite delectable. Chapter 72. Yi Mu bellowed, "You despicable fiend! How dare you defile my Shui? Ah, I shall flay your skin and crush your bones." His face twisted in rage as he unleashed his full power. Charging at Gu Hanxiu, under the intense emotional strain, his cultivation surged to the third stage of the Tongfa realm, awakening the Xiantian war body and the Xiantian killing Yi. Gu Hanxiu, however, displayed not a shred of surprise or panic. He activated his blood-black heavenly demon eye while launching a savage attack, taunting, "What's this? You're upset because I'm doing what you couldn't." Yi Mu's eyes burned with fury as he pushed the Xiantian killing eye to its limits. Yet, when the light of his gaze collided with Gu Hanxiu's heavenly demon eye, it shattered into nothingness, blood tears streaming from his injured eyes. Boom! The clash of their powers erupted in a violent roar, extinguishing Yi Mu's energy and sending him crashing through a wall. Hearing the commotion from Chen Shui's room, the Chen family rushed in. Yi Mu coughed up a mouthful of blood, trembling as he rose, his expression one of horror as he glared at Gu Hanxiu. "This technique. You are Gu Hanxiu?" Gu Hanxiu smirked coldly, offering no further explanation as he turned to leave. Just then, the door burst open, and a furious member of the Chen family confronted Yi Mu. "What have you done to our young lady?" "No, it wasn't me. I didn't do this." Yi Mu panicked, waving his hands in denial, but no one believed him. Although the Chen family outnumbered him, their strength paled in comparison to Yi Mu's. At that moment, Chen Shui awoke, her eyes flashing with a strange black light, which then vanished as if it had never been there. "Shui, please explain. I am innocent. It was Gu Hanxiu from the Tsang sect who assaulted you, not me," Yi Mu implored, desperately dodging the Chen family's attacks and rushing to Chen Shui's side, hoping she would testify to his innocence. However, to his horror, she delivered a crushing slap across his face. The sharp sound resonated in the room as Yi Mu, feeling the burning pain on his cheek, stared blankly at Chen Shui. She, in a state of despair, covered her body with the quilt, pointing at Yi Mu while weeping, "You must kill him. He not only destroyed my cultivation, but also forced himself upon me." Whoa! The Chen family, listening to their young lady's pitiful cries, felt rage surge through them as they drew their sharp blades, eyes blazing with fury at Yi Mu. "How could you betray our young lady, who treated you so well? You forcibly defiled her, and now seek to weave lies to deceive us. Today we shall slay you. How could this happen? Why is Shui falsely accusing me? Could it be that Gu Hanxiu used some vile sorcery to control her like he did with sister and the others?" Yi Mu's heart seethed with anger, yet he realized that no amount of explanation could cleanse his name. He was left with no choice but to unleash his powers to fend off the Chen clan members and escape. Gritting his teeth against his injuries, upon learning of the incident, the Chen family head and elders were furious and immediately dispatched disciples to pursue Yi Mu, vowing to hunt him down even if they had to scour the entire Xian prefecture. Subsequently, under Gu Hanxiu's manipulation, Chen Shui publicly accused Yi Mu of being a spy for the demon sect, prompting even the three major sects of the Tsang domain to issue a kill order against him. To those factions, the truth mattered little. They simply sought to eliminate Yi Mu to alleviate their anger. Thus, Yi Mu found himself utterly unable to remain in the Tsang domain. 3 days later, in a deep mountain adjacent to the Buddhist realm, Yimu heard the furious shouts of cultivators echoing through the valley. Yimu, you demonic spy, come out and face your death. Cursed scoundrel, if we catch you, you'll pay for your crimes, as the voices of anger reverberated around him. Yimu felt the powerful auras of numerous cultivators nearby and desperately fled, suppressing his injuries. For the past 3 days, he had been on the run. If he hadn't encountered the sealed soul of the Xian Buddha at the bottom of a cliff, he might have already been hunted down by those elite forces. Disciple, what heinous act have you committed to incur the wrath of so many factions? The Xian Buddha asked, puzzled by the angry curses of the cultivators. Had it not been for Yimu rescuing him from the cliff and possessing such potent luck, he would have had no interest in the mess Yimu had created. Master, it wasn't me. I was framed. Yimu clenched his fists, his face contorted with rage that he couldn't comprehend why, after suffering such betrayal within his sect, being ostracized, branded a spy for the demon sect, and forced to leave, he was still being pursued relentlessly. Do not be angry, my disciple. I shall assist you in exacting revenge on your enemies, the Xian Buddha consoled. Suddenly, he seemed to sense something and warned Yimu, someone approaches you swiftly, just as Yimu prepared to flee. A mocking voice echoed behind him, brother, you truly are tenacious. Gu Hanqiu appeared before him like a specter. Gu Hanqiu. Yimu glared at him with a face twisted in rage, his fury and hatred nearly palpable. The Xian Buddha's spirit floated out from Yimu, arms crossed, addressing Gu Hanqiu with feigned righteousness. Youngster, you have brought my disciple to this lowly state. If you're willing to take your own life here, I might spare your remains. Gu Hanqiu regarded the translucent figure of the aging Xian Buddha with an expression devoid of emotion. Calmly responding, he said, Old fool, if you insist on protecting him today, I shall ensure that your soul is embedded within the body of a harlot, tormented by 10,000 malevolent beasts until your spirit shatters, and then I shall seal your 7 souls and 6 spirits within a soul lamp to refine its oil. As the elder Su Nf listened to Ghn Chi's in different words, a shudder ran through his soul. This young cultivator was so wicked and cruel that even the great demons he had encountered in the Holy Spirit realm or the 4 demonic princesses of the demon realm paled in comparison. Once he regained his composure, he furrowed his brow tightly, breathing rapidly and fiercely, his expression filled with indignation as he declared, Such malevolence and tyranny. Today, I shall obliterate you on behalf of my disciple. With that, he unleashed a vast and profound power, charging towards Ghn Chi. Witnessing this, smirked, filled with the satisfaction of impending revenge. He could almost envision the scene of Ghn Chi's demise. However, just as the elder Su Nf approached Ghn Chi, he suddenly produced the token given to him by the demon lord Yln and activated it with his demonic energy. Instantly, an overwhelming and terrifying malevolent force manifested, crashing into the elder Su Nf. It rendered his soul even more transparent, causing his already unstable and frail spiritual power to suffer a sudden blow. Plummeting into the void law realm, the smile on Ym's face froze, disbelief washing over him as he gazed at the elder Su Nf, who had been sent flying. The elder Su Nf, in turn, looked at the still figure of Ghn Chi with horror, a chill creeping into his heart. That moment, a woman clad in a flowing black gown, her beauty breathtaking and her aura sinister and profound, emerged from the space, conjured by the runes inscribed on the token. She parted her lips, her tone cold and indifferent as she addressed the elder Su Nf, Old bald donkey, do you think you are worthy to act against one my demon sect has set its sights upon? Chapter 73. Well, I forgive you, demon sect leader Yln. The elder Su Nf's expression shifted to one of shock, his eyes wide. Ym, too, suddenly realized, trembling as he pointed at Ghn Chi. His voice filled with venom. Damn it, so you are the true spy of the demon sect. Ghn Chi, however, paid him no mind, instead releasing the 9-tailed fox and Xiang Li from the demon god ring. Faced with the 2 sinister beasts and the enigmatic power of the demon sect leader, the elder Su Nf was utterly flustered. Do you not think that just because you have the backing of the demon sect, Ym, am afraid of you? Master, please eradicate Ghn Chi and those beasts along with the demon sect leader. Ym shouted with a fierce expression. Cough, the winds are harsh. Let us speak of vengeance another day. The elder Su Nf awkwardly coughed. He could no longer afford to care about his dignity or the promises he had just made, directly exhausting his soul power to cast a spatial secret technique. Fleeing like a lost dog with Ym in tow. Yln, witnessing this, furrowed her delicate brows. She had not anticipated that the opponent possessed such advanced spatial abilities. just as she prepared to pursue them into the Buddhist domain. She was intercepted by Gh-En-Chi. Recalling a memory from one of her past lives, she remembered that the four demonic princesses had once pursued YM relentlessly to seize the treasures he had acquired, only to be discovered by the Buddha of the Buddhist domain, nearly resulting in their demise. Entering the Buddhist domain alone is far too perilous. Let him go for now. Moreover, are you not planning to lead the forces of the demon realm to invade the Tsang realm? Gh-En-Chi said, gazing at the stunningly beautiful LN, akin to a nocturnal blossom. Are you concerned for my well-being? And how did you guess my intentions? Could it be we share a mental connection? YLN cast aside thoughts of the elder Su NF, focusing solely on Gh-En-Chi. A hint of blush gracing her cheeks as her once cold and lonely heart began to race. Gh-En-Chi slightly raised an eyebrow, inwardly ridiculing. I simply do not wish for you to become a mere pawn for experience. If you perish, who will assist me in annihilating the Tsang realm and the Buddhist domain? Noting Gh-En-Chi's silence, YLN could not resist stepping closer to gently caress his handsome, aloof face. Upon realizing her actions, she quickly withdrew her hand. What is wrong with me? Why do I feel such fondness for him? YLN inhaled the strange demonic fragrance emanating from Gh-En-Chi, an overwhelming desire to bind him to her and indulge in his torment flooding her senses. No, this must be a delusion. I merely wish to repay the kindness he showed me in a past life. Yes, that is all, nothing more. YLN reassured herself, crafting a convenient excuse. I will return to the Tsang sect to make some preparations. Afterward, I will employ certain methods to assist you in obliterating the Tsang sect. As for the other forces of the Tsang realm, whoever stands in my path shall be slain. Gh-En-Chi's eyes narrowed, a chilling intent swirling around him like a blood ocean. Good. YLN nodded. Whether for the sake of aiding Gh-En-Chi or for her own ambitions, the Tsang realm was destined for destruction. Gh-En-Chi stored the nine-tailed fox, and Shi Yingli back into the demon god ring, turned to leave, but suddenly halted, glancing back at YLN with a pure, long-lost smile. Thank you. YLN's beautiful eyes trembled slightly, watching Gh-En-Chi's retreating figure. Her lips formed a perfect arc as she softly murmured, he smiled at me. Half a day later, Gh-En-Chi returned to the Tsang sect once more. In previous lives, YM had allied himself with several top-tier forces within the UN domain while in the relic space. Even with the demon realm mounting a massive offensive, he had successfully summoned the UN domain to act as enforcers for the Tsang realm, even leveraging his luck to navigate the dangers the demon realm had wrought within the Tsang realm. In this life, he intended to employ ruthless and despicable methods to aid the demon realm. Shitty H-En-Chi, I have brought you medicinal pills. Are you there? A familiar yet deeply loathed voice rang out from outside. He had no intention of responding, yet a relentless knocking echoed at the door. What? Are you planning to peddle the useless dregs of your concoctions to me again? Gh-En-Chi opened the door, his countenance frosty as he addressed YNM Nixu, though she appeared disheveled, haggard, and her eyes bloodshot. He felt no pity or compassion, merely regarding her with the gaze reserved for one on the brink of death. Upon meeting Gh-En-Chi's frigid, hate-filled stare, YNM Nixu felt a sharp pang in her heart. Tears cascaded from her swollen, peach-like eyes, streaming down her cheeks. H-En-Chi, you will forgive your sister, won't you? I promise to concoct the finest pills for you every day from now on. I will never again give you the dregs. Following this, she knelt at Gh-En-Chi's feet, utterly devoid of dignity, resembling a stray dog desperately seeking forgiveness from its master, her demeanor pitiful as she pleaded. H-En-Chi, I was wrong. Please forgive me, won't you? Her face twisted in profound sorrow. Her eyes filled with despairing supplication, her body trembled uncontrollably. Witnessing this, Gh-En-Chi suddenly recalled something, a mocking smile flashing in his eyes as he coldly remarked, Ah, indeed, I forgive you. Chapter 74, H-En-Chi. Please return to your sister's side. Really? Is it true? YNM Nixu, overwhelmed with joy upon hearing Gh-En-Chi's words, lifted her head, gazing at him with rapturous eyes. She clung tightly to his leg, fearful he would depart once more. Of course it is true, Gh-En-Chi said, his eyes gleaming with mischief as he grasped her delicate neck, squeezing mercilessly, leaving red marks in his wake. I shall forgive you, dear sister. Yet YNM Nixu seemed oblivious to the pain, her voice trembling as she pleaded. H-En-Chi, I was wrong. I will never again give you the dregs. I will prepare the finest pills for you every day. Please, return to your sister's side, just as you did when we were young, all right? With that, she took his hand and placed it against her ample bosom. as though seeking to convey her intentions through such intimate gestures. However, Gh felt no stirrings within his heart or visage. His expression remained cold as he stated, "If you can produce 100 top-tier heavenly pills for me every day from now on, then I shall forgive you." With that, he callously shoved Ynm next away from his lap and turned to leave. Devoid of mercy, he proposed a task utterly beyond her reach, granting her a glimmer of hope. Even if she were to achieve it, he would heartlessly discard her once her value was exhausted, plunging her into a deeper abyss of despair. It was not that he coveted those pills. Rather, he relished the cycle of despair and hope, and back to despair that he could orchestrate. As for promises, he could scarcely recall what he had vowed. Ynm steadied her emotions. Trembling as she rose from the ground, making her way toward the bamboo grove on the back mountain. Each day, she strives to concoct 100 supreme-tier elixirs. It is of no consequence. I am resolute. I shall undoubtedly fulfill Hancho's demands. Even if it costs me my very life, I will produce an ample supply of elixirs to earn Hancho's forgiveness. Upon returning to the bamboo cottage, she gritted her teeth, relentlessly exhausting her spiritual energy to refine one supreme-tier elixir after another. Gradually, she became oblivious to the passage of time, her form resembling a machine tirelessly manufacturing elixirs, despite her bloodshot eyes, disordered breath, and depleted spiritual energy. She showed no signs of giving up or pausing. Long Cue and Gu Qingyin observed her frenzied actions, their eyes flashing with confusion. Upon inquiry, they learned that as long as she produced 100 supreme-tier elixirs daily, Gu Hanxiu would forgive her. Can it be that Hanxiu is willing to forgive you? You have treated him so poorly, sending him the remnants of your discarded elixirs. Causing him to suffer from poisoning without any antidote, nearly leading to his demise. What right does such an ungrateful wretch possess to seek his forgiveness? How could he, who once held you in such affection, be met with your heartlessness? You truly deserve absolution. Gu Qingyin, Lu Xuanyan, and Long Cue, all overwhelmed by emotion, pointed fingers at Yan Mingxue, hurling insults. What? Are you envious of me? If you possess the capability, why not seek Hancho's forgiveness for yourselves? Yan Mingxue turned to them, revealing a mocking smile. Then, with trembling hands and a quaking body, she continued her arduous task of refining elixirs. It is not merely that she is currently exhausted, her spiritual energy nearly depleted, even in her prime. It would be impossible to produce so many supreme-tier elixirs at once. That Gu Hanxio's actions are, in truth, a deliberate torment. If she were to persist in this manner, she would either succumb to madness, suffer a shattered dantian, sever her meridians, or overdraw her life force, damaging her foundation and causing her cultivation realm to plummet irreparably. After Gu Qingyin and the others departed, a sudden, piercing pain surged through her body, and a mouthful of fresh blood erupted from her lips, staining the white elixirs floating before her. Overwhelmed by intense weakness and agony, her consciousness gradually succumbed. With a heart full of unwillingness, she collapsed to the ground, trembling as she raised her arm to grasp the bloodied and dust-laden elixirs before her, choking on her sobs. I must succeed in refining that I must earn Gu Hanxio's forgiveness. 3 days prior, after returning to Yuntai, Yan Mingxue, feeling aimless, retrieved the storage ring Gu Hanxiu had previously returned to her as she infused it with her spiritual energy. The ring radiated a brilliant white light, and a plethora of the remnants of her previous elixirs floated out. Gazing upon the dark, unsightly remnants, a twinge of guilt unexpectedly flashed through her heart. She had intended to discard them all, yet inexplicably found herself dipping her finger into some and tasting it. A bitter, peculiar flavor blossomed upon her tongue. Yan Mingxue frowned slightly, ready to spit out the remnants, when a surge of memories filled with hatred and pain suddenly flooded her mind. As she watched the memories replay in her mind's eye, she was momentarily rendered speechless. Could this be Hanxio's memories? She murmured in shock. Observing the innocent image of Gu Hanxiu as a child calling her sister, she couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia. What could have caused his transformation? Yan Mingxue bit her lip, clenched her fist, and fixed her gaze firmly on the memory. As the scene shifted, she saw that ever since Yimu arrived at the sect, she had seemingly become a different person. She no longer offered the refined elixirs to Gu Hanxiu, but instead bestowed them upon Yimu, leaving Hanxiu only the remnants of her elixirs. She had merely lacked elixirs to give Gu Hanxiu, and, feeling guilty, had thus intentionally given him the remnants to assuage her own conscience. This revolting, double-standard rationale was something she had simply not acknowledged. It was not Gu Hanxiu who had changed, but she herself. As the scenes continued, she witnessed Yimu employing various insidious methods to frame Gu Hanxiu, including, but not limited to, stealing wealth, harming fellow disciples, and falsely accusing him of being a spy for the demonic sect. He even stealthily replaced the supreme alchemical materials Gu Hanqiu had painstakingly procured for her with the lowest quality materials. Then he presented those supreme materials to her as if they were his own. Gu Hanqiu had exposed Yi Mu's vile nature, yet she had refused to believe him, instead punishing him by forcing him into the forbidden grounds. Ultimately, her purpose in giving Gu Hanqiu the elixir remnants was not to alleviate her guilt, but rather to disgust, torment, humiliate, and bully him. Yan Mingxue attempted to voice justifications for herself, but before the stark, naked truth, she could find no comfort or excuse. The scene shifted once more. She beheld Gu Hanqiu being maliciously framed again by that scoundrel Yi Mu, with sect disciples denouncing him, elders rebuking him, and even the sect leader and senior sisters failing to lend him a single word of defense. She too had maintained an indifferent demeanor, watching as Gu Hanqiu was driven to self-harm. After Gu Hanqiu's death, he was left utterly alone, his storage ring devoid of any treasures or magical artifacts, containing only a collection of the elixir remnants she had discarded. Those remnants she had scorned as garbage were instead cherished by Gu Hanqiu, meticulously preserved. In that moment, an overwhelming wave of pain and guilt surged within Yan Mingxue's heart. Just the thought of holding the materials Gu Hanqiu had painstakingly acquired, leaving him with only a pile of remnants, while bestowing the refined elixirs upon the very scoundrel who had framed him, made her heart feel as if it were about to shatter. Tears streamed down her face like a torrential flood, uncontrollably pouring from her eyes until they were swollen and red, until the agony nearly caused her to faint. The memories surged like a tide, dragging her back to reality. She fled from the back mountain in a frenzy, rushing towards the disciples' quarters where Gu Hanqiu resided, kneeling before his door in desperate anticipation, her heart consumed by a singular purpose: to atone and earn Hanqiu's forgiveness, to have Hanqiu once again call her sister, to have him by her side, sharing joyful days in the bamboo grove. He was the first in this world to call her sister, and he would be the last. She could no longer bear to be apart from him. Chapter 75. When did I ever say I would forgive you? Subsequently, Gu Qiqin, Long Siyue, Lu Xuanyin, and Xieling Yu all knelt before Gu Hanqiu's door, weeping and pleading for his forgiveness. Such absurd behavior naturally incited discontent among the onlookers. After all, they were the eternal white moonlight in the hearts of the disciples. Even if they were to go mad, they should not collectively kneel before Gu Hanqiu like pitiful dogs begging for mercy. What right did this petty, vindictive individual have to be treated in such a manner? Setting aside the facts, they were his senior sisters, his mentors. Could he not show them a little more magnanimity? Could he not utter a single word of forgiveness? The crowd simmered with indignation, silently fuming at Gu Hanqiu's actions. Yet, as the saying goes, those who recognize the times are wise. Even the eldest senior brother had been soundly defeated by Gu Hanqiu, leaving them to endure in silence, too fearful to voice their discontent. Hanqiu, I beg you to forgive me, for I truly know my wrongs. Each day, I prepare the finest, most sumptuous meals, eagerly awaiting your return. Gu Qingyin, her hair now white, her face haggard, cried out hoarsely, Hanqiu, I have made you a variety of pastries. Please come back and taste them. Long Siyue placed a box of exquisitely fragrant pastries at the door. Speaking in a humble tone, Lu Xuanyin and Xieling Yu, the two sisters who could do nothing, could only bow repeatedly, stammering through their tears. It is our fault for being blind and foolish, believing that scoundrel Yi Mu so easily. We will never again shun or distance ourselves from you. Please, will you return? Gu Hanqiu was greatly irritated by their incessant wailing and pleas for mercy. He opened the door and approached them, giving each of them a resounding slap. Slap, 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 slap. With 4 crisp sounds echoing, red handprints instantly appeared on their fair faces. Hanqiu, if this manner of treatment brings you any comfort, then please, feel free to torment me. As long as you forgive me, and we can live together in the bamboo grove as we did in our youth. I will endure anything. Gu Qingyin pressed Gu Hanqiu's icy palm against her swollen cheek, speaking in a tone of submission. Long Siyue and the others clung to his legs, gazing up at him with longing. The sorrow and helplessness in their eyes evoked sympathy, but this did not extend to Gu Hanqiu. He disdainfully kicked them away with a single motion, speaking in a tone laced with mockery. If you wish for my forgiveness, you must kneel before my door and bow your heads day and night. When my mood permits, I may consider absolving you. As his words fell, a glimmer of hope and joy surged within the eyes of Long Siyue and the others, their voices trembling with excitement as they responded. All right. We shall bow immediately. With that, they collectively resumed their prostrations, fervently murmuring, "I shall never wrong you again. I beg for your forgiveness." Gu Hanshio turned and retreated into his chamber, silently resuming his cultivation. In the days that followed, they continued to kneel outside, humbly pleading for absolution. Meanwhile, Yan Mingxue incessantly brought forth the exquisite elixirs she had refined, observing the bloodstains upon the potions. He wiped them away with his sleeve in disdain and reluctantly accepted them into the realm of the demon god. However, upon witnessing Gu Hanshio's gaze filled with contempt and indifference, Yan Mingxue's heart was pierced with waves of anguish and grievance, her tears flowing anew. Yet she quickly composed herself, hurriedly returning to the bamboo cottage on the back mountain, tirelessly continuing to refine elixirs for Gu Hanshio. She firmly believed that Hanshio would surely forgive her. After all, Hanshio had been the most obedient as a child. Surely he would absolve his deeply sinful sister. A month later, the floor outside Gu Hanshio's room had been shattered by Long Siyue and the others' repeated blows. The dust mingled with pools of still-drying blood, creating a scene of utter desolation. Upon witnessing them on the verge of fainting and becoming possessed, Gu Hanshio hastily ordered them to cease. It was not out of compassion. Rather, he had not yet had his fill of amusement. How could he allow them to fall into madness so easily? "Hanshio, you have forgiven us, haven't you?" Yan Mingxue grasped his leg, her eyes filled with anxiety and hope as she gazed up at him. Gu Qiyin and the others held their breath, trembling in place, awaiting Gu Hanshio's forgiveness. "Forgiveness? Do you believe you deserve it?" A smirk of cold derision curled at the corner of Gu Hanshio's lips. "Hanshio, did you not previously say that you would forgive us?" Yan Mingxue and the others' pupils constricted in an instant, their delicate forms trembling like leaves in the wind, as they lifted tear-streaked and fearful faces. Helplessly gazing up at the indifferent figure before them, Gu Hanshio raised his foot and kicked them aside, a playful smile gracing his lips as he said, "When did I ever say I would forgive you? I seem to have forgotten." Watching as their hopeful gazes dimmed and despair engulfed them, Gu Hanshio felt an immense sense of satisfaction, turning without hesitation to enter his room. The door shut tightly behind him, sealing them away forever. Chapter 76, Elder of Kangmen. Hear us out, those demonic disciples. In the following days, Gu Hanshio paid no heed to Gu Qiyin and the others, instead utilizing his agility to conceal himself in the shadows of the sect. Occasionally planting demonic seeds within the disciples he encountered. With his current strength, unless faced with the ancestor Yuhai, no other elder stood a chance against him in a one-on-one confrontation. Moreover, thanks to the evil emperor's celestial demon record, coupled with his ability to switch between the powers of law and magic within him, no one suspected him for the time being. As time passed, the number of disciples and servants under his demonic control grew increasingly numerous. Within the sect, it was common to see a disciple who had just been laughing and chatting with you suddenly turn and launch a deadly attack, leaving one utterly defenseless. Outside the sect, demonic cultivators would occasionally infiltrate the city or various training grounds, launching sudden assaults and engaging in widespread slaughter, devouring flesh before the eyes of the onlookers, a sight most chilling. Even the true demonic cultivators sent from the demonic realm could only exclaim, "Holy cow, this guy is truly fierce. He resembles a demon even more than we do." As the situation escalated, various forces in the Tsang domain began a thorough investigation. However, to their astonishment, those discovered demonic cultivators were all from Kangmen. Amidst their shock, they were filled with uncontainable fury. First, their sect's eldest senior brother was suspected of being a traitor, repeatedly sabotaging their righteous forces, even harming the direct heirs of the 3 top-tier forces from Yuan domain. Now, so many demonic disciples had emerged. So, we placed our trust in your sect, only for you to stab us in the back. Consequently, they banded together once more to denounce Kangmen, demanding an explanation and substantial reparations. At that moment, within the Kangmen Grand Hall, Gu Hanshio stood in a corner, reveling in the sight of the elders and officials wearing expressions of worry, upon witnessing Ancestor Yuhai and the elders groveling before the leaders of those forces. Even offering up a large quantity of cultivation resources. He nearly recalled the memories of his past 7 lives, just barely suppressing the urge to grin. Misunderstandings, these are all misunderstandings, surely. Someone has deliberately framed us at Kangmen. The demonic disciples. Are absolutely not acting on our sect's behalf. Henceforth, we shall strictly oversee our sect's disciples, ensuring such tragedies never occur again. Should there be any violations. May the heavens strike them down. The 2 elders of Kangmen made solemn promises to the powerful figures from the Song domain. Yet just as these leaders began to believe and prepared to depart, they caught sight of a fleeting glimmer of sinister blackness within the pupils of those 2 Kangmen elders. In an instant, they drew the swords at their waists, launching a surprise attack with lightning speed, swiftly severing the heads of two of the powerful figures as the heads rolled to the ground. The onlookers were left utterly dumbfounded. It was only when the two Kingman elders swung their swords towards them that they jolted back to reality, their faces filled with terror as they scrambled to evade. Damn. You Kangmen truly have no sense of martial ethics, coming here to deceive and ambush us honest folk. We were too careless, we didn't dodge. Ancestor Yuhai was drenched in cold sweat at this unexpected turn of events. Just a moment ago, the elders were resolutely swearing oaths, and now they had killed the leaders of other forces. How on earth could he explain this? Truly, it was like trying to clean a stain with the most powerful detergent. No matter how hard one tried, the stain would not come out. The other Kangman elders leapt into action, attempting to subdue their two rogue elders. Yet, inexplicably, those two elders, who usually possessed lesser strength, now displayed astonishing prowess. Moreover, as they dodged the onslaught, they continued to speak with conviction. Ancestor, were we not to exterminate the forces of Tsang Domain and then join Master Yimu in the demonic realm? How has the plan changed? Ancestor Yuhai, witnessing the strange gazes directed at him and the Kangman elders, unleashed his full power, no longer hesitating, and struck the two rogue elders into a pulp. Initially, he had intended to capture them alive for questioning, to clear their name. However, who knew what other rebellious words they might utter if not eliminated immediately? I advise you all to reflect wisely. Otherwise, we Kangmen shall enact heavenly justice tomorrow, uniting to obliterate your sect. The leaders of those forces seethed with fury, leaving behind a fierce ultimatum before hastily retreating from the Kangman Grand Hall. It's over. It's all over. The Kangman elders collapsed onto the ground, their faces etched with anxiety and dread. Once the events of the past spread, Kangman would likely become the target of everyone's ire. Ancestor Yunhai sighed in resignation, his already murky eyes dimming further. The dark arts employed by the mysterious instigator. Those under demonic control appeared perfectly normal on the surface, and even when using power to probe, there would be no response. Such a terrifying hand instills fear while rendering one powerless. Gu Hanshio paid no mind to the despondent expressions of the sect members. Instead, stealthily infiltrating the prison demon Xian Mountain. Merely sowing chaos among the demonic cultivators was insufficient. He needed to stoke the flames further. Chapter 77. Prison Demon Xian Mountain's Beast Riot. Gu Qingyin and the 5 women fall into darkness. Upon entering the prison demon Xian Mountain, Gu Hanshio first utilized the powers left by Yelan on the token to dismantle the mountain's protective and sealing formations. He then employed his techniques to enslave and control all the demonic beasts within both the inner and outer areas of the mountain, inciting them to riot and flee the sect in all directions. Crash, rumble. Within the grand hall of the sect, Ancestor Yuhai and the elders, upon hearing the violent rumblings and the surge of demonic energy from prison demon Xian Mountain, were suddenly engulfed by an overwhelming sense of unease. This damned demonic spawn surely wouldn't even spare the beasts in our sect's forbidden grounds, would they? As their thoughts converged, they hurriedly soared towards the prison demon Xian Mountain. However, upon arriving at the foot of the mountain, they were met with a horde of demonic beasts, exuding malevolent energy and magic, their eyes glowing crimson as they roared and surged toward the outer gates of the sect. The sheer number of these corrupted beasts, coupled with the suddenness of the event, rendered them unable to intervene effectively. The elder guardians of the forbidden grounds were mercilessly torn apart and devoured by the rampaging beasts. The protective and sealing formations enveloping the mountain had long since shattered into countless shards of magical energy. At that moment, Gu Qingyin and her companions emerged frantically from the bamboo grove behind the mountain, searching wildly for the figure of Gu Hanshio, since the bamboo grove was the closest to the prison demon Xian Mountain, and they had coincidentally spotted Gu Hanshio entering the mountain while cultivating. They mistakenly believed she had been wronged by the elders and punished to enter the forbidden grounds. With anxious expressions, they flew toward the mountain, hoping to rescue her. Yet, after committing her misdeeds, how could Gu Hanshio be foolish enough to remain at the sect and the scene of the crime? The time was ripe. The forces of the demon realm were approaching, and the Tsang domain was on the brink of destruction. She had long since fled, preparing to cling to the future demon emperor. Yelan. Damn it must be you. It must be you who caused Hanshio's demise within the prison demon Xian Mountain. Gu Qingyin's eyes turned bloodshot, filled with fury, her white hair interspersed with strands of sinister black. The shattered core of her magic reformed into a demonic nucleus, and her dissipated cultivation not only returned but surged to a new realm as she fell deeper into darkness. Even Long Cue and the others, believing Gu Hanshio had been slain and consumed by the beasts, were overwhelmed by grief, their bodies emanating malevolent energy, their swollen, tear-filled eyes gradually darkening, revealing boundless killing intent. Witnessing the 5 women collectively succumbing to darkness. The disciples and elders of Kangman changed countenance, cold sweat trickling down their backs as fear gripped them. First, the disciples and elders had been inexplicably controlled and turned into demon cultivators. Then the beasts imprisoned in the forbidden grounds erupted into chaos. Now, even the former sect leader and those senior sisters had suddenly fallen into darkness. What sins had Kangman committed in their past lives to endure such calamities in this one? The sect stewards silently lamented. Just then, a disciple, unable to bear the sight of Gu Qigin and the others consumed by sorrow and madness, stepped forward to offer a feeble comfort. Sect master, senior sisters, why grieve so? It's just one Gu Hanqiu. Is it truly worth such distress? As his words fell, the violent, malevolent energy radiating from Gu Qingyin and the others intensified. Chapter 78. You are not evil enough, not distinctive enough, and certainly not refined enough. In the next moment, Gu Qingyin crushed the disciple's head with a squeeze, and Long Cus shattered his soul. Ultimately, his headless corpse was sliced into pieces by Lu Xuanyan with a celestial broadsword and discarded into the alchemy furnace by Yin Mingxue to be refined into pills. Xiao Lingyu, witnessing her lack of spoils from the remains, felt an urge for vengeance. She slowly turned her cold, hollow face towards the trembling disciples of Kangman. Damn it! If you seek death, do not drag us along. The disciples of Kangman cursed in their hearts at the earlier disciple who had slandered Gu Hanqiu, their expressions filled with trepidation as they scrambled to evade the onslaught of Gu Qingyin and the others. Ding Dong, the host's recent actions align with the villainous persona, randomly rewarding 2,000 villain points. The system's cool, melodious voice echoed in Gu Hanqiu's mind, that a slight smile graced her lips as she inhaled deeply. Suppressing the surge of excitement and pleasure in her heart, now is not the time for jubilation. Such trivial matters were insufficient for her to fully exact her revenge. Subsequently, she commanded the demon beasts and Kangman disciples enslaved by the demonic cultivation technique to launch ambushes against the weaker cultivators in the populous regions of the Tsang domain, thereby exacerbating the conflicts and rivalries among the top forces of the Tsang domain. The powerful factions that had previously fled Kangman quickly spread news of the chaos within the sect, only to soon learn of the uprising of the demon beasts in the forbidden grounds, which had collectively escaped and begun attacking the cultivators. In an instant, the elite powers of the Tsang domain were thoroughly enraged. It was one thing for their sect's eldest disciple to be a spy for the demon sect, but now the disciples and elders had suddenly turned into demon cultivators. And now even the beasts suppressed in their sect's forbidden grounds had been intentionally released, becoming even more malevolent and powerful, joining forces with the demon cultivator disciples to wreak havoc upon the cultivators of various factions. If they did not eradicate this damned Kangman today, that their rage would be insatiable. Indeed, they planned to raise this wretched sect and turn it into a brothel. The powerful figures united in their fury and soared towards Kangman, cursing and fuming with indignation. Gu Hanqiu did not accompany them, for she had more pressing matters at hand. The plan was to first plunder, then strike. Thus, she used the token given by Yi Lan to contact the 4 great demonesses, summoning them to infiltrate the Tsang domain alongside her to various states, sects, and cities. Little brother Hanqiu, what do you intend to do? The curious Tsong asked Gu Hanqiu. Will you ambush them? Or will you burn, kill, and loot? Or perhaps utilize sinister formations to annihilate them? Zun leaned closer, lightly licking his earlobe, teasingly grinning. The other 2 demonesses also gazed at Gu Hanqiu with eager curiosity, wanting to know his plans. Gu Hanqiu pried their hands off him, mocking. How is it that you 4 great demonesses are so coarse and unrefined in your actions? Zun raised her sleeve, gently covering her blushing face, giggling. Daring to critique us 4 great demonesses. Anyone else would have perished 100 times over. Huan lifted her long, smooth leg, resting her delicate foot on Gu Hanqiu's shoulder. Feigning humility as she said, then let us hear your plan. We are all ears. Gu Hanqiu cast a glance at the foot so near, a devilish smirk curling at his lips. Your current methods are not sufficiently malevolent, nor distinctive, nor refined enough, but fret not. With me around, the demon sect shall not be confined to the demon realm or the Tsang domain. Chapter 79. For great demonesses, little brother Hanqiu, recognize us as your sisters, and we shall pamper you. First, we will cast hundreds of varieties of demonic poison to incapacitate or weaken the cultivators of various factions in the Tsang domain, as well as the demon beasts within the forest and mountains. Then, we shall each lead the elite demon cultivators to enslave both humans and beasts on a grand scale using our techniques. After all, For us demon cultivators, it is far easier to manipulate the dead and poison than the living. Once we have amassed enough demon corpses and puppets, we will incite them to battle the forces in the Tsang domain. First, we will weaken and divert their power, then let the sect master lead the demon cultivator army into a decisive assault. Gu Hanshio spoke with an ecstatic fervor to the 4 great demonesses. Despite leading demon cultivators to slaughter his own domain, he felt no sorrow. Instead, he relished the thought, contemplating the imminent demise of the Tsang domain, which had tormented him for 7 lifetimes. He felt reborn, experiencing a clarity he had never known. Little brother Hanshio is truly a little rascal sister. I'm liking you more and more, Tsang. Captivated by Gu Hanshio's malevolent charm and ecstatic demeanor, could not help but wrap her arms around his neck. Unbeknownst to her, the strange, alluring scent emanating from him grew more potent, stirring an irresistible desire to dissolve him into her being. Zun sensed the shift, her heart racing with unease. After all, their sect leader, Yilan, the supreme ruler of the demon realm, had a notable fondness for this little fellow. If she were to discover that her subordinate assisted her beloved, only to be outsmarted in return. Huan's eyes glinted with cunning as she approached, gently pushing Song aside, pressing her face against Gu Hanshio's chest and back, her voice soft and laced with temptation. Little brother Hanshio, how about you recognize us as your sisters? Rest assured, we will cherish you well. As for cultivation resources, we have ample wealth to support you for a long time. Zun, not wanting to be outdone, clung to Gu Hanshio's arm, her smile radiant as she teased, Little brother Hanshio, it's a choice among 4. Who will you choose as your sister? Gu Hanshio calmly raised his chin, gazing at them. Those satisfied with the status quo will choose. Those with ambition. Grasp what their eyes behold and what their hearts desire. With that, he swiftly broke free from their grasp, bending low as he soared toward a nearby faction in the Tsang domain. However, you seem to have suddenly recalled something. He retrieved a pre-prepared, censored edition of the evil emperor's demon record from the demon god ring and cast it towards the 4 great demonesses. The censored version implies that if the practitioner uses their magical power to harm the protagonist, they shall be met with a backlash from the very techniques they wield. Although he could no longer wholeheartedly trust others, he was willing to reward those who extended kindness towards him. The 4 great demonesses gazed at the figure of the disheveled and fleeing Gu Hanshio, instinctively licking their cherry lips as they giggled with delight. Subsequently, they summoned the tome imbued with an aura of malevolence before them, slowly perusing its contents. Upon finishing their reading, expressions of incredulous astonishment adorned their faces. Though this technique appeared to have slightly diminished capabilities, its sole shortcoming was that it could not compare to the complete version mastered by their younger brother, Hanshio. Other demonic techniques paled in comparison, barely reaching 1/10 or 1/12 of its prowess. With a grave tone, Cheng asserted the importance of this discovery. Most crucially, the cultivation of this technique did not necessitate the forfeiture of their existing magical arts. Hong's face lit up with excitement as she clenched her delicate fists, her breath quickening. They first bestowed a copy of this technique to Yilan. Before embarking on their own cultivation, with their innate talents and foundational knowledge, they grasped its essence in merely the span of an hour. Following this, they harnessed demonic sorcery to open a rift in space, unleashing a frenzy of poison, seeding darkness, and slaughter across various regions of the Tsang domain, accompanied by several prodigious cultivators from the demon sect. In no time, manifestations of frenzied, demonically corrupted beasts and rampaging demonic cultivators began to emerge throughout the Tsang domain, the air thick with the stench of death and malevolence. The demonic beasts and cultivators wreaked havoc, leaving behind dismembered limbs and heartrending cries of despair. The once vibrant Tsang domain became shrouded in an ominous miasma of vile toxins, as if engulfed in unending darkness, just as the leaders of the top-tier factions mounted an assault on the Tsang Gate alongside their elders and powerful allies. They were met with alarming news of their own territories being besieged by demonic cultivators unleashing poison. Moreover, these demonic toxins numbered in the hundreds. The elders and disciples left behind within their territories were nearly all incapacitated by the poison. To compound their woes, the enemy had infiltrated their ranks, enslaving the poison cultivators and beasts, turning them into puppets of slaughter. Even the corpses of those who succumbed to the poison were not spared. After being enslaved through dark sorcery, these bodies were manipulated to commit heinous acts of carnage. Damn it! The Tsang Gate has indeed betrayed the Tsang domain, siding with the demon domain. Otherwise, why would we be attacked by demonic cultivators just as we were about to besiege your sect? The leaders who were preparing to assault the Tsang Gate turned pale with rage, vehemently scolding the elders and stewards of the Tsang Gate. Ancestor Yuhai and the elders of the Tsang Gate were left dumbfounded, utterly at a loss for words. The series of calamities had all been tied to their sect. They could hardly continue to brush it off as mere coincidence, could they? As the fury and murderous intent in the eyes of the faction leaders grew ever more palpable due to their inability to provide an explanation, they ultimately chose not to strike at that moment. Instead, their anxious expressions reflected their clenched fists as they departed the Song Gate, flying back to their respective territories and sections clearly. Preserving their own strongholds took precedence over exacting vengeance upon the Song Gate. The elders of the Song Gate breathed a sigh of relief, collapsing onto the ground in a state of exhaustion. Ancestor Yuhai had just subdued and sealed the mad and violent Gu Qingyin and others in the back mountains. The top-tier powers of the Tsang domain had collectively launched an attack on their sect, leaving them drained and even prepared for a shared demise with their sect. One elder of the Tsang Gate, his expression anxious and brow furrowed, veins bulging on his forehead, loudly proposed to Ancestor Yuhai, "Ancestor, shall we seek assistance from the powers of the Yuan domain and the Buddha domain?" "Indeed, Ancestor," another elder echoed, his tone fervent, tears brimming in his eyes. "If this continues, our sect may be compelled to abandon our roots." The other elders and stewards shared expressions of alarm, their faces etched with sorrow. "Ancestor, if we do not devise a plan soon." Regardless of whether the Tsang domain can withstand this catastrophe, our Tsang Gate, burdened with repeated false accusations and stigma, will undoubtedly have no place to stand afterwards. If we fail to establish connections with other powers for assistance in advance, the Tsang Gate may truly face obliteration. Ancestor Yuhai furrowed his brow, deep in thought for a long while before letting out a heavy sigh. "Alas, you may go seek assistance from the Yuan domain and the Buddha domain. Even if they demand exorbitant prices for cultivation resources, as long as we can afford to pay. Even if it means offering our wives and daughters as collateral, we shall have no choice but to comply." Chapter 80. Slaughtering the Tsang Gate with the four great demonesses. However, just as the elders of the Tsang Gate arrived in the Yuan domain to seek aid from those top-tier powers, they were met with scorn and disdain, being driven out with scornful words. "Damn it, your demonic sect's master brother has harmed the direct heirs of several top-tier powers in the Yuan domain. How dare you come here seeking our assistance? Do you really think we would help our enemies?" The leaders of the Yuan domain derided the elders of the Tsang Gate with disdainful expressions. The calamities arising from the Tsang domain and the impending threat of an invasion by the demon domain stirred no emotions within them. If anything, they were amused, even aside from the existing tensions between the Tsang domain and the Yuan domain. Merely being spectators, watching the Tsang domain and the demon domain tear each other apart while they reaped the benefits was far more enticing, was it not? Listening to the scathing remarks of the Yuan domain's powerful leaders, the elders of the Tsang Gate clenched their fists in silence, their faces flushed with indignation and frustration. If they wouldn't help, why the hostility? If worst comes to worst, we can simply seek assistance from the Buddha domain. The elders of the Tsang Gate muttered in discontent before setting their sights on the Buddha domain. Yet, upon their arrival to solicit aid for the Tsang domain, they were similarly met with rejection from the powers within the Buddha domain. "Amitabha, you may attempt to persuade those demonic cultivators with words. If that fails, you could join forces with the powers of the Yuan domain to resist the invasion from the demon domain. We practitioners of the Buddha Tao are peaceful and kind-hearted. We would never initiate slaughter." The powerful figures of the Buddha domain spoke with a facade of righteousness and calmness, although they did not display the same aggressive hostility as the Yuan domain. They nonetheless firmly conveyed their stance. "Damn those bald donkeys. Persuade the demonic cultivators with words. Do you even hear yourselves? Is this truly the language of humans? Kind-hearted and never initiating slaughter. You simply wish for us to fight amongst ourselves while you watch from the sidelines, hoping to capitalize on the chaos between the Tsang domain and the demon domain to seize control of both realms. Do you not? You claim to stand against the demon domain, yet in critical moments, you hide in the shadows, hoping others will bear the brunt of the conflict." The elders of the Tsang Gate looked at the hypocritical expressions of those bald donkeys, their shiny heads seeming to glare back at them, igniting their ire as they cursed internally. They had attempted to propose a resource exchange, but the monks had shamelessly demanded their entire fortunes as collateral or insisted they shave their heads and join them as bald donkeys within the Buddha domain, thus absorbing their powers and resources. Thus, they left the Buddha domain, their hearts heavy with resentment and indignation, returning once more to the Tsang Gate. The next day, Yilan shattered the barriers of the Tsang domain with her magical power, leading millions of demonic cultivators in a grand march towards the various states of the Tsang domain, devoid of the halo of the Chosen One, Yi Mu, and compounded by Guhan Qiu's interference. The Tsang domain, which once stood at least a fighting chance against the demon domain, found itself utterly incapable of resistance in the face of the top-tier powers' preoccupation with their own affairs. "Could I borrow them for a while?" Guhan Xiu inquired, pointing at the four great demonesses beside him as he addressed Yilan. "Borrow them? You don't mean to have your sights set on my subordinates, do you?" Yilan scrutinized Guhan Xiu with a gaze that was both peculiar and filled with caution. "Clearly, they are the ones eyeing my subordinates." Guhan Xiu silently scoffed within, though he refrained from voicing it. The four great demonesses, in Yilan's presence, dared not exhibit their usual closeness to Guhan Xiu, instead adopting a facade of seriousness and aloofness. "Master, we are willing to lend a helping hand to our dear brother Han Xiu." Yilan regarded Guhan Xiu with a calm demeanor, sincerely stating, "If you wish to annihilate your own sect, I could personally assist you." Guhan Xiu waved his hand, responding with a tone laden with murderous intent. "My own grievances, I wish to resolve with my own hands." With those words, he swiftly led the four great demonesses towards the Song Gate. Before long, they returned to the sect, compared to a few days prior. The already chilly atmosphere of the sect had grown increasingly desolate, unbeknownst to them, as they concealed neither their identities nor their formidable auras. Ancestor Yu Hai and the elders of the Song Gate quickly sensed their arrival. In the desolate autumn, you not only survived in the forbidden grounds of the sect, but you also sought refuge in the demonic path. How is it that the dark power within you has become so formidable? Have you secretly embraced the ways of darkness all along? The disciples of the Kangmen stared in shock at Guhan Xiu, who approached them step by step, their legs trembling uncontrollably. Guhan Xiu spared them no further words. Summoning the nine-tailed fox, Xiang Lu, and 6 young foxes from the demon god ring, he commanded them to commence a massacre. He himself wielded the demonic abyss soul blade, charging towards the other disciples of Kangmen. The elder Yu Hai intended to encircle and eliminate Guhan Xiu, but was intercepted by the four great demonesses. "You old fools, your adversaries." Bone coldly smiled at Yu Hai, and then, together with the other 3 demonesses, unleashed a secret technique against him. As the most prestigious and renowned of the demon realm, the 4 demonesses, united in their secret arts, could contend even with the celestial realm elder Yun Hai, standing invincible. "Damn the sect's miscreants, perish!" A Kangman elder, witnessing the 4 demonesses being thwarted by elder Yun Hai, grew emboldened and unleashed his power towards Guhan Xiu without hesitation. However, Guhan Xiu did not even glance his way. Raising his cold, sharp blade, he cleaved at the frantically fleeing disciples of the sect. The Kangman elder, before even closing the distance, had his head bitten off by the nine-tailed fox. Scalding blood splattered like plum blossoms, raining down upon the faces of the remaining Kangman elders. Beholding the sinister beasts, shrouded in malevolent aura, with their hideous visages and crimson eyes, they were suddenly overcome with the urge to flee. Yet, in light of their overwhelming inferiority, they had no opportunity to escape. As the disciples of Kangmen beheld the elders being utterly bested by the nine-tailed fox and other beasts, and the murderous Guhan Xiu advancing towards them, fear gripped their hearts as they knelt in surrender. "Han Xiu, we apologize. We admit our previous attitudes were a bit harsh. We bow and plead for your mercy." Guhan Xiu raised his sleeve to wipe the blood from his face, a wicked smile curling at the corner of his lips. "I forgive you." The disciples' eyes flickered with relief and hope upon hearing this, but the next moment, Guhan Xiu lifted the demonic abyss soul blade and severed their heads. "I forgive you. Just be more cautious in your next life." Guhan Xiu laughed maniacally, covering his face as he gazed up at the heavens. Chilling raindrops fell from the sky, drenching his bloodied face and dark attire. Chapter 81. Han Xiu, you have come to save us. Right? Edited. Stop. Do not harm your fellow sect members any further. If you have the ability, come for me. Elder Yu Hai. Witnessing the continuous fall of his fellow elders and disciples beneath Guhan Xiu's blade, felt his heart wrench in despair, yet remained powerless. Upon hearing Yun Hai's rebuke, Guhan Xiu not only did not relent, but instead became even more exhilarated in his slaughter. "Let me share a secret with you. The mastermind behind these calamities, the one who has cast the blame upon you. Is me." Guhan Xiu mockingly declared to the Kangman elders and disciples, flinging the blood from the demonic abyss soul blade onto the ground. "Wretched demon, you are so cruel, despicable, and merciless. You shall surely descend into the 18 layers of hell, never to be reborn." The Kangman elders and disciples exclaimed in shock and rage, condemning Guhan Xiu. Meanwhile, Elder Yu Hai, caught off guard by this sudden assault, was ambushed by the 4 demonesses, suffering grievous injuries as he fell to the ground, spitting blood. "Cruel, despicable, merciless. Thank you for your compliments and accolades." Guhan Xiu's lips curled into a cruel, mocking smile. "You dare curse me to eternal damnation? Then I shall first turn you into puppets, ensuring your souls can never reincarnate." He silently pondered, then raised his hand to invoke the soul puppet technique from the evil emperor's demon record, enslaving the souls and bodies of the Kangman disciples and elders, compelling them to charge towards their own elder, Jiyu Hanshio. How could your heart be so cruel? Did they not once bully and ostracize you? They have already apologized. Elder Yuhai, filled with rage, climbed to his feet while fending off the onslaught of the four demonesses, casting a hateful glance at Gu Hanshio, questioning him fiercely. I cannot be bothered to explain. You are not worthy of hearing. Enjoy the agony of being besieged by your own disciples. Only to be forced to obliterate their physical forms with your own hands. Gu Hanshio taunted Yuhai, continuing to annihilate the sect's disciples. With the space sealed off by the four demonesses in the assault of the nine-tailed fox and other beasts, the Kangman elders and disciples had no chance to escape. They could only continue to fall. Soon, the Kangman Square was devoid of any living disciples, and Elder Yunhai, under relentless attacks from the sect's elders, 8 beasts, and the 4 demonesses, collapsed into a pool of blood. Hanshio, are my sisters fierce? Bang lightly strolled to Gu Hanshio's side, lifting her delicate hand to pinch his chin, teasingly smiling. Very fierce, Gu Hanshio replied indifferently. Then among the 4 of us, who is the fiercest? Dee playfully wrapped her arm around his neck from behind, her tone teasing. Hong and Yun each grasped one of his arms, their enchanting gazes fixed upon his indifferent, cold visage. With the assistance of the nine-tailed fox and other beasts, they had effortlessly dispatched Elder Yuhai of the celestial realm without sustaining a scratch. All are fierce, all are fierce. Observing the 4 demonesses vying for his attention, Gu Hanshio reached out to stroke their heads. Thank you for your assistance. In the future, I will repay you. The 4 demonesses, feeling the warmth of Gu Hanshio's hand and the sincerity in his calm words, smiled sweetly in response. Then we shall rely on you to support us in our old age with that. Their figures transformed into shadows, vanishing from sight. Gu Hanshio cast a dispassionate glance at the scattered remains of the sect. He turned to the nine-tailed fox and the beasts, saying, though these corpses are in tatters and cannot be fashioned into puppets, it would be a shame to simply leave them here. Devour them completely. Not a drop of blood or a morsel of flesh should go to waste. The nine-tailed fox and the beasts nodded respectfully. Yes, master. They then began to feast heartily, consuming the residual power within the blood and flesh. Meanwhile, Gu Hanshio searched the sect with his demonic thoughts for Gu Qingyin and the others. After a while, he finally discovered them sealed and suppressed within the bamboo forest of the back mountain. Gu Qingyin, witnessing Gu Hanshio, whose body was smeared with blood and whose expression was indifferent as he approached them step by step, felt a wave of joy and excitement wash over her, previously despondent visage lighting up, as she softly said, Hanshio, it is truly wonderful that you are unharmed. Yan Mingxua also opened her swollen, tear-streaked eyes, gazing at the elusive figure, choking back sobs. Hanshio, you have come to save us. Right? Chapter 82. Late arriving affection like the autumn wind. Only in sorrow. I have come to kill you. Gu Hanshio's expression was as dark as water, his eyes ablaze with fury as he slowly advanced towards them. His slender fingers, like iron pincers, gripped Gu Qingyin's neck, his voice as frigid as if it could freeze the very air around them, indifferently stating, Master, today marks your demise. I truly know I was wrong. I beg you to forgive me. Gu Qingyin's face flushed crimson, her breathing growing increasingly labored, her voice hoarse and shattered, laced with endless sorrow and pleading, grant me one more chance. To make amends. Hot tears streamed uncontrollably down her beautiful cheeks, dripping onto Gu Hanshio's hand, as if expressing her despair. Upon hearing her words, Gu Hanshio's fury only intensified, erupting like a volcano. He abruptly released his grip on Gu Qingyin's neck and, without hesitation, raised his hand to deliver a resounding slap across her face, the sharp crack echoing through the air. Gu Qingyin raised her hand to cover her stinging cheek, her eyes brimming with tears, lips bitten until they bled, her gaze filled with grievance and helplessness, pitifully staring at the disciple who had once been so devoted to her. What? You still feel pity and grievance? Gu Hanshio chuckled derisively, his eyes gleaming with mockery as he taunted Gu Qingyin. Subsequently, he grasped Gu Qingyin's siefeng with both hands, his gaze sharp and his expression frenzied as he bellowed, opportunity. In these 7 lifetimes. Have you ever granted me even a single chance? Did you ever steadfastly believe in me? Did you? Answer me. Gu Qingyin, feeling the excruciating pain in her chest and listening to the words of Gu Hanshio, filled with rage and resentment, trembled like a leaf in the wind, lowering her head in fear. Unable to meet the gaze of Gu Hanshio, which was brimming with hatred and fury, memories flickered in her mind. From the first life to this one, each time Gu Hanshio suffered injustice and betrayal, they not only failed to believe in him but instead, They would kick him while he was down, mercilessly mocking and punishing him alongside others and Yimu. They had even caused him to die multiple times, leaving him to die with resentment. Long Siyue and the others looked at the nearly unhinged Gahan Qiu. Their faces as pale as paper, their lips trembling, rendered speechless as they bowed their heads, letting tears flow freely, their bodies shaking with fear and sorrow. The overcast sky began to drizzle, enveloping the entire back mountain in a shroud of sorrow and solitude. The tall green bamboos seemed to bow in lament, their leaves rustling in the cold wind, ultimately falling like tears shed for this mournful scene. The 5 tallest bamboos beside the bamboo house were bent by the howling wind. Quaking incessantly, they wished to lift the fallen bamboo that had already broken and sunk into the mud, yet they could never reach it.I in the end. They could only watch helplessly as the mud-covered broken bamboo was swept away by the wind into the icy, piercing creek. Following the stream, it drifted further away, taking with it the traces of its once existent presence. Gahan Qiu gazed at the bamboo grove that had once brought him warmth, his eyes reflecting a complex blend of hatred and nostalgia. He inhaled a deep breath of the frigid air, as if steeling his resolve, and raised his hand to conjure a blazing fire with his magical power, directing it towards the verdant bamboo grove. Gu Qiyin and the others watched as the bamboo grove, which held their cherished memories with Gahan Qiu, was consumed by the raging flames, their tear-streaked faces filled with anguish as they hoarsely pleaded, "Hank, please do not destroy our bamboo grove and bamboo house where we once lived. Just this once, we beg you." Gahan Qiu silently observed their heart-wrenching helplessness, his expression devoid of emotion as he replied, "Late-arriving affection is like the autumn wind, leaving only desolation. The past. Let it be forgotten in the river of history. Gu Qiyin bit her crimson lip, tears of blood streaming from her eyes as she cried out hoarsely, "No, master, please do not. I do not wish for those memories to be forgotten. I want to live with you in the bamboo grove, as we once did." As she spoke, she forcibly broke free from the sealing formation set by ancestor Yunhai and the elder of Kangman, rushing into the bamboo house to extinguish the flames with her magical power before they could engulf it. Long Siyue and the others also joined forces to break the seal, then clutched Gahan Qiu's arms and legs. Kneeling in the mud, weeping and pleading, "Honshu.do not leave us. Do not destroy our bamboo grove. We truly understand our mistakes. Please grant us one more chance. We beg you." Hearing their desperate pleas and witnessing their humble, pitiful forms kneeling in the mud. A flicker of emotion stirred within Gahan Qiu's heart, only to be consumed again by boundless rage and hatred. Chapter 83. The opportunity for reincarnation to accompany him is forever lost. Now you realize your regret. Where were you in the previous lifetimes? I was pierced by your immortal chains, my bones crushed, suppressed in the frigid, icy lake. I was executed in a slow and torturous manner by your immortal blades. Buried in raging flames, my powers were stripped away, punished in forbidden lands, subjected to the gnawing of countless beasts. I was falsely accused, publicly tortured, and when I was forced to take my own life. Did you ever hear a word of my explanation? Did you ever soften your hearts to forgive me?" Gahan Qiu shouted at them with a crazed expression, his eyes filled with hatred and fury, as if they had solidified into a tangible force. "Hank, we no longer seek your forgiveness. But please, do not destroy this bamboo grove any further. We truly do not wish to lose this grove that holds our beautiful memories." Gu Qiyin and the others, bruised and battered, knelt before Gahan Qiu, their faces filled with sorrow as they pleaded. Beneath them, the cold, murky mud mixed with countless tears of heartbreak, submerging their knees. Gahan Qiu remained silent. Retrieving the blood-soaked demon abyss soul blade, pointing the blade at Gu Qiyin's chest, as if he would mercilessly pierce her at any moment. However, before he could act, Gu Qiyin threw herself towards him. With a sickening thud, the razor-sharp blade of the demon abyss soul blade pierced Gu Qiyin's body, and a hint of surprise flashed across Gahan Qiu's face. "Hank. I am sorry. If there is a next life, I will." Gu Qiyin's beautiful eyes brimmed with tears, gazing up at the cold, indifferent figure before her with guilt and helplessness. Before she could finish her words, her consciousness began to fade into slumber. "Hank, my sisters, we are sorry for you." Long Siyue and the others pulled out the demon abyss soul blade that had pierced Gu Qiyin's body, each taking their turn to take their own lives. Collapsing in the muddy ground before Gahan Qiu in their final moments, they only wished for 2 things. 1. For Gahan Qiu to spare the bamboo grove that held their shared memories. 2. For Gahan Qiu to release their souls, allowing them to be reborn and once again seek Gahan Qiu, to atone for their sins with their lives in exchange for a chance. Little did they know that those killed by the demon abyss soul blade could never reincarnate. They would never have the opportunity to be reborn and accompany Gahan Qiu in the next life. Gahan Qiu cast a glance at the ravaged bamboo grove, half destroyed by the raging fire and the torrential rain, as well as the bamboo house that was on the verge of collapse. before turning to leave. After taking a few steps, he suddenly turned back to look at Gu Qingyin and the others. Lying in the muddy pool of blood, after a slight hesitation, his gaze became complex, and he slowly walked towards them. Chapter 84. To enslave them as magical puppets and control them for eternity, gazing at Gu Qingyin and the others. Lying in a pool of blood and mud, Gu Hanqiu's indifferent and unfeeling face contorted into a mask of rage, oscillating between calmness and fury. Ultimately, he stepped upon Gu Qingyin, gripping her delicate neck with his hand. His tone fierce yet tinged with sorrowful indignation as he rebuked, "Master, have I not been filial enough to you? Have I not accompanied you long enough? Why could you not trust me just once? Why does the bond of over a decade pale in comparison to that of a mere outsider who has just entered the sect?" He then approached Xialing Yu, brushing his hand over her injured, immobile leg, his voice as dark as water. "In the first life, before awakening my memories in the fourth life, and in this life, before my memories awakened, I have been by your side since childhood. Through every mundane task and daily cultivation, sharing conversations and walks, attending to your needs, I served you with all my heart, adored you secretly, treated you as my elder sister, yet you never trusted me even once. Truly a heartless wolf raised in vain." Afterwards, he moved to Yin Mishue's side, striking her sharply across the face, his tone laced with mockery. "And you, I went to great lengths to gather the finest herbs and celestial fruits for you. Yet you did not share a single pill with me. Instead, you gave the finished product to that little beggar Yimu, while the refuse of your failed concoctions you deemed fit to cast upon me. Thinking you had done me a favor?" As he spoke, he scooped a handful of mud from the ground and forcefully stuffed it into Yin Mingshue's mouth, laughing maniacally. "Eat. Eat. Is mud not tastier than your bitter, moldy donjai?" Finally, he approached Long Ciyue and Lu Xiuanyan, breaking the limbs of the former and slashing the latter with the demon abyss soul blade dozens of times. After venting his pent-up hatred and grievances once more, he roared skyward, his demonic energy surging exponentially, his power soaring to the realm of enlightenment. As a technique of the Taiguo Wanmei, it naturally could amplify the practitioner's strength in times of intense emotional stress. What a perfect technique indeed! When I encounter someone insurmountable in the future, I will simply recall the memories of the 7 lifetimes. Gu Hanqiu raised his hand to feel the surging power within him, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Oh, mischievous host, you've also learned to exploit the mind power bug of those fated children," the system mocked in his mind. "The system, transfer the funds." Gu Hanqiu said slowly. "Assist the demon realm in annihilating the Azure domain, leading the 4 great demonesses to slaughter their own sect, relentlessly tormenting their former master and senior sisters. My demeanor over the past few days has certainly been quite villainous. Well, a nefarious host, 2,000 points of villainy have been credited to your account." The system's cool and melodious voice echoed in Gu Hanqiu's mind. It was especially fond of this villainous host, who had endured deeply ingrained sorrowful experiences. After all, Gu Hanqiu was not like the noble host of its 2 predecessors who had enjoyed a favorable start. Just a jest. This system lady. Truly delivers. Gu Hanqiu was slightly taken aback. Then opened the system panel to take a look. Gu Hanqiu status. Villain cultivation level. 8th heaven of the path of law technique. Evil emperor's demonic record skills. Demonic abyss sword art. Savage holy evil seal. Great might heavenly dragon. Shadow transformation physique. Dragon phoenix nirvana bone. Demonic blood eye divine power. Spatial law treasure. Demon god ring. Demonic abyss soul blade. Incomplete divine artifact fire stick beast companion villain points. 8,000 system evaluation. You have become a truly wicked villain. Upon seeing the villain points rise to 8,000, Gu Hanqiu's mood instantly brightened. He then glanced at Gu Qingyin and the others, who lay in pools of blood and mud, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Though I am in good spirits now, I still do not intend to let you off easily. Submit to me as my demonic slaves, and become my puppets for eternity." As he spoke, he raised his hand, channeling the power of his technique to enslave their souls, while simultaneously resurrecting them, crafting them into top-tier soul puppets imbued with consciousness. The reason he retained their soul awareness was that living often proved more torturous than death. This was a sentiment Gu Hanqiu understood all too well. If there were any matters, he would leave them to the demon overlord. Is this the world after death? "Hanqiu, why have you come down to join us?" Denying gazed blankly at the Gu Hanqiu standing before them, questioning in confusion. Smack. Gu Hanqiu raised his hand and slapped her, coldly reprimanding, "Call me master, you wretched slave." He then addressed the waking Long Ciyue and the others before him. "From this day forth, you shall be my puppets at my command." Long Ciyue and the others blinked their tear-streaked, beautiful eyes, exchanging glances, then knelt at Gu Hanqiu's feet, their voices choked with joy and hope. "Hanqiu, Thank you. I knew you would never abandon us. Wuwa. Gu Hanqiu's lips twitched slightly, a dark line appearing on his brow. He suddenly grasped Long Siyue's delicate neck, his expression fierce and furious as he scolded her. Thank me. Do you not understand that your souls are now enslaved by me? You shall not only be unable to reincarnate for eternity, but will also never achieve liberation. You will forever be bound to this puppet form. At my beck and call, understand? Feeling the pain in her neck, Long Siyue blankly nodded. I understand. Denying and the others, upon hearing Gu Hanqiu's ruthless and icy declaration, looked at his indifferent and malevolent expression. Instead of feeling hatred or pain, they whimpered joyously. Wuwu, Hanqiu. Thank you for treating us this way. We are so happy. Gu Hanqiu fell silent. He sensed that his cruel actions had awakened some peculiar inclination within Gu Qingyin and the others. Logically speaking, being tormented repeatedly in life and death, ultimately being enslaved as puppets. Shouldn't they feel sadness, anger, and despair? Why did it seem as though he had granted them a new lease on life? Perhaps they had gone mad. Chapter 85. Could it be that he possesses some kind of extraordinary slave-creating constitution? Master, your clothes. Scaling Yu approached Gu Hanqiu, tugging at his sleeve with a soft voice. Though her soul was under his control, and her body reduced to that of a puppet, she had thus escaped the defect of being unable to walk due to her previous injuries. Clothes? I have none. Just roll into my ring and stay there for now. Gu Hanqiu cast a cold glance at her, then placed her and Gu Qingyin among the others into the demon god ring. Roar, Master, what shall we do next? Xiang Lu and the nine-tailed fox, having been well fed, flew to Gu Hanqiu's side, respectfully prostrating themselves on the ground. Awaiting his command. We shall first rendezvous with the 4 great demonesses and the forces of the demon realm. As Gu Hanqiu spoke, he mounted the back of the nine-tailed fox. Master, I can fly quite fast. Xiang Lu and the others looked on with envy and jealousy, slightly embarrassed as they addressed Gu Hanqiu. Your back is devoid of fur, rather chilly, and not as soft as the nine-tailed fox. Gu Hanqiu reached out to stroke Xiang Lu's head, explaining with a hint of exasperation. Aha, foolish serpent. Just follow along slowly behind. The nine-tailed fox mocked Xiang Lu mercilessly. With that, she soared into the clouds, carrying Gu Hanqiu far into the distance. Only Xiang Lu remained, sorrowfully shedding tears. You 7 foxes are truly the master's beasts. While I, this hairless beast, am but an outsider. Not long after, Gu Hanqiu, following the token left by Yilan, located the 4 great demonesses. They were currently engaged in a fierce battle with 2 Ascendant Realm Elders within a top-tier force below. Having just fought a battle against the Cloud Sea, the demonesses had not fully regained their magical energy, and with the presence of 2 Ascendant Realm Elders on the opposing side, they found themselves at a disadvantage. It appears I must devise a way to assist my sisters. Gu Hanqiu rested his chin on his hand, silently contemplating strategies. Unbeknownst to him, he had begun to regard the 4 great demonesses as beloved elder sisters. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon the cultivators below who were battling fiercely against the demonic cultivators. Thus, he instructed the nine-tailed fox and Xiang Lu to assist those demonic cultivators in slaying the sect disciples, while he utilized his shadow transformation to plunge into the battlefield below, quietly concealing himself. Upon seeing reinforcements arrive, the demonic cultivators began to display sinister smiles of delight. In stark contrast, the sect disciples felt a surge of despair, their fighting spirit rapidly dissipating. Ultimately, they decided, die, elders, spare our lives, and turned to flee in all directions. The 2 elders, who were locked in combat with the 4 great demonesses, exchanged glances filled with disappointment. They had not expected their disciples to be so spineless. Abandoning their sect in the face of calamity. Do not fret. I shall lend you my strength, Gu Hanqiu declared, gripping the demonic abyss soul blade as he charged toward the 4 great demonesses. His face ablaze with fury, as if he were engulfed in an inferno, eager to consume and incinerate them. The 4 great demonesses, witnessing Gu Hanqiu barreling toward them, widened their lovely eyes slightly. Then their cherry lips curled into an almost imperceptible smile. Hanqiu, dear brother. Truly a master of manipulating hearts, aren't you? The 4 great demonesses mused silently, then moderated their strength, unleashing their magical power upon Gu Hanqiu's chest. The violent magical energy, accompanied by an overwhelming darkness, shattered the space around him, yet ultimately proved to be thunderous yet insignificant. Aside from tearing a hole in Gu Hanqiu's clothing, it merely grazed his skin. However, Gu Hanqiu feigned an appearance of having suffered a devastating blow. Hurtling backward, spewing blood, his aura waning as he crashed to the ground not far from the 2 elders, thanks to the evil emperor's demonic record, which allowed for perfect concealment of magical energy and presence. He was able to completely mask his magical and spiritual energies, and with the power of his technique, he stirred his aura into utter chaos. To the casual observer, he appeared as though he had been rendered powerless by the four great demonesses, on the verge of departing this world. Yet even so, the four great demonesses were not prepared to let him off the hook. They unleashed their magical power toward Gu Hanqiu, coldly and cruelly mocking. Amirant dares to overreach and assist an Ascendant Realm expert. The two elders of the Yulong sect gazed at the fallen Gu Hanqiu, a deep sense of gratitude swelling within them. It turned out that not all disciples would betray their sect. Amid their reflections, they swiftly positioned themselves in front of Gu Hanqiu, channeling their magical energy to form a shield, blocking the magical assault of the four great demonesses. You four wicked scoundrels shall not harm my Yulong sect disciple. The two elders of the Yulong sect glared furiously at the four great demonesses. At that moment, the previously collapsed and barely breathing Gu Hanqiu suddenly sprang to his feet, brandishing the demonic abyss soul blade and plunging it fiercely into the chest of one of the elders. Simultaneously, with his other hand, he unleashed the savage holy evil seal, striking fiercely against the back of another elder. The two elders of the Yulong sect, taken aback by this sudden lethal assault, instantly contorted their faces into grotesque expressions, spewing forth dark crimson blood from their mouths. In disbelief, they turned to gaze at the indifferent Gu Hanqiu, their eyes filled with shock and fury. Gu Hanqiu's gaze was as cold as frost, surrounded by a malevolent power even more sinister and profound than that of the four great demonesses. You are actually a demon cultivator. The two elders of the Yulong sect were enraged, gritting their teeth as they attempted to conjure their spells, intent on slaying Gu Hanqiu on the spot. However, before they could succeed, the four great demonesses had already made their move. A torrent of immense and profound demonic energy surged forth like a roaring tide, instantly interrupting their actions. The two elders of the Yulong sect were sent flying like kites with severed strings, crashing into several sturdy stone pillars of the sect before tumbling heavily to the ground, their breaths becoming weak and feeble. The four great demonesses would not let such a splendid opportunity slip away, their figures darting like phantoms towards the two elders of the Yulong sect. Meanwhile, the nine-tailed fox and the Xiang Lu, along with the Yulong sect disciples covertly enslaved by Gu Hanqiu, all followed suit, staging a grand spectacle of betrayal against their masters. Observing this, Gu Hanqiu hastily reminded, "Be gentle, don't injure them too badly. I still intend to enslave these two heavenly realm powerhouses as my puppets." The two elders of the Yulong sect, upon hearing this, once again spat out a mouthful of old blood, roaring in fury at Gu Hanqiu. "Damn demon cultivator, you shall never claim my body." As they spoke, they simultaneously self-destructed their law course, their flesh and souls, preferring to be shattered into pieces than to be subjected to enslavement after death. The four great demonesses swiftly moved beside Gu Hanqiu, embracing him to escape the shockwave generated by the self-destruction of the heavenly realm powerhouses. As for the other demon cultivators, they had long since discerned the situation and retreated from the sect. Once the residual waves dissipated, Gu Hanqiu shook his head helplessly, not a scrap left behind. What a pity! The demon cultivators gazed in astonishment and confusion at Gu Hanqiu, who was encircled and cradled by the four great demonesses. Their bewilderment deepened when they saw Yilan appear out of thin air, a surge of demonic energy thrusting the four great demonesses aside as she embraced Gu Hanqiu in her arms. They were utterly dumbfounded, rooted to the spot, their hearts filled with disbelief. The leader of the demon sect and the four great demonesses are actually both fond of a young demon cultivator? Could it be he possesses some sort of extraordinary physique that allows him to enslave others? Chapter 86. In the hall of the demon palace, publicly appointing the demon son. "You have eradicated the forces of the Tsang domain?" Gu Hanqiu inquired, excitement evident as he patted Yulan's delicate back. "Yes, thanks to your efforts in throwing the entire Tsang domain into chaos, with demons, magical beasts, and demon cultivators rampant everywhere. This allowed our demon domain to conquer the Tsang domain with minimal effort and no losses." Yilan replied with a smile, then gently touched his face and asked softly, "Hanqiu, do you wish to come to my side now and help me govern the demon domain?" Gu Hanqiu nodded, his expression calm as he replied, "Now that the Tsang domain has perished, I have completed my tasks and am naturally willing." Upon hearing Gu Hanqiu's affirmative response, a gentle smile graced Yulan's exquisite face. "Good. I shall take you back to the demon domain, and in the demon palace, I will establish you as the demon son." With that, she used her demonic power to tear open a rift in space, taking Gu Hanqiu's hand as they stepped into the void, disappearing from sight. The surrounding demon cultivators were still in a state of confusion, their minds unable to fully grasp the situation. "What are you still standing there for? Hurry and scavenge the cultivation resources of the various forces in the Tsang domain." then occupy their sect territories. Chong and Yun, their expressions as cold as frost, their eyes gleaming with a frigid light. Chided the demon cultivators. Yes, we will get right on it. The demon cultivators hurriedly bowed in response, their figures transforming into black demonic light as they fled into the distance. Deep down, they felt incredibly frustrated. Why are the demonesses and the demon lord so gentle towards that young man, while we are so fierce? The next day, in the demon domain, within the demon palace. Yilan summoned the 4 great demonesses and the high-ranking powerhouses of the demon domain for a palace meeting. Everyone, the forces of the Tsang domain have been completely annihilated by our demon domain. Now that we have unified our power, we also possess the territory and cultivation resources of the Tsang domain. From this day forth, I shall no longer be the leader of the demon sect, but the sovereign of the demon domain, the demon emperor, Yilan declared, standing with her hands clasped behind her back atop the high platform of the palace. Her demeanor exuding authority, the 4 great demonesses and the demon cultivators below echoed in unison, "We shall forever follow the demon emperor and assist in ruling the entire immortal mystic realm." Yilan nodded slightly before continuing, "There is also one more matter." She raised her hand, pointing to Gu Hanqiu, who was lazily leaning against a chair beside her, and slowly said, "The calamities in the Tsang domain were all orchestrated by Gu Hanqiu, and our ease in annihilating the Tsang domain owes much to his contributions. Therefore, I have decided to appoint Hanqiu as the demon son of the demon domain, granting him a dedicated palace and cultivation resources to manage the demon domain alongside me." As Yilan's words fell, everyone present, except for the 4 great demonesses, was left astounded, their mouths agape in shock. They looked at the young and handsome Gu Hanqiu, their eyes flashing with barely concealed hostility and jealousy. While he had indeed made significant contributions, it seemed unfair that he should ascend so rapidly and stand above them. Their hearts were filled not only with discontent but also with anger and resentment. However, since it was Yilan who made the announcement, they dared not openly mock him, merely offering subtle advice. "Demon Emperor, while Gu Hanqiu has merit, his strength is still lacking. How can he hold the position of Demon Son and govern the demon domain alongside you?" Following this, another person chimed in, "Indeed, Demon Emperor, given his current cultivation level, it is difficult for him to command respect. And we are worried he may disappoint your expectations." A third powerful cultivator also spoke solemnly. "Demon Emperor, we hope you will reconsider. The position of the Demon Son is of utmost importance, affecting the future of the demon domain. It cannot be decided lightly based on temporary achievements." In an instant, the crowd buzzed with discussion, though they did not dare to openly ridicule him. Their whispers of doubt regarding Gu Hanqiu's strength echoed incessantly. In their eyes, Gu Hanqiu was merely relying on his looks and some extraordinary physique to gain the favor of the demon emperor Yilan and the 4 great demonesses. Hearing the murmurs of doubt, Gu Hanqiu slowly rose from his seat, unleashing his demonic power as he struck fiercely above their heads with a savage holy evil seal, that terrifying, pitch-black hand, enveloped in an aura of malevolence that sent chills down the spine, suddenly manifested. The space above their heads shattered, and an irresistible force surged forth, sending their bodies hurtling backwards several meters. Once they regained their footing and looked at Gu Hanqiu again, their faces were etched with horror and trepidation. They had not expected someone so young to have reached the 2nd level of the law comprehension realm, with a power level comparable to that of cultivators at the 9th or even 10th level. With such strength, he was almost on par with the 4 great demonesses, and the malevolent aura emanating from him was indeed more sinister than that of the 4 great demonesses and the demon emperor Yilan, instilling dread in their hearts. No wonder this young man has garnered the attention of the demon emperor and the 4 demonesses. It turns out he possesses not only striking looks and an extraordinary physique, but also immense strength and potential. In hindsight, we have been superficial in judging by appearances. The demon cultivators pondered silently, none daring to voice further doubts. After all, those who could not contend with Gu Hanqiu remained silent. Those who could were all supportive of him. The 4 great demonesses glanced at the humbled expressions of the others and spoke slowly. "The profound and unfathomable demonic cultivation technique we imparted to you all actually originated from Hanqiu. Not as if Hanqiu is unworthy of the title of Demon Son, then we too are unworthy of our status as demonesses. Furthermore, Hanqiu can freely command and enslave 2 ancient magical beasts whose powers are on par with ours. If you had even a fraction of Hanqiu's abilities, the demon domain would have long since unified the immortal mystic realm." Upon hearing this, the crowd was increasingly astonished, their gazes towards Gu Hanqiu filled with disbelief. If it were not for the subtle connection formed through their cultivation techniques with him, they might never have believed that such a miraculous technique was birthed from Gu Hanqiu. As for enslaving and commanding 2 ancient magical beasts of high cultivation levels, It left them feeling as though they were trapped in an illusion. Could it be that someone so young has already achieved such heights? Yulan observed the stunned and silent figures of the formidable demonic cultivators below. As if they had been dealt a crushing blow, he spoke again. Since you are now aware of Han Chio's strength, from this day forth, Han Chio shall become my demonic son in the demon realm. Endowed with the authority to freely mobilize the four great demonists, all demonic cultivators, and the majority of our cultivation resources. As Yulan's words fell, no one dared to refute him. The crowd slightly bowed, their expressions respectful as they replied, "Yes, we shall diligently obey the command of the Demon Emperor and will certainly strive to assist the young master of the demons henceforth." However, Gu Hanqiu did not feel an overwhelming excitement. He remained nonchalant and lazily leaned back in his seat. Compared to the position of demonic son, he was far more eager to venture into the forbidden grounds to meet the family of the little brat Yimu. How should he torment them? Just the thought made him want to laugh with glee. After the council concluded, Gu Hanqiu hurriedly grabbed the departing Bang, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his lips. "Sister Bang, where are Yimu's family being held? Take me there quickly. I wish to torture them properly." "All right, sister will take you there right away," Bang responded with a smile, leading Gu Hanqiu towards the forbidden grounds of the Demon Palace. When they arrived at the dark, oppressive underground palace shrouded in malevolence, the heavy stone doors and intricate formations exuded a suffocating sense of pressure. After traversing layers of stone doors and formations, they finally beheld Yimu's mother, Yu Shishui, along with his younger brother Yidadi and sister Yuxia. Yidadi was bound by numerous chains, his face contorted with rage as he shouted at Gu Hanqiu and Bang. "Damn demon, release us from this place." His eyes reflected defiance and fury, yet in this eerie underground, he appeared utterly powerless. Gu Hanqiu noticed that neither he nor Yisir bore any wounds or signs of being beaten. And with a hint of confusion, he turned to Bang. "You haven't tormented him at all?" His voice was cold and devoid of compassion, as if inquiring about an inconsequential matter. Bang chuckled, her tone laced with amusement. "Since little brother Han Chio wishes to take matters into his own hands, we naturally must preserve this exquisite dish in its freshest state." Her eyes sparkled with a cruel light, as if anticipating how Gu Hanqiu would proceed. Upon hearing this, Gu Hanqiu gave Bang a thumbs up, sincerely praising her, tasteful. Then, with a glint of malice in his eyes, unable to contain his inner excitement, he covered his face and laughed maniacally. "Feel the pain. A bag of rice carries several floors. Ha ha ha." Yidadi, witnessing the maniacal excitement in Gu Hanqiu's eyes, instinctively trembled, retreating timidly towards the corner of the wall. Meanwhile, Yu Shishui and Yuxia felt a wave of profound unease wash over them, as if they were about to face something extraordinarily cruel and terrifying. Don't come any closer. What do you intend to do?" Yidadi stammered, fear overtaking him as he watched Gu Hanqiu approach step by step. He instantly regretted his earlier impulsiveness in speaking out. "Don't harm my son. If you have the ability, come at me instead." Yu Shishui struggled to protect Yidadi, but the chains binding her rendered her helpless, unable to move even an inch, and she could only watch anxiously as Gu Hanqiu drew nearer to Yidadi. "Do not worry. Everyone will have their turn." Gu Hanqiu turned to Yu Shishui, revealing an exceedingly sinister and cruel smile before producing the communication artifact that originally belonged to Yidadi, activating it with his mana. Meanwhile, within the Buddhist domain, Yimu was diligently practicing the Buddhist technique. The Golden Dragon Palm, guided by the venerable old Buddha, having successfully passed the sect's tests and been recognized as a prodigy, he had acquired some cultivation resources and teachings, leaving him immensely content. "Gu Hanqiu, just you wait. When we meet again, I will surely make you kneel and beg for mercy." Ha ha ha. Yimu smirked, speaking to himself with a sense of pride. At that moment, the communication artifact on him flickered to life, instantly drawing his attention. Although the other half of the artifact had been seized by the four great demonesses, he had not discarded his portion, holding on to a sliver of hope. What if his brother and sister had managed to escape from the demon sect? With this thought, he anxiously activated the communication artifact, and a shimmering projection materialized before him, the face he despised most, when he wished to reduce to ashes Gu Hanqiu, alongside the terrified and worried expressions of his brother, sister, and mother. Gu Hanqiu, what do you intend to do? Release my family. Yimu clenched his fists, his expression furious as he shouted at the projection of Gu Hanqiu. However, the more enraged he became, the more delighted Gu Hanqiu felt. "Yimu, your mental state seems quite stable," Gu Hanqiu remarked, lifting the demonic blade in his hand, plunging it towards Yidadi, who was overwhelmed with terror. "Ugh. Yidadi screamed in excruciating pain, as if the agony would obliterate his consciousness. "Oh dear, My apologies that I was rather rude, that Yu Hanshio chuckled, lifting the blade to pat Yidadi's face, then producing a healing pill to shove into his mouth. When Yidadi's injuries were nearly healed, he stabbed him once more, and then began to twist the blade, attempting to make him experience the torment of being flayed alive. Please, spare me. Have mercy. Ah, brother, come save me. Help me, brother. Yidadi trembled, tears streaming down his face as he begged Gu Hanshio for mercy. But upon seeing that he remained unmoved, he turned to the image of Yimu, pleading for rescue. As the saying goes, a single blade shatters brotherly bonds. The danger was no longer a consideration. He only wished for his brother to come and save him quickly. He had learned from the demoness that all of this was his brother Yimu's fault. He should come to rescue him. Watching his brother being tormented by Gu Hanshio, Yimu felt an overwhelming sense of urgency, yet found himself helpless, turning to the old Buddha for assistance. Master, please intervene and save my brother and sister. The old Buddha replied with exasperation, how can I save them from such a distance, especially with them in the demon palace? Should I just zip over and rescue your brother and sister? Damn you, Gu Hanshio, is our grudge so deep that you would stoop to harming my family? How could you? If you have the guts, come at me. Yimu shouted furiously at the projection of Gu Hanshio. Yet in his heart that he had already resigned himself to the grim fate of Yidadi and the others. Save them? Just as the old Buddha had said. How could he save them? At the cost of his own life? Then it would be better not to save them at all. Yu Hanshio reveled in the sight of Yimu's anger and helplessness. Feeling immensely satisfied, he then mockingly threatened, Yimu, at noon tomorrow, if you come to the Demon Realm's palace to kneel and apologize to me, I shall release your family. You wouldn't want your family to be ruthlessly tormented to death, would you? He. Choose between sugar and a knife. He. Disciple, that demon is using your family to threaten you. Do not lose your composure, the old Buddha advised Yimu earnestly. After all, it was not easy to find such a suitable disciple if he were to perish easily, who would carry on his teachings and refine his body. Rest assured, Master Dai, Yimu, am not a fool without sense. He merely wishes to concoct a pretext to lure me to the demon realm to meet my demise. Those who achieve great things do not sweat the small stuff, nor do they let worldly emotions constrain them. A mere family, it is better to let them go. Yimu took a deep breath, as if resolving to make a significant decision, speaking with a heavy, sorrowful tone. At worst, he would personally slay Gu Hanshio in the future to avenge his brother and sister. Surely, they would understand his choice, wouldn't they? With this thought, his guilt gradually dissipated. He resumed his meditation as if nothing had happened. Seeing this, the old Buddha was left somewhat bewildered. His carefully organized words of persuasion suddenly rendered useless. Meanwhile, within the demon palace, Yidadi continued to scream in torment. Ah, spare me. I beg you, spare me. Beside him, Yushisue listened to her son's anguished cries. Her heart filled with despair and fury as she watched him being mercilessly mutilated by Gu Hanshio. Each cut transforming him into a grotesque figure of blood. Seer, overwhelmed by terror, soiled herself and cowered in a cold corner, unable to bear the sight of Gu Hanshio's malevolent and icy visage. Whenever Yidadi was on the brink of succumbing to the torment, Gu Hanshio would douse him with a bucket of frigid water, taunting him with, feel the pain, understand the suffering. In his previous lives, he had endured such agonizing torture, once atop the Seven Sorrows ice cliff within the forbidden grounds of his sect. The relentless cycle of agony and cold had driven him to the brink of death, ultimately leading to his demise beneath the icy precipice. Bang, observing Gu Hanshio's frenzied and unstable state of mind, felt a twinge of concern. Hanshio, are you all right? Please, do not lose your sanity and become a mindless wretch. Gu Hanshio wiped the blood from the demon abyss soul blade, turned to her, and offered a warm smile. Rest assured, I am quite lucid. I am not insane. After this declaration, he fell into a brief silence. His previously deranged expression instantly regained tranquility, and he added in a calm tone, at present, I am not mad, but perhaps the me of the past has already perished. With that, he ceased the torment of Yidadi and refrained from inflicting harm on Yushisue and Yuseer. Instead, he exited the forbidden area to arrange for powerful entities to guard it while awaiting the arrival of the feeble Yimu, though he believed that, given the latter's cowardly nature, it was improbable for him to come to his own demise. He still felt it prudent to prepare. The following day, at noon, within the depths of the Forbidden Palace, numerous demonic cultivators and the four demonesses lay in wait, concealed in shadows for Yimu's arrival. Meanwhile, Yidadi ardently prayed that his calamity-stricken brother would come to his rescue. Under Gu Hanshio's relentless torment, his reason and thoughts had long since shattered, although he was fully aware that Yimu would not come to save him. Nor could he succeed in doing so, he was still driven by a frenzied hope. Yet, no matter how long he waited, his beloved brother never materialized. Noticing this, Gu Hanqiu activated a communication artifact with his magic, only to discover that he could not connect to the one in Yimu's possession. It seems your dear brother has abandoned you. Gu Hanqiu mockingly taunted you. No. It cannot be. He would never abandon me. How could he? Yidadi exclaimed, his face flushed with agitation, his eyes brimming with fear and rage. It was all because of his brother that their family had been slaughtered. Not only that, but he and his mother and sister had been captured by demonic cultivators and subjected to torment in the Forbidden Grounds. While the true culprit, his brother, chose to forsake his own kin and cling to life alone. Turning to the 4 demonesses beside him, Gu Hanqiu instructed, "Sisters, please use your magic to conjure a visual projection in the skies of the Buddha realm. I wish to broadcast a live spectacle for all to witness the methods of our demonic cultivators." The 4 demonesses nodded enthusiastically, raising their hands to weave their magic, creating a massive projection in the skies above the Buddha realm. The Buddhist cultivators, upon seeing the projection appear in the sky, were momentarily taken aback, but the display posed no harm to them. Instead, it slowly revealed scenes from the Demon Realm's palace. Yimu, I know you can see this. Gu Hanqiu sneered, his foot planted on Yidadi's face, grinning wickedly at the projection. Are you truly content to watch your family be tortured to death while you enjoy your peace in the Buddha realm? The enraged cries of Yidadi echoed, You wretched beast, Yimu, you caused our family to be slaughtered, and now you let our mother and sister suffer in this dreadful place. Why won't you come to save us? Why must you sit idly by and watch us perish? The onlookers in the Buddha realm gazed at the scene unfolding on the projection, their faces twisted in disdain. These vile demonic cultivators truly relish in such cruel methods. But far worse is that wretched Yimu, a coward who cannot even muster the courage to save his own family, all while he enjoys life in the Buddha realm. Yimu, hidden among the crowd, felt his face grow pale as he listened to the scornful murmurs. Yet, at this moment, he could only remain silent, enduring the humiliation. After mocking the projection, Gu Hanqiu produced a piece of candy and a knife. Tossing them before Yidadi. Confused, Yidadi gazed at the items, only to see Gu Hanqiu's lips curve into a chilling smile as he teased, Choose one. Candy or knife. Choose wisely, and perhaps I might spare you. With the candy and blade glimmering before him, Yidadi felt a tumult of emotions. Choose candy. Choose candy. Yuqing Yao urged anxiously. Under normal circumstances, selecting the knife would signify murderous intent, and you would surely be condemned to death. Heeding her advice, Yidadi hastily chose the candy, timidly presenting it to Gu Hanqiu. Just as he and the others believed Gu Hanqiu would spare Yidadi, he remarked with a mischievous tone. Choosing candy indicates your cunning. I cannot let you go. With that, he plunged the Demon Abyss Soul Blade into Yidadi's chest, twisting it in the still healing wound. Yidadi howled in agony, tears streaming down his face from the excruciating pain. Yuqing Yao's eyes widened in disbelief, a wave of indescribable guilt washing over her. She had not anticipated Gu Hanqiu would deviate so drastically from the norm. Even the people of the Buddha realm were astounded by Gu Hanqiu's merciless cruelty. The live projection coupled with psychological torment, dismembering his victim piece by piece, was indeed more sinister than any demonic cultivator they had previously encountered. Foolish brother. Forgive me, Yimu thought to himself, fabricating a noble rationale for his actions. I am not afraid of death. I merely seek to survive, to avenge you all, to one day eradicate the demon realm and slay Gu Hanqiu. I must sacrifice you. Great One, I beg you, spare me. Yidadi pleaded, enduring the searing pain within. Yet, Gu Hanqiu remained unmoved. In his past life, he had endured countless injustices, desperately attempting to prove his worth, but it had not swayed others. Very well. I shall grant you a few more chances. Continue choosing, he said with a laugh. Overjoyed, Yidadi trembled as he reached for the knife, presenting it to Gu Hanqiu. I choose the knife. Choosing the knife? You harbor murderous intent. I cannot let you go. Gu Hanqiu's eyes narrowed as he continued his cruel dismemberment. Yidadi wailed in anguish, bewildered that both choices led to his demise. Desperately, he thought of a strategy and exclaimed, Great One. I choose both. Gu Hanqiu smiled, his expression mocking. Choosing both? Such greed. I cannot spare you. After another round of agonizing screams, Yidadi gasped, Great One. I choose neither. Please, spare me. Blood poured from his mouth as he pleaded, his sanity hanging by a thread. Choosing neither, that indicates rebellious intent. I cannot spare you. Gu Hanqiu resumed his torment. Once Yidadi had succumbed to unconsciousness, Gu Hanqiu administered a healing pill to mend his wounds and splashed cold water on him to rouse him. Subsequently presenting a new question, what is 1000 minus 7? With a dazed expression, Yidadi, in tears, trembled as he replied, 993. Incorrect. Gu Hanqiu cackled madly, then snapped one of Yidadi's fingers. To keep him alert, Gu Hanqiu continuously asked, what is 1000 minus 7? Yidadi, tears streaming down his face and his pupils losing focus, numbly replied, 992.991. The surrounding demonic cultivators gazed upon the malevolence and cruel smirk of Gu Hanqiu, as well as his ruthless methods, feeling an overwhelming sense of dread. From now on, even if one were to provoke the 4 great demonesses and the Demon Emperor, one must not incite this fellow. When angered, the demonesses and the Demon Emperor would either crush you with a single strike or torment you before delivering a fatal blow. None would engage in such heartless manipulation of one's spirit and emotions, dangling life before them without granting death, subjecting them to an endless cycle of torment until they perish. In that moment, the demonic cultivators from the demon realm and the monks from the Buddhist realm found a rare consensus. Meanwhile, Yi Mu bowed his head deeply, unable to bear witnessing the wicked and cruel smile of Gu Hanqiu on the screen, nor the gaze of his brother, filled with hatred and fury towards him. He feared that if he continued to look, the guilt he had painstakingly quelled with a facade of righteousness would resurface, jeopardizing his resolve. Ding. The host's behavior has been detected, perfectly aligning with the archetype of a villain. Triggering a temporary reward. Blood sacrifice demon consumption body. The system's cold yet melodious voice echoed in Gu Qin's ears. Instantly, he felt an overwhelming and sinister power surging within him. As his thoughts stirred, his pupils transformed into a crimson hue, and black, blood-red tendrils emerged from his body, quickly coalescing into sharp and formidable forms. These included razor-sharp scales, heavy and resilient armor, delicate yet swift feathers, and agile, mutable tails. This bore a striking resemblance to the ghoul physiology he had seen in a certain anime in his previous life, yet it was far more powerful, with a greater variety of forms, even allowing him to bestow the ghoul attributes upon others through his own blood. While the appearance was similar, in order to maintain the balance of the worldview, it would significantly amplify the protagonist's abilities. Furthermore, it could merge with magical energy, allowing for flexible usage of defensive, healing, and other capabilities. Additionally, it could be bound to his own magical power, permitting effortless control and infinite evolution. Once he reached the pinnacle of cultivation, it would be comparable to the ancient ferocious beast physiology, or rather, this was indeed a devilishly modified version of an evil fantasy physique. Blood rebirth, a single strike shattering the heavens, and infinite healing were merely standard abilities. The only drawback was the overbearing essence of Taiguo Wan Mei. The onlookers were astonished, their eyes widened at the sight of the transformation overtaking Gu Hanqiu. Unlike the monks from the Buddhist realm, the demonic cultivators within the demon palace looked upon Gu Hanqiu's formidable and sinister power with expressions of admiration and longing. Demonic cultivators have always revered evil and strength, with his formidable cultivation, innate potential, and exceedingly wicked demeanor. Gu Hanqiu was gradually conquering them, earning their heartfelt recognition of this esteemed demon prince. Let us begin the experiment with you. A wicked smile curled at the corners of Gu Hanqiu's lips as he sliced his finger with the soul blade of the abyss, letting a drop of blood fall into Yidadi's eyes. In an instant, a transformation occurred. Yidadi's eyes turned into blood-red orbs, and the flesh on his body began to writhe, forming sharp, blood-black scales. With a mere casual motion, he shattered the heavenly-grade prison chains that bound him into dust. What manner of monster is this? The Buddhist monks gasped in horror, their eyes wide. How could a cultivator of such weak caliber suddenly possess such terrifying power and physique? If every demonic cultivator were to shudder, just the thought of it made them break out in a cold sweat. Brother, quickly slay that scoundrel Gu Hanqiu. Yi Mu watched in horror as his brother morphed into a monstrous being under Gu Hanqiu's influence, his heart heavy with sorrow. Yet upon witnessing the chains being shattered, a greater excitement surged within him. However, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Chapter 90. I still prefer your previous defiant attitude, revised once more. Kachi's review. Major revisions done. Please spare me. Suddenly, Yidadi fell to his knees before Gu Hanqiu, his face twisted in servility as he exclaimed, "Thank you, master, for bestowing upon me this transcendent physique. I have never felt so invigorated. I feel as though I have been reborn. From this moment forth, I shall be your hound. I will sweep across the cosmos for you, obliterating the Buddhist realm, and I will personally execute that heartless scoundrel Yi Mu." The crowd was left in stunned silence. They never anticipated that Yidadi, who had been subjected to relentless torment by Gu Hanqiu, ultimately succumbing to monstrosity, would now grovel like a loyal dog at Gu Hanqiu's feet. Yi Mu's eyes widened in disbelief, filled with incredulity. Once he regained his senses, a profound sense of grievance and anger surged within him. He could not comprehend why, despite being tormented by Gu Hongqiu. His brother harbored no hatred for him, but directed his animosity towards himself, setting aside the facts. Even if his family had been slaughtered, and his brother and mother taken captive by demonic cultivators, how could he be blamed for that? Moreover, the reason he did not rescue them was to survive and avenge them, was it not? Yet his brother did not express gratitude for bearing the burden of hatred alone, but instead despised him. What kind of logic was this? Dottie, how could you hate your brother? Furthermore, that your enemy stands before you. How could you acknowledge him as your master? Quickly, kill him and avenge our family. Yi Shishui and Yi Kaier cried out in agitation, addressing the transformed Yi Dottie. However, disregarding the fact that Yi Dottie was already enslaved by Gu Hongqiu's techniques. Even if he were not, the venomous words from the two women would surely infuriate him. Boom! Yi Dottie raised his tendrils and violently struck at his mother and sister, creating a massive crater in the wall beside them. You two wretches, be silent. Dare to disrespect my master again, and I shall end your lives. Yi Dottie roared with a twisted expression. The torment he had endured these past few days was not something they could comprehend. They spoke so freely without bearing any pain. The surrounding demonic cultivators watched with glee, relishing the sight of their prince's ruthlessness. Just when everyone thought Gu Hongqiu would let the matter rest, a wicked and cruel smile appeared on his lips as he approached Yi Shishui and Yu Kaier. You don't come any closer. What do you intend to do with us? Yi Shishui and Yi Kaier turned pale, retreating tremblingly to the corner. From the Buddhist realm, Yi Mu gazed at the unfolding scene on the screen, as if he could foresee Gu Hongqiu's next actions. Yet he was powerless to intervene, suppressing the rage and hatred within himself, gritting his teeth, his bloodshot eyes fixated on the display. Now, it is time for you to experience pain as well. Gu Hongqiu grasped Yi Shishui and Yu Kaier by their hair, his tone laced with twisted amusement. Subsequently, he summoned Qin Shui, who had long since pledged allegiance to the demon realm after the Qin family issued a bounty on Yi Mu. I have tasted the sweet plum, and it is delightful. Now it is time for you. Gu Hongqiu's expression turned maniacal as he smiled wickedly at the screen. In the midst of Yi Shishui and Yu Kaier's terror-stricken expressions, he dragged them into the demon god ring. The external screen promptly faded away. The demonic cultivators, having witnessed Gu Hongqiu's brutal methods, scattered in trepidation. They resolved amongst themselves never to provoke that demon again. Damn Gu Hongqiu! One day I shall flay your skin, strip your tendons, shatter your corpse, and grind your bones to dust. Yi Mu's face twisted in fury, his fists clenched tightly, veins bulging in his neck, his knuckles turning white from exertion. Emitting a crisp cracking sound, the thought of the innocent plum blossom he had never even held hands with, along with his mother and sister, being wantonly ravaged by Gu Hongqiu made him seethe with rage, almost suffocating him with hatred. Yet, no outlet for his fury remained. Finally, he spat a mouthful of rancid black blood, collapsing unconscious from sheer anger. Meanwhile, within the demon god ring, the ground was nearly drenched in crimson blood, adding a chilling sense of desolation to the already malevolent space. Beasts.demons. May you meet a wretched end. Boohoo.emu.m. My dear son shall surely annihilate your demon realm. Yi Shishui and Yu Kaier cursed Gu Hongqiu with fury. However, when he retrieved the artifact previously acquired at the auction, their expressions froze, the curses that were about to spill from their lips forcibly swallowed. Seeing the mocking and cruel expression on Gu Hongqiu's face, they crumpled to the ground, desperately bowing and pleading for mercy. We apologize. Our previous tone was a bit harsh. Please, spare us. We shall no longer dare to insult you. We truly acknowledge our mistakes. If you must harbor hatred, direct it towards that beast Yi Mu. All of this is his doing. It has nothing to do with you. We implore you to spare us. We would be willing to serve as your slaves and handmaidens. Hearing their pitiful, supplicating voices, Gu Hongqiu's lips curled into a slight, sardonic smirk. Why have you ceased your barking compared to this humble, pleading demeanor? I much preferred your previous defiant attitude. Even if you beseech me, I shall not grant you mercy. With that, Gu Hongqiu advanced toward them, wielding a divine artifact engulfed in blazing flames. To prevent them from succumbing to the searing heat, he had thoughtfully administered to them a pill, capable of healing physical wounds and protecting their bodies from being scorched by fire. And when their souls were tortured to the brink of collapse, Gu Hongqiu would generously assist in reshaping their souls. After 99,999 times, Gu Hongqiu grew weary. Thus, he enslaved them with his techniques and transformed them into devourers through a blood sacrifice. In the future, he would orchestrate a battle between them and Yi Mu. Would Yi Mu slay his own kin? Or would he be vanquished by his own blood relatives? How thrilling it is to contemplate. Gu Hongqiu mused silently. Yet, His previously cheerful mood was shattered by the words of Gu Qingyin and others nearby. They knelt before him, their expressions filled with longing as they humbly pleaded, "Master, we too wish to be graced with your affection. You dare call that a grace and affection? Do you still harbor such expectations?" At that moment, Gu Hanqiu fell into a speechless silence. Chapter 91. As brothers, would it kill him to forgive me once? 7 days later, Gu Hanqiu emerged from the demon god ring, feeling refreshed, and flew towards the demon lord's palace. Rather than indulging in pleasure, he had more pressing matters to attend to. Upon entering the hall, the previously raucous crowd fell silent, as if fearing his gaze. "Hanqiu, come sit beside me," Night Lan said slowly. Her aloof and indifferent countenance blossomed into a gentle smile. The moment Gu Hanqiu entered the hall to him, Gu Hanqiu nodded lightly, and took his seat upon the exquisite throne, meticulously carved from the finest demon blood jade, which had been prepared for him. Hanqiu, the top powers from the Buddhist domain and the primordial domain are dispatching countless strong warriors towards our Song domain and demon domain. They seem to believe that our demon domain has suffered heavy losses after the great battle and wish to obliterate us all at once. Do you have any strategies in mind? Night Lan glanced at the crowd below, their faces etched with worry, and inquired of Gu Hanqiu. Although their demon domain had effortlessly vanquished the Song domain and held a geographical advantage, it did not mean they could simultaneously withstand the assaults from the Buddhist domain and the primordial domain. Gu Hanqiu regarded the expectant gazes of the crowd, not answering directly, but instead asked nonchalantly, "What do you all believe? The odds are if a real battle were to ensue between us and them." The hall fell into a brief silence, before the crowd responded in unison, "Our demon domain has a 1 in 3 chance. While the combined might of the Buddhist domain and the primordial domain holds at least a 7 in 10. Though they possess the advantage of terrain, they lack the favor of time and numbers. The 4 demon sisters and the 10 demon generals, along with other enlightened demon cultivators, remain silent, clearly sharing the same sentiment. If I could elevate our chances of victory to 70%, would you believe me?" Gu Hanqiu supported his chin with his hand, his expression calm as he smiled. His nonchalant demeanor suggested he was discussing something trivial. Believe my foot. The demon cultivators silently scoffed. It was not that they underestimated the esteemed demon son. After all, the combined forces of the Buddhist domain and the primordial domain numbered in the millions. To single-handedly alter the course of battle. Even their demon emperor would find it nearly impossible. Gu Hanqiu took in their expressions and then unleashed the blood sacrifice of the devourer, numerous robust black threads swirling around him, dancing within the hall. The overwhelming malevolent aura instinctively caused the crowd to step back, their bodies trembling involuntarily. "I can grant each of you this physique, albeit a weakened version. But it will still significantly enhance your strength, speed, and defense, allowing for regeneration even from grievous wounds." As he spoke, he pierced his own chest with a black thread. Crimson blood sprayed forth, staining his dark attire a deep crimson. This scene caused Night Lan and the 4 demon sisters to feel a pang of distress. Yet, Gu Hanqiu felt little pain, for he had endured this level of agony countless times. In the astonished gazes of the crowd, the gaping wound on his chest wriggled slightly before rapidly healing, returning to its original state in the blink of an eye, leaving no scar behind. Ignoring their incredulous stares, Gu Hanqiu continued. "Even those at the Enlightenment realm or the Mastery realm can heal automatically as long as their head and heart remain intact. The key point is this physique has no side effects and can be used concurrently with demonic power, bringing only benefits and no drawbacks." Upon finishing, he demonstrated the capabilities of his physique once more, showcasing feats such as shattering space with black threads, withstanding magical techniques and blades, and combining magical techniques with demonic power to achieve extraordinary physical damage, among others. Though the cultivation world boasts numerous physiques, this one, excelling in all aspects while also being compatible with demonic power, undoubtedly qualifies as a peerless physique. After a lengthy pause, the crowd finally regained their composure, wiping the cold sweat from their brows. If every demon in the demon domain could possess this physique, it would instantly amplify the strength of millions of demon cultivators. In that case, it could indeed turn the tide of battle. The demon son truly possesses divine capabilities. We beseech the demon son to bestow upon us this divine physique. The demon cultivators in the hall knelt, their faces flushed with excitement as they spoke. Even Night Lan and the 4 demon sisters looked at Gu Hanqiu with brightened eyes, filled with exhilaration. They had not anticipated that the partner, younger brother, and servant they had chosen possessed such terrifying capabilities. However, Gu Hanqiu merely yawned lazily and continued, "This is just one of my methods. I have 2 more yet to mention. There are more." The crowd gasped in astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief. "Though I can bestow my blood upon you, There are far too many demon cultivators. Even diluted blood cannot be distributed to everyone, but I can ensure that all cultivators who invade the demon domain shall return with nothing. Gu Hanqiu seemed to envision a gruesomely bloody scene, his expression turning frenzied with a sinister smile, the cruelty and mockery in his eyes sending chills down the spines of all present. Might I inquire, Demon Son, what are the other two methods? A demon cultivator instinctively swallowed hard, trembling as he asked. Gu Hanqiu smiled faintly. Refining all beings, enslaving their souls. Meanwhile, countless powerful cultivators from the Buddhist domain and the primordial domain were swiftly making their way to the demon domain. Their expressions filled with excitement as they fervently discussed. Days have passed. Surely the forces of the demon domain and the Tsang domain have fought to mutual destruction by now. I wonder, why has there been no news lately? Could the Tsang domain have already perished? No matter. The demon domain must have also suffered heavy casualties, even if they wish to restore their former strength. It will likely take months. Yimu, meanwhile, donned a disguise, blending into a certain powerful faction within the Buddhist domain. He believed that the demon domain would inevitably be obliterated by the combined forces of the Buddhist domain and the primordial domain. At that time, he would personally capture Gu Hanqiu, subjecting him to the most brutal torment. Then, he would demand answers. Why did he seek such merciless revenge upon me? Had I not merely bullied and framed him a few times? He had even personally castrated me. Was it truly necessary for him to annihilate my loved ones, destroy my entire family, and continue to torment my kin? As brothers, would it truly kill him to forgive me just once? Yimu clenched his fists in furious frustration, muttering under his breath, Damn Gu Hanqiu, this time, I will make you regret ever being born into this world. Chapter 92. I invite all friends to converse within my human sovereign banner. The cultivators of the primordial domain and the Buddhist domain, brimming with confidence, stepped into the territory of the demon domain. Yet, upon witnessing the multitude of demon cultivators filling the skies and the land, they were left utterly astonished, their eyes wide with disbelief, questioning their very souls. Didn't the demon domain just engage in a fierce battle? Why did the number of demon cultivators and the intensity of their power seem stronger than ever before? Even the somewhat timid Yimu was filled with profound confusion as he inwardly questioned the venerable Xuanfo, Master, after the demonic cultivators annihilate the top forces of the Tsang domain and remain in their prime, the impending battle might prove to be quite troublesome. However, the venerable Xuanfo, unfazed, reassured him. Do not worry, our numbers are double theirs. We shall emerge victorious. Yimu nodded in agreement, finding solace in the elder's words. Subsequently, he stealthily mingled within the ranks of the Buddhist warriors, preparing to join them in besieging the demonic cultivators. Yet, an eerie scene unfolded. Upon witnessing their combined assault on their demonic territory, the cultivators did not exhibit any signs of fear or anxiety. Instead, a sinister smile crept upon their lips as they cackled ominously. Could it be a trap? A chill surged through everyone's hearts. Yet before they could make any decisions, a black red flag, entwined with malevolent demonic energy, suddenly ascended into the sky. Esteemed comrades, please enter my human emperor's banner for a discussion. The figure of Gu Hanqiu abruptly appeared before the assembled cultivators, arms outstretched, a maniacal grin plastered across his face. Instantly refined them. Under his control, the flag, exuding dark energy, swelled exponentially with the wind, splitting into thousands of illusory flags that enveloped the surrounding area for dozens of miles, ensnaring all the intruding cultivators beneath its radiant light. The 10,000 Souls banner. It is indeed the ancient forbidden demonic treasure, the 10,000 Souls banner. Flee. The winds are howling. If you press on, you shall perish. The cultivators from the Yuan domain and the Buddhist domain, gripped by an overwhelming sense of dread, began to scatter in panic, desperately fleeing in the opposite direction. That is the 10,000 Souls banner. Disciple, flee quickly. The venerable Xuanfo bellowed in Yimu's mind, his earlier composure evaporating. Did he not just proclaim their assured victory? Yimu silently scoffed, then activated his movement technique, exerting all his strength to escape in the opposite direction. This is a banner suffused with righteous spirit quickly. Come and be refined. And transformed. Gu Hanqiu, laughing maniacally, began to channel his power alongside the four great demonesses to activate the 10,000 Souls banner. An irresistible force surged from the illusory banners, drawing in all cultivators caught within its range. In an instant, the demonic energy swirling around the 10,000 Souls banner thickened and became palpable. The hundreds of thousands of cultivators ensnared by this allure were utterly powerless to resist. Even as they exerted their utmost, employing various artifacts to fend off the pull, it proved futile. They could only scream in terror, witnessing themselves and their fellow cultivators being swallowed into the abyss of the ominous 10,000 Souls banner. ultimately being refined into pools of blood, their very souls transformed into malevolent dark energy. Damn it. Master, please lend me your strength. I can barely withstand it. Yimu's face contorted in terror as he pleaded for help from the venerable Xuanfo. Unbeknownst to him, Gu Hanqiu had already detected his presence the moment he revealed himself. Do not worry, my disciple. I shall ensure your escape from this perilous place. The venerable Xuanfo's thoughts raced in fear. As a being of pure spirit, if he were to be drawn in alongside Yimu, or if he abandoned his disciple's body, he would have no chance of survival before such a soul-devouring treasure. Even if he wished to conserve his soul power to save Yimu, he was compelled to fight with all his might. Consequently, he ignited the essence of his soul to control Yimu's body. Straining every sinew to resist the pull of the illusory 10,000 souls banner, laboriously retreating in the opposite direction, due to the explosive force exceeding Yimu's physical limits. He let out a pained gasp. Violently expelling a foul substance, his body beginning to fracture inch by inch. What had begun with grand aspirations and the thrill of vengeance had devolved into a panicked, disheveled retreat. Curse it. When did the demonic domain acquire such a terrifying treasure? The Tianshi Buddha, gripping his prayer beads, transformed his previously benevolent smile into a cold, steely gaze. After careful consideration, he refrained from ordering the retreat of the Buddhist cultivators. Instead, he solemnly addressed the multitude of cultivators, "Fear not. The 10,000 souls banner can only unleash a fraction of its true power. I will shield you with the Buddhist heaven realm. Together, we shall breach that banner." The cultivators, hearing this, felt their unease persist. After all, the illusory 10,000 souls banner hovering in the sky continued to consume the cultivators invading their domain. Upon witnessing the emergence of the horrifying formation, the Tianshi Buddha's pupils constricted, and he urgently shouted to the cultivators. The other powerful figures from the Buddhist and Yuan domains also attempted to unleash their powers to rescue those enveloped by the formation. They had never anticipated that the demonic domain possessed such hidden cards. Yet, given that they had both the ancient forbidden demonic treasure and such formidable formations, why had they not employed them earlier? Now, seeking to escape, it was too late. Surrender to become demonic puppets. He. Gu Hanqiu's face twisted into a frenzied grin. With the combined efforts of him, the 4 great demonesses, the 10 demon generals, and Yulan, the overwhelming and sinister formation swiftly enslaved the encroaching cultivators. Roar, roar. Over 1 million cultivators, their eyes shrouded in darkness and bodies ensnared by malevolent energy, transformed into demonic puppets, charging mindlessly at their companions. Under the control of the formation and the demonic aura, they not only lost their wits but also felt no pain, their strength surpassing that of their former selves. In an instant, the sky was filled with mindless demonic husks. The originally clear sky has been shrouded by an endless darkness, brewing a suffocating sense of oppression. How could this happen? Yimu, concealed in the shadows, was utterly bewildered. He was certainly aware of Gu Hanqiu and those demonic cultivators mastering the sinister arts of enslaving demons. However, he never anticipated that the enemy would possess such a terrifying formation capable of subjugating tens of thousands, even millions, of cultivators in an instant. The foes multiplied while their own ranks dwindled. How on earth could they continue fighting? Xuanfo Elder, witnessing Yimu's dazed expression, roared in frustration, "Stop staring. Run. Tens of thousands of demonic cultivators are rushing toward you." Chapter 94. The Fall of the Cultivators of the Buddha and Source Domains. How did they discern my hiding place? And why are so many rushing towards me? Who have I offended? Yimu's expression shifted drastically, and he anxiously spoke to Xuanfo Elder. "Master, I've squatted here too long. My legs have gone numb." Xuanfo Elder thought as countless demonic puppets were about to descend upon them. Xuanfo Elder had no choice but to once again expend his soul's essence to possess Yimu, enduring the pain of his soul as he shattered space to flee into the distance. Seeing the battle spiraling out of control, the powerful beings from the Source and Buddha domains joined the fray, employing all their might in an attempt to turn the dire situation around. Gu Hanqiu, observing this, turned to Yulan, who understood the cue and commanded the demonic cultivators to enter the battlefield, charging alongside the demonic puppets towards the cultivators from the Source and Buddha domains. "We have long been parched with thirst. He become our sustenance." The pupils of the demonic cultivators turned a blood-red hue as they grinned malevolently, utilizing their ghastly physiques and abilities to rush towards the cultivators from the Buddha and Source domains like phantoms. Upon witnessing the eerie and terrifying presence of the demonic cultivators, the cultivators' pupils widened in shock. They hastily gathered their techniques or summoned their treasures to attack the demonic cultivators, only to be astonished to find, even when severed in half, the enemy could swiftly regenerate. On one side stood the demonic cultivators, transformed into monstrous beings with horrifying regenerative abilities, while on the other were the demonic puppets, reduced to mindless. Pain-free killers, the powerful beings of the Buddha and Source domains were drenched in cold sweat. They had not anticipated that after enduring the Myriad Souls banner and the ancient demon slave soul formation, they would still face such a terrifying evil physique. This is utterly hopeless. Even those at the celestial realm would be exhausted in no time. Retreat. Quickly retreat. Tian Guang Buddha commanded urgently. Should they continue battling on the territory of the demonic realm? The best outcome would likely be mutual destruction. However, there was no need for him to issue commands. The cultivators from the Buddha and Source domains had already scattered like birds and beasts. They never wished to return to this accursed place. Eliminate all cultivators within the formation and the surrounding 100 miles. Do not chase 2FA or .gu Hanshio unleash the 8 beasts from the demon god ring, and then convey to the demonic cultivators. Yes, Lord Demon Child, we shall rend those cultivators to shreds. The faces of millions of demonic cultivators gleamed with excitement, their mouths emitting a sinister laughter akin to Gu Hanshio's. A quarter of an hour later, the land that was once shrouded in black mist had been stained a deep crimson. The overcast sky began to drizzle with a chilling rain, droplets splattering upon the ground, diluting and evaporating the viscous blood, while the air became thick with an unbearable stench of blood. Meanwhile, the demonic cultivators endowed with the ghastly physique and the nine-tailed fox 8 beasts transformed into gluttons of the celestial realm, feasting heartily upon the severed limbs and bodies scattered across the ground. In this battle, the cultivators from the Buddha and Source domains had not even breached the demon palace before losing a third of their forces. The fall of 2 to 3 million cultivators did not evoke much emotional response from Gu Hanshio. Owing to the nature of his cultivation, which rendered him devoid of hunger, he simply stood quietly, absorbing the blood essence drifting in the air, converting it into his own power. Half a day later, he concluded his absorption, experiencing a tremendous surge in his cultivation, ascending several minor realms to reach the 6th layer of the law comprehension realm. Elan, the 4 demonesses, 10 demon generals, and millions of demonic cultivators, after consuming the blood essence of the cultivators from the Buddha and Source domains through their own techniques, also experienced breakthroughs. The talent, strength, and methods of our Lord Demon Child are truly terrifying. Indeed, if it were not for our Lord Demon Child summoning the Myriad Souls banner and deploying the ancient demon slave soul formation, we could never have achieved victory so effortlessly. Our demonic realm is fortunate to have the Lord Demon Child. As if a fish has found water, the powerful demonic cultivators gathered around Gu Hanshio, their expressions obsequiously flattering. However, Gu Hanshio merely replied indifferently, "This is merely the beginning." With those words, he turned and departed from the blood-soaked territory, entering the demon god ring. His power had surged tremendously. He needed to release it. Chapter 95, The past cannot be changed, but the future can be altered. After enduring a period of torment. It is all Yi Mu's fault for provoking you. This has nothing to do with us. My lord, we have been obedient. Please, do not torment us any further. Yu Jie and Yu Shishui knelt before Gu Hanshio, humbly bowing their heads in supplication. The corners of his mouth curled into a slight smirk as he coldly mocked. To be able to beg for mercy from the enemy of one's kin. Truly a case of not a family, not entering the same door. As his words fell, Yu Jie and Yu Shishui trembled even more, their eyes filled with terror as they awkwardly responded, "As long as you do not torment us, we will do anything." Meanwhile, Gu Qigin and others approached Gu Hanshio, stating, "We do not expect you to forgive us, my lord. We merely ask for punishment, to exchange for a modicum of peace of mind." Gu Hanshio fell silent once more. He could understand those begging for mercy not to be tormented, but to actively seek punishment. He had never encountered such a defiant individual. "Silence," Gu Hanshio commanded coldly. Then kick them all into the outside world, indifferently instructing, "Go cultivate, and do not wander before me." "Yes, my lord. Thank you for your grace." Xiaoling Yu and the others clutched their aching stomachs from being kicked. Responding with excited voices, the glances of Yu Shishui, Yu Jie, and the surrounding other demonic cultivators towards them were filled with bewilderment. Indeed, after being alongside the Lord Demon Child for so long, their mental states were surely unstable. They silently thought to themselves, subsequently turning to flee. At that moment, the Demon Emperor Yilan approached Gu Qigin and the others, seeing the imposing and profound figure of the Demon Emperor. Gu Qigin and the others instinctively trembled. "You are truly enviable, to have been able to accompany him from the very beginning." Yilan observed Gu Qigin and the others silently, speaking in a flat tone. However, such a seemingly mundane statement caused them to break down in tears. Even if the Demon Emperor had directly berated them or attacked them, it would be preferable to this salt being rubbed into their emotional wounds. Had they not acted out, how would the Demon Emperor and the 4 demonesses have anything to do with them now? Unfortunately, there are no ifs in this world. The past cannot be changed, but the future can it be altered? They pondered silently in their hearts, only to be interrupted by the Demon Emperor. Do you know what dishes or foods Hanshio likes to eat? Upon seeing the faint blush on the Demon Emperor's cold visage, Gu Qigin and Long Siyue were momentarily taken aback, their thoughts seemingly transported back to the past. Hanshio used to love the more than 10 dishes I cooked for him as a child. Denying covered her subtly aching chest, her gaze turning sorrowful as she choked out a reply. Hanshio also adored the peach blossom pastries made at a certain pastry shop outside the sect. Long Siyue added nostalgically, "Take me there." Yi Lan's tone was flat yet brooked no dissent. Long Siyue lowered her head. That city and that shop may have already been destroyed by demonic cultivators. "Take me there." Yi Lan maintained her composure. "Very well." Long Siyue nodded helplessly, then led her towards the outskirts of the demon palace. Jiu Qingyin and the others followed inexplicably, except for Yi Shishui and Yi Ji. That demon is so wicked. How could they still eagerly approach him? From now on, we must keep our distance from those lunatics. Yes. Half a day later, when Yilan and Long Siyue arrived near the city by the Kangmen of the Tsung domain, they discovered that the city showed no signs of having been ravaged by demonic cultivators. Not only that, but even the shops within the city remained open, even though the blood had flowed to the entrance of the city. It still stood there, unscathed and silently. Such a bizarre scene left them utterly astonished. Yilan's gaze narrowed slightly, yet she did not abandon her intention to enter the city. If only our relationship with Hanshio could remain as unscathed as the city. Once Long Siyu and the others regained their composure, they silently pondered these thoughts while accompanying Yilan towards the pastry shop. Upon arriving at the shop, Yilan pushed the door open. Before her lay an array of exquisite pastries, including peach blossom crisps, and an elderly woman, frail and devoid of any aura of power. Yilan gently inquired, "Might you teach me how to make peach blossom crisps?" The old woman paused momentarily, then rasped, "I only sell pastries. I do not teach others." Yilan chose not to press further. As she reached for her money to purchase some, the old woman spoke again, "Feel free to take the pastries. There is no charge. With the loss of my loved ones, making more pastries only adds to my sorrow." Yilan hesitated for a moment, then took some peach blossom crisps and other pastries before stepping outside. If she could not learn from the woman, she would teach herself and make them for Hanshio every day. Gu Qingyin and the others promptly followed her outside. Long Siyu took a deep breath and gently bit into a piece of the delicate, soft peach blossom crisp. It was still quite bitter. As she stepped out, a low, hoarse voice filled with sorrow and desolation echoed from within. The past is irretrievable, but the future can be changed. Chapter 96. The Demon Emperor and the Four Demonesses Learning to Cook Like Mortals. Upon hearing the old woman's words, Long Siyu's pupils constricted, as if she grasped some profound truth. The past is irretrievable, but the future can be changed. As she walked towards Yilan and the others, she murmured in a daze, "Indeed, the future can still be altered. Even if I must become a lowly servant, I will be the most humble one by his side." Long Siyu's gaze gradually cleared and solidified. Her delicate hand clenched tightly, her fingertips digging into her palm. Subsequently, she and Yilan returned to the demon palace. "Where have you all been?" Bang inquired, her face filled with confusion. "The city near Song Yu and Song Min." Yilan replied nonchalantly. However, Bang and the other three demonesses were taken aback. "Isn't that city currently occupied by demon cultivators?" "I don't know, but we should prevent the demon cultivators from going there in the future." Yilan responded calmly. The current her had no capacity to manage matters concerning the demon realm, nor did the other party harbor any interest in her or the realm. Thus, she resolved to leave that city and the old woman behind. "Ah, by the way, please clear out a spacious palace for me, and also prepare some peach blossoms, sugar, and all the necessary cooking utensils and seasonings," Yilan said with a slight cough, a hint of embarrassment crossing her face. After all, it was indeed somewhat awkward for the notorious Demon Emperor, known for countless atrocities, to personally step into the kitchen. The four demonesses bit their lips, suppressing their amusement. If they laughed out loud at this moment, it would surely end badly for them, right? Afterward, Yilan first asked Long Siyu to teach her how to make peach blossom crisps. However, despite her exceptional talent in cultivation, the shapes of the pastry she crafted were, well, rather difficult to describe. Consequently, she turned to Gu Qingyin for guidance in cooking. "You seem to carry a hint of Hanshio's aura within you," Yilan remarked, sensing the magical energy emanating from the within Gu Qingyin. Her brow slightly furrowing. "I have a bone within me that belongs to Hanshio," Gu Qingyin replied in a somber tone. "You dug out his bone?" "No, that bone was when he severed ties with, and I later reimplanted it within me." "Why?" I wish to nourish that bone with my own blood and flesh, and then at this point, Gu Qingyin swallowed the rest of her words. Given Han Xiu's current status and prowess, could that quality of bone ever truly match him? Wouldn't it risk compromising his potential instead? Gu Qingyin silently contemplated, nearly slicing her finger with the knife in hand. Meanwhile, the four demonesses, like curious children, timidly followed along to learn after receiving Yi Lan's consent. Their reasoning was, everything is for the sake of alleviating the demon emperor's burdens, yet their true intention was to conquer a woman. One must first master her craft. To win over a man, one must first satisfy his appetite. If their cooking was delectable enough, they would surely dine at the same table with Han Xiu every day. Indulgence leads to desire, followed by a harmonious union of cultivation, a perfect plan indeed. Outside the palace, it seemed the demon emperor and the four demonesses had been holed up in this palace every day lately. They were likely researching some forbidden weapon formations, but why was there such a rich aroma of food wafting from within? Surely, the demon emperor and the four demonesses could not possibly be learning to cook like mortals. The passing demon cultivators speculated among themselves. Chapter 97. This emperor alone is no match for them. 3 days later, Gu Hanxiu was summoned by Yi Lan and the four demonesses to a certain palace. On the ethereal wooden dining table lay an array of dishes that greatly stimulated one's appetite. There were green melon spirit vegetables, cooked with heavenly melons and grass, emanating a faint green glow. Alongside delicately roasted dishes made from the tender meat of the Taimei divine chicken, their rich aroma infused with powerful essence. Beside them stood bottles of 9-turn drunken immortal wine brewed from exquisite heavenly fruits. The clear liquid swirling with starlight, intoxicating merely by scent. However, the wine was not merely wine. It contained a touch of potent ingredients secretly added by the four demonesses. In the corner of the table lay several stacks of pale pink peach blossom crisps, some of which were darker in color. Looking at those familiar and beloved dishes, exquisite wines, and pastries, Gu Hanxiu paused slightly, feeling a mix of surprise yet choosing not to speak further. As 7 individuals had contributed to the feast, they had unwittingly prepared an overwhelming quantity. Coupled with an unsettling feeling that lingered within him, he released the 9-tailed fox and other beasts from the demon god ring. The four demonesses gasped at the sight. If those ancient beasts consumed the dishes made with the pollen of the enchanting flowers, chaos would surely ensue. Their plan would be in jeopardy. How about you all sit at a different table? Bung quickly moved some untouched dishes and drinks to another spacious table, ushering the 9-tailed fox and other beasts over. What? Do you look down upon beasts or something? The 9-tailed fox and other beasts bared their teeth at her. But recalling their potential future roles as mistresses, they suppressed their anger. You all go sit at another table too, Ji Hanxiu coldly instructed Gu Qingyin and the others. They pursed their lips. Their beautiful eyes misted with a layer of delicate tears, then dejectedly took their seats at a different table. Hanxiu, try the spirit beast meat I made. Yi Lan offered a piece of succulent meat to him with her bamboo chopsticks. He opened his mouth and savored the meat, smiling as he praised, it's delicious. If you like it, then eat more. Yi Lan's cool demeanor softened, a faint blush gracing her cheeks as she lifted a piece of meat to her own mouth. The thought of having shared the same chopsticks with him ignited a sense of shyness and excitement within her. Meanwhile, the four demonesses fervently served Gu Hanxiu dishes and poured him wine. Displaying their utmost attentiveness, he, being emotionally intelligent, graciously accepted their offerings and complimented them one by one. However, he felt a bit lightheaded. Could it be the effects of the wine? Dear brother Hanxiu, do not use your magic to dispel the alcohol. Doing so would waste the wine's flavor. Yin smiled like a flower, reminding him. Ji Hanxiu nodded, continuing to indulge in the feast. Yi Lan sensed the aura emanating from him and furrowed her delicate brows. As if sensing something, she intended to intervene but ultimately restrained herself. Such an opportunity was too good to miss. Half an hour later, Gu Hanxiu pretended to be drunk, collapsing onto the table. Given his current status and the favor he had shown her, there was nothing wrong with a little physical affection. He thought to himself. You all continue eating. I will assist Hanxiu to his chambers for rest. Yi Lan said, her face slightly flushed, her mind already spiraling into fantasies. Demon Emperor, you may struggle alone. Let us assist you, the four demonesses declared earnestly. This opportunity to reap both benefits would not be squandered, even if it meant just tasting the remnants. However, they underestimated Yi Lan's possessiveness over Gu Hanxiu. I will temporarily overlook your little schemes with the food, but if you wish to vie for his affection with me. As she spoke, Yi Lan suddenly unleashed a surge of magic, sending the four demonesses flying across the room, crashing heavily to the ground. Cough, cough. The four demonesses spat out a few mouthfuls of crimson blood. Struggling to rise from the floor, Though Yulon did not resort to severe measures, they dared not pursue any further. Alas, we initially believed that the demon emperor harbored merely a simple affection for Han Chiu. Thus we sought to share in the spoils. Little did we anticipate it to be true love. Simeon sighed, her expression laden with emotion. However, half a day later, they received a distress signal from the demon emperor Yulon. I am on the verge of collapse. Hurry to save me. I am no match alone. The four demonesses responded. Chapter 98. Has Yimu, on the brink of death, lost his mind? The following day, the solitary Han Chiu, empowered by the evil emperor's heavenly demon record, found himself within the demon palace's grand hall. Wherefore had the demon emperor and the four demonesses collectively absented themselves. A burly demon general pointed at the empty thrones, his face a mask of confusion. Fool, did you not notice that the demon son has also not arrived? Quipped another, with a mocking expression. The gathered assembly, adopting a spectator's mentality, began to murmur. Who would have thought that the demon son could be so formidable? Indeed, we must show ever greater respect to the demon son. Even the demon emperor and the four demonesses, this vast realm of demonhood and the Tsang realm, indeed the entirety of the immortal and mysterious world, would in the future surely fall under the dominion of the demon son. In stark contrast to the flourishing and mentally sound Han Chiu, Yimu now found himself in a state akin to death. Due to the repeated possession by the elder Xuanfo, whose powers exceeded the limitations of his frail body, he now appeared disheveled, pallid, with bluish lips, his meridians ruptured, and covered in filth. Disciple, hold on. Without you, how can I survive? The elder Xuanfo lamented to Yimu. Master, please quickly concoct some elixirs to save me. Why Yimu weakly implored. Having narrowly escaped the onslaught of thousands of demon puppets while in a possessed state, he could not resign himself to death so easily. Had he known that Han Chiu and the demon realm possessed the 10,000 souls banner and the ancient formation of demon slave souls, and that every demon cultivator bore such bizarre and twisted physiques, he would have never sought to join the fray. Disciple, hold on. I shall venture into the mountains to seek herbs and demonic cores for elixir refinement. The elder Xuanfo comforted with a worried expression, before swiftly disappearing into the mountains, setting aside the fact that he had painstakingly passed on his skills to Yimu, and that Yimu had promised to refine a body for him in the future. His current state desperately required elixirs or herbs capable of healing the soul and replenishing spiritual energy. After a prolonged absence, he returned, weary and dusty, with his left hand manipulating a chunk of golden dung from a blood spirit rabbit, and his right hand grasping some low-tier herbs with spiritual energy. Master, you surely do not intend to use these to concoct elixirs, do you? Yimu was bewildered, his face a portrait of shock. The elder Xuanfo cleared his throat, slightly sheepish as he explained. Disciple, there are scarcely any herbs suitable for elixir refinement in this deep mountain. You must make do with these, my dear. Yimu, do you think I cannot discern that your spiritual energy has significantly increased? You actually hoard resources for yourself, leaving me with filth and low-tier herbs. The elder Xuanfo paid little mind to such thoughts, hastily concocting 2 half-dung-flavored pills and forcing them into Yimu's mouth. The latter, in a bid for survival, swallowed them despite his revulsion. He activated the eternal immortal guardian dragon art, commencing his healing. Just then, a surge of pure, overwhelming power erupted within him. It healed his injuries to a significant extent, restored his ruptured meridians, and refined his innate physique. Even his cultivation power began to skyrocket, soaring to the 9th heaven of the law comprehension realm. Such an extraordinary turn of events astonished the elder Xuanfo immensely. So that is the case. I understand now. The reason my cultivation did not experience a surge after being castrated by Han Chiu was that I had not undergone the brink of death. Yimu, his face aglow with joy as he felt the immense power coursing through him, twisted his countenance into a grotesque grin, laughing maniacally. Ha ha ha. Ah ha 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 ha. Have you not heard? Heaven does not extinguish the path for those in despair. I, Yimu, am the true embodiment of destiny. Now that I can no longer tread the path of mortals, my cultivation shall flourish instantaneously, advancing at a breakneck speed. Once I establish myself in the Buddha realm, I shall relish the opportunity to see what you, Han Chiu, will employ to contend against me. Ha 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 ha. The elder Xuanfo, observing Yimu's deranged laughter, silently rejoiced that his choice had not been in vain. Though the latter appeared to be on the verge of tears from joy, he seemed somewhat mad. Meanwhile, after resting for a day to recuperate his vitality and blood, Han Chiu prepared to depart for the Buddha realm. He would not allow the child of destiny to develop unperturbed. He would not wait until the latter was fully equipped to challenge him. In his previous life, Yimu had encountered certain bald monks from the Buddha realm, subsequently connecting with the powerful figures of that realm. In this life, however, he was forced into such a path by circumstances. The Tsang realm had been overrun and occupied by the demon realm. and the top factions of the Yuan realm had turned against him, leaving him no choice but to develop alongside the Elder Xuanfo in the Buddha realm. Yet, just as he was about to leave the demon realm, trouble arose with Ban Yin Nu Chapter 99. Young master, you surely do not wish to be forever subjugated by me. Han Qiu. Han Qiu, the people from the Bayan Pavilion have contacted me. They urge me to return to the Holy Spirit realm as soon as possible. What should I do? After all, I currently possess control over this body. And I cannot simply hand control back to the original owner, Ling Xin. Ban Yin Nu approached Han Qiu, her expression grave as she spoke. Her eyes filled with confusion and helplessness. After all, the recent events had been overwhelming. First, she, who should have perished, did not. Then, she mysteriously occupied her original body, and now the top faction of the Holy Spirit realm. The Bayan Pavilion was reaching out to her. She was utterly at a loss for how to respond. If mishandled, it could spell disaster for Han Qiu and the entire demon realm. Do not fret. Allow me a moment to contemplate. Han Qiu gently stroked Ban Yin Nu's head, sinking into thought. Just then, a voice filled with indignation and resentment interrupted his reverie. Cursed insect, and you, this entity born of my power. What dark sorcery have you cast upon me? After a period of recovery, Lang Xion's consciousness awakened within Ban Yin Nu. We have done nothing to you. Han Qiu replied with an indifferent expression. Regardless of what you have or haven't done, return control of my body at once, or I shall ensure that my mother and the strong of Bayan Pavilion annihilate your entire demon realm. Lang Xion threatened, her tone icy. Yet, she remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Han Qiu, far from displaying any fear or panic, instead wore a mocking smile. Dare to threaten me? I shall extract your soul and enslave it. Then implant it into a new body for my pleasure with that. Han Qiu activated the evil emperor's heavenly demon record, gradually infusing his power into Ban Yin Nu's body. How dare you? Lang Xion seethed with rage. As the esteemed young mistress of the Bayan Pavilion, she had never endured such humiliation. Yet, just as she prepared to unleash her power, she found herself stripped of even her soul's energy. Life and death seemed to rest entirely in the hands of that fragment born of his power. Thus, enveloped in despair and shame, her soul was enslaved by Han Qiu, branded with a slave mark. Uncertain of the intricate connection between Lang Xion and Ban Yin Nu, Han Qiu refrained from hastily eliminating her, fearing that the powerful members of her family might sense it through some secret technique. Thus he merely enslaved her soul, keeping it within his control. Cursed insect, how dare you? Lang Xion's soul manifested a shadowy figure, her exquisite features marred by indignation, her cold gaze piercing into Han Qiu's sinister visage. Due to their shared existence, they could sense each other's thoughts. Therefore, Ban Yin Nu could also feel Lang Xion's fury and humiliation. She intended to speak a few words to kindly persuade her original self, hoping to mend their strained relationship, but was met with Han Qiu's devilish grin as he leaned closer to Lang Xion, whispering in a teasing tone, Lady Lang Xion, you surely do not wish to become forever the sole slave of Han Qiu, subject to my every whim, do you? Lang Xion's expression darkened, her lips pressed tightly together, tears streaming down her cheeks. She choked out, very well. I shall concede this time. What must I do to earn your mercy? Name your terms. Han Qiu, with a triumphant smile, gently brushed his fingers across her ethereal visage, teasingly replied, now you are being agreeable with that you had been so from the start. Now call me master and let me hear it. Lang Xion turned her head and shook off his hand, her pearly teeth gently biting her cherry lips. After a prolonged moment of hesitation,